The eminent figure in metaphysics, Ji-hee, faced failure in her tribulation and found herself transmigrated into the role of a notorious secondary antagonist, reviled across the internet. To compensate for the breach of contract, he commenced a live-streaming venture in fortune-telling. A viewer with dark circles under his eyes connected to the stream. Streamer, why do I dream every night that my grandfather asks me to burn paper for him? He replied, your grandfather is starting a business down there and is in need of funds. The viewer fell silent. One day, a top-tier celebrity unexpectedly appeared in the live stream. The celebrity inquired, I wish to find my biological sister. He responded, she has always been by your side. During a variety show, while other young ladies engaged in singing and dancing, he quietly produced a suona. Numerous critics, poised to nitpick, were left speechless. There's truly no way to criticize this if she departs. Well need the suona to send her off. Subsequently, it became evident that, despite being ostracized by the entire entertainment industry, Jihee's live stream attracted a considerable number of official personnel who discreetly monitored her broadcasts. Remarkably, her words were compiled by the Taoist Association into a textbook, with every Taoist receiving a copy. Chapter 1. As it is the first chapter, it is thus the second chapter. The sky was overcast. He pulled a 20-inch suitcase as she exited the gates of the Ji family residence. Beside her, a man in a suit extended a silver credit card. Miss Ji-hee, here is 500,000, as instructed by Mr. Ji, to serve as compensation. No need, Ji-hee replied without even glancing at it. 500,000 could not buy back the original owner's life. Li Yong, a longtime associate of Mr. Ji, was taken aback. He understood Ji-hee well. She had been raised in opulence, accustomed to the finest things. Yet just yesterday, on her 20th birthday, the Ji family publicly declared that she was merely an adopted daughter, with the true heiress being someone else. Moreover, the Ji family announced that Ji-hee had reached adulthood, and they were no longer obliged to care for her. From Li Yong's perspective, Ji-hee would never refuse such a sum. Yet, the reality was that she not only declined but did so without a moment's hesitation. As he watched Ji-hee walk away with her suitcase, a thought struck him. The weather forecast indicated that rain would commence in just over half an hour. This villa area was situated on a mountain peak, devoid of taxis or buses. Even driving down would take at least 20 minutes. With no vehicle, Ji-hee would be unable to descend before the rain began. Li Yong hesitated for a moment before rushing forward. Miss Ji-hee, allow me to give you a ride. This time, Ji-hee did not refuse. Seated in the back seat, she pondered how her circumstances had spiraled into such a state. Ji-hee was the foremost figure in the realm of metaphysics, on the brink of ascension, yet she had succumbed to the final tribulation, believing her fate sealed. She was astonished to awaken as a different Ji-hee in another world. It appeared that the original owner, overwhelmed by the shock of her altered identity, had resorted to self-harm through medication. Ji-hee chose the word appeared for she was uncertain of the details. She had absorbed all the original owner's memories, save for the moments leading up to her demise, which remained hazy. Regrettably, she had little time to contemplate further before being expelled by her family. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence of the car. Although Ji-hee possessed the memories of the original owner, she had transitioned from the realm of cultivation and had yet to swiftly correlate those memories with contemporary technology. It was only when Li Yong glanced at her through the rear-view mirror that Ji-hee finally comprehended her situation. She retrieved her phone from her pocket, the screen displaying a contact labeled Liu Qiya, the original owner's agent. Upon answering the call, before she could utter a word, the other party unleashed a torrent of fury. Ji-hee, I thought that despite your lackluster acting skills and your poor temperament, at least you had the Ji family backing you, but now it turns out you are nothing but a counterfeit. Let me tell you, all those endorsements are coming to me, wanting to terminate our contracts. The company has been pouring money into promoting you, and now with this debacle, don't expect them to cover your breach of contract fees. The tone indicated she was fuming. Ji-hee replied in a flat voice, what exactly do you wish to convey? Endorsements? Breach fees? She comprehended each word Liu Qiya uttered, but struggled to piece them together. On the other end of the line, Liu Qiya's irritation intensified upon hearing Ji-hee's inquiry. Ji-hee, do you still think you're Miss Ji? A breach fee of 20 million. You better figure out how to handle it. If you don't compensate, prepare to face imprisonment. Moreover, be at the company tomorrow morning at 9 to sign the termination contract. The line went dead with a series of beeping sounds as the call was abruptly terminated. Ji-hee stared at her phone screen. After a moment, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Thanks to her formidable spiritual awareness, she assimilated the myriad memories in less than a second and quickly grasped the concept of breach fees. She swiftly accessed several banking applications on her phone. When the screen faded to black once more, Ji-hee's expression grew increasingly grim. The original owner typically relied on credit card transactions, and now, expelled from the Ji family, those cards were naturally rendered inactive. Calculating her resources, she realized she had less than 200 yuan to her name. He instinctively glanced at the man driving. If she were to request that bank card now, would he refuse? Even as the vehicle came to a halt at the foot of the mountain, she remained silent, accepting that 500,000 would signify her indebtedness to the Ji family, yet she did not desire such a favor. Moreover, 500,000 was but a pittance compared to 20 million. Miss Ji-hee, I can only take you this far. It looks like rain is on the horizon, and there's a bus stop over there. You can take the bus. Li Yong checked the time he needed to return to the villa to pick up Mr. Ji. Ji-hee retrieved her luggage from the car and cast a glance at Li Yong. She approached the driver's side and tapped on the window, saying to Li Yong, "When you drive today, keep a distance from the trees by the roadside. Consider it a token of gratitude." "For bringing me down the mountain, what?" Li Yong was momentarily taken aback, then turned to see Ji-hee walking towards the bus stop. Naturally, he dismissed her words and revved the engine, hastily driving up the mountain. The sky darkened ominously. Li Yong hurried back, and before the car had fully stopped, he spotted Ji Chen emerging from the Ji family villa. He quickly disembarked and opened the door for Ji Chen. "Mr. Ji, are we heading back to the company, to the Morning Glow?" Morning Glow is the largest club in City S, its enigmatic owner known only to a select few, yet Li Yong was aware that this elusive figure was an acquaintance of Mr. J.'d. Li Yong complied, starting the vehicle and descending the mountain. Barely a few minutes into the drive, raindrops began to pelt down. In an instant, the entire road was rendered damp. The windshield wipers sprang to life, and as Li Yong beheld the torrential rain before him, he was inexplicably reminded of Ji-hee's words, "When driving today, keep a distance from the trees by the roadside." Casting a glance at the towering trees lining the road, Li Yong instinctively adjusted the steering wheel, distancing the car slightly. Upon completing this action, he found himself chuckling at his own behavior. "Engage less in matters that do not concern you." Ji Chen's voice echoed from the back seat, causing Li Yong to stiffen. It seemed that the CEO had surmised his recent excursion with Ji-hee down the mountain. "Yes, CEO Ji." After responding, Li Yong recalled the bank card nestled in his pocket, preparing to report, when suddenly, a few dark shadows flashed before his eyes, accompanied by a resounding crash on the broad thoroughfare. A sleek black luxury car emitted a jarring screech of brakes. "CEO, are you unharmed?" Ji Chen's expression remained inscrutable, save for a few creases on his suit, evidence of the recent jolt. "Let's go check." "Understood." Li Yong swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he opened the car door. The rain poured relentlessly, wiping the water from his face. Li Yong surveyed the scene, only to discover a tree trunk, thick enough for two individuals to embrace, had crashed against the side of the vehicle. The lush branches swept across the roof. Comparing the distance, Li Yong gasped in shock. Had the car been merely half a meter further out, it would have been the trunk that struck the roof, rather than just the branches. A damaged vehicle was a minor issue, however. If anything were to befall CEO Ji, the consequences would be dire. He rushed to the side of the car. "CEO, there's a slight dent on the roof, but everything else seems fine. Shall I arrange for another vehicle to pick you up?" Ji Chen glanced at his watch before responding, "No need." When the boss speaks, he is always resolute. Li Yong refrained from further discussion, merely contacting the property management of the villa community to clear the roadway. Subsequently, he restarted the engine and continued towards their destination. Chapter 2. Ji-hee's misfortunes on the bus. Two young girls clutched their phones, their glances occasionally flitting across Ji-hee's face before they resumed their conversation in hushed tones. Ji-hee gazed out of the window, keenly aware that she was the subject of their scrutiny. As the bus approached the stop at Shishan Middle Road, the announcement rang out for passengers wishing to disembark. The vehicle came to a halt beside the sign, and Ji-hee stepped off, making her way to the rain-sheltered platform. Though she was still somewhat damp from the drizzle, she lingered a moment, gripping her suitcase, while two others, who had also just exited the bus, stood nearby. One of the girls was restrained by her companion. Yang, she's had it tough too." "Let us not," her friend insisted. "She deserves it. Don't drag me into this." With that, Li Yongyang broke free from her friend's grasp and hurried towards Ji-hee. "Ji-hee," she called. Ji-hee instinctively turned at the sound of her name. Li Yongyang momentarily lost her composure as their eyes met, while Lin Jing stared at Ji-hee, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Noticing the prolonged silence, Ji-hee inquired, "Do you need something?" Only then did the two girls snap back to reality, exchanging a knowing glance. Indeed, Ji-hee was renowned for her captivating beauty, with a visage that possessed an allure from every angle. Alas, It seemed she would soon be absent from the entertainment industry. The thought left both girls with a tinge of regret. Suddenly, Li Yangyang jolted, smacking her forehead as she remembered her purpose. She had come to warn Ji-hee, yet found herself mesmerized instead. Ji-hee, keep your distance from Chunga. He overlooked your status as a Miss G in the past, but you'll have to fend for yourself from now on. Li Yangyang's tone softened towards the end, unable to voice the harsher sentiments. Ji-hee, though somewhat confused, sensed the kindness in the girl's demeanor. She smiled slightly, replying, "Thank you for the advice." Li Yangyang's cheeks flushed, and she stammered, "No need to thank me. I just—" In the next moment, Ji-hee's face loomed larger in Li Yangyang's vision. Instinctively, she held her breath as Ji-hee scrutinized her intently, her brow furrowing after a moment. What's the matter? At a loss for where to direct her gaze, Li Yangyang felt as though she should push Ji-hee away, yet her hands hung limply by her sides, lacking any inclination to move. Ji-hee stepped back. "Do you have a brother?
Call him.
If you're late, you might lose those legs." The atmosphere turned palpably awkward at her words. Li Yangyang stared at Ji-hee as if she were a fool, her lips twitching. Lin Jing chuckled awkwardly. "Yangyang is an only child." Ji-hee shook her head. "You not only have a brother, but also a younger brother." Li Yangyang laughed, convinced that Ji-hee must have been through something distressing to speak so wildly. "My parents have only one daughter." "Are your parents still alive?" Ji-hee queried, her expression grave. Were it not for the seriousness in Ji-hee's demeanor, Li Yangyang would have certainly slapped her upon hearing such a remark. Ji-hee continued, "From your features, it appears your parents have passed away."
Ji-hee.
"I am aware that you have endured quite a lot these past few days, but if you wish to lose your mind, do not seek me out." Li Yangyang felt quite foolish for having initiated a conversation with Ji-hee. "Perhaps you could call your adoptive parents." Ji-hee's eyes sparkled with clarity as they fixated on Yangyang. Uncertain of her own thoughts, she found herself dialing her mother's number before she realized it. Soon, a voice echoed from the other end. "Yangyang, what is it?" Initially, she contemplated hanging up, but upon meeting Ji-hee's calm gaze, a ripple of emotion stirred within her. Deep down, she had always harbored a curiosity about why she bore little resemblance to her parents. Neighbors often remarked, "Yangyang is quite beautiful, yet she doesn't look much like the Li family." She had once inquired with her parents, to which her mother explained that she resembled her grandmother, attributing it to generational inheritance. Later, upon glimpsing photographs of her grandmother in her youth, she found her to be indeed lovely, yet still not resembling her. Li Yangyang pressed her lips together and finally asked, "Mom, am I really your biological daughter?" There was a brief pause on the other end before her mother responded with urgency, "Yangyang, of course, you are our daughter. Do not listen to what others say." Yangyang enjoyed a close relationship with her parents and was deeply attuned to their emotions, allowing her to detect the subtle dissonance in her mother's words. "Mom, are you hiding something from me?" After a lengthy silence, her mother finally spoke. "Yangyang, has your biological family contacted you?" At a loss for words, Yangyang struggled to swallow, while Lin Jing beside her widened her eyes in astonishment. "Someone said I have an older brother and a younger brother. Yangyang, your father and I did not intend to conceal this from you. We simply feared you might not be able to accept it. In truth, you were found by your father and me on the roadside. Years ago, the Li family was discovered to be unable to conceive. Despite this revelation, the couple's love remained steadfast, and they resolved to adopt a child. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, they found Li Yangyang abandoned by the roadside. They perceived her as a divine gift and decided to adopt her, relocating to a new city to provide her with a complete home, wishing to shield her from the knowledge of her abandonment. The rain gradually subsided. Ji-hee, listening intently to the conversation on the phone, interjected, "When you discovered Li Yangyang, surely there was something else?" Li Yangyang's adoptive mother hesitated momentarily, followed by the sound of rustling, as if searching for something. "Yes, there was a jade bracelet, with a small bell attached." As she spoke, the sound of the bell resonated through the phone. Ji-hee turned to Li Yangyang, asking, "Does that sound familiar to you?" Yangyang's expression reflected confusion as she struggled to comprehend Ji-hee's words. Yet Lin Jing seemed to recall something, her eyes widening further. She tapped Li Yangyang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Yangyang, didn't Chunga mention that his sister, who was abducted, wore a jade bracelet with a small bell? Moreover, Chunga is from the city." Xiao Zicheng, a popular figure in the entertainment industry, had garnered millions of fans and received numerous awards within just 2 years of his debut. He possesses an exquisite appearance, exuding an aura reminiscent of a charismatic older brother, and his fans affectionately refer to him as Chungo, while some playfully call him Orange. He has repeatedly stated in public that his foray into the entertainment industry was motivated by the quest to find his sister. The photograph of the jade bracelet has been viewed countless times by his devoted fans, Li Yongyang and Lin Jing, who wonder, how could it be? I cannot possibly be his sister. When Li Yongyang utters these words, there is a distinct wavering in her conviction. She feels that this day has transcended the enchantment of all her previous ones. First, she learns of her true lineage, and then discovers that her biological brother may very well be the idol she has adored for 2 years. At this moment, even if someone were to claim she was an extraterrestrial, she would find it more plausible. Chapter 3. A true crisis unfolds. 2 identical models of best friend mobile phones are placed side by side. Each screen displays a photograph of a dark green jade bracelet, adorned with a delicate golden bell. The only difference lies in the arrangement of the bracelets and the backgrounds of the photographs. Li Yongyang glances at her phone, then at Lin Jing's. She attempts to discern the differences between the 2 bracelets, but her efforts prove futile. Lin Jing observes her silent friend, contemplating whether to speak, yet ultimately refrains. She looks towards Ji He, and after a moment, shudders. She recalls Ji He's initial words. You mentioned that Yongyang's brother would encounter trouble. Was that true? Prompted by Lin Jing's reminder, Li Yongyang begins to contemplate this matter. If Xiao Ziqing is indeed her brother, then the individual Ji he referred to as being unable to save his legs must be Xiao Ziqing. Li Yongyang inhales sharply. Xiao Ziqing, a talented performer who debuted through a talent show, is someone she cannot fathom losing his legs. There is no news on Weibo regarding Chungo's predicament. Lin Jing scrolls through her phone, her fingertips gliding swiftly across the screen. In such circumstances, it is either that someone is suppressing the news, or that Xiao Ziqing has encountered an incident that remains unknown to the public. The latter possibility is exceedingly plausible. Lin Jing lifts her head, stating, I have sent an email to the studio. Chen Yujie has been employed at Xiao Ziqing's studio for half a year, working alongside another colleague to manage the studio's email correspondence. Most of the messages are from fans expressing their affection, while a significant portion consists of collaboration invitations from various brands. As usual, she opens the inbox, finding some fan letters containing attachments, which she downloads and reviews, saving any that may be of use. As for the brand invitations, she meticulously filters them for her colleague, manager Yao Qian, to handle. Ding. Another email arrives in the inbox. The sender's nickname reads, Chung Ji's stage fan. Chen Yujie recognizes this nickname, as the individual frequently shares well-edited stage clips of Xiao Ziqing, several of which the studio has utilized. However, upon glancing at the subject line, her brow furrows. Xiao Ziqing is in trouble. Hurry and save him. She suspects the sender might be dreaming. The studio would surely be the first to know of any incident involving Xiao Ziqing. There is no way they would need someone else to alert them. Ding ding ding. A series of emails arrived in quick succession, all bearing the same subject line. As Chen Yujie gazed at the row of messages in her inbox, even her skepticism began to waver, a sense of unease creeping in. Was this a prank? Suppressing her irritation, she cast the emails into the trash one by one. Yujie, your milk tea, a colleague offered, handing her a cup. Chen Yujie accepted it, forcefully inserting the straw. Noticing her demeanor, her colleague inquired, What's wrong? Who upset you? It's that fan who frequently sends stage edits, she replied. Today, out of the blue, they sent multiple emails claiming something has happened to Chunga. ISN, tea that a curse? Really? Could they be a hater? Her colleague asked, surprised. After a moment of contemplation, they added, Perhaps we should inform Sister Yao. After all, we've used several of her videos before. What if there is something amiss? You're right, Chen Yujie realized, hastily dialing Yao Qian. When Yao Qian answered, she had just emerged from the bathroom. Listening to Chen Yujie, she remained composed. Remove the previous videos, save those emails, and make sure to copy all the messages this person has sent before. After hanging up, Yao Qian changed her clothes and sent a message to Xiao Ziqing. Vacation is over. The banquet is at 6 tonight. Don't be late. However, by the time she descended and entered the car, Xiao Ziqing had yet to respond. Puzzled, Yao Qian opened the chat. It had been 8 minutes since she sent her message, which was unusual for him. He typically replied promptly, always concerned about missing any updates regarding his sister. Hesitating for a moment, she decided to call him. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. This was even stranger. Xiao Ziqing had just finished his concert tour, and she had given him a 3-day break. Throughout those days, she had often contacted him, primarily about work, and he had never ignored her calls. Chun Yujia's mention of the emails flashed through her mind, causing her expression to shift. Could something truly be amiss? The rain had ceased. Li Yongyang and Lin Jing anxiously stared at their phones. Ji He, initially intending to leave, halted upon seeing their expressions. Do you have any photos of Xiao Ziqing? I can help you look further. Yes, we do. Li Yongyang and Lin Jing quickly opened their albums, each possessing a folder dedicated to Xiao Ziqing's pictures. Ji He perused a few, then sighed. Do you have any unedited photos? They need to be clearer. The makeup in those images obscured his features too much. Li Yongyang promptly selected a photo. How about this one? It was an ID picture with a blue background. Xiao Ziqing's deep-set eyes were accentuated by a beauty mark beneath his left eye. When the photo was first released online, it ignited fervent discussions. Hailed as the most stunning ID photo. Perfect. Ji He took Li Yongyang's phone, studying the image intently. After a moment, she remarked, to the northwest, there are many cherry blossom trees and hot springs. It's very dark around him, as if he is buried under something. Is that all? Li Yongyang listened to Ji He's description, feeling a sense of despair. This is far too vague. How could one possibly locate someone? Ji He returned the phone to her, reassuringly stating that they should relay this information to the person who will contact them shortly. She would find him. I must take my leave now. She nodded at Li Yongyang and Lin Jing before turning to drag her suitcase away. Ji He, wait a moment. Li Yongyang attempted to step forward to stop her, but was interrupted by the ringing of Lin Jing's phone. It was an unfamiliar number. Lin Jing answered the call, and a woman's urgent voice came through. Are you aware that Xiao Ziqing is in trouble? Where is he? Who are you?
Li Yanyan Inkirat.
I am Yao Qian, Xiao Ziqing's manager. We have lost contact with him. If you know where he is, please inform us. We are unaware, but someone mentioned he is in the northwest, surrounded by numerous cherry blossom trees and hot springs. Upon learning that the caller was Yao Qian, Li Yongyang promptly relayed everything Ji He had said. On the other end, upon hearing Li Yongyang's words, Yao Qian's first reaction was to dismiss it as a joke, but soon, as if recalling something, her expression shifted dramatically. Send someone to Yushan Sanatorium. Chapter 4, Trending Topic. At 7 in the evening, a piece of news rapidly ascended to the top of the trending topics within 2 minutes. Xiao Ziqing involved in a mudslide, feared to be paralyzed. Countless netizens flooded the comment section. Jin Shenjiwen. Oh my, is this true? Xiao Ziqing Studio. Please clarify immediately. Mirrorfish, spreading rumors about Cheng Ji's accident, and scrupulous media, expect a lawyer's letter. Happy to the point of blurriness. The place in the picture seems familiar. Is it Yushan Road? I saw an ambulance when I passed by. As this comment emerged, many others followed suit, inquiring for more details. However, some of Xiao Ziqing's fans angrily defended him, accusing others of seeking attention. Yet, within merely a minute, this comment was elevated to the top due to Xiao Ziqing Studio making an official statement. Xiao Ziqing Studio. Xiao Ziqing has indeed encountered an accident and has been taken to the hospital. We will keep everyone informed of subsequent developments. Jin Shenjiwen. Wowu, Chengge? Please don't come to harm. Cheng Rant's dog. Wealthy and glamorous edition. Are there any friends in the city? Let us form a group to go to the hospital and pray for Chengge. Ji He sat on the sofa, perusing her phone for a while before setting it aside. She surveyed her surroundings. It was a modest apartment, not particularly spacious. A gift from Ji mother for the original owner's coming of age. However, the original owner had deemed the space too small, spending most of her time at the Ji family's ancestral home or, when work required, opting for a hotel stay. Thus, aside from basic furnishings, the apartment contained little else. This was the sole property registered under the original owner's name. Curiously, had it not been for Ji mother's insistence on placing the original owner's name on the title deed, she would likely have had nowhere to call home. The Ji family treated the original owner well, providing for her every need in an exquisite manner. Yet, through the original owner's memories, Ji He sensed a hint of manipulation. All expenditures were charged to a supplementary card, leaving her own bank account devoid of any funds. The heiresses known to the original protagonist each possessed dozens of shops, or, at the very least, several luxury vehicles. However, the original protagonist has none. It seems the Ji family had long prepared for this day, allowing the original protagonist to leave with nothing. The following day, Ji He awoke on the sofa, lifting the coat that covered her. The bedroom contained a bed, but it was merely a mattress, far less comfortable than the sofa. Her phone had inexplicably shut off. Ji-hee retrieved the charger to revive her phone. And as the screen illuminated, an avalanche of messages flooded in. Missed calls and texts, among which were several news notifications. Xiao Ziqing out of danger at 3 a.m. The attending physician of Xiao Ziqing stated that had the rescue arrived a few minutes later, both of his legs would have been lost. Ji-hee throws a tantrum on set, having harassed and barged into Xiao Ziqing's room. Xiao Ziqing is safe. Xiao Ziqing's fans rushed to the hospital at midnight to pray for their idol. Amidst the myriad of news concerning Xiao Ziqing, Ji-hee spotted her own name, albeit still associated with Xiao Ziqing. She casually clicked on the news and skimmed through it, gaining a clearer understanding. With the original protagonist's sudden downfall, past scandals had resurfaced. Ji-hee glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 o'clock. She gathered her belongings and set off for Tsanqing Entertainment Company. At exactly 9, she arrived punctually at her manager Lu Qia's office. Had I known this would happen, no amount of pressure from the Ji family would have led me to sign you. Lu Qia's exclaimed. Look at the mess you've made. We don't even know where to begin cleaning it up. Ji-hee maintained a calm demeanor, aware that the company owner had a favorable relationship with Ji Chen. The original protagonist had insisted on entering the entertainment industry, which was facilitated by Ji Chen's connections. Under the guise of a Ji family heiress, she had received the utmost treatment upon joining the company, unlike the current condescending attitude from Lu Qia's. Here is the contract for termination. Sign it quickly. As for the penalties for the other contracts, you can figure that out yourself. Lu Qia's tossed a pile of contracts onto the table, her impatience evident. Ji-hee first picked up the termination contract to review, then examined the others one by one. Noticing her serious scrutiny, Lu Qia's expression shifted slightly as she urged, What is there to look at? Just sign your name. If I do not examine them closely, how will I know if there are any issues with these contracts? Ji-hee raised her gaze to Lu Qia's, her eyes dark and profound, evoking an unsettling chill. Lu Qia shivered slightly. How could there possibly be problems with the contracts? Besides, you don't understand them anyway. I may not comprehend contracts in their entirety, but I know which ones I personally signed, and which ones did not pass through my hands. Ji-hee selected 3 contracts and laid them out on the table. Can you tell me when I signed these contracts? Lu Qia's breath quickened, her gaze darting nervously over the contracts, betraying her anxiety. She licked her lips. It's normal not to remember. You merely glanced at those contracts before signing, didn't you? How could you possibly recall? Is that so? Perhaps I could seek someone to authenticate the handwriting? Or perhaps enlist the police to assist with an investigation. Lu Qia's eyelids fluttered as she hastily stepped forward to remove the 3 contracts, likely an inadvertent mistake on my part. Ji-hee, however, merely smiled in silence, efficiently signing all the documents. Before departing, she cast a lingering glance at Lu Qia's and remarked, Those who traverse the night roads often find themselves in peril. Lu Qia's lips twitched, retorting, Is that so? You do well to mind your own affairs. The one in trouble now is you. Ji-hee chose not to respond further and turned away. As she exited Tsanqing, Ji-hee glanced back at the office building behind her, letting out a sigh. Now. She bore a staggering debt of 20 million. Just as Ji-hee pondered how to earn some money, a growl echoed from her stomach. She discreetly lowered her gaze, confirming the sound source. The rumble continued. Ji-hee's cheeks flushed slowly. Even in the absence of onlookers, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Neither she nor the original owner had ever experienced hunger since birth, let alone emitted such a shameful noise. She gently patted her stomach and surveyed her surroundings, spotting a convenience store. 411 convenience store. Ji-hee pushed the door open, and with a cheerful chime, she stepped inside. At the cashier stood an employee clad in a bright red uniform, who glanced at Ji-hee before returning to his phone. Ji-hee was accustomed to her mother's fragile health, which necessitated a diet meticulously curated by nutritionists. Consequently, the original owner held high standards regarding food and had never indulged in the instant offerings of such stores. Though Ji-hee recognized the names of these items, she was uncertain of their flavors and thus randomly selected a few that appeared acceptable, scrutinizing the packaging. The cashier rang up her purchases, totaling 50 yuan. Ji-hee winced slightly. For just a few items, she had spent a quarter of her money. Chapter 5. Time to return home and check in. Should this be heated? The cashier inquired, holding up a black pepper beef rice. Ji-hee hesitated, but he did not wait for her response, promptly tossing it into a rectangular container. Soon, the cashier handed the meal to Ji-hee, cautioning her, Be careful, it's hot. Ji-hee took the steaming meal and sat down in the convenience store's dining area. Even with the memories of the original owner, everything felt remarkably novel. She scooped a spoonful of rice and placed it in her mouth. To her surprise, it was quite palatable. Ji-hee's eyes brightened a little, and she began to savor it more earnestly. When Li Yong pushed open the door and entered, he beheld this very scene. Coincidentally, today Mr. Ji had business at Sanqing Entertainment, and he was set to escort her to the company before returning home to rest. However, he had overheard at the front desk that Miss Ji was there to sign a termination contract. Initially, he had no desire to disturb her, but the events of the previous day lingered in his mind. Before he realized it, he found himself outside the convenience store, observing Ji-hee enjoying her meal with evident delight. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately approached her. "Miss Ji, it's you." Ji-hee, upon seeing him, showed no surprise, continuing to chew on a crab stick. Li Yong settled beside her, hesitating for a long while before finally speaking. "Miss Ji, how did you know that the tree would fall?" Ji-hee finished her last bite of food, wiped her mouth, and replied, "I do not know when a tree will fall, but yesterday I discerned from your countenance that you would face a calamity involving blood." "A calamity involving blood?" Li Yong's eyes widened. "Then, Miss Ji, am I still in danger?" "Not anymore." Ji-hee shook her head. Li Yong immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. He glanced at Ji-hee, hesitantly asking, "Miss Ji, this may be somewhat presumptuous, but could you assist me in ascertaining whether my niece is in any trouble?" "I understand the protocols. Please name your price." He had been pondering this matter since yesterday. Having worked in the Ji family for many years, he had never witnessed Miss Ji engage in any form of mysticism or fortune-telling. However, the situation concerning his niece was indeed enigmatic. He was not an unwavering materialist, especially after having brushed so closely with death the day before. Now, as he observed Ji-hee, he felt an intriguing aura of mystery emanating from her. Perhaps he simply did not understand Miss Ji at all, just like the $500,000 he had assumed she would accept, only to have her refuse without a second thought. Ji-hee's hands paused. She had almost forgotten about this aspect. Although she had lost her cultivation and possessed no other skills, she did have the ability to tell fortunes. Fortune-telling could be profitable. Ji-hee regarded Li Yong, her expression so grave that he began to wonder if there was something amiss with his own appearance. What do you think would be an appropriate fee? Honestly, Ji-hee had little concept of money in this world. She was exceedingly poor, having barely over 200 yuan. She had just spent 50, but simultaneously burdened with debts amounting to 20 million. Thus, she was uncertain about what price to set. Li Yong, even more uncertain, countered with a question of his own. "Miss Ji, how much do you wish to charge?" Ji-hee furrowed her brow, contemplating before tentatively suggesting, "Would 2,000 suffice?" This way, she would only need to predict 1,000 times to clear her debts. 2,000? Li Yong found it hard to believe. Although he was merely a driver, having served the Ji family for many years made him a trusted associate. In affluent circles, many believed in feng shui, and those masters often charged upwards of 1 million. Even for the most trivial matters, the fee would typically start in the tens of thousands. Moreover, Miss Ji was a member of the aristocracy, at least she once was. He approached this with a trial-and-error mindset. If he could afford it, he would go to great lengths to enlist her aid. To his astonishment, she requested only 2,000. No wonder Miss Ji had refused that $500,000 without batting an eye. It seemed she was entirely indifferent to money. Li Yong's response made Ji-hee feel somewhat guilty. Had she set her price too high? "The price is negotiable," she quickly added. No, Li Yong insista. "I will transfer the amount to you now." He immediately took out his phone to make the transfer, adding her on WeChat as well. As Ji-hee observed her balance increase by 2,000 yuan, she nodded in satisfaction. She put away her phone and said, "Considering you are my first client, if you seek my services again in the future, I can offer you a 10% discount, but this will be exclusive to you."
"Thank you, Miss Ji." Li Yong,
having gained such a significant advantage, could hardly contain the smile spreading across his face. Ji-hee cast a peculiar glance at him and said, "Let us go meet your niece." "After you." Li Yong hastily rubbed his cheeks, about to open the door when he noticed Ji-hee approaching the cashier. Ji-hee regarded the young cashier with a deep look. Though fate had dealt him a harsh hand, he was of good character and had accumulated a fair amount of merit through his kindness. It seemed he relied on his meager salary to engage in charitable acts, supporting underprivileged students in their studies. With a sigh, Ji-hee stood before the cashier and spoke. "You have a good relationship with your grandmother, don't you? If you hurry back now, you might catch a glimpse of her one last time." The cashier was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow, responding, "We have no grievances between us. Why would you curse my grandmother?" I apologize, Ji He replied before exiting the convenience store. Li Yong cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Yupeng, advising, you should heed Miss Ji's words. It would be good to visit the elderly lady. Puzzled, the cashier watched the two depart and then turned his attention back to his phone. However, in the next moment his phone began to ring. It was a call from his uncle, someone he hadn't spoken to in ages. He abruptly looked up at Ji He's retreating figure. Could it be? With a heart full of trepidation, he answered the call. On the other end, his uncle's voice was laced with tears. Lindsay, you need to come back quickly. Your grandmother, she may not have much time left. His mind reeled as if struck by lightning, leaving him completely frozen. In the car, Li Yong was discussing his niece's situation with Ji He. It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but my niece, Xiaoya, hasn't he started working after graduating from university? Instead, she has taken to live streaming. Initially, she created makeup videos, but somehow she began exploring haunted locations. I advised her and her parents several times, but they were unconvinced. Since she had gone there few times without incident, we thought little of it. But this time, Li Yong sighed, seated in the passenger seat. Ji He remained silent, rapidly processing Li Yong's words. It had been over half a month, and Xiaoya still lay in a coma in the hospital. Her parents had consulted numerous doctors, all declaring her physically sound, yet they could not explain why she remained unresponsive. Li Yong glanced at Ji He, struggling to articulate. Miss Ji, they are unaware of my reasons for seeking you out. If possible, please refrain from mentioning this matter when we arrive. I fear they may have too high of hopes. Ji He pondered for a moment, noting the expression on Li Yong's face and understanding his concerns. Although he had sought her assistance, it was not entirely born of trust. Rather, it was a desperate gamble fueled by her earlier suggestion. Reflecting on this, Ji He felt that her decision to remain in the car was a gesture of goodwill, considering the 2,000 yuan she had been offered. In the realm of cultivation, countless individuals had exerted themselves to seek her counsel, yet here she was, met with skepticism multiple times. A sigh escaped her lips. It was indeed a delicate matter. Chapter 6. Is that not Ji He? The hospital was not far away, just a 10-minute drive. Li Yong led Ji He to the ward. Inside, apart from the comatose Li Xiaoya lying on the bed, there were two other individuals present. The door was opened by Li Xiaoya's mother, while a young man stood beside the bed. As the individual fiddled with his mobile device, his eyes flickered upon noticing Ji He. Li Yong cast a puzzled glance at the man and addressed Xiaoya's mother, saying, Sister-in-law, I came to check on Xiaoya. Xiaoya's mother, her voice slightly hoarse, replied, Thank you for your concern. The burden of her daughter's illness had caused a noticeable increase in the gray strands of hair at her temples. Upon seeing Ji He, she paused momentarily. And who might this be? Sister-in-law, this is
Li Yong faltarat.
Having been so preoccupied with not letting his elder brother and sister-in-law discover the purpose of Ji He's visit, that he forgot to concoct a plausible explanation. He cast a discreet glance at Ji He, hoping she would grasp his intent and fabricate a reason. Ji He raised an eyebrow and candidly stated, I heard your daughter has encountered some peculiar circumstances, and I am here at her request to assist. A hint of resignation crossed Xiaoya's mother's face. She glanced at Li Yong, recognizing his goodwill. Please excuse my surprise, do come in. As Ji He entered the hospital room, Li Yong stepped closer, whispering, Miss Ji, did we not agree on this? Did I ever promise? Ji He's tone was calm yet incisive. Li Yong was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words to counter her, for indeed, she had not explicitly made any promises. Ji He sensed a scrutinizing gaze and looked up to find the young man observing her. Upon meeting her gaze, he seemed to confirm something, murmuring a word to Xiaoya's mother before departing the room. Xiaoya's mother clarified to Li Yong that was a friend of Xiaoya, here to visit her. Ji He's attention shifted to the bed where Li Xiaoya lay, connected to various devices. In her comatose state, she could only sustain her daily metabolism through nutrient solution, rendering her notably frail, with especially pronounced hollows in her cheeks. Witnessing his niece in such a state, Li Yong could hardly bear to look longer. He turned to Xiaoya's mother and asked, Sister-in-law, where's my brother? He stepped outside for smoke, she replied softly. Tenderly adjusting her daughter's hair, her gaze filled with warmth. Upon hearing this, Li Yong's expression reflected deep concern. His elder brother had been smoke-free for 3 years, and the reasons for his relapse were all too evident. Li Yong turned to Ji He, imploring, Miss Ji, I beg you to help Xiaoya. Isn't that precisely why I am here? Ji He advanced, extending her index finger to gently press against Li Xiaoya's forehead. Subsequently, She released her spiritual awareness, delving into Li Xiaoya's being. She had discerned yesterday that although she inhabited the original body, her soul remained her own. Despite her meager cultivation, she could still wield her spiritual awareness. However, the spiritual energy in this realm was dreadfully thin, insufficient to sustain her awareness for long.
Yet,
Probing Li Xiaoya was indeed feasible. Jihe guided her spiritual awareness to traverse within Li Xiaoya's body before gradually retracting it. Just as she had surmised, there was an emptiness within. Her soul was absent. Li Yong and Xiaoya's mother were oblivious to Jihe's actions, yet they both turned their hopeful gazes upon her as she withdrew her hand. Li Yong inquired, "Miss Ji, what is Xiaoya's condition?" "Her soul is missing, which is why she has remained in this state." "What? Her soul is missing?" Xiaoya's mother was stricken by Jihe's revelation, her face paling as she struggled to find words to respond. Li Yong was slightly more composed than her, yet still greatly unsettled. If the soul had vanished, should that person not be considered dead? "Miss Ji, have you made a mistake? It is lost, not gone," Jihe emphasized. "If we retrieve the soul and restore it to the body, she shall awaken." Li Yong inquired, "Where shall we search?" Jihe responded, "We must look where it was lost. Where did she fall unconscious?" Li Yong was momentarily at a loss. He only knew that his niece had ventured into a haunted location for an adventure, but the specifics eluded him. He glanced at Xiaoya's mother and asked, "Where did Xiaoya go?" "I do not know the address. I only know it was a hospital." Xiaoya's mother thought for a moment. Xiaoya's phone should have the records. Upon examining Li Xiaoya's phone, they indeed found the address. Li Yong's expression shifted as he recognized the location. Was it not the abandoned psychiatric hospital on the outskirts, notorious for a fire that had claimed dozens of lives? How could Xiaoya have ventured into such a place? At this juncture, blame was futile. The priority was to awaken Xiaoya. "Miss Ji, shall we head there now?" "Not so fast. The time is not yet ripe. We shall wait until midnight to assess the situation." When Jihe had previously examined Li Xiaoya's body, she sensed that the soul was ensnared in a certain locale. Yet the particulars remained uncertain until they arrived at the site. Li Yong nodded, preparing to escort Jihe back for some rest. He informed Xiaoya's mother briefly before leaving the ward with Jihe. Outside the ward, the young man who had exited earlier had not departed. Instead, he stood nearby, occasionally glancing at the ward door. Upon seeing Jihe emerge, he hurriedly approached and discreetly raised his phone. "Are you Jihe?" Jihe glanced at him and queried, "Are you seeking a fortune?" The astonishment on the man's face paled in comparison to the lively barrage of comments flooding his live stream. "Jihe? That 18-line star. The Miss Ji?" The previous commenter is mistaken. She is no longer a Miss Ji, merely a pseudo-phoenix expelled from the Ji family. Has Jihe lost her mind? Does she comprehend what she is saying? Fortune-telling, ha ha ha, is Jihe aiming for the charlatan vase route? Noticing his prolonged silence, Jihe reiterated, 2,000 for a reading. If you refuse, I shall take my leave. 2,000? That nearly equates to my half-month salary. Has Jihe truly become destitute? I entered here because of the live stream's title. Is it really Jihe? I have never heard of her possessing such abilities. Host, please adjust the camera. I want to see if Jihe truly resembles her photos, or if they are merely filtered. Why is the host silent? Respond to her. Let us see what she can predict. At that moment, Zhou Yang finally regained his senses. He had recognized Jihe while in the ward, which was why he had waited outside and begun the live stream. In recent days, aside from the incident involving Xiao Zaicheng, the most discussed topic online was none other than Jihe, who had overnight transformed from Miss Ji to the Ji family's adopted daughter. Naturally, the commentary was rife with schadenfreude and mockery. In recent years, Jihe has made little impact in the entertainment industry, with her only notoriety stemming from her habit of seeking attention through encounters with prominent figures, which has earned her a considerable amount of disdain. This paradoxically accounts for why, despite being a mere 18-tier actress, her name is still widely recognized. Nevertheless, the notoriety that comes with mingling in the entertainment circle, no matter how tarnished, far surpasses that of a small internet celebrity. Seizing this serendipitous opportunity, Zhou Yang was determined not to let it slip through his fingers. He glanced at his phone screen, and within mere seconds, the number of viewers in his live stream surged from dozens to 2,000, as numerous fans of idols, eager to witness the downfall of Jihe, flocked to the broadcast. The audience count continued to rise at an astonishing rate, and the barrage of comments increased exponentially, either questioning Jihe or lambasting her. Zhou Yang marveled at the situation. It was no surprise that Ji He was the most despised figure in the industry. Just as he was pondering this, the comment section was suddenly inundated with a flurry of rocket emojis. The system chimed in, "Thank you for the rocket sent by Ji He," wishing her to exit the entertainment industry, totaling 20. Ji He. Leave the entertainment industry. Just 2,000? I'll send 20,000, but it must be live-streamed in front of all of us. No tricks allowed. True fan of Orange, a small rocket has been sent. Director of Qingshan Mental Institution. I'll send one too. Host, you must strike Ji He hard. A minor actress clinging to our Chungo every day. If she miscalculates, she must apologize live. Zhou Yang, being a mere small-time streamer, had never encountered such fervor. After a moment of shock, he realized that one small rocket equaled 1,000 yuan and 20 rockets amounted to 20,000, with his company taking half. And then splitting that with the platform, he would pocket 5,000, leaving him with 3,000 after deducting the 2,000 for the divination. Not to mention the rapidly increasing popularity of his stream. As he calculated, a grin spread across Zhou Yang's face. Seeing Ji He losing patience and preparing to leave, Zhou Yang hastily interjected, "I'll do the calculations." Chapter 7. Online debunking. Ji He nodded, halting her steps, and pulled out her phone to display her payment code. "Go ahead and pay." Zhou Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was it really that straightforward? Once he regained his composure, he retrieved his personal phone from his pocket and scanned her payment code. Before long, 2,000 yuan was credited to her account. Ji He appeared quite satisfied. It seemed that making money was not as challenging as she had imagined. If she calculated 3 fortunes a day, it would only take 3,334 days. 10 years? The once hopeful Ji He fell silent. Once the payment was completed, Zhou Yang discreetly lifted the phone he was using to stream. The rear camera aimed directly at Ji He. On the screen, her visage was unmistakably clear. Ji He's beauty was beyond dispute. Zhou Yang found himself momentarily entranced upon seeing her. Suddenly, the screen was devoid of comments, as if all viewers had been captivated by her striking beauty, forgetting to breathe. Moments later, an avalanche of comments flooded in. "I admit, Ji He's face is truly stunning. I was almost moved. Goodness, I was nearly suffocated by her beauty. Ji He's beauty is simply extraordinary." Upon seeing the recommendation on the homepage, I clicked in and was unexpectedly struck by her stunning visage. Ji He, leave the entertainment industry. Ha! What use is beauty if one's character is flawed? She deserves to be cast out like a stray dog by the Ji family. The director of Qingshan Mental Hospital remarked, "Exactly. You superficial admirers should not only focus on appearances. You can check Weibo, where her various scandals are still trending." Zhou Yang glanced at his phone screen. The moment Ji He appeared, the number of viewers in the live stream surged from a mere 2,000 to 7,000, and this figure continued to escalate at an alarming rate. He noticed a comment stating that they had entered from the homepage recommendation, and quickly opened the live streaming app on his personal phone. Indeed, his live stream was prominently displayed in the recommended section. This recommendation is ranked by real-time popularity. He was on the verge of becoming famous. Zhou Yang could hardly contain his excitement, his eyes sparkling as he watched Ji He. This was far from being universally criticized. She was clearly his lucky star. The 2,000 yuan spent was well worth it. "Miss Ji He, I am a streamer on the Shark platform, and my audience is quite curious about your fortune-telling abilities. They would like me to broadcast it live, so I hope you don't mind. Shall we find a place to sit and discuss this at leisure?" Ji He shook her head, saying, "No need. I'll leave after I finish speaking. Do not use any form of transportation today. When walking, refrain from looking at your phone. Pay attention to the road. And it would be best to go straight home without venturing out again." With that, Ji He turned and walked away, leaving no opportunity for Zhou Yang to persuade her otherwise. The comments section exploded. "What? 2,000 yuan for this? Has Ji He gone mad with poverty? Is she so shameless as to beg for money?" I went to watch the video, and indeed, my mother was right. The more beautiful the face, the more venomous the heart. Don't bombard her with attacks. There are many beauties in the entertainment industry, yet few possess such poor character as Ji He. What? I was just ready with my sunflower seeds, and it's over? Is Ji He scamming us? The streamer should chase after her to retrieve the money. Countless comments flooded the screen, obscuring the live stream's visuals. Zhou Yang was left in disbelief. What was happening? 2,000 yuan for a phrase that was clearly the ramblings of a charlatan. He felt utterly foolish. Yet, seeing the viewership exceed 10,000 and the gifts pouring in, He calculated that aside from the 20-some rockets, he had received dozens of magical books worth several hundred each, along with innumerable small gifts. In just this short span, he had earned more than he typically would in a month of streaming. By the time Leong had switched cars and delivered Jiha home, it was precisely 1 in the afternoon. The suitcase remained unopened by the door. Jiha took out her belongings, and aside from a few articles of clothing, the most valuable item was a laptop. This was a gift she had bought for herself when she had earned a sum of money, holding special significance to her. As she organized her luggage, she chose to take only this. Her phone buzzed several times. It was a WeChat message from Lu Qiya. Considering that Ji He is financially constrained yet willing to make amends, the company has decided to play the benevolent role, offering her a loan to facilitate her repayments in installments. By the end of this month, she is required to settle a penalty of 200,000. Today is the 22nd, which means she must amass this sum within a mere 8 days. In the past, the original owner of her identity could earn 500,000 from a single advertisement in just 3 days. However, Ji He has no intention of pursuing the previous owner's profession. She has never acted and lacks any interest in doing so. Consequently, she must devise alternative means to earn the necessary funds. Ji He opened her computer and navigated to the Shark live streaming platform. The homepage was replete with numerous streaming rooms, each adorned with eye-catching titles that left one somewhat dizzy. As she scrolled down, she spotted her own name, followed by familiar faces on the cover. It was the streamer she had encountered at the hospital. His nickname was Yang Yang de E, and the title of the stream was Ji He Can't Survive, Zhou Yang Online Debunking. As Ji He clicked into Zhou Yang's stream, she observed him addressing the camera. He announced that he would be outside for the entire day, asserting that if nothing untoward occurred, he would surely wield legal recourse to defend his rights. The streamer is quite entertaining. I've followed him. Ji He, leave the entertainment industry. If the streamer needs witnesses, Ji He is committing fraud, and we will testify on your behalf. Director of Qingshan Mental Hospital. Yes, we are your staunchest supporters. From Zhou Yang's backdrop, it appeared he was on a bus. With no seats available, he leaned against a pole, standing amidst the jostling of the uneven roadway. Zhou Yang continued to engage with his viewers in the chat, skillfully stirring their emotions. Having honed her skills over many years, Ji He had encountered countless individuals. Yet, she had never witnessed a collective embrace of madness and folly, reveling in the scripted theatrics that captivated the masses, aside from those enchanted by the arcane. Ji He sighed. Alas, she had said all that needed to be said, having fulfilled her obligation for the divination fee. Almost simultaneously with her exit from the stream, the bus jolted violently, causing Zhou Yang, who was standing nonchalantly, to lose his balance. His foot slipped, propelling him forward. A sharp crack echoed as Zhou Yang cried out, "My hand." Clutching his phone in his right hand, he could not evade the impending impact, and his arm collided forcefully with the pole ahead. The phone clattered to the ground. The audience in the streaming room, having heard the commotion, watched in astonishment as the camera angle shifted to an upward view. Zhou Yang remained in the frame, but his complexion had turned pale, and he clutched his right arm, gasping in pain. What happened to the streamer? I think I just heard the sound of a bone breaking. He can't have fractured something, can he? Some drivers are reckless, always navigating those bumpy roads. I once sustained an injury like that, fracturing my tibia and lying in the hospital for several months. YISNT anyone helping the streamer? The driver quickly halted the bus, approached to assess the situation, and immediately dialed for emergency assistance. Zhou Yang was in excruciating pain, sweat beading on his forehead. Each breath he took sending sharp pangs through the nerves in his arm. The ambulance arrived swiftly, and Zhou Yang boarded, leaving his phone, which was broadcasting live, abandoned by his side. Occasionally, anguished cries escaped his lips, echoing in the confined space. However, misfortune was not yet at an end. Halfway to the hospital, the rear tires of the ambulance inexplicably deflated. With only one spare tire aboard, the driver had no choice but to call for another ambulance. To their dismay, the replacement vehicle encountered an accident en route and had to stop to assist the injured. Fortunately, they were not far from the hospital, and Zhou Yang was helped from the ambulance and seated in a wheelchair by the medical staff, who then wheeled him toward the hospital. Clutching his phone in his intact left hand, he reassured his viewers in the live chat, "Everyone, there's no need to worry. We'll be at the hospital soon." Chapter 8. Just a mere divination, then the broadcast would end. At that moment, a sudden thud rang out. The wheelchair hit a bump, and Zhou Yang was thrown out, his head striking a large tree. The viewers, accustomed to the chaotic visuals, were no longer in a state of panic. Joie, the host's experience is rather tragic. Adorable little monkey. How did he encounter an accident while using any form of transportation? My goodness. He warned him against using transportation. It's chilling to consider. Devouring 3 children in one bite. Did he truly predict this accurately? By the way, does a wheelchair count as a mode of transport? It's just a script. Do you believe this? Clearly, he and the host are collaborating to create a buzz. Should we report this? He did not read further. She closed Zhou Yang's live stream and opened the paranormal category. This genre was relatively obscure, with few streams available. Some, like Li Xiaoya, engaged in ghost hunting adventures, while others explored haunted locations for ghostly games. After scanning through the offerings, he found only a handful of tarot and divination streams. Among them, one stood out with a significant following of over 100,000 fans. Curious, he clicked on it. The presenter appeared to fit the mold. Yet a mere glance at his divination technique revealed his complete lack of skill. He was nothing more than a charlatan. In a world already thinning in spiritual essence, metaphysics was equally diminished. As a venerable figure in metaphysics, he felt an indescribable sense of melancholy. However, in just a fleeting moment, she regained her composure. At that instant, a pop-up appeared on her screen, an initiative by the Shark platform to support new streamers. Any streamer who registered within the month could participate in this endeavor. Newcomers need not fret about an audience. The first broadcast would receive a 5-minute feature on the homepage. If they streamed for a full hour, they could secure an additional 10 minutes of promotion. Retaining viewers, however, would depend solely on the streamer's talent. By the end of the month, the Shark platform would compile data from all new streamers, with the top 3 earning rewards. If any newcomer could amass 300,000 followers during this period, they could sign a contract with the Shark platform with an annual salary starting at 1 million. 1 million. A staggering 6 zeros. With a spark of determination, he promptly clicked to register her account. When entering her nickname, she simply typed in the 2 characters, only to find that it was already taken. 3 recommended nicknames popped up beside her, and she chose 12390. The name of her live streaming room was straightforward: fortune-telling. Initially, she had typed in the 2 characters for fortune-telling, but the system prompted her to input at least 3 Chinese characters, so she added. With her account registered, she faced the challenge of how to begin her live stream. After fiddling for a while and visiting other live rooms for guidance, she felt somewhat prepared and finally initiated her first broadcast. At 3 in the afternoon, her live stream appeared at the end of the homepage recommendations. The cover was pitch black, as was the live room itself. Confused by the dark screen, she quickly realized her mistake. She had forgotten to turn on the camera. Once the camera was activated, the screen was no longer shrouded in darkness. Sitting on the sofa, with her computer placed on the coffee table, she had to lean down to be visible on the screen, a position that would be unflattering for most. Yet, she paid it no mind. As she settled in, a notification announced the entry of Into the Live Room. Mimicking other streamers, she greeted with a bright smile. Welcome. Soon after, exited and re-entered the room. Expressed confusion? She bypassed pleasantries and asked directly, fortune-telling? The influx of viewers began, whether due to share or the effect of being featured in the recommendations. A wave of people surged into her stream. The viewer count skyrocketed to 1,000 and continued to climb. The host's name is too? How is she so similar to the other? Is there a possibility that she is indeed? Is live? What an unexpected twist. 12. Dares to show her face? Isn't she afraid of fans of coming after her? Acting all high and mighty, bullying newcomers on set, should just leave the entertainment industry. Why is there everywhere? Can't we have some peace? Clearly, the 1,000 viewers had come specifically for herself. Unfazed by the barrage of comments, she observed the number of viewers rapidly approach 2,000 before addressing them. Welcome everyone to my live stream, fortune-telling. Each reading is 2,000 yuan. 12. Did I hear that correctly? Said she's doing fortune-telling? 2,000? My monthly living expenses are only 1,500. Are you robbing me? 10086. Unable to make it in the entertainment industry, she has come to be a charlatan. The family must be mortified. Can't change her ways. He reached out to adjust the cover of her notebook, causing the camera to sway slightly and capture the background behind her. She noticed a comment from a new user and replied, "Earning money by one's own merit is nothing to be ashamed of." The barrage of comments erupted forth. Am I seeing this correctly? Isn't Jihe's room rather too humble? Has the Ji family truly cast Ji aside? After 20 years, do they hold no affection whatsoever? Let us not be sanctimonious. The biological daughter has returned. What purpose does keeping the fake serve? Moreover, the Ji family has raised her for so long. They have shown great forbearance. As the comments became increasingly flamboyant, no one seemed inclined to discern the truth. Ji He, however, remained composed, sipping her tea. This particular teapot had been a gift from Leon. He was not fond of tea, and had brought it along when he returned to swap cars. It was brand new, still in its packaging. Meanwhile, the 5-minute promotional slot had long since concluded, yet Ji He's live stream continued to attract viewers. 2,000, 5,000. It was rapidly approaching 10,000. While the comments were filled with vitriol directed at Ji He, several remarks unexpectedly surfaced. Cute little monkey. I came from next door. The adjacent streamer sought Ji He as fortune-telling, and now they're in the hospital. My yi. I watched the entire incident. Ji He advised that streamer not to take any transportation and to walk home, but they disregarded her warning and ended up with a fractured arm from the bus. Suffered 2 flat tires in the ambulance and flew off a wheelchair, sustaining a head injury. Now they're getting stitches in the hospital. So, happy I'm blurry. The streamer is named Yang Dedi, and their live stream is already shut down. Those who wish to know more can check Weibo, where it has already made the trending list. Half an hour had passed since Ji He began her broadcast, with viewers engrossed in their own discussions in the comments. Paying her no heed, Ji He remained unperturbed, preparing a second pot of tea and occasionally glancing at the comments. Perhaps due to her unusual tranquility, some began to take notice of her. Xiao Bufan, isn't this a fortune-telling session? Why has she fallen silent? Blacklisted. Of course, she won't say anything without payment. I see she's merely seeking attention. Everyone should disperse and not give her any more hype. One bag at a time. By the way, from this angle, Ji He remarkably lacks a double chin. No wonder she is regarded as a beautiful vase in the entertainment industry. Ah, Shu. How can I save you? No matter how good the exterior, the interior remains ugly. Ji He's gaze swept over the comments until she finally noticed someone mentioning fortune-telling. She leaned closer to the screen, raised 3 slender fingers and spoke. Today, I shall only conduct 3 readings. Once completed, I will conclude the live stream. Chapter 9. Your grandfather. Entrepreneurship. Fund me. She then added, each reading is 2,000, but today, for my first live stream, it will be free. The comments erupted once more. Little Moon, haha. Zhou Yang is at a loss. It was 2,000 earlier, and now it's free. Ah Shu, how can I save you free? There must be a catch. Bear baby, I'll take the free offer. If it's accurate, I'll send you a tip. Leafy yelling. How does the streamer choose participants? Is it random? Jia had previously familiarized herself with the functionalities of the live streaming platform, realizing that the Shark platform allowed for simultaneous connections with 3 individuals. She clicked the connection feature, and the screen transformed, dividing into 4 segments, with Jiha's face occupying the upper left corner. Shortly thereafter, the other 3 segments illuminated, revealing 3 individuals on the screen. Shinran's dog, wealthy version. Wow, that was sudden. Guazier, who's so quick with their fingers? I haven't even clicked yet and 1 spot is already gone. Mimup, you all are more skillful than those elderly folks snatching vegetables. To her astonishment, she had managed to secure a spot. Hello? The boy in the lower right corner remained silent, prompting Jiha to move her mouse and mute the microphones of the 2 individuals below, leaving only the upper right corner unmuted. The upper right segment displayed a girl with twin ponytails, and judging by her surroundings, it appeared she was in a university dormitory. Hello? Jiha glanced at her username, Xiong Baobao. This name was familiar to her. She was one of the earliest viewers to enter the live stream and had previously engaged in the chat, even expressing her intention to make a donation just moments ago. Guang, what a cute young lady, just my style. Mo sure Mo Wang. Quickly ask the host for the lottery numbers for the next draw. Xian sure Xiao Taohua. Jiha is about to start charming people. Xiong Baobao chuckled. Sister Jiha, I won't put you in a tough spot. Could you help me predict whether I'll find love in college? Jiha's gaze swept across her face as she replied, your marriage palace is full and harmonious. You and your husband will share a deep affection and strong bond. You grew up together as childhood sweethearts, both each other's first loves. Though you may encounter minor hurdles, they will not affect your feelings for one another. Therefore, there are matters you should discuss with your husband before making decisions. Xiong Baobao, initially leaning on her desk, sat up straight, her hand instinctively resting on her abdomen. Just as Jiha had stated, She and her husband had been childhood friends who naturally became a couple in high school, with both parents supporting their relationship. Upon reaching the legal marriage age, they decided to wed, coincidentally earning college credits for obtaining their marriage certificate. She had deliberately posed the question about finding love, hoping to amuse herself at Jiha's expense. Who would have thought that a college student could already be married? To her surprise, Jiha had accurately predicted it.
Wow.
Filled with astonishment, Xiong Baobao's respect for Jiha grew immensely. She began to contemplate whether to share her current dilemma openly. A week prior, she had discovered she was pregnant. However, her husband was preparing for civil service examinations, and she feared that revealing this news might affect his focus. Moreover, they had yet to enter the workforce, and their future remained uncertain. Could she truly carry this child to term? Hesitantly, Xiong Baobao spoke. What if he doesn't want it? You have known each other for many years. Can you not trust him with this? Jiha interjected, sensing that not all matters were meant to be revealed to outsiders. Xiong Baobao bit her lip, as if arriving at a decision. I understand now. Thank you. With that, her screen went dark. Xiong Baobao sent a rocket. System notification. Bear Baby has received the Super Fan Badge from the streamer. The Shark platform offers a plethora of gift styles at varying prices. Yet simply by following the streamer and donating over 1,000, one can obtain the streamer badge. Bear Baby leaves the live broadcast room. This all transpired swiftly. By the time the viewers in the live stream responded, Bear Baby had already exited. Yun Qingqing. Why did the young lady leave? She hasn't even said whether she guessed correctly. With June Boy, don't be foolish. She has already sent gifts. Do you really think she hasn't guessed right? Guazi Air. No way. The young lady looks so young, still in college, and she's already married? Luo Yu. There are quite a few who get married while in university nowadays. Regardless, let us wish her well. What a script. They're really acting it out convincingly. A bunch of fools, and they actually believed it. He clicked on the microphone in the lower left corner, and the screen displayed a man in golden-rimmed glasses, appearing to be in his 30s. The other party was eager, and as soon as the mic opened, he exclaimed, I want to know the winning lottery numbers for the next draw. I don't calculate that. He replied, promptly kicking the man out of the connection. Indeed, it's fake. If he could predict, why wouldn't he predict the lottery numbers? Everyone wishes to become wealthy overnight. Perhaps the streamer wants to buy tickets secretly. With one less person calculated, do we still have a chance? He, uninterested in explanations, opened the mic for the last individual. This one was quite intriguing, named Saifu, who seemed to be in his 20s, wearing a white tank top with a handsome appearance. Though the dark circles under his eyes marred his charm, he appeared to be devoid of spirit, speaking in a drifting manner. Streamer. Why do I dream of my grandfather every night asking me to burn paper for him? I've been doing it for half a month. Yet I still dream of him daily. His voice carried a tone of sorrowful accusation, but it did not deter the barrage of laughter in the comments. Yumoomeo Xuan now. He must be an unfilial son. Otherwise, why would his family be pestering him? Question sweater. Ha ha, if he has told to burn paper, then just do it. Why act as if he has been played by rich women? Can't think of a name. Young man, take care of your health. Overexertion leads to ruin. The handsome Chong Wei felt a bitter pang upon reading the comments. His grandfather had passed away 6 months ago, and he could not recall when it began, but he constantly dreamed of him. In his youth, his grandfather ventured into the rice trade, amassing considerable wealth. Later, the family underwent renovations, resulting in several buildings being divided among them. Yet, his grandfather always led by example, teaching his descendants the importance of frugality. Thus, Chong Wei had been diligent and conscientious from a young age, often traveling for work. Little did he expect that this would prevent him from attending his grandfather's funeral. He had thought his grandfather was scolding him for not being able to see him one last time before passing. Consequently, he visited his grandfather's grave to pay respects, bringing an assortment of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. However, that very night, he dreamt of his grandfather scolding him harshly, berating him for being so stingy and not knowing to burn paper money. Before he could explain himself, he heard his grandfather impatiently urging him to burn the money, insisting it was necessary for later use. The following day, he procured a stack of gold and silver ingots, along with burning the banknotes of Tiandi Bank. However, tranquility lasted merely 3 days. Just as he dreamt of an intimate encounter with a beautiful woman, she abruptly transformed into his grandfather, her wrinkled visage spitting forth a torrent of invective. From that moment on, The daily ritual of burning paper and enduring midnight scoldings became his new normal. He was utterly overwhelmed. He calculated with his fingers. Recently, inflation had escalated and competition from abroad was intensifying. Your grandfather was striving in the afterlife and was in need of funds. Life Fu's virtual alter ego, Changwei, received a thorough thrashing. The barrage of comments erupted once more. Luo Yu, I'm dying of laughter. Starting a business down there is quite something. Just that one line turned me from a hater to a fan. Suzy Lean, haha, Jihee's serious demeanor is utterly hilarious.
Ao Gil, brother.
Make sure to burn more paper at home. If it doesn't work out, I'll help you burn some, haha. Jihee added. You should sleep early tonight and communicate with your grandfather about how much more is needed. If you burn it all at once, everything will be fine. However, since your grandfather has been visiting you in dreams for a long time, he has accumulated some negative energy. Just ensure he gets plenty of sunlight. Though he was entirely skeptical, Changwei found himself at a loss for words. The situation seemed increasingly absurd. Once the matter was resolved, he ended his connection with Life Fu's virtual persona. There was still one slot available, so he refrained from connecting randomly. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted him. Diamond Master Foam has entered the live stream. This notification was bold and enlarged, drifting across the center of the live stream with a long, flamboyant rainbow trail, exuding ostentation. On the Shark platform, apart from the fan banners of various streamers, there existed a unique category of insignia divided into 3 tiers: Gold, Diamond, and Supreme. To acquire such an insignia, one would need to spend at least $1 million on the Shark platform, while the Diamond insignia began at $10 million. The Supreme tier was even more exclusive, requiring investments in the hundreds of millions, with no more than 5 in existence, one of which belonged to the platform's clandestine owner. Chapter 10. Kindred Spirits, Too Generous. Master Foam has gifted a spaceship. X3. Like a beacon drawing everyone's attention, Master Foam consecutively presented 3 spaceships, each one bestowed individually. The spaceships, valued at 5,888 each, filled the live stream screen with their celebratory effects. Jihee, I also wish to calculate a bit. You wouldn't refuse an old friend, would you? Even if your calculations are inaccurate, I won't demand repayment. Consider it a gift. However, you must publicly apologize to Yang Yun on Weibo. The Diamond comments differed from those of ordinary users, with larger frames and more striking text, rendering them impossible to overlook. Yi Ling, in my lifetime, I can actually witness a diamond. Master Foam, notice me. AI Shu, wow, I'm claiming a front row seat. Ling Ling 12, an old friend? It seems we're in for a good show. Thankfully, I didn't exit the stream just now. Qing Dan Xiaowei, the name Yang Yun sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. I love all but you. I know, Yang Yun is the new actress who was slapped by Jihee on set. She is an utterly charming young lady. Jihee observed the 3 spaceships displayed in the backstage, her eyebrows arching slightly. Over 10,000 yuan. Indeed, a significant patron had arrived. Well, although she intended to select another audience member for a complimentary interaction, the generosity was simply overwhelming. A true benefactor. Young Master Foam applied to connect, and Jihee readily accepted. Soon, the screen illuminated. The first sight that captured her attention was a vivid red. Young Master Foam sported a head of burgundy hair, his collar casually undone, revealing a glimpse of his chest, exuding a carefree and rebellious aura. He reclined on a beach chair, with a backdrop of azure skies, fluffy clouds, and sandy shores. Merely gazing upon the scene was enough to ensnare the hearts of his adoring fans. "Ah, so handsome, Mom. I think I'm in love," exclaimed one fan. "Rich and good-looking. Oh, dear goddess Nuwa, I must surely be your discarded little speck of mud," lamented another. "Does the young gentleman still seek a partner? I am willing." Another chimed in. "Ladies in front, don't even think about it. Haven't you seen the news? This is the young master of the He family, He Foam. There are a multitude of suitors vying for his affection, and he changes girlfriends every 3 months, either a wealthy beauty or a starlet from the entertainment industry." "Yang Yun is currently his girlfriend," stated another. Jihee recognized He Foam as well. The original owner had a notoriously poor relationship with him. Both were spoiled rich kids with temperamental dispositions. During a banquet, He Foam, inebriated, mistook the original owner for a woman attempting to seduce him for personal gain, resulting in her striking him with a bottle, leaving him with a head injury that required several stitches. From that moment, they became adversaries. Having cultivated her composure over many years, Ji-hee certainly would not dwell on such childish grievances. What do you intend to calculate? She inquired, her tone naturally conveying that the past had never transpired. Hee-fong gazed at Ji-hee on the screen, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. This was not how he had envisioned their interaction. Why was this woman not confronting him? Shouldn't she be leaping up to hurl scornful jibes? Or unleash a torrent of curses? Then, he could retaliate from his lofty perch, fulfilling his desire for vengeance.
Yet now,
Ji-hee's nonchalant demeanor felt akin to a fist striking against cotton, light and frustratingly unfulfilling. Boredom ensued. Just as Ji-hee observed his displeasure, suddenly, a head popped up from the side of the screen. Has our young master phone turned over a new leaf today? Not playing around, but holding a phone? What could he possibly be watching? Upon seeing Ji-hee on the screen, he exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so he's connecting with a beauty. But why does she seem familiar? In the next moment, realization dawned. Isn't that Ji-hee? Hee-fong rolled his eyes and nudged her aside before clearing his throat. Anything can be calculated? Except for lottery numbers, he declared. Ji-hee replied in a calm tone, lottery numbers are not included. Hee-fong chuckled lightly. Since you left the Ji family, you have certainly become more interesting. I have plenty of money. I don't need to calculate lottery numbers. Young Master Phone, please refrain from speaking. I feel like I'm being shot at even while lying down, another chimed in. In this world, must there not be one more affluent individual like myself? A voice cried out in frustration. I can't stand pretentiousness, exclaimed another. Ji-hee nodded in agreement. From his appearance, it seemed that as long as Hee-fong did not engage in foolish and unlawful pursuits, he would lead a life of tranquility and prosperity. The sole obstacle lay in his romantic fate. Are you concerned about romance? Hee-fong scoffed. I lack for women. What need have I for such trivialities? Upon uttering this, Ji-hee observed that his romantic line grew even more fraught with challenges. This was precisely why she refrained from calculating lottery numbers. Firstly, she was unwilling to rely on the whims of instant wealth. Secondly, while her divinations were often accurate regarding the past, the future was dictated by causality. To put it plainly, if she were to announce the winning lottery numbers during a live broadcast, a rush of eager participants would ensue. Observing the surge in purchases, the internal operators would adjust the numbers accordingly. Thus, no matter how many times she attempted to divine the outcome, the lottery numbers would never align with her predictions. Conversely, if she refrained from speaking and instead wrote her predictions on a slip of paper, placing it discreetly, she could verify it against the actual results without interference. Similarly, even if she discerned the outcome of Hee-feng's romantic fate, the eventual reality would ultimately depend on his actions. Should he act recklessly and sow the seeds of his own demise, his romantic prospects would inevitably diminish, leading to a series of unfortunate events in love. The forces of destiny could only reveal what was meant to be, but humans have the power to shape their own fates. However, since Hee-fong showed no interest in calculating his fate, she saw no need to waste her breath in warning him. Suddenly, Hee-fong seemed to recall something. Rising from his seat and crossing his legs. I seem to have misplaced something. Could you assist me in locating it? Surely not. You're merely searching for an object? How difficult can that be? Master Phone, you aren't giving Ji-hee an easy out, are you? Another voice chimed in. That seems unlikely. Ji-hee and Hee-fong are known adversaries. Hee-fong would relish the chance to see her falter. Yet another remarked. This is simple enough. Just post a tweet offering a reward of 1 million and the entire internet will assist in the search, someone suggested. Hee-fong grinned, revealing that the item in question had been lost 50 years prior. How could you possibly expect to find something lost for half a century? Came the incredulous response. Laughter erupted, with many anticipating Ji-hee's imminent failure, as she had not even been born 50 years ago. This request seemed entirely absurd, a deliberate challenge. Amidst the mocking comments, Ji-hee replied calmly, what is it that you seek? Ji-hee, you still have the chance to reconsider. Offer a few flattering words to Master Phone, and you won't need to apologize on social media. Hee-fong taunted, eagerly awaiting her to placate him. The thought of this obstinate woman groveling for his favor delighted him. Ji-hee responded, no need. Very well, from now on, even if you beg, it will be of no use. Hee-fong observed her indifference and let out a cold snort. What I seek is a photograph, a black and white image taken by my grandmother. Ji-hee lowered her gaze, her fingers deftly calculating. Time ticked away, second by second. Why has the host stopped speaking? Is she unable to find it? If she can find it, it would be a miracle. Something from 50 years ago, especially a photograph, must have decayed by now. Why didn't she search earlier? Forget it, if she manages to retrieve it, I'll stand on my head to wash my hair. Haha, it seems Master Feng is destined for an apology on Weibo. He Feng gazed at the woman on the screen, her eyes concealed by her gently curved lashes, rendering her emotions unreadable. Compared to her usual fiery demeanor, she now exuded a softness that was somewhat endearing. He Feng suddenly felt he might have been a bit excessive. Unconsciously, he softened his tone. I do not wish to deliberately make things difficult for a woman. If it cannot be found, simply call me Brother Feng. Before he could finish, Ji-hee raised her head and spoke. That photograph is tucked within a book.
He Feng.
It is located in your grandfather's basement. The cover features a hand-painted rose, a gift your grandfather once bestowed upon your grandmother. Her words were deliberate, ensuring that everyone present could hear her clearly. Is Ji-hee foolish? Shouldn't he a con artist speak in riddles? Being so specific will surely lead to her exposure, and her face will be left bruised. Knowing the rose is hand-painted? How implausible. This must be another script. These hosts have so many tricks. Master Feng, hurry and search. Chapter 11. The Gift That Disappeared for 50 Years. He Feng furrowed his brows tightly. This stubborn woman would rather concoct a tale than yield. Humph. She wouldn't comprehend the world's harshness unless she faced some adversity. With that thought, he seized his friend's phone beside him, dialing a number. Hello, brother? Are you still at grandmother's? It's nothing urgent. I just need you to check in the basement for a book with a rose-covered front that grandfather gave to grandmother. As soon as He Feng finished speaking, he was met with a frosty reprimand from the other end. How do you know about this book? You're always idle. What trick are you trying to play? Wait. It really exists? He Feng was taken aback, though only momentarily. After all, the Ji and He families frequently interacted, so it was reasonable that Ji had heard about the book from someone. However, the audience behind the screen erupted. Nyen Jia's mind, back off. Goodness. Could Ji truly possess such skill? Why didn't we notice it before? Not much to say. It must be fake. I'll eat excrement live if it's not scripted. He Feng and Ji, he must be colluding. Sun. I'm dying of laughter. Master Feng is being scolded like a quail. In this life's fate. Goodness, that voice is He Jian. Oh my, it truly is He Jian. Is this the brotherly bond within a wealthy family? On the other end of the line, He Jian listened to his unreliable younger brother's dramatic exclamations, feeling utterly speechless. He Jian pressed his lips together, exuding a sense of resignation. Tomorrow is grandmother's birthday. Return early. In recent years, Mrs. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, causing her to forget many things. However, she was aware of the existence of the notebook, which had been sealed away in the basement since her husband's passing. He Feng hastily exclaimed, I know. Brother, please check the basement for that notebook. If you find it, open it and see if there is an old photograph tucked inside. Regardless of whether you locate it, please return my call. Use this number instead of my mobile. Hurry. On the other end of the line, He Jian furrowed his brow as the call was abruptly terminated. Nevertheless, he proceeded to search for the book. Contrary to He Feng's expectations, the rose pattern on the cover was not printed but hand-drawn, merely outlined with a pencil. When He Jian emerged from the basement, Mrs. He was engrossed in scribbling on the wall with colored markers, her gaze falling upon the book, rendering her momentarily motionless. She stared blankly, her murky eyes gradually gaining a glimmer of clarity. After a while, she seemed to recall something, her expression shifting to one of nostalgia. She reached for the book, her fingers gently caressing the cover, exclaiming, I never imagined that in my lifetime I would encounter this book again. It was a gift from your grandfather during our third meeting. She could not remember the contents within, but she recognized that the cover was crafted by her husband's own hand. As she casually flipped open a page, a piece of paper slipped from between the pages. She reached down to retrieve it, but as she did, it trembled from her hand and fell to the ground. Bending down to pick it up, she noticed a familiar design on the back. It was not merely paper, it was a photograph. In the image, two young individuals sat at a dining table. The handsome young man and the beautiful young woman both beamed smiles at the camera, the young man radiating sunshine while the young woman's smile was shy. The elderly lady's hands trembled slightly as she held the photograph, her eyes reflecting a struggle, as if battling with memories. Observing his grandmother's reaction, He Jian assumed that the photograph had startled her and quickly stepped forward to take it from her grasp. Upon seeing the image, he was taken aback. Before his grandfather passed away, he often expressed regret over a photograph that had been lost for many years, the first picture taken when he and his grandmother first met, a black and white image and the only old photograph in their family. It seemed to be the very one he now held. Jian, is this the birthday gift you and Xiao Feng prepared for Grandma? How did you find it? She loves it, Mrs. He remarked, her gaze fixed on the youthful images of herself and her husband, a smile spreading across her face. Upon hearing her words, Jian paused and dialed the previously mentioned number. During the time spent searching for the book, Ji's live stream not only maintained its viewership, but had surged in numbers. Even before He completed the first 2 divinations, the viewer count had surpassed 10,000. When He Feng joined, the number instantly doubled. Now, the live stream boasted an impressive 50,000 viewers, all awaiting the sound of He Feng's call. As the phone rang, He Feng's heart raced, and he answered, activating the speakerphone.
He Feng.
How did you know the photograph was in this book? The moment those words were spoken, the live chat erupted in a frenzy.
Ah.
I cannot believe it has truly been discovered. I am suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. A photograph from 50 years ago must hold immense sentimental value. Offering my utmost admiration to the host, it seems that while one instance may be mere coincidence, to predict accurately time and again is astonishing. My goodness. I must confess that I may have raised my voice at you earlier. I humbly request your insights. There are still those who insist it is a scripted act, but their voices are soon drowned out by a tide of astonishment. He Feng, is that old photograph genuinely real? At this moment, He Feng's gaze towards Jiha has completely transformed. While he previously dismissed the idea of serendipity concerning the book's cover, the true discovery of this photograph transcends mere coincidence. What on earth has transpired with Jiha? After being cast out by the Ji family, has she suddenly gained an uncanny ability? How could she calculate so precisely?
Yet.
Before he could voice his inquiries, the screen flickered, and he found himself unceremoniously removed from the connection. As he stared at the notification of disconnection, He Feng felt a surge of frustration. This is the first time anyone has dared to expel him. That wretched woman. Jiha possesses an eerie quality. His friend, who had been observing closely, pondered aloud, reflecting on the impossibility of Jiha having prior knowledge of the photograph given her relationship with He Feng. It had been missing for 50 years, and despite the entire He family's efforts, it remained unfound. Yet Jiha managed to locate it. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. Meanwhile, Jiha, in a leisurely manner, took another sip of her tea. She cleared her throat. The 3 predictions for today have concluded. I shall be signing off. At this moment, the atmosphere in the comment section had shifted dramatically from the beginning. Wait, host, don't leave. How did you know where that photograph was? Moreover, if it was tucked within a book, how could it have been lost? When will the host go live next? I feel as though I've missed an opportunity of a lifetime by not securing a connection.
Ha.
Just because she can read fortunes, you all fawn over her? Don't forget what Jiha has done. I suspect it won't be long before her true nature is revealed. Jiha paused for a moment before continuing. Before the end of the month, I will be live every day, though the timing will be unpredictable. Until next time, everyone. Just as she was about to end the stream, the screen flickered once more. Master Feng, in a display of generosity, gifted the paranormal host Jiha with a blue planet. Valued at 10,000. The gift's effect caused a blue planet to materialize on the screen. 10 appeared simultaneously, taking over the homepage of the platform entirely. It was a server-wide announcement. The blue planet is the most expensive gift on the Shark platform, worth 20,000. According to the platform's regulations, donations ranging from 20 to 50,000 will receive a small banner announcement under the current category, while donations exceeding 50,000 will be announced across the entire platform. It is noteworthy that such widespread announcements are typically reserved for those prominent streamers who have gained immense popularity over the years, boasting fan bases of at least 3 to 500,000. Suddenly, a newcomer in the streaming world emerged, particularly from a less popular category, naturally drawing considerable attention. Additionally, He Feng was not unfamiliar to the Shark platform, which piqued the curiosity of many who clicked into Ji's live broadcast. The viewership began to surge from 80,000, gradually approaching the 100,000 mark. Ji hesitated, her finger hovering over the end broadcast button, unsure of what to do. As she observed the continuous stream of gifts flooding in, she spoke up. That's enough. No need to send more. To her surprise, a rather ostentatious message floated across the screen. This young master is never one to hold back on generosity. The moment he sent that message, another 10 blue stars appeared. He decisively clicked to end the stream. Everyone was abruptly ejected from the live room, leaving behind a pitch-black screen with just a system notification. The live broadcast has ended. Follow the host to receive notifications for future broadcasts. He Feng, who was about to send another 10 blue stars, stared at the darkened screen. What is wrong with this woman? Doesn't she need money? After finishing her stream, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Ji-hee went to the bathroom to shower and change into clean clothes, then settled onto the sofa to calculate her earnings from the broadcast. With over 5,000 followers and her inbox filled with various private messages, her performance was commendable for a first-time streamer. As she checked the back end, messages continued to pour in, prompting her to silence the notifications out of annoyance. Scrolling through the transaction history, she noted the final total. 1,695,476. Wait a minute. The two groups of 10 blue stars amounted to 400,000. Each spaceship cost 5,888. 3 should total at least 15,000. Plus the myriad of smaller gifts adding up to several thousand. Why was there such a discrepancy? Ji-hee's gaze drifted upward. Stopping at one line, uncontracted streamers receive only 40% of the tips. Ji-hee felt exasperated. After 5 arduous hours, she had to hand over more than half of her earnings to the platform. Chapter 12. An embarrassing scene. City, hospital. No matter the time, hospitals are always bustling. But seldom does one encounter a scene like today, where a crowd stood outside the entrance, holding banners. Surprisingly orderly, they did not push or shout. Instead, they silently gazed at the hospital. A child paused, pointing at the words on a banner, reading aloud. Wishing Xiao Ziqing a safe return, we await you. These were all fans of Xiao Ziqing, gathered for their idol. Wang Jianjun, the head of security at this hospital, was nearing retirement. Given his age, he should not still be working as a security guard, yet he found it hard to be idle. Since the hospital director was his son, he held the title of head of security to indulge in the routine of work. Xiao Hu, have those people caused any trouble? Wang Jianjun inquired as he entered the security booth. On duty was the deputy head of security, Hu Hong. Although titled deputy, he performed the duties of the head and received the corresponding salary. Initially, he was not scheduled to work today, but due to the unusual circumstances, he had come in. Hu Hong spotted Wang Jianjun and quickly rose to his feet. Grandpa Wang, what brings you here? In the realm of security teams, titles are typically brother or younger brother. But with someone of Wang Jianjun's age, it would be inappropriate to address him as brother. Ultimately, it was Wang Jianjun himself who suggested they call him Grandpa Wang. I came to take a look. These young kids are quite different. They're even chasing stars to the hospital now. Grandpa Wang remarked, observing the crowd. Hu Hong chuckled lightly. Times are changing. My daughter is only 9 and already knows about chasing stars. As they engaged in casual conversation, their eyes roamed the surroundings to avert any unforeseen incidents. After a while, 2 young girls rushed over, their faces etched with urgency. Li Yongyang approached the security booth, anxiously inquiring, excuse me, security brother, is Xiao Ziqing staying here? Hu Hong exchanged glances with Wang Jianjun. Hu Hong replied, young lady, he is indeed here. But visits are not permitted. Look, those fans are standing over there. He gestured towards the crowd. Li Yongyang turned to glance at the fans and then back, stating, I am. Are you Miss Li Yongyang and Miss Lin Jing? Someone asked. Li Yongyang and Lin Jing looked up to see a casually dressed young man. We are, they affirmed. The young man continued, I am Xiao Ziqing's assistant. Sister Yao Qian is still in the ward and asked me to come down to escort you. Please follow me. Li Yongyang and Lin Jing exchanged glances before trailing behind him into the hospital. This scene did not go unnoticed by the nearby fans. Isn't that Xiao Ji's assistant? Who are those 2 girls? How could they have his assistant come down to meet them? One fan wondered. Do you think that girl resembles Xiao Gu a bit? Another fan remarked. At the Ji residence, a servant was placing clothing and jewelry into Ji Mingwei's room. These items had been specially airlifted from abroad at the behest of Ji's mother. Ji Mingwei, adorned in a delicate pink dress, stood beside her mother, gently saying, Mother, I could manage with my sister's jewelry. There is no need to buy me new ones. That won't do. You are the legitimate eldest daughter of the Ji family. How can you settle for someone else's hand-me-downs? Ji's mother replied, gazing at her daughter with affection. The mere thought of the hardships Ji Mingwei had endured over the years made her heart ache. If it weren't for... As she trailed off, Ji's mother chose not to continue her thought. If it weren't for that old man's blind faith in the fortune-teller, insisting that Ji Mingwei be sent to the temple until she came of age, she would never have raised another's daughter while neglecting her own flesh and blood. A flicker of regret crossed her mind as she thought of Ji-hee. After all, having raised her for so many years, even a dog would evoke feelings of attachment, let alone a human. Yet now that Ji Mingwei had returned, he could no longer remain in the Ji household. Ji Mingwei noticed the shift in her mother's expression, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Ji, you have occupied my position and enjoyed it for so long. You must pay the price. Vivi? Mother, what is the matter? Ji Mingwei snapped back to reality, her eyes regaining their composure as she smiled at her mother. Ji's mother patted her shoulder, saying, "Your phone just rang. It must be a message from my agent," Ji Mingwei said as she took out her phone. And upon opening it, she indeed found a message from her agent. "Yinyu's official account has posted your participation announcement. Remember to retweet it on Weibo."
Mom.
"I've landed the role of the second female lead in Yinyu." Ji Mingwei revealed a radiant smile, but as she opened Weibo to retweet the message, her gaze caught a familiar name trending on the hot search list. The brightness of her smile dimmed. On the trending list, Ji occupied 3 of the top 5 spots. Ji turns to live streaming fortune-telling, he phone rewards Ji and Ji get out of the entertainment industry. They were positioned right above her trending topic. Despite confirming her role in director Chen's film Yanyu alongside the acclaimed actor Liang Yishu, even with the participation of a film emperor, her topic could not even breach the top 5. Ji Mingwei instinctively tightened her grip on her phone.
Ji.
Why did you have to appear now, of all times? Wei, what's wrong? Ji mother glanced at Ji Mingwei's phone screen, her gaze sharpening. Noticing her mother's expression, Ji Mingwei exhaled quietly and relaxed her grip. Mom, these trending topics are likely fabricated to tarnish my sister's reputation, just like the rumors about her bullying newcomers on set. It's all false. You shouldn't pay attention to it. Ji mother pressed her lips together, her brow furrowing, and the last remnants of sympathy in her heart transformed into resentment. What is Ji doing, always engaging in such disgraceful acts? Is she harboring a grudge against our family for making her leave, deliberately trying to make us appear harsh? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It's just a case of ingratitude. In the end, we've raised a white-eyed wolf. As she spoke, Ji mother clutched her chest and began to breathe heavily. Ji Mingwei hurriedly helped her mother to the edge of the bed and poured her a glass of warm water. Mom, please don't get upset. Take care of your health. After taking a sip of water, Ji mother's emotions gradually calmed. Wei, open those comments for me. Let me see what they are saying. Mom, seeing her mother's insistence, Ji Mingwei reluctantly opened the trending topics. Fortunately, the comments did not disappoint her. Ji live streams fortune-telling. Round and round. My goodness, Ji unable to latch onto a top star, has now resorted to these niche circles. That night, it's the first time I've seen a celebrity publicly engage in such activities, I must say. It's indeed quite intriguing. Wishing for peace. Please, Weibo. Stop giving Ji any more attention. What merit is there in promoting someone with such distorted values? Ji earns money through her own abilities. There's no shame in that. I cried again. Of course, one earning 108 a day would say that. We ordinary people can't earn that much. Yun is so beautiful. She has time to live stream but not to apologize? Ji come out and apologize to us Yun. A passerby, I hope Ji really earns money through her own abilities and that it's not just another scripted act for attention. The majority of comments were mocking Ji. However, there were few that stood out. Yaoling. Have you all not watched the live stream? Ji possesses a remarkable talent for divination. She can even unearth photographs lost by the He family half a century ago. Those who speak with disdain should first watch Ji's live stream replay. It is bound to astonish you, remarked a user. Chapter 13, Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The amusement in Ji Mingwei's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. She could only lower her head and comfort her mother, saying, Mother, you shouldn't dwell on these matters. It must be the outside world slandering my sister. The more Ji's mother looked, the angrier she became, her hands trembling with rage. The Ji family boasts a profound lineage, celebrated as a century-old family, even if she had harbored certain thoughts in the past. She had raised Ji according to the standards befitting a young lady of the Ji family. Yet, upon stepping outside, Ji resorted to trickery. Is she not merely using the Ji family's name to deceive others? Slander? Bah! That ungrateful wretch aims to thoroughly tarnish the Ji family's reputation, rendering us unable to hold our heads high before others. A wretched child can never be nurtured. As Ji's mother finished her tirade, she suddenly realized her indiscretion and swiftly changed the subject. Never mind, let us not speak of her. Director Chen, you must seize this opportunity. Once the film is released, the Golden Flower Award nomination next year will undoubtedly be yours. Ji Mingwei nodded obediently on the surface, yet internally, she began to ponder her mother's earlier words. Wretched child, what could that possibly mean? Unbeknownst to Ji He, the trending topics were far from her awareness. She and Li Yong stood at the entrance of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The shadows of trees danced around them, and an occasional gust of wind sent a chill down their spines on this summer night. Li Yong wrapped his arms tightly around himself, rubbing them to keep warm. He whispered, Miss Ji, do you not find it a bit too cold here? It was late June, and ordinarily, even the nights should not be this frigid. The biting wind felt akin to the sharpness of winter. This place is laden with yin energy. Feeling cold is quite normal, Ji He replied, casting a glance around, where the air revealed faint traces of dark, floating gas, yin energy. However, only she could perceive it. She waved her hand, and the ominous energy, which had clung to them like a parasite, seemed to disperse of its own accord. Li Yong immediately felt the temperature rise slightly, alleviating the chill that had previously enveloped him. He gazed at Ji He in astonishment. Let us proceed inside. Ji He took a step forward, striding directly into the hospital. Li Yong, not daring to hesitate, quickly followed suit, pushing open the heavy iron door. The charred door groaned as it slowly swung open, revealing a scene of utter blackness. As they entered the hospital, the air still carried the scent of charred remnants. It had been 5 years since the fire at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, and logically, one would not expect any lingering odors. Li Yong inhaled sharply, a mixture of burnt material and a strong metallic scent invading his nostrils, causing his complexion to pale as he gagged. Ji He looked up, surveying the interior of the hospital. Noticing something, she stepped forward and brushed her hand against the wall beside the staircase. Miss Ji, have you discovered something? Li Yong, having recovered from his retching, quickly caught up with her. Spotting her actions, he directed his flashlight toward her. Subsequently, his already pallid complexion became even more ashen. On the wall, a vivid blood-red handprint was starkly visible, its hue so vibrant that it appeared freshly imprinted. One could only imagine the excruciating pain endured by the individual who left this mark. Li Yong leaned against the wall to support his trembling legs. Had he known, he would have remained in the car. Was it still possible for him to leave now? Alas, it was too late. Ji He glanced at him, as if perceiving his inner turmoil, and replied nonchalantly. Li Yong, realizing this, felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. It was he who insisted on coming to rescue his niece. Yet now, at the critical moment, he found himself faltering in fear. However, Ji He's response piqued his curiosity. Miss Ji, what do you mean by that? Did you just close the door? Ji He retorted. Li Yong's heart raced, and his mind seemed to explode with realization. In slow motion, his gaze shifted toward the main entrance. The weathered iron door stood firmly shut. Had he truly closed it? Li Yong questioned himself, ultimately arriving at a terrifying conclusion. No. He distinctly remembered leaving the door wide open. Yet at some point it had inexplicably closed by itself without a sound. The thought of those horror films where doors latch shut sent chills down his spine. He hurriedly stepped forward, grasping the iron door. But, regardless of how hard he pulled, his face reddened with effort. It remained obstinately shut. Stop wasting your strength, Ji He remarked, her eyes sweeping beneath the door. There crouched 2 figures. If one could indeed call them human, they were more akin to specters. They clung tightly to the entrance, their faces streaked with blood and tears. Hollow eyes fixated on Li Yong. This was precisely why the door refused to budge. Had Li Yong seen them, he would likely have succumbed to sheer terror. Shaking the iron door in disbelief, he sought another escape route, only to discover that every window had been boarded up. Despair engulfed him further. Let us ascend and investigate, Ji He suggested, proceeding upstairs. Aside from the 2 figures blocking the door, the first floor appeared devoid of any malevolent presence. Ji He's calm demeanor inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance in Li Yong, prompting him to hastily follow in her footsteps. At that moment, Ji He was his only lifeline. Compared to the vast emptiness of the first floor, the second floor felt distinctly unsettling. The dimly lit corridor resembled a hospital ward, shrouded in darkness. The nearest room bore a blood-red number, 204. A chilling wind, imbued with a foul stench, surged down the corridor, as if some dreadful entity lurked in the shadows, fixating its gaze upon them. Li Yong could not suppress a shiver. Miss Ji, he stammered. If not for a flicker of rationality as a man, he might have clung to Ji He like a frightened koala. Yet, Ji He interrupted him sharply. She'll listen. Startled, Li Yong immediately fell silent. In the chilling winds, there seemed to be an array of other sounds, akin to murmurs from women, intertwined with laughter. Ji-hee lifted her gaze towards the source of the noise. Li Yong's breath quickened, standing behind Ji-hee, his eyes fixed intently ahead. In the darkness, something was rapidly approaching. The sounds grew nearer, their pitch increasingly shrill. Hee. Suddenly, a child's laughter erupted in Li Yong's ears. His pupils constricted, his hair standing on end from fright. Chapter 14. What is Miss Ji afraid of? In the next instant, Li Yong realized for the first time that his own scream could be so sharp and elongated. Ji-hee rubbed her ears, nearly bursting her eardrums from the shout. She turned, placed a hand on Li Yong's shoulder, her gaze seemingly casual as it fell upon a certain spot. Play on your own, otherwise, I shall take you. The small figure perched on Li Yong's shoulder locked eyes with Ji-hee. She can see us.
Run.
As two youthful voices echoed from the second floor, the mournful yet joyous wails in the wind abruptly ceased.
Thud.
Li Yong collapsed onto the ground, his legs too weak to support him. He vowed that once he rescued his niece, he would thoroughly teach her about the dangers of venturing into forbidden places. Ji-hee inquired, "Can you still move?" "Miss Ji, just wait for me a moment." Li Yong gasped for air, gradually regaining strength in his legs as he leaned against the wall to stand. Ji-hee seized the opportunity to push open the door and scan the area, but there was no sign of Li Xiaoya on the second floor. Upon ascending to the third floor, the previously oppressive darkness vanished, revealing a bright and welcoming environment. Li Yong looked up to find a spacious balcony directly facing the staircase. The balcony was open, unobstructed by any barriers, with a silvery moonlight streaming in, bathing the area in a daylight-like glow. His face lit up. "Miss Ji, there is a way out." As Li Yong spoke, he dashed into the balcony. He inhaled the fresh air outside, feeling a wave of emotion. "Wonderful. We can finally leave this place." Leaning over the balcony to search for a route down, he realized the risks of jumping from the third floor directly. However, just as he peered outside, darkness suddenly enveloped his eyes. He felt a void before him, and his thoughts began to spiral into chaos. Li Yong discovered he had lost control of his own body. At that moment, he realized his hands were gripping the railing, one foot teetering over the edge.
Stop.
"You will fall," Li Yong cried out weakly. Despite his terror rendering his limbs weak, his body betrayed him. Both feet crossing the railing, arms outstretched, plunging downward. Just then, a hand grasped his collar. Ji-hee, with her right hand gripping Li Yong, performed a quick gesture and struck his back.
Get out.
A dark shadow was instantly expelled from Li Yong's body. It bore no visage, yet the area akin to a head swayed helplessly. Upon catching sight of Ji-hee, it suddenly fled as if confronted by something terrifying, emitting a series of discordant sounds. The moment the shadow detached from Li Yong's body, he regained control over himself. He stood precariously on the railing, nearly 20 meters above the ground. The flashlight tumbled down, as though plummeting into the abyss of hell, and after a prolonged silence, the echo of its fall reverberated back to him. Li Yong gazed at his precarious form, a wave of dizziness overtaking him. He dared not move, his legs rendered utterly weak with fear. "Miss Ji, please don't let go," he exclaimed, panic gripping him. "Goodness, I fear I might develop acrophobia." Ji, he pulled Li Yong back inside. He collapsed onto the floor like a heap of flesh, exhaling a heavy sigh of relief. Ji here marked, "I invited you in. I did not intend for you to court death." She had just been assessing the situation on the third floor, only to turn around and see Li Yong, who should have been behind her, charging towards the balcony, one foot already crossing the railing, poised as if to leap. Li Yong weakly raised a hand, his fingers trembling slightly. "I was wrong." He understood the strangeness of their surroundings, yet foolishly clung to the hope of discovering an escape route. Were it not for Miss Ji's presence, his life would have surely been forfeit. He approached the railing, peering outside. Witnessing the scene, Li Yong exclaimed, "Miss Ji, be careful." Instantly, he realized his concern was unwarranted. She had just saved him and required no protection from him. He glanced out before retracting her gaze. A psychiatric hospital is inherently a place where malevolent energies congregate, situated in a desolate wilderness and marked by the tragedies of a fire. Hence it is no wonder that numerous spirits linger here.
"Can you stand?"
He inquired. Li Yong pushed himself up slowly, his hands supporting him. "Miss Ji, must we proceed upstairs?" "No need. Your niece's spirit resides here," he replied, departing the balcony, her eyes fixed on a particular ward. Li Yong's heart leapt with joy. Miss Ji, let's find her quickly. Ji He turned to him, a faint smile gracing her lips. However, I will require your assistance.
Li Yong blinked in confusion.
What does that mean? A sudden chill crept down his spine. Ji He parted her crimson lips and uttered 2 words, summon the soul. Li Yong's expression froze. Summon a soul? He, an utter novice, was to perform such a task? Was it akin to the dramas where he would be used as bait? But what if, in his clumsiness, he inadvertently attracted something else? Realizing his internal conflict, Ji He reassured him. With me here, what is there to fear? Meeting her calm gaze.
Li Yong's rapid breaths gradually steadied.
What must I do? With Ji He by his side, he indeed felt a sense of security. Follow me. Ji He advanced towards a hospital room, halting before the very ward where the little ghost had vanished moments ago. She pushed the door open, the creaking sound breaking the silence. A cloud of dust enveloped him. The room lay in darkness, the windows tightly sealed, allowing not a sliver of light to penetrate. Jiha's amber eyes momentarily transformed into a void of darkness. Li Yong fished out his phone, intending to activate the flashlight feature. The feeble glow of the screen cast a sickly hue upon his face, making him conspicuous in the enveloping gloom. Jiha extended her hand to halt him. Turn off your phone. Do not illuminate the surroundings. At this instant, Li Yong complied with her every word, his fear compelling him to switch off the device immediately. Casting wary glances around him, as they both acclimated to the dimness, she blinked and asked, Are you familiar with the game of 4 corners? Li Yong nodded. Having heard of it, though he was only in his 30s, during his university days, rumors circulated about a dormitory where students played this game in the dead of night, resulting in 1 fatality, while the remaining 3, though alive, were left in a state of madness, ultimately dropping out within days. Yet, this tale was whispered only among peers, its authenticity unknown to him. Jiha remarked, Your niece was playing the 4 corners game in this very room. Li Yong's lips twitched, his anger momentarily eclipsing his fear. Once this is over, I will personally discipline her. Jiha nodded and directed him to a corner. Stand over there. As he took a step, he casually inquired, What are we supposed to do next? Jiha's cool voice echoed from the shadows. We will play the 4 corners game. The latter part of her statement sent a shiver through Li Yong, nearly causing him to stumble. Miss Ji, what do you mean? You want him to play the 4 corners game? Setting aside the question of whether he had the courage to do so, he pondered the requirement of 4 participants for the game. Currently, he was alone. How could he possibly engage? Did she mean for him to play with a ghost? Li Yong shuddered, unwilling to delve deeper into that thought. It's just you. Walk around the walls. At each corner, call out Li Xiaoya whenever you hear her response. Stop and continue calling her name. She reassured him, Do not worry. I will also be in the room. Remember, once the game starts, you may only utter the name Li Xiaoya. Do not say anything else or ask any questions. If you hear other sounds, no matter what they say, do not stop. With that, Jiha urged him to proceed. Li Yong spent a considerable time mentally preparing himself before finally reaching the designated spot she indicated.
Creak.
The door closed behind him, extinguishing even the faintest flicker of light within the suffocating silence of darkness. The void was boundless. He could only hear the rapid thumping of his heart, as if it yearned to break free from its confines and leap into his throat. Holding his breath, Li Yong nervously spoke, Miss Ji, begin. Jiha had positioned herself at the center of the room. In the obscurity, she could still discern everything around her. Li Yong clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he took his first step, one hand pressed against the wall as he cautiously advanced. After approximately 10 steps, he arrived at a corner. Li Xiaoya. He paused, waiting. The silence enveloped him, punctuated only by his own breathing. Miss Ji, are you still there? Instinctively, he felt the urge to call out again but recalled Jiha's warning, quickly sealing his lips. He inhaled deeply and continued toward the next corner.
Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya.
As Li Yong called out Li Xiaoya's name for the 8th time, he suddenly felt as if something had gripped his pant leg. Goodness! Li Yong's mind screamed in near hysteria. His eyes widened, and he quickly covered his mouth, fearing that his internal cry would escape his lips. Without daring to linger, he hurried to the next corner. Li Xiaoya. At that moment, a feminine voice whispered in his ear, Are you looking for me? It felt as if she was right beside him. He could almost sense her breath. Li Yong felt a wave of despair. This was not his niece's voice. Trembling, he pressed on, until, at the 15th repetition, Li Xiaoya patted her companion on the shoulder and called out her name. She remained in the corner while Zhou Yang moved forward. After Zhou Yang received a tap on his shoulder, he continued on, tapping another person's shoulder and announcing his name, thereby perpetuating the cycle. Li Xiaoya stood still, lost in thought as she awaited another round. How long had they been playing this game? She wondered. Just as she was about to count the repetitions, someone tapped her shoulder. Lu Mumu. It was her turn to move forward again. Li Xiaoya instantly forgot her previous thoughts and groped along the wall as she proceeded. Just as she was about to tap Zhou Yang's shoulder and call out her name, another voice preempted her. Li Xiaoya. Who? Whose voice was that? Who was calling her? Li Xiaoya froze for a moment. The voice sounded eerily familiar, as if she had heard it before. She stood there, her mind growing heavy. Why had she stopped? Were they done playing? We haven't finished yet.
Whose voice was that?
A shiver ran down Li Xiaoya's spine. These three voices resembled those of Zhou Yang and Lu Mumu, yet were distinctly different. Chapter 15. Xiao Zhe is truly gentle. Li Xiaoya stood rigidly, sensing that something was amiss. But what could it be? A vivid image began to surface in her mind. In this scene, she was mechanically engaged in the four-corner game, while Zhou Yang and the others frantically tried to pull her back. In an instant, screams and calls erupted in her mind like fireworks. Li Xiaoya felt a fog enveloping her thoughts. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed through the haze, repeatedly calling her name.
Who was it?
Li Xiaoya felt disoriented. A faint white light appeared before her, radiating warmth. She took a tentative step forward, and the light grew brighter as she gradually closed her eyes. In the next moment, the voice became suddenly clear. She saw a familiar figure. Uncle? Li Yong was taken aback. He had heard Li Xiaoya's voice close to him. He widened his eyes in astonishment. In the depths of darkness, he could see nothing, only continuing to call out his niece's name. Uncle, I'm here. Li Xiaoya did not realize that, even amidst the pitch-black surroundings, she could clearly perceive Li Yong's form. She reached out her hand, wishing to grasp her uncle's as she had done in the past. Yet, in the next moment, Li Xiaoya's eyes widened in disbelief as her hand passed right through Li Yong's body. What was happening?
Wait.
Li Xiaoya suddenly recalled something. Was she not engaged in a game of four corners? How could her uncle possibly be here? Could it be that her uncle had died and was summoned by her into the spirit game? Xiaoya, is that you? Upon hearing Li Yong's response, a wave of sorrow washed over Li Xiaoya. Uncle, when I visited you yesterday, you seemed perfectly fine. How could this happen today? Do not be afraid. If you have suffered any injustice, tell me, and I will surely avenge you. Li Yong felt an odd itching in his hands, an urge to strike. Xiaoya, it is not I who is in trouble. It is you. Do you have any idea how many days you have been unconscious? Your parents have been at the hospital caring for you for half a month. Uncle, what are you talking about? Before Li Xiaoya could finish her sentence, an overwhelming wave of fatigue engulfed her consciousness. Images flashed through her mind, lying on a hospital bed, her face gaunt, her lips pale, her parents standing beside her bed with bloodshot eyes. Was that her mother? Why had her hair turned so white? Li Xiaoya's spirit could no longer withstand the weight, plummeting as though from a great height. In her panic, a serene voice suddenly echoed through the air.
Sleep now.
When you awaken, you shall return to your own body. For reasons unknown, this unfamiliar voice brought her immense comfort. Gradually, Li Xiaoya relaxed and closed her eyes. The room fell silent once more. Li Yong exhaled slowly. Miss Ji, is it time?
Yes.
He opened the door, allowing the moonlight to spill into the room. Seeing the light, Li Yong nearly shed tears of gratitude, hastening out of the room. He glanced back to see He following behind him. Where is Xiaoya? She is inside. He extended her palm, revealing a necklace resting in her hand. Her soul has been separated from her body for half a month. It must be attached to an object to leave this place. This necklace carries her essence and will protect her well. Upon hearing this, Li Yong felt enlightened. No wonder Miss Ji had asked him to bring along a few of Xiaoya's personal belongings. This was their purpose. Then we can return, right? Since Xiaoya's soul has been found, our task is complete. Li Yong sighed with relief, but then suddenly remembered the door that was impossible to open. He couldn't help but ask, but how do we get out? Simply walk out.
Huh?
Li Yong was taken aback, noticing He already descending the stairs, and hurried to follow her. When they were near the second floor, He raised her gaze, seemingly glancing casually upstairs. A shadow slowly vanished at the staircase's entrance. He averted her gaze and continued downwards. Soon, they reached the large door. As Ji-hee reached for the door, Lee Yong interjected, Miss Ji, you want to be able to open that door. It's impossible. He had previously exerted all his strength to no avail. Yet Ji-hee effortlessly swung it open with a single hand. Lee Yong glanced at his own hands and squeezed the muscles of his arm, then cast a furtive look at the slender Ji-hee. To his surprise, despite her delicate appearance, she possessed considerable strength. Ji-hee lowered her gaze and remarked, You should reincarnate sooner. What are you doing here blocking the door? Lee Yong looked down at the ground, then back at Ji-hee. Blocking the door? Who is Miss Ji speaking to? He saw nothing at all. Lee Yong's expression stiffened as a thought struck him. What he couldn't see were those entities, weren't they? Trembling, he asked Miss Ji, Where are they? At your feet, about to grasp your trousers. Ji-hee replied ominously. Upon hearing this, Lee Yong leaped up, bolting away like an arrow. Ji-hee observed his nearly 100-meter sprint with a slight smirk. Once back in the car, he slammed the door shut and gasped for breath. Finally feeling as if he had escaped, Ji-hee leisurely settled into the vehicle. You take the necklace back. I won't accompany you to the hospital. When the time comes, Li Xiaoya will return to her body. She will awaken tomorrow. Lee Yong gingerly handled the necklace as if it were a treasured possession, carefully stowing it away. It contained the soul of his niece, after all. In the hospital room, upon entering, Li Yongyang and Lin Jing were immediately drawn to the figure on the bed, Xiao Ziqing. The man had sharp features and a prominent nose, with a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes adorned with a teardrop mole, which lent him an air of profound emotion. Witnessing Xiao Ziqing in person was even more breathtaking. His features were exquisitely crafted, yet not at all gaudy, exuding the youthful vigor of a dashing young man. No wonder he had emerged as a top star from a talent show. Xiao Ziqing's handsomeness was undeniable. Hello. Thank you for saving my life. Xiao Ziqing spoke in a deep, alluring voice, his head wrapped in bandages as he smiled faintly at them. The originally striking and robust visage now bore a hint of fragility due to his ailment, creating a stark contrast that would have any ordinary fan internally screaming with admiration. Li Yongyang felt a pang of sympathy. Her gaze shifted from Xiao Ziqing's face to his legs, bound in midair, and an overwhelming tide of emotions surged within her. This was her brother. She trembled, asking, Does it hurt? Looking at Xiao Ziqing, her heart brimmed with countless words she longed to express. Yet it condensed into just those two. The person before her was her guiding light, her idol whom she had adored for 2 years, and also the brother she had searched for over many years. She had no doubt of his love for his sister. But if he were to discover that she was his sister, would he be disappointed? Even if he were not, the other fans surely would be, for after all, Brother Chung was so exceptional, so perfect, while she was merely an ordinary and unremarkable student. Li Yongyang's eyes reflected a myriad of emotions. She closed her eyes and averted her gaze. Xiao Ziqing offered a gentle smile, beckoning her to come closer. Obediently, Li Yongyang approached him, and Xiao Ziqing reached out, affectionately ruffling her fluffy hair. Chapter 16. Do not accept gifts from strangers casually at 7 in the morning. Ji-hee awoke from the sofa. A small blanket still draped over her, a gift forcefully bestowed by Li Yong. After freshening up, Ji-hee descended to enjoy a modest breakfast and casually purchased 2 small bottles of water. Upon her return home the previous night, she discovered the faucet had malfunctioned, rendering it useless. Fortunately, she had managed to take a shower before leaving, otherwise, she would have spent the night in restless slumber. Carrying the water back home, Ji-hee called a repairman, whose number had been provided by Li Yong. She brewed a pot of tea and settled in front of the coffee table, reopening her live stream channel. Perhaps due to the early hour or the fact that many were en route to their workplaces, it took several minutes for viewers to trickle into the stream. Cloud Dust enters the live stream. Destined Encounter enters the live stream. King who loves stir-fried snake gourd enters the live stream. Ji-hee sipped her tea and greeted her audience. Good morning, and welcome to my live stream. Today, I will be offering 3 divinations, each priced at 2,000. Once completed, I will sign off. A tree. How do you accept payment? Host? Is sending 2,000 in gifts acceptable? No cilantro. Who are you going to rope into your script today? I wish you a splendidly disastrous performance. Lin Zijunjin. You're live so early today, I just arrived at the office. Overjoyed to the point of blurriness. Ji-hee, I am your little fan. Upon reading a message from a tree, Ji-hee responded, No need to send gifts. Support through Alipay or WeChat QR code is welcome. Just message me privately. Recalling the unfortunate loss of over 200,000 yesterday, Ji-hee was resolute in not allowing the platform to deceive her once more. After all, The platform had not prohibited private transactions.
Ding.
A notification chimed from the back end. He opened it to find a stranger. Eating again will cut off hands. Who expressed a desire for a divination. He provided her payment details. Alipay QR code, WeChat QR code. Before long, her phone pinged with a notification of 2,000 received via WeChat. He connected with Eating again will cut off hands. On the screen appeared a strikingly beautiful young woman, her face etched with worry, as if burdened by an insurmountable problem. Gu Mengwei. So quickly someone is paid. This lady is quite generous. Mirrorfish. Host, your predictions were so accurate yesterday. Please do not let us down today. La la la. Hee hee. Here comes the script again. Xiao Bufan, by the way, does anyone know the follow-up on the bear cub and Chong Wei from yesterday? I am curious if the predictions were indeed that precise. Eating again will cut off hands, whose real name is Tang Jijia, revealed a bittersweet smile upon seeing the barrage of comments. I truly have no other choice. If 2,000 can resolve my issues, it is well worth it. He glanced at her briefly before recounting her own predicament. You have encountered a ghost. Tang Jijia's eyes widened in disbelief. She had yet to utter a single word. How did you know? I indeed encountered something of that nature. Each night as I retire to bed, I feel as though someone stands beside me, gazing intently. Could it be your parents checking on you? Suggested a viewer. My parents often come in at night to see if I'm asleep. Fearing I might be up late on my phone. My parents do the same. Another chimed in. Once, when I was on the phone with my girlfriend, my dad walked in. Such is the world we share, with similar parents. I often feel as though someone is watching me after I turn off the lights. But I find solace under the covers, as there exists a ghostly agreement. No harm shall come to those nestled within. But that wasn't the case. Observing the comments, felt a bitter pang. It was different. I genuinely sensed a presence lingering by my bedside for an extended period. Once, in a hazy midnight awakening, I opened my eyes to meet a pair of unwavering eyes staring back at me. Her words grew increasingly fervent. Yet, upon illuminating the room, nothing was there. Terrified, I called upon my best friend, who rushed over, but it proved futile. The viewers were equally alarmed, and the comments surged rapidly. Oh my goodness.
This is truly terrifying.
I can't bear to sleep alone at night. Tonight is a night for peace. Dear host, please assist the young lady. Do not fret, young lady. The host is quite capable and will surely resolve this matter. Tang Jijia sighed heavily upon reading the comments. One could only hope. After she finished speaking, he inquired, has someone gifted you something? Tang Jijia paused at this question. A gift? Suddenly, a spark ignited in her eyes as she recollected. Last month, while visiting a neighboring city with my friend, we passed by a jewelry store and I ventured inside with her. I had my eye on a bracelet, but its price was steep, so I refrained from purchasing it. The shopkeeper, noticing my fondness for the bracelet, gifted it to me. As she recounted this, a sense of unease washed over her. At that moment, she was genuinely delighted by the bracelet, oblivious to the implications of the shopkeeper's generosity.
Now,
reflecting on the shopkeeper's expression, it seemed not merely one of joy from a sale, but rather an excitement akin to finally finding someone to take that bracelet away. One does not receive without merit. No wonder the shopkeeper bestowed the bracelet upon her. It must have been intentional. If someone offers me a gift in the future, I would hesitate to accept it. Quickly dispose of that bracelet, urged another viewer. Upon reading this comment, Tang Jijia glanced at her wrist, which was bare. She recalled having removed the bracelet while showering the previous day, forgetting to put it back on. In a sudden rush, she stood up, startling her colleague. What's the matter? I need to go home. Please inform the boss that I require a leave of absence. In the footage, Tang Jijia dashed out of the office, hailing a taxi, heading straight for her residence. On the taxi ride, she continued her conversation with He. Had I known, I should never have taken that small advantage. I will dispose of it upon my return. To her surprise, He shook his head. It's a malevolent omen. It's of no use. Is that bracelet still stained with your blood? A few days ago, I accidentally cut my hand while cooking. The rest is self-evident. Doesn't blood attract such occurrences? What exactly is that bracelet? I can't help but wonder if the store manager is aware of these events. He took another sip of tea and remarked, the original owner of that bracelet has already passed away. You possess his bracelet, stained with blood, which naturally draws his presence. Tang Jijia inquired, what should I do? First, bury the bracelet in the soil. The earth can temporarily obstruct your aura. I will draw a talisman for you. Please send me your address privately. When the time comes, affix it to the bracelet and ignite it. Once the fire has died down, find a place to bury the bracelet completely. Alright, I understand. Tang Jieja promptly sent her contact information to Ji He. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement upon hearing Ji He mention drawing a talisman. This is getting ridiculous. I'm going to report you for superstition. Prepare to be caught. Drawing a talisman. Is it the kind I believe in? Can the host show us how to draw it live? I'm so curious. Curiosity 1. Please host, go live. Please go live. Ji He raised an eyebrow. What was so fascinating about drawing a talisman? However, seeing the audience's eagerness, she did not refuse, though she currently lacked talisman paper and could not draw one at that moment. Thinking, Ji He opened an orange app on her phone. She recalled that the original owner frequently purchased items through this app. Ji He typed in talisman paper, and a list of links quickly appeared. She casually scrolled through and selected a store that caught her eye to place an order. With Tang Jieja's matter temporarily settled, Ji He ended the call, only to hear the doorbell ring. She apologized to her viewers and went to open the door. It was the plumber come to fix the pipes. Chapter 17. The daughter who went missing for 5 years. Ji He returned to her sofa and, upon accessing the back end, was momentarily taken aback. The screen was flooded with unfamiliar messages requesting her payment code. Ji He opened a message from someone named wants to see Xiaorong and sent her payment code. At that moment, the repairman, Old Wu, approached her, tools in hand, looking somewhat helpless. Miss Ji, your pipes are not broken. It's simply that you haven't paid your water bill. Ji He had never even considered the water bill. Huh, the host is too funny. Didn't he pay the water bill and thought the pipes were broken? Indeed, she must be a young lady who has never had to worry about utility bills. She doesn't know this basic knowledge? It seems the rumors about Ji He's academic credentials being fabricated might hold some truth. Cultivators engage in a fierce struggle against the heavens for a chance at ascension. Thus, although she has entered the path through mystical means, she has never calculated matters pertaining to herself. Furthermore, neither in her past life nor as the original owner had she ever been required to pay for water. Old Wu rubbed his hands together, appearing somewhat awkward, as if unsure how to proceed. Miss Ji, since there's no damage, I want to charge you for the repair. Just a service fee of 20. Ji He transferred him 150 for the service. Old Wu expressed his gratitude profusely, then proceeded to inspect every water pipe in her home. Concerned that she might be unfamiliar with the process, he personally demonstrated how to pay the bill online. Ji He settled the water bill and, in passing, also took care of the electricity payment. Only then did Old Wu depart with his toolbox in hand. Meanwhile, Xiang Xiaorong had already completed a payment of 2,000. Ji He initiated a video call, which connected to reveal Xiang Xiaorong on the screen. To one surprise, despite the dainty and tender connotation of the name, the individual was a man in his 50s, scruffy and weathered, with deep lines etched across his face. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a laborer from a construction site, complete with a safety helmet atop his head. Perhaps it was his first time appearing on a live stream, as he seemed quite awkward, unsure of where to direct his gaze. Hello, Miss Ji. My surname is Zhong. He greeted politely, meeting Ji He's eyes briefly before quickly averting his gaze, likely unaccustomed to looking at the screen. Is the uncle perhaps contemplating his fortune? Host. I adore you, just as a mouse loves rice. Working on a construction site is arduous. Every penny earned is hard won. Spending 2,000 on fortune-telling indicates the uncle must have pressing matters. I seek your assistance in locating my daughter, Uncle Zhong stated, his eyes glistening with unshed tears at the mention of his daughter. Perhaps wishing to avoid weeping in the live stream, he quickly wiped away the tears. My daughter, Xiaorong, has been missing for 5 years. A friend recommended I come here, saying Miss Ji is exceptionally accurate in fortune-telling. I have exhausted all avenues and can only turn to you for help in finding Xiaorong.
I implore you, Miss Ji.
My goodness. Missing for 5 years. Can she truly be found? 5 years without contact with her parents. One can only imagine how dire her situation must be. I suddenly feel a pang of longing for my parents. I must call them right away. It's no wonder the uncle named her Xiang Xiaorong. It reflects his yearning for his daughter. Uncle Zhong, unaware of the screen's comments and illiterate, continued, her mother and I lack means. And we only hoped our daughter would succeed. Xiaorong never disappointed us. She was the sole child from our village to attend university. Throughout her 4 years, she scarcely touched a penny of our money and would often send us funds. However, during the year of her graduation, She suddenly sent us a message stating that she had gone to work in another city and might not be in touch for a long time, urging us not to worry. Initially, we thought little of it. Xiaorong had always been independent and didn't require our concern, and we didn't want to burden her. But by the time we sensed something was amiss, we could no longer reach her. Uncle, you were far too unconcerned. Didn't you consider calling Xiaorong at that time? This matter should have been reported to the authorities. What use is a host? Alas, something must have gone awry. As Uncle Zhong spoke, tears welled up in his eyes again. He wiped them away and happened to notice the comments flashing across the screen. Though he did not recognize many words, the phrase report to the police was one he had encountered countless times, each stroke etched deeply into his being. Uncle Zhong's lips quivered slightly. His voice choked with emotion. We have reported it to the police, but they have been unable to locate her. Both her mother and I have pondered whether Xiaorong has truly met with misfortune. We merely wish to know her whereabouts. At the very least, we long for her return home. I am moved to tears. Dear host, please assist Uncle Zhong in finding Xiaorong. We must bring Xiaorong back. I truly hope Xiaorong is still alive. Otherwise, the grief of a parent bearing a child is simply unbearable. He gazed at Uncle Zhong's countenance and spoke. Your daughter is alive. Really? Uncle Zhong straightened up, his eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. As long as she's alive, that is all that matters. Even if she is alive, her situation may not be favorable. I know several individuals who were abducted. Upon their return, they were often driven to madness. Some even had their legs broken for attempting to escape. Dear host, please do not keep us in suspense any longer. Hurry and tell us where Xiaorong is. His lips trembled as he implored, Miss Ji, do you know where Xiaorong is at this moment? He continued, if you exit your village and head south, she is in the 4th village along the way. Uncle Zhong's expression flickered with disbelief. After a moment, he trembled as he spoke. Miss Ji, are you saying Xiaorong has been near home all along? Yes, he nodded, a hint of regret in her eyes. The realization that his daughter had been so close yet completely unnoticed was a torment for any parent, akin to a slow and agonizing demise. Xiaorong must feel such anguish every time she gazes in the direction of her home. Why, if she is so near, have the police been unable to find her? Surely this must be a case of abduction. Otherwise, why would Xiaorong not reach out to her parents? In a state of panic, Uncle Zhong rushed outside, intent on returning home to find Xiaorong. He called out to him, you cannot simply rush in there. You will not be able to rescue Xiaorong that way.
Indeed.
Some villages are particularly protective. I have seen police officers searching for abducted individuals only to be met with hostility from the villagers. Then is reporting to the police futile? Will Xiaorong remain lost? Miss Ji, do you possess no conscience? Deceiving for profit is one thing, but do you not find Uncle Zhong's plight sufficiently tragic? By giving him hope, you risk deepening his despair if he cannot find her. What should I do then? Uncle Zhong looked helplessly at Ji. Report it to the police, but not immediately. Ji glanced at the time and instructed, at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Go to the nearest police station and find the first officer you see. Is Miss Ji jesting? Who does not know to report a crime? Is there really a need for such elaborate instructions for a mere report? Is the host merely embellishing her role? Isn't it better to report it sooner? What if something happens to Xiaorong in the meantime? Can you bear the responsibility? Uncle, you must hurry and report it. Do not heed the host's advice. Through the screen, Uncle Zhong observed the tranquil eyes of Ji, gradually regaining his composure. After an extensive search, he had yet to uncover any leads. Since Miss Ji was willing to assist, he chose to place his trust in her. Clenching his fists, Uncle Zhong acknowledged her words. Ji added, if you are apprehensive, you might first visit that village. Once you arrive, keep your head down and proceed inward. When someone stops you, halt your movements, and then you shall behold Xiaorong. However, I must caution you, do not utter a sound. After encountering Xiaorong, resist any impulsive urges to linger. You must leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be unable to rescue her. Ji's tone grew more serious. Uncle Zhong nodded fervently. If Xiaorong was indeed alive, as Miss Ji suggested, he would undoubtedly refrain from speaking out and jeopardizing her safety. Chapter 18. In the live broadcast room, do not drive recklessly. Uncle Zhong concluded the call. Yet the viewers in the live broadcast room remained on edge. Host, is it truly dangerous for Uncle to go to that village? Why not report it to the police instead of misleading everyone? It's absurd that they haven't found her in years, especially so close to home. I can scarcely imagine what Xiaorong has endured over these 5 years. I hope for their safe reunion. He shifted her posture and poured herself another cup of tea, stating, as long as he follows my instructions, he will not encounter any peril. Are you certain of that? What if you are mistaken? Do not heed the host's foolishness. People will do anything for money. I have already messaged Uncle, hoping he can remain calm and not believe everything the host says. I have sent a message too. Bear Baby has sent a magic book X1. Bear Baby has sent a magic book X1. Bear Baby has sent a magic book X1. A magic book valued at 100. Gifting 3 of them was quite a generous gesture for a student like Bear Baby. Bear Baby then commented, I believe in the host. This name was familiar to many in the live chat. Isn't she the one who got married yesterday? Miss, do you have any updates on your situation? I'm waiting for an update. Please enlighten us. Bear Baby, the host truly has a gift. In fact, I'm not afraid to share that I am pregnant. I was worried that this child might not come at the right time, but the host's words yesterday comforted me. I told my husband about it, and he was overjoyed, promising to take good care of both me and the baby. So, what you said yesterday was accurate. Congratulations, miss. However, I must advise you to maintain your independence and not rely solely on your husband. Why should you stay home with the baby right after graduation? Was university worth nothing? Bear Baby, thank you for the reminder, sisters, but I trust my husband. Moreover, the host mentioned yesterday that our marriage is loving and strong. He smiled faintly and remarked, indeed, and you will have 2 children, a perfect balance of sons and daughters. Bear Baby, is that true? I went for a checkup yesterday and the doctor informed me that I am expecting twins. That is astonishingly accurate. The atmosphere in the live stream had lightened considerably with the arrival of the bear cubs. He gazed at the myriad private messages flooding the backstage chat and decided to activate the random connection feature. By a stroke of luck, the participant who managed to connect was named a Tree, a frequent name in the comments. He recalled that during his first live broadcast, he had entered the room around the same time as the bear cubs. As the screen illuminated, 4 faces simultaneously appeared in the upper right corner. Your reflexes are impressive. You actually managed to connect. The viewers greeted enthusiastically. Don't crowd. Make some space for me. Su Shu chuckled sheepishly. I'm in my dormitory. They're my roommates. Ah, a male college student. Such youthful exuberance, haha. What are you thinking over there? This is a live stream. Keep it appropriate. All the roommates are quite handsome. Is it true that dorm assignments are based on looks at your place? The barrage of comments was filled with joy and camaraderie. Noticing that his 3 roommates were still fooling around, Su Shu cleared his throat and said, all right, enough of the antics. I'm here to seek the host's fortune-telling. Right. Miss Ji, could you tell us when our dear Shu will meet his destined partner? He's the only single one in our dorm, and it's rather pitiful watching him while we're out with our partners. Oh dear, Shu is turning red. Our innocent little boy. Hearing the playful banter from his roommates, Su Shu blushed and pushed them away. If you keep this up, don't blame me for not sharing the key points for the final exam. Let us not. The key points are crucial. We'll stop. Ah. So, everyone already has girlfriends. My heart is shattered. The young man turns red. How adorable. Final exams. Why does hearing that term remind me of the calculus I have to retake? Reminiscing about those late nights cramming for exams. I advise anyone who hasn't started college yet to avoid studying medicine. It's a thrill at first, but final exams are a nightmare. Su Shu moved his lips as if contemplating his next words. Upon observing his hesitation and the blossoming excitement on his face, he quickly realized what he wished to inquire. There's no need for uncertainty. That girl is indeed your destined match, perfectly suited for you. Although Su Shu had been somewhat captivated by Jihe's fortune-telling abilities over the past few days, a flicker of skepticism lingered within him. After all, was there truly someone who could predict with such precision? He had always believed that fortune-telling was merely a fade. As long as the fortune-teller was adept at reading behavior and expressions and spoke in vague terms, people would subconsciously feel as if the predictions were accurate whenever they encountered challenges. Yet, before he could voice his doubts, Jihe directly pierced through his thoughts, articulating a clear answer that startled him. This uncanny ability to unveil one's innermost feelings was both frightening and awe-inspiring. Su Shu took a deep breath and asked, Master, when do you think would be the most opportune moment for me to confess my feelings to her? Unconsciously, he referred to Jihe as Master. It was noteworthy that during his initial visit to the live stream, he had merely come to observe the spectacle. After these 2 live broadcasts and the recent experiences, any lingering doubts he had have completely dissipated. He has been utterly captivated by Ji-hee. After some calculations, Ji-hee smiled and said, "It seems the time for you to confess has come." Just as she finished speaking, Su-shu's phone chimed. He reached for it and saw a WeChat message that read, "Su-shu, after spending time together recently, I think I may have developed feelings for you. If possible, would you consider me as your girlfriend?"
Su-shu's cheeks,
which had previously faded in color, flushed anew. His 3 roommates leaned in to glance at his screen, erupting in cheers. "Finally, you're about to shed your single status. Treat us. How could a girl confess first? That's simply unacceptable." Su-shu abruptly stood up, gripping his phone tightly, exclaiming, "I need to step out." His intentions were unmistakable. Another day touched by the love of others. How enviable. As a single dog, I've been struck by 1,000 points of damage. Well, I came to see a fortune-telling, and instead, I ended up consuming a wave of dog food. Ji-hee, though lacking a dual cultivation partner, still enjoys witnessing others in love. After her seclusion, she delighted in reclining on her couch, perusing various tales and gossip. At that time, the cultivation world was abuzz with a fervor for new releases. It was said that a once-inept female disciple from a minor sect suddenly transformed into a genius, achieving enlightenment through literature and penning numerous captivating tales, akin to novels in this world. She particularly remembered titles like The Sect Leader's Precious Wife Runs Away with a Child and The Sect Leader's Sweet Little Wife. Indeed, she was quite fond of reading, avidly following each installment. It cost her a considerable amount of spiritual stones. Apparently, the term following updates was also coined by that female cultivator.
Now,
witnessing real-life romantic stories felt even more intriguing. Ji-hee remarked, "This time's divination is complimentary, a blessing for your future as a couple." After concluding the call with a tree, she addressed her viewers in the live chat. "Today's 3 divinations have been completed. I will be signing off." Unexpectedly, despite her not requesting any offerings, a tree voluntarily sent 2 rockets. The tree responded, "I sincerely appreciate your goodwill and blessings, but I cannot take advantage of the situation and violate your rules." Ji-hee, another one, 200 given away to the platform. "My heart aches. How can it end so soon? I haven't had enough yet." "Whoa, host, please don't go. I just started watching." The host ended the stream too early today. "I only found out because a friend called me."
Life strikes Changwei sent 5 rockets. Life strikes Changwei sent 5 yachts. Life strikes Changwei sent 10 roses.
System notification. Life Fu Strikes Chongwei has received the host's super fan badge.
Life strikes Changwei, Ost.
Please don't leave, help me with one more calculation. Chapter 19. Life Fu Strikes Chongwei. Upon seeing Life Fu Strikes Chongwei, Ji-hee paused the broadcast. Those who have witnessed the inaugural live stream are undoubtedly familiar with his name. Mirrorfish. Surely there will be a continuation. Overjoyed to the point of blurriness, I am deeply moved. Life Fu's timing is impeccable, just as the host is about to sign off. My ayi. I was just about to close my eyes and lie down when I suddenly became alert. Ji-hee did not refuse and connected with the other party. Although there were still traces of darkness under Brother Chongwei's eyes, it was evident that he had regained considerable vigor. Yesterday, the words he spoke to Ji-hee were met with disbelief. However, come nightfall, his grandfather appeared once more. In desperation, he recalled Ji-hee's advice and hastily inquired of his grandfather how much was still lacking. His grandfather took a long time to calculate. It was not until 6 in the morning, just before the alarm was set to ring, that he returned in a dream to inform him that the deficit was far too great to be resolved in a single day and advised him to continue for another 10 days. In the ensuing period, he would be preoccupied with his entrepreneurial endeavors and could not return. Finally, he specifically urged him to maintain a good relationship with Ji-hee and to be generous. Then his grandfather vanished. Although there remained 10 more days of burning, the previously endless torment was suddenly alleviated with the promise of an impending conclusion. He was filled with joy and, having just finished burning the paper money, rushed to the live stream room. He happened to catch Ji-hee about to sign off. With no time to type, he sent a flurry of gifts instead. The host is truly remarkable. Indeed, this is the first time my grandfather has refrained from scolding me. I am utterly elated.
Goodness.
Who knows what I have endured during this time? As Life Fu enthusiastically recounted the events to Chongwei, his tone was uncontrollably lighthearted. At last, his desires were fulfilled. Peace has been restored. Upon hearing Brother Chongwei's account, those still present in the live stream could not help but exclaim in awe. I never expected the comments to be so in tune with the trend, even engaging in commerce with foreign friends. Not eating broccoli. I heard that burning paper money has recently gained popularity abroad, leading to a shortage. There are even tutorials on YouTube teaching them how to do it. Could it be related to this? August does Manthus, and it seems I must also burn more money for my ancestors. Otherwise, with inflation, they may find themselves without funds in the afterlife. Suddenly, I feel that death may not be such a terrifying prospect after all. From now on, I shall burn money for myself in advance each month, like a regular savings deposit. Who knows, when I pass, I might just become a billionaire. Tomorrow, no one dare compete with me. I too shall seek the host for a fortune-telling. At last, Jihe found an opportunity to speak, saying, "Thank you for your gifts. And also to your grandfather. However, do not forget to bask in the sun. Negative energy can be harmful, leading to misfortune and, in severe cases, physical ailments. I understand. I will go sunbathe right now for 10 days to half a month. I'm not working tomorrow. It's going to be exhilarating." With that, Chong Wei ended the connection. Jihe, you haven't mentioned what you wish to inquire about. However, before she could utter another word, Lai Fu enthusiastically left the live stream, eager to bask in the sun. Jihe, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to the audience and asked, "When do you think would be the best time for a live stream?" She had just noticed several comments stating that it was too early in the morning, with some either still asleep or heading to work. Glancing at the number of viewers in her live stream, which barely reached 20,000, she realized it was less than 1/5 of yesterday's count. This was likely due to the early hour of her broadcast. On weekdays, evenings are best. On weekends, around 2 in the afternoon, one comment suggested. Indeed. It's hard to sneak a break during the day on weekdays, but the evenings are perfectly fine, another added. I can tune in at any time. As long as my sister is streaming, I will set my alarm for the early hours to watch, said a devoted fan. Jihe glanced at the date and noted that tomorrow was Friday. After a moment of contemplation, she announced, "I will begin streaming at 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. So be sure to join me on time." "All right, we'll definitely be there," came the enthusiastic responses. "Sister Jihe, you are so beautiful. I hope you notice me tomorrow. Goodbye, streamer." "Farewell," Jihe replied before closing the live stream. Rising from her seat, she stretched her body a bit and proceeded to withdraw the earnings she had made from today's broadcast. Jihe planned to step out for lunch and then visit the supermarket for some daily necessities. She now had some money, although she hadn't quite reached 200,000 yet. However, with a few more days left and earning 6,000 daily, it would be sufficient. She could finally afford to live a little more comfortably and experience the joys of life. Meanwhile, Li Yongyang and Lin Jing emerged from the hospital room, both enveloped in silence. Lin Jing occasionally glanced at her friend, who seemed lost in her own thoughts, her eyes reflecting a deep inner turmoil. As they approached the hospital's exit, Lin Jing could no longer contain herself. "Yongyang." Li Yongyang instinctively responded, looking at Lin Jing with curiosity. Lin Jing pulled her aside, lowering her voice to ask, "Why haven't you clarified things with Chengge? You are clearly his sister." "Xiao Jing." Li Yongyang bit her lip, her expression complex. "What are you thinking? Do you have any idea how many people wish to be Chengji's sister? We're heading back to the city tomorrow morning. If you don't speak up now, will you let Chengge wait indefinitely?" Lin Jing was utterly perplexed by Li Yongyang's mindset. Chengge came from a wealthy family and had cherished her for so many years. It was evident he adored his sister. Moreover, he was their idol. Once she acknowledged their relationship, they could see him every day, couldn't they? Yet, not only did Li Yongyang fail to reveal her true identity, but she also prevented Lin Jing from speaking out. Why not seize such a splendid opportunity? Li Yongyang's voice trembled slightly. He is so exceptional, and I am merely an ordinary high school student, devoid of any notable qualities. If his fans were to learn that his sister is such a mediocre person, they would undoubtedly be disappointed. I do not wish to become his blemish. Yongyang, you... Lin Jing momentarily found herself at a loss for words. To her, Li Yongyang had always embodied beauty and grace. Yet, in comparison to Chengge, she seemed to pale like a firefly beside the moon. Chengge was remarkably handsome, with an extraordinary intellect, a graduate of a prestigious university, and a recipient of numerous international awards during his academic years. Even after entering the entertainment industry, he stood out among all idols and, within just 2 years, had risen to become a top celebrity in the country. His every gesture exuded an aristocratic elegance, verging on perfection. All the fans speculated that Xiao Ziqing's sister must be equally extraordinary, a true beauty in the making. If she were to exist, she would undoubtedly feel a sense of inferiority. Contemplating this, Lin Jing sighed, unsure of how to provide comfort. Fear not, we shall have opportunities in the future. To her surprise, Li Yongyang lifted her head and offered a faint smile. Xiao Jing, you need not worry about me. One day, I shall stand beside my brother, having earned my place through my own efforts, making him proud. Chapter 20. Ji He achieves stardom. In the afternoon, Ji He once again ascended the trending charts. The overseas burning of paper offerings had incited inflation in the underworld. Ji He's live broadcast was scheduled for Friday at 6 o'clock. Even those who typically never tuned in to live streams felt an insatiable curiosity to click on the link. Ji He, is she the idol who skyrocketed to fame upon debut? Why have I seen her dominating the trending topics these past few days? Upon entering the stream, viewers were left astounded. Holy cow, is this fortune-telling truly so accurate? I'm watching live. Ji He genuinely predicted it on the spot. There's no deception involved. Goodness. How's there been such a stunning figure in the entertainment industry that I've never known about before? Simultaneously, various online platforms, forums, and discussion boards erupted with conversations about this individual named Ji He. Tomorrow, I must join the live stream to inquire about when I will strike it rich. The beautiful sister is mine. No one should dare to take her. Wow, her camera angle is unflattering and she hasn't applied any beauty filter, yet she remains stunning. Her skin's so delicate. Look at that charming allure. As the threads multiplied, so did the influx of detractors. At that moment, Yang Yun's fan group was in an uproar. Fruit-flavored cutie, Ji He's live broadcast is on Friday night. Any sisters want to join me to disrupt? Whispering breeze, count me in. I've long found Ji He displeasing, especially for bullying Yun Yun. I must confront her. Yun Yun is my wife. Everyone can join this group. 637313975. Disruption Squad. Yun Yun is my wife. Let us discuss how we should approach this tomorrow. We need to arrange our talking points and come up with a code word to avoid collateral damage to allies. Little Grape, we could attempt to connect with Ji He. If any sisters manage to link up and Ji He fails to deliver, we'll immediately buy a trending topic to expose her as a fraud. I stand for Yun Yun. I concur. Having grown weary of incessant notifications from Weibo, Ji He had uninstalled the app. She was utterly unaware of the online happenings, and even if she were informed, it would hardly concern her. At that moment, Ji He was at the supermarket, finalizing her purchases. Upon seeing her balance drop by over 2,000, she felt a twinge of pain, having just arrived in this world and already feeling the sting of poverty. Her fortune-telling session cost merely 2,000, and now it was all gone. However, upon returning home and arranging her newly acquired items, the once barren room began to flourish. The refrigerator was filled with her purchased groceries, the countertop adorned with kitchenware and a microwave, an unexpected prize she won at the supermarket for spending over 2,000. Although Ji He never kept track of such matters. However, for those who pursue the path of cultivation, defying fate and altering destiny is second nature, akin to receiving divine gifts without effort. At last, the bedroom was adorned with sheets and blankets, freeing her from the discomfort of sleeping on the sofa. She purchased a clothes rack. Though it held only a few garments, at least they could now hang in the wardrobe. In truth, her belongings were quite minimal. The majority of her expenditures were, rather, on the potted plants that graced her surroundings. She had arranged these flora into simple formations, capable of maintaining cleanliness within the abode, regulating the air temperature, and sustaining a balance of spiritual energy. Although this modest amount of energy held little value for her, it was better than nothing, providing a semblance of comfort. Moreover, she had changed her mobile number. The messages on her original phone, along with the notifications from WeChat, were overwhelmingly numerous, filled with seemingly caring sentiments that masked insincerity and malice. She had no desire to sift through them or to delete acquaintances, opting instead for a fresh start with a new number and a renewed WeChat account. In addition, relying on QR code payments had proven inconvenient, and she recognized the need for timely communication should any issues arise. The 2,000 yuan, albeit merely a token, could serve as a gesture of goodwill should the need for assistance arise. Upon establishing her new account, it remained devoid of contacts. Not a single friend was present. After some contemplation, she took the initiative to send a friend request to Li Yong via her contacts, considering him her first client. As for others, such as Lu Qiui, she chose to ignore them. Crown Star Entertainment, a subsidiary of the Qi Group, is an entity primarily rooted in maritime trade, later venturing into industrial manufacturing, seemingly unrelated to the entertainment industry. Yet, for reasons unknown, the president of Qi Group abruptly declared an intention to enter the entertainment realm, signing the original owner as the first artist. The original owner had once been a well-established performer at Crown Star, but had since fallen from grace, besmirched by scandals, including being labeled as the adopted daughter of the Ji family. This deterioration allowed Lu Qiui to ascend in arrogance, disregarding the original owner entirely, even going so far as to terminate her contract and demand compensation for breach. However, Lu Qiui had not anticipated that following the contract termination, Ji He would consecutively trend on social media. Today, her rise even attracted the attention of the general manager, who summoned her for a meeting. The general manager, Mr. Xia Shihai, a father of three, Xia Shui, Xia Yu and Xia Bingbao, was once a screenwriter. He transformed familial anecdotes into scripts, creating a phenomenal hit, and was subsequently recruited by the president of Crown Star to assume the role of general manager. As Mr. Xia perused the invitation from a leading domestic variety show, he could hardly contain his delight. Qiui, your strategy is truly remarkable. Having Ji He go live and adopt a dark horse persona has garnered her significant attention. Now, even director Lu Wei has extended an invitation to me for a variety show. The guests on Extreme Heartbeat are all A-list stars. I've already secured the project for Ji He. Qiui, please arrange accordingly. Once Ji He completes the show, she is bound to achieve phenomenal success. He chuckled, observing Lu Qiui standing rigidly in place, mistaking her demeanor for nerves. Please take a seat. Do not remain standing. You are now a vital asset to our company. Ji He has truly executed this matter splendidly. Xia Shihai is amiable and unpretentious. He warmly invites the bewildered Lu Qiui to take a seat and personally pours her a cup of tea. He turns around, rummaging through the cupboard to find tea leaves that he usually refrains from indulging in. However, in his excitement, he fails to notice that with every compliment he bestows upon Ji He, Lu Qiui's expression of panic intensifies. Ji He is not only strikingly beautiful, but also comes from an illustrious background. Initially, when the company appointed Lu Qiui as Ji He's manager, she was immensely thrilled, believing she could cultivate a top-tier star and ascend the ranks effortlessly. Yet, to her dismay, Ji He's character proved to be lacking and misfortune seemed to follow her. Time and again, she was caught in scandalous acts by the media. Although Ji He insisted that she had committed none of those deeds, Lu Qiui's concern was irrelevant. Her duty was to manage the public relations crisis. Unfortunately, Ji He's standing continued to decline, with the company gradually reallocating resources to emerging talents, until Ji He was reduced to a mere invisible entity within the company, on the verge of being shelved. Her days were spent relying on controversies to garner attention, leading to ridicule directed at Lu Qiui for clinging to what they deemed trash while believing it to be treasure. Consequently, her animosity towards Ji He grew stronger. Thus, when the revelation surfaced that Ji He was merely the adopted daughter of the Ji family, Lu Qiui hastily approached her superior to terminate their contract. They all presumed Ji He's career was irreparably damaged, although her superior did not explicitly agree. Their insinuations urged her to prioritize the company's interests over personal sentiments and to act decisively. Unexpectedly, just days later, Ji He began trending on social media, showing signs of a resurgence in popularity. Lu Qiui's hands trembled with anxiety. If the company discovered that she had severed ties with Ji He, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. She forced a smile, asserting that the general manager's praise was unwarranted, as her actions were merely her responsibilities. Luck had favored Ji He, allowing her to regain prominence. However, Ji He's questionable character would inevitably attract criticism again. Xia Shihai, however, dismissed her concerns. That notion is misguided. Controversy can also lead to fame. I know Ji He. She is not a bad person. With proper public relations management, there is still hope. With a sigh, he continued, our company, Sanqing, has been dormant for far too long. Perhaps this time, we can ride Ji He's wave back to the pinnacle and cultivate a few award-winning actresses. Lu Qiui gripped her cup tightly, wishing she could shatter it with her fury. Her heart raced with unease. Indeed, the general manager was right. She would return and make the necessary arrangements. After leaving, she hurried to her superior's office, only to be met with a complete disavowal of responsibility, as her superior shifted all blame onto her. I told you not to let the company suffer, but I never instructed you to terminate your contract with Ji He. Lu Qiui stared at her superior's unrecognizable demeanor, her heart sinking into despair. Did this mean she had to plead with Ji He to reinstate their contract? But would Ji He even agree? She forced herself to remain composed, reassuring herself that such situations had occurred before, yet Ji He had quickly faded from the spotlight, only to be further despised by netizens. Surely, this time would be no different. Furthermore, if she informed Ji-hee about the opportunity to appear on a variety show, Ji-hee would undoubtedly feel grateful and agree to the contract renewal. Ji-hee was fervently yearning for fame. She could hardly refuse such temptation. Reflecting on this, she found herself harboring a twinge of disdain towards Ji-hee. She took out her phone and composed a WeChat message, sending it directly to Ji-hee, unwilling even to make a call. After all, once Ji-hee saw it, she would surely call her back with great enthusiasm. The hospital was cloaked in the shadows of night by 7 o'clock. On the hospital bed, Li Xiaoya remained in a deep slumber. When Li Yong arrived, he found his elder brother and sister-in-law, one seated in a corner chair and the other by their daughter's bedside, their faces etched with worry. "Brother, sister-in-law, has Xiaoya not woken up yet?" Li Yong inquired, noting the weariness etched on his elder brother's face, unshaven and disheveled, as if he had not tended to himself in days. His brother looked up at him, shaking his head in silence. Sister-in-law sighed heavily, aware of Li Yong's good intentions. The girl was indeed beautiful, but even the doctors could not revive Xiaoya. What could a mere girl do? Her hopes had long since faded. Merely wishing for Xiaoya to survive, even if it meant living in a vegetative state. As long as Xiaoya drew breath, she would care for her diligently. Li Dage clutched a cigarette, unlit, gazing out the window, his voice tinged with despair. "Tomorrow, I will sell the house. We shall take Xiaoya to the provincial hospital for treatment." Seeing this, Li Yong felt a pang of sorrow. He had faith in Ji-hee, convinced that Xiaoya would awaken. Yet, as time ticked by, there were still no signs of a revival. He gazed at his niece's increasingly gaunt face, and then at his brother and sister-in-law, who seemed to have aged considerably. His hands clenched tightly at his sides. "I have 200,000 left. I will withdraw it tomorrow for you. Let us take Xiaoya for treatment." Li Dage looked at his earnest brother, realizing that 200,000 was likely all the liquid assets he possessed. It was impossible not to be moved, yet as he glanced at his daughter lying in bed, he refrained from uttering the words of refusal. As the hour approached midnight, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew increasingly oppressive. Li Yong sat in the corner, his hands cradling his head, disappointment flooding his eyes. Sister-in-law cast a sympathetic glance at the despondent Li Yong. The pain she had long suppressed finally overflowed, tears cascading down her cheeks. She slowly released the tightly held necklace, sobbing as she grasped Li Xiaoya's hand. "Xiaoya, why do you not wake? What am I to do without you?" Li Yong's eyes brimmed with tears. It was all his fault, for he had given sister-in-law unwarranted hope, only to lead her into despair. All of this was on him. Li Dage placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. In the span of a single day, Li Yong experienced fear, hope, anticipation, and despair. Despite his self-proclaimed strength, he could no longer contain his emotions, bursting into tears as he embraced his brother. The atmosphere in the hospital room had plunged into utter hopelessness. Yet at that very moment, on the hospital bed, Li Xiaoya's hand stirred. Subsequently, the instruments monitoring her vital signs emitted a series of beeping sounds. The three individuals in the hospital room found themselves enveloped in a state of heightened emotion, momentarily frozen upon witnessing this occurrence. It was Li's wife who first regained her composure. Overwhelmed with excitement, she swiftly grasped Xiaoya's hand tightly. "Xiaoya, it's your mother. I'm right here." Slowly, Xiaoya opened her eyes and beheld her mother, whose hair had turned almost entirely gray. A single tear rolled down her cheek. With great effort, she lifted her hand to caress Li's wife's face. "Mom." Just that one utterance filled Li's wife with astonishment and joy, prompting her to respond with tears of elation. "It's your mother. I'm here." Li Yong also felt a surge of happiness. Compared to the exuberant joy of his brother and sister-in-law at their daughter's awakening, he remained somewhat composed and hurried outside to summon the doctor. The doctor and nurses swiftly entered the room. "Family of Li Xiaoya, please step outside for a moment." Li Yong ushered his brother and sister-in-law out of the room, allowing the medical staff to perform their duties. He took out his phone, intending to call Ji-hee to share the joyous news, but was interrupted by Li's wife. "You're being foolish. Can't you see what time it is?" Realizing his oversight, Li Yong slapped his forehead in realization. "How silly of me. Luckily, you reminded me." Although Li's wife's eyes were still puffy, the joy in them was nearly overflowing. "Miss Ji is the benefactor who saved Xiaoya. We must express our gratitude properly." With that, she bowed in gratitude towards Ji-hee's direction, preparing to kneel. This time, even Li Yong did not intervene. Their family owed Miss G a debt of gratitude, having gained another life. Meanwhile, in another city, someone else was also suffering from a sleepless night. The small lamp on the bedside emitted a warm glow. Tang Jejia curled up under the covers, her breaths unusually soft. It was already late at night, and she had work the next morning. One would think she should be asleep. Yet, she dared not close her eyes. Her best friend could not come over due to unexpected overtime. Fearing the need to use the bathroom during the night, she had refrained from drinking water, leaving her both thirsty and fatigued. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the ticking of the clock penetrating the blanket, echoing in Tang Jejia's ears. Each tick resonated distinctly in the stillness of the night. She shivered slightly, regretting her choice of a mechanical alarm clock for the first time. Otherwise, she would not have to endure that infernal ticking. Seconds turned into minutes, until it struck midnight. Tang Jejia remained cocooned in her blankets, the air within growing warm and somewhat humid with her breaths. She stifled a yawn, sleepiness threatening to overwhelm her. Just then, a faint creaking sound drifted in. It was the sound of the door being opened. Tang Jejia swallowed her yawn, her eyelids that had nearly succumbed to slumber shot open. Blood rushed from her feet to her head, and a chill crept down her spine. She held her breath, not daring to move. Footsteps approached the door, soft yet deliberate. 1 step, 2 steps, then silence ensued. A cold presence gradually spread, enveloping every corner of the room. Tang Jejia was certain that, in her efforts to save money, she had set the air conditioning to a mere 26 degrees even in the sweltering summer heat. It could not possibly be this cold. It was that entity. It had arrived. Her hand, which she pressed against her mouth, trembled slightly, and goosebumps erupted along her arms. A chill crept up from the soles of her feet, gradually enveloping her. Ultimately, her hands and feet became extraordinarily cold. It lingered by the bedside. Tang Jejia could sense its presence beside her. Following Ji He's instructions, she had buried that string of bracelets in the soil. Wasn't it said that this would prevent it from ensnaring her? Indeed. All those predictions about fate were merely scripts. She had foolishly believed them and suffered a loss of 2,000 yuan. This sum was meant to be saved for a trip with her best friend at the beginning of July. It seemed to express confusion. Footsteps echoed once more in the room. Initially, the steps were slow, but gradually they quickened, as if searching for something in a fit of urgency and unrest. At last, the footsteps ceased. It had come to a halt. Faint whispers began to permeate the air. Terrified, Tang Jejia strained to listen. Yet, perhaps the voices were too faint or too distant. She could discern nothing clearly. Just as confusion washed over her, she heard it return to the bedside. Why couldn't he find her? Where was she? At this moment, Tang Jejia finally caught the words it uttered. Why can't I smell her presence? She is right here. With its words, the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, starkly contrasting with the previous days. When it had first arrived, the room would chill abruptly. But today's cold felt as though it threatened to freeze her entirely. Clearly, it was enraged. Tang Jejia bit her lip tightly, fearing that even the slightest sound from her trembling teeth would betray her. She lay there, visible on the bed. Could it truly not see her? Suddenly, she heard that sinister voice resonate once again. I will surely find you. The footsteps receded, growing distant, as if it were departing. This was soon followed by a profound silence. After hiding for what felt like an eternity, Tang Jejia observed that the outside remained still. Struggling to suppress her fear, she cautiously emerged from her cocoon of blankets, revealing only her eyes. The room was utterly silent. Nothing stirred. Even the temperature seemed to revert to its previous heat. What was happening? Had it left? Yet it typically did not depart so swiftly. A sudden realization struck her. She recalled its earlier words. Someone had concealed her scent? It was the soil. The soil had masked her presence. Oh my, Ji He had spoken the truth. She truly possessed the ability to exorcise spirits. By the time Ji He awoke the following morning, she found that Li Yong had already been verified in their WeChat group, having sent a flurry of messages expressing gratitude. Ji He shared some methods for soothing the soul and nurturing the body before rising to prepare breakfast. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ji He received the items she had ordered online. In addition to the yellow paper, she noticed that the shop also stocked vermilion and other materials, so she decided to purchase a considerable amount. As Ji He heard the delivery person ring the doorbell, she was momentarily taken aback. The merchant had dispatched the package from the city, a distance of over 200 kilometers. To her astonishment, it had arrived so swiftly. Upon sorting through the contents of the package, She discovered that in addition to her purchased items, the merchant had graciously included a wooden hairpin. The hairpin, entirely ebony and smooth to the touch, clearly showcased the artisan's exceptional craftsmanship. Ji-hee played with it for a moment, finding it quite appealing, and casually used the pin to twist her hair into an elegant bun. Chapter 22. The Enclosed Little Rome. One day prior, after Zhong Jijia exited the live stream, he felt a lingering sense of disorientation. It was only when a coworker called out to him that he regained his composure. "Old Zhong, what are you pondering? Today is my birthday. Come over to my place for dinner. My wife has prepared a whole roast duck and has even permitted me to indulge in some drinks. You must join me for a few rounds," Zhang Jiang exclaimed, slapping him on the back with a hearty laugh. "I'll head home for lunch," Zhong Jijia replied. "No need to go home. Just give your sister-in-law a call to invite her over. We're in Shirtu village," Zhang Jiang insisted. Zhong Jijia's heart skipped a beat. "Shirtu village?" "Indeed," Zhang Jiang continued, his laughter boisterous. "We've known each other for 3 or 4 months now. It's rare for us to share a meal together. So please don't turn me down." Understanding that old Zhong had lost his daughter, Zhang Jiang sighed internally. 5 years had passed since she went missing, and in the vastness of the world, where could one hope to find her? Yet life must go on. He had anticipated needing to persuade old Zhong further, but was taken aback when Zhong's eyes lit up with eagerness as he readily agreed. "Let us go right now." Seeing old Zhong's impatience, Zhang Jiang chuckled to himself.
All right.
"We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated." Zhong Jijia responded with excitement, though a sense of apprehension gnawed at him. He hadn't realized that a co-worker he had known for merely 4 months was from Shirtu village. As they arrived at the village, Zhang Jiang led the way while Zhong Jijia trudged along in silence. At the slightest sound, he would glance up, yet no one seemed to halt him. Not far away, a young man approached, limping slightly and wielding a muddy farming tool, as if he had just returned from the fields. Upon seeing Zhang Jiang, he greeted him cheerfully. "Uncle Zhang, you're back." Zhang Jiang paused, concerned, and inquired, "With the recent dampness, is your leg still paining you?" Zhong Jijia also halted, his gaze drifting to the young man's leg. The youth replied with a wry smile, "It's much the same. My father is waiting for me to eat. I must take my leave." As he watched the young man's figure recede, Zhang Jiang sighed and explained to Zhong Jijia that's the village chief's son. They had arranged a marriage with a university student, but just before the engagement, he had an accident and now walks with a limp. Naturally, the engagement was called off. He was despondent for quite some time, but eventually, he did marry. However, it's said that the girl has some mental issues, and her family has kept her from meeting anyone. Zhong Jijia remained silent, listening intently. Noticing Zhang Jiang moving ahead, he quickly followed suit. In the next moment, he halted in his tracks. "When someone stops you, then you will see Little Rome," he recalled. Zhong Jijia's heart raced as he turned back, noticing the youth entering a nearby courtyard. In the yard stood a quaint 3-story villa, accompanied by a small structure resembling a granary. Sun Hongfei limped into the dwelling, hanging his tools on the wall before casually picking up a set of keys and making his way to the small building. Upon opening the door, he found the interior cluttered with grain sacks of various sizes. Approaching a corner, he first moved aside the sacks resting on the ground, then pushed aside the hay covering them. Beneath, a square panel revealed a lock. Sun Hongfei inserted the key and unlocked it, unveiling a dimly lit basement. He descended the staircase and flicked on the light. With a click, the basement illuminated. In the corner, a gaunt figure shrank back against the wall, trembling as if from cold, accompanied by the sound of rattling chains. The gentle smile on Sun Hongfei's face faded, replaced by a flicker of hatred in his gaze as he seized the whip hanging from the wall. Crack! The whip lashed violently against the ground, leaving a stark white mark. The figure quivered even more violently. Sun Hongfei limped forward, swinging the whip without reservation. A sharp crack pierced the air, and the person in the corner let out a piercing cry of pain. "Damn you, wretched woman. Am I not just a man with a limp? What gives you the right to look down on me? Just because you've read a few books, you fancy yourself someone of importance? You still rely on men for sustenance. I provide for you daily, and what more do you want? Dare to run away? I'll make sure you regret it." Each strike of the whip grew more forceful. Yet the woman remained silent after her initial cry. Her clothing ripped under the blows, exposing a back devoid of unblemished skin. Clenching her fists, she bit her lower lip until it bled, droplets of crimson trailing down her chin. Her eyes were filled with despair, yet deep within, a flicker of hope remained. "Hold on," Her parents were still waiting for her to come home. After releasing his pent-up frustration, Sun Hongfei tossed the whip to the ground and, gasping for breath, exited the basement. Perhaps the sight of the woman trembling had brought him delight, for he hummed a tune in high spirits, even forgetting to lock the panel behind him as he left the granary. Moments later, Zhong Jijia appeared within the granary, searching intently, his gaze missing no corner, yet finding no one. It was only when he noticed a disheveled pile of hay that he became aware of the panel. Hurriedly, he approached and pulled it open, a wave of metallic scent wafting from the darkness. "Sharon?" he called softly as he descended. In the corner, the woman had closed her eyes, attempting to sleep in order to forget her pain. "Sharon?" Hearing something, she felt her eyelids flutter, and upon opening her eyes, she faintly recognized a familiar silhouette.
"Dad,"
she whispered. Zhong Jijia's eyes widened as he rushed forward, enveloping her in his embrace. "Sharon, Dad, am I dreaming?" Just recently lashed by Sun Hongfei. She had not cried, but hearing her father's voice, tears streamed down her face. Was she truly dreaming? Zhong Jijia felt the blood on his daughter's body, trembling uncontrollably, consumed by an overwhelming desire to rush forth and eliminate Sun Hongfei. "Sharon, Daddy is here. I shall take you away at once." Was this reality or a dream? Sharon, feeling her father's warmth as she touched his skin, opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Zhong Jijia lifted one of her arms, determined to lead her to safety. "Dad, we can't." Sharon gasped weakly. "I can't move. The moment we step outside, they'll discover us. You must go first and seek the police." "How can I abandon you?" Zhong Jijia refused, insistent on escaping with his daughter. Sharon struggled, as if she could hear Sun Hongfei's footsteps approaching. "Dad, he's coming. You must hurry." With her last ounce of strength, she pushed Zhong Jijia away. Trembling, he knew he could not take Sharon with him. "Sharon, wait for Daddy to rescue you." He cast one last reluctant glance at his daughter before sprinting out of the grain warehouse. Moments later, Sharon heard the sound of a lock clicking outside. It was Sun Hongfei, having remembered to secure the basement partition. She exhaled deeply and leaned against the wall, quietly closing her eyes. Chapter 23. This aligns perfectly with what Ji He calculated. Zhong Jijia stumbled into the police station. The on-duty officer, noticing his panicked demeanor, hurriedly rose from his chair to assist him. "Sir, what has happened? Where are you injured?" Just as he finished speaking, an older officer emerged from a side door, cradling a thermos. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he exclaimed, "Shaolin, what is going on?" As his words fell, he caught sight of Zhong Jijia's face. "It's old Zhong. What has transpired?" "Shaolin, quickly call for an ambulance." "No, I'm fine. Officer Zhong, this is Sharon's blood. I have seen her. She is in Shirtu village." Zhong Jijia grasped Officer Zhang's hand with urgency. After a thorough examination, Officer Zhang confirmed there were no injuries on Zhong Jijia's body and exchanged a knowing glance with the bewildered Shaolin, instructing him to fetch water while he led Zhong Jijia to a nearby seat. "Brother Jijia, please sit down. Take your time and tell me what has happened." They were somewhat familiar with each other. The first time Zhong Jijia came to report a crime, it was Officer Zhang who attended to him. Over the past 5 years, Zhong Jijia had visited the police station countless times. However, 2 months prior, when the police had cracked a trafficking case, they had summoned Zhong Jijia to identify individuals, hoping to ascertain if his daughter was among them. He had witnessed a trafficked girl, upon seeing her biological parents, frantically attempt to smash herself against the wall. Although they managed to restrain her, she still sustained a severe head injury. This incident traumatized Zhong Jijia, leading him to abstain from visiting the police station for the past 2 months. Officer Zhang had been closely following Xiaorong's case. Yet, searching for Xiaorong amidst the vast sea of humanity proved to be no easy task. In recent years, the government had intensified its efforts to combat trafficking, but the number of children who could be recovered remained dismally low. Tragically, in some cases when individuals were found, all that remained was a lifeless body. The children who cannot be found may have been sold to the most remote mountains, may have already lost their lives, or may have become mere donors for the black market organ trade. All they can do is exert their utmost effort to seek a glimmer of hope. Shaolin brought a glass of water and stood aside. He had been assigned here a month ago, and thus did not know Zhong Jijia. However, witnessing Officer Zhang's demeanor towards Zhong Jijia piqued his curiosity. "Officer Zhang, I truly saw Xiaorong. She is in Shirtu village. I saw her with my own eyes." "Shirtu village?" Officer Zhang furrowed his brows, the name sounding somewhat familiar. Soon, he recalled, haven't we already investigated that village? You accompanied us then. But we didn't find Xiaorong, did we? But this time is different. I genuinely saw Xiaorong. She is locked in a basement. The blood on me is hers. Officer Zhang squinted at him for a moment before handing over the cup of water. Please, elaborate on the situation. Seizing the opportunity as though grasping a lifeline, Zhong Jijie recounted everything that had transpired, including the 2,000 he spent seeking fortune-telling from Ji He. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang began to understand.
He sighed.
Having encountered many, like Zhong Jijie, when people reach a dead end, they tend to believe anything and anyone. Those who masquerade as fortune-tellers are merely con artists. His precinct manages to apprehend a dozen of them annually, not accounting for those who escape. Officer Zhang patted Zhong Jijie's shoulder. Old Zhong, I understand your desire to find Xiaorong, and the entire department is diligently assisting you in this endeavor. However, the reality is as such. You know the precinct is always short-staffed. We cannot devote all our resources to someone who has been missing for 5 years. I comprehend your eagerness to help. But how can you place your faith in such superstitions? Officer Zhang, it is not superstition. I truly saw Xiaorong. Test the blood on me. It is hers. Please believe me. Send someone to investigate Shirtu village once more. Would you? Zhong Jijie implored with a pleading gaze. Officer Zhang sighed, fully empathetic to old Zhong's despair. Yet, the reality stood before them, and he helplessly replied, It's not that I don't want to help you. The precinct is currently occupied with another case. And we genuinely lack the manpower to assist you. As you can see, it's just me and Officer Shaolin here. Everyone else is out on duty. Shaolin opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but swallowed his words. Following Officer Zhang's statement, Zhong Jijie glanced around. Indeed. Apart from Officer Zhang and Officer Shaolin, there was no one else present. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted. I am so exhausted. Do you want this water? If not, I shall drink it. Ning Yunyang entered the precinct and, without waiting for anyone to respond, finished a glass of water in a few gulps. He wiped his mouth, still feeling thirsty, and was about to pour another glass when he noticed Shaolin making faces at him. Startled, he returned to the moment and smiled at the glaring Officer Zhang. Officer Zhang, you are busy. As Ning Yunyang turned to leave, he suddenly heard a loud splash behind him. Officer Zhang, I implore you, please assist me. That is my dear Xiaorong. As Zhong Jijie spoke, he sank to his knees with a heavy thud that sent shivers down the spine of all present. The 3 witnesses were taken aback by his sudden act. What are you doing? Get up at once. Officer Zhang, startled by Zhong Jijie's actions, extended a hand to help him. However, Zhong Jijie, fueled by desperation, remained on the ground, attempting to bow his head in reverence to Officer Zhang. Such a gesture was wholly inappropriate. Not only was Officer Zhang unaccustomed to such displays, but as a police officer, he could not permit a civilian to conduct themselves in such a manner. Officer Zhang restrained Zhong Jijie, only to see a hand reach out from the side and effortlessly lift him up. Ning Yunyang stated, What is the fuss about? I'll accompany you. Ning Yunyang. This is not your concern. Upon hearing this, Officer Zhang felt a headache coming on. Ning Yunyang smiled slightly, raising an eyebrow and declaring, I am free at the moment. And I am curious to ascertain if that so-called Ji He truly possesses such remarkable foresight. Nonsense. Officer Zhang glared at him, recognizing Ji He as nothing more than a charlatan. While Zhong Jijie's ignorance was understandable, how could Ning Yunyang, a police officer, not see through it? Ning Yunyang paid no heed to Officer Zhang's thoughts, patting Zhong Jijie on the shoulder and saying, Uncle, I'll go with you. Zhong Jijie looked at Ning Yunyang with delight, only to suddenly notice the clock hanging behind them. It was precisely 3 o'clock. He was rendered speechless. This was exactly as Miss Ji He had predicted. Soon, he became animated. It's you, it's truly you. Miss Ji He did not err. Ning Yunyang, bewildered, could not comprehend Zhong Jijie's words, and as they walked outside, he remarked, Uncle, let us get in the car. You guide me. Officer Zhang, calling out Ning Yunyang's name in frustration from behind, was utterly exasperated. Master, are you all right? Shaolin stepped forward to pat his back and help him regain his composure. Once settled, Officer Zhang glanced at Shaolin and said, You've been here for a month. It's time for you to go on duty. Stick with them and ensure that Ning Yunyang stays in check. Shaolin's eyes brightened as he straightened up and saluted. Yes, Master. Chapter 24, Saving Lives. In Shirtu village, a van halted not far away. Ning Yunyang and Xiao Lin changed into plain clothes, the former advising Zhong Jijie, stay in the car and do not move. If someone knocks, remain silent, they cannot see inside. But Zhong Jijie could hardly contain himself, eager to leap from the vehicle and find his daughter. Ning Yunyang understood Zhong Jijie's anxiousness, yet countless cases had taught him that the relatives of victims often act impulsively, jeopardizing the rescue efforts. Moreover, Zhong Jijie's home was nearby, and encountering an acquaintance could inadvertently alert the perpetrator. If Xiaorong was indeed here, the best course of action was to keep Zhong Jijie in the vehicle. He deliberately darkened his expression and asserted, "If you truly desire your daughter's safety, you must stay put." Taken aback by the sudden shift in the seemingly amiable officer's demeanor, Zhong Jijie was momentarily stunned. Though his heart raced with urgency, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Ning Yunyang and Xiao Lin alighted from the vehicle, casting wary glances to ensure they were unobserved before making their way toward Stone Village. Both appeared relaxed, each carrying a backpack, masquerading as mere tourists. Upon reaching the village entrance, they were halted. "What brings you here?" inquired an elderly woman.
Hello, Mum.
"This is my younger brother. We are here to sightsee. We just descended from the mountains and are quite fatigued. We were hoping to find a meal and inquire about accommodations for the night." Ning Yunyang, possessing a striking appearance, easily garnered the villager's goodwill when he spoke earnestly. The villager immediately lowered her guard, replying, "Tourists. However, our houses are privately occupied, and there is hardly any vacancy. What about that one?" Ning Yunyang gestured nonchalantly towards a 3-story villa, the same one that Zhong Jijie had previously spotted. The villager pondered for a moment before responding, "That belongs to the village chief. There might indeed be a room available for you." She scrutinized the two young men, concluding, "You two don't seem like troublemakers. I will escort you there." Exchanging glances, Ning Yunyang and Xiao Lin followed the villager. The village chief, a kindly man in his 60s, regarded them with a warm expression as he leaned on his cane. "Looking for a place to stay? There is indeed a room available on the 3rd floor." Ning Yunyang felt as though he had found salvation and exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful. We missed out on a guest house while on the mountain and decided to try our luck here." "You are truly a benevolent soul, village chief. Rest assured, we will pay the standard guest house rate." Seeing their enthusiasm, the villager chuckled and departed. The village chief discreetly appraised the two before leading them upstairs. "Here it is. Take a look and see if it suits you." The room was tidy, furnished with a bed but lacking blankets. The village chief noted this and said, "I'll have my wife bring you a blanket later. There's no need for payment. It's my pleasure to help." Ning Yunyang nodded appreciatively at climbing. "Thank you so much, village chief." The chief's gaze fell briefly on Ning Yunyang's wrist before hastily shifting away. Noticing the timepiece on his wrist, Ning Yunyang silently cursed but then smiled, removing the watch and offering it to the chief. "Just a small token of gratitude. Please accept it. You are too kind." The chief replied, feigning humility, but showing no intention of returning the gift, readily accepting it after a few polite refusals. Once the chief departed, Ning Yunyang locked the door and, along with Xiao Lin, meticulously inspected the room for hidden cameras or listening devices. "Ningguo, that village chief seems suspicious. It's obvious to anyone." Ning Yunyang snorted coldly. "The most valuable thing I possess is this watch worth 8,000. That old man barely glanced at anything else. Fixated solely on my watch. Quite cunning." Xiao Lin whispered, "What shall we do next?" "Keep watch for me. I need to investigate below."
What?
Xiao Lin watched in astonishment as Ning Yunyang approached the window, effortlessly leaping down. "Ningge, this is the 3rd floor." He rushed forward, intending to stop him, but his words faltered as he gaped in disbelief. Ning Yunyang elegantly landed on the 2nd floor balcony and swiftly darted into the shadows. Ning Yunyang's objective was precisely that granary mentioned by Zhong Jijie, which held his daughter captive. Ning Yunyang circled the granary. It was modest in size, featuring one entrance and a small wooden window. The window was positioned at the highest point of the wall and at a height of 188 centimeters. Ning had to stretch to reach it. He returned to the door, attempting to push it open. The door was not locked. Leaning against it, Ning Yunyang pushed and stepped inside, closing it deftly behind him. The room was dim, as no lights were on. After a moment of adjustment to the darkness, he began to inspect the granary, with a faint light filtering through the window. Zhong Jijie had been in a flurry when he exited, unable to clearly articulate the exact location of the basement entrance, merely indicating that it was against the wall and covered with hay. Ning moved along the wall, occasionally crouching to knock on the floor. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing. "Brother Ning, the village chief's son is coming in," came Xiao Lin's voice through the earpiece. Ning Yunyang's expression remained calm as his gaze shifted across the floor, observing intently. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he focused intently. The village chief's son had entered the courtyard. He stepped out. As Sun Hongfei walked into his family's yard, he spotted Ning Yunyang emerging from around the corner. His coat tied around his waist, wiping his hands as though he had just exited the restroom.
Who are you?
"What are you doing in my house?" His expression darkened, his voice cold. Ning Yunyang seemed to just notice him, stepping forward with an outstretched hand. "Hello, my brother and I are staying here tonight." "Who gave you permission?" Sun Hongfei retorted, not even glancing at Ning's extended hand. "Xiao Fei, be polite to our guests," the village chief said, stepping out and casting a warning glare at him. Sun Hongfei softened slightly upon seeing his father but maintained a rigid tone. "Stay put and don't wander around. If anything goes missing from our house, don't blame me for calling the police." "Of course," Ning Yunyang replied with a polite smile. Sun Hongfei scoffed as he brushed past him into the house. The village chief sighed and spoke. "I apologize. Xiao Fei hasn't been himself since his leg injury. Please don't take it to heart. By the way, I've asked my wife to prepare some food for dinner. You and your brother should join us." "It wouldn't be proper," Ning Yunyang repeatedly declined. But yielding to the village chief's insistence, he eventually agreed. Once back in his room, the smile faded from his face and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. "Brother Ning, did you find anything?"
Yes.
Ning Yunyang removed his coat from around his waist and shook it out, revealing several fresh bloodstains on the sleeve. "I found Xiao Rong." Chapter 25, Livestream of the Spell. In the early hours, the police station was brightly lit. After the Sun family had retired for the night, Ning Yunyang and Xiao Lin returned with Zhong Jijia. Ning Yunyang had already reported the news about Xiao Rong to Officer Zhang, and the chief had personally ordered that Officer Zhang be the primary responsible party to ensure Xiao Rong's rescue. However, they also needed to remain vigilant against the Sun family, especially since Sun Hongfei's father was the village chief of Shirtu village, and the Sun family held considerable influence there. Any reckless action could potentially lead to conflict with the villagers. Their injuries are of little consequence, but it is imperative that no harm comes to the innocent villagers. The specific arrangement is as follows. Yunyang is aware of Xiaorong's exact location and will lead a small team to rescue her, while the others will support his actions. It is crucial to remember that, unless absolutely necessary, no aggression should be directed towards the villagers. Numerous cases exist where attempts to rescue abducted individuals have led to conflicts with local residents. Officer Zhang is acutely aware of the villagers' unity. He wishes to avoid a scene of mutual destruction. Officer Zhang commanded. "Do you understand clearly?" "Understood," came the response. "Good. Let us proceed." The sky was shrouded in mist, with the moon concealed behind clouds, cautiously peeking out. The officers, clad in bulletproof vests, swiftly entered Shirtu village, arriving at their designated position. Ning Yunyang exchanged a glance with Xiaolin, gesturing towards the nearby granary. Xiaolin nodded and quickly approached, deftly opening the door. Several officers kept a vigilant watch of their surroundings. Ning Yunyang used the acquired key to unlock the door and hurried downstairs, with Xiaolin close behind. Before long, Xiaorong was brought up by the two of them. The sensation of returning to the surface brought tears to her eyes, and she began to sob softly. "Shoo!" Ning Yunyang furrowed his brow, sensing a noise. In the next moment, Sun Hongfei's voice rang out, "Who are you?" Ning Yunyang and Xiaolin exchanged a glance and swiftly made their way outside with Xiaorong. Upon seeing three figures emerge from the granary, a flicker of panic crossed Sun Hongfei's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He shouted, "The police are abducting my wife." The sound pierced the air like a claw, rousing Shirtu village from its slumber. Lights flickered on, and the sounds of movement filled the night. Ning Yunyang, disregarding Xiaorong's injuries, hoisted her up in his arms and instructed Xiaolin, "Clear the way ahead. We must move quickly." Even while carrying Xiaorong, Ning Yunyang's pace quickened. Xiaolin and several colleagues positioned themselves behind, obstructing the Sun family's advance. The village entrance was not far off. Vehicles could not enter and would have to wait at the edge of the village. Ning Yunyang quickened his stride, nearing the exit when several villagers lunged at them.
"Put her down."
Ning Yunyang shielded Xiaorong with his body, struggling to evade the villagers' blockade. Yet as more villagers closed in, he broke through one gap only to find another wall of bodies swiftly forming. "Damn it!" Ning Yunyang cursed under his breath. Yet he did not loosen his grip on Xiaorong, continuing to strive towards freedom. "Ninggu, we're here to help." Xiaolin's voice called from behind. Several officers pushed through the crowd, forming a protective circle around Ning Yunyang and Xiaorong as they moved outward. At last, Ning Yunyang and his companions reached the vehicle and carefully placed Xiaorong inside. The dispersed officers converged, preparing to escort the vehicle away. Villagers stopped them. They've taken Xiao Fei's wife. The village chief's voice suddenly boomed, standing atop a platform, his gaze fixed intently on Ning Yunyang and Xiaolin. He recognized the two men. It turned out they were not here as tourists, but as law enforcement. Incited by the chief, the villagers had no time for reflection and surged forward en masse. Halting the vehicle, Xiaolin raised his voice in an attempt to persuade the gathered crowd. Dear uncles and aunties, elders, please remain calm. That young lady has been trafficked. She has never been registered with Sun Hongfei. Your actions here only serve to aid the perpetrators. To his dismay, his words fell on deaf ears. Nonsense. Once married, she belongs to the Sun family. Ning Yunyang's expression darkened significantly. During his time at the police academy, he had heard numerous accounts of trafficking cases. In regions where the gender ratio was severely imbalanced, many families spent their life savings, nearly bankrupting themselves, to purchase individuals from traffickers. This practice often led to a vicious cycle, where one purchase prompted others to follow suit, gradually developing into a malevolent custom within entire villages. Once these unfortunate women bore children, most resigned themselves to their fate as part of the community. Those who resisted would be cruelly restrained and beaten until they no longer dared to flee. He stood atop the car, shouting with fervor, "You all have children. How would you feel if your child were abducted? Their parents are waiting for them to return. I implore you, please step aside." Yet, no matter how much he pleaded, it made no difference. The villagers continued their activities, some wielding farming tools, relentlessly striking the car windows to prevent their escape. Frustrated, Ning Yunyang clicked his tongue and drew his gun, firing several shots into the air.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The 3 gunshots left the villagers momentarily stunned. Fear etched on their faces. Ning Yunyang cast a cold glance at Sun Hongfei. "If you're not afraid of death, come forward. Someone has reported you for trafficking women. If she truly belongs to your family, we will release her after the interrogation."
Drive.
Ning Yunyang leaped down and slapped the car hood. The vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The villagers exchanged wary glances, ultimately looking to the village chief's family for guidance. With a steely gaze, he then directed his attention toward the Sun father and son, sneering, "I kindly ask you to accompany me for a while." At 6 o'clock sharp, Jihe opened her live streaming room. As soon as the broadcast commenced, a surge of viewers flooded in, and in mere seconds, the number skyrocketed from 0 to 20,000. "Wow, I clicked several times before getting into the stream. You guys are insane. Come watch the muddled Jihe perform."
Oh.
The host changed her hairstyle today. She looks beautiful. "Jihe, can you stop buying trending topics? No one wants to watch you. Live fortune-telling and promoting superstition? You're just a fraud. Hurry up and get lost. So ugly, just a plastic surgery face." Unlike the atmosphere of the previous day's stream, today's comments were noticeably more toxic. However, Jihe remained unfazed by the barrage of criticism. As usual, she greeted the viewers in the chat. "Today, the host will only predict 3 fortunes, but first, let us draw yesterday as talisman." As the end of the semester approached, her second-year graduate student, Chang Jian, often lingered in the library until closing time. Upon entering, he found his roommate engrossed in watching the live stream on a tablet. His roommate has recently become infatuated with fortune-telling and feng shui. Upon discovering that his ancestors were involved in this field, he has frequently pestered him with incessant questions and expressed a desire to become his apprentice, all of which have been met with rejection. In recent days, it seems his roommate has found a new source of amusement by watching live streams. Although he had caught glimpses of these broadcasts before, they primarily featured fortune-telling and supernatural themes. Chan Jian had initially paid little attention, but the frequent sound of the broadcast has led him to overhear snippets of conversation. After a few instances, he has gathered that the so-called popular fortune-telling streamers on the platform are utterly unqualified, merely spouting nonsense and vague statements. When a prediction aligns, they claim to possess insight, while any inaccuracies are conveniently dismissed by their followers. Chang Jian scoffs at the charade. And it is no wonder his grandfather often lamented the current state of metaphysics, where charlatans thrive and the genuine art suffers. It is precisely these individuals who have muddied the waters. Chang Jian set aside the book he was holding, retrieving an ancient tome from his drawer. This was the feng shui record, a family heirloom passed down through generations, containing not only the principles of metaphysics, but also accompanying talismans. His grandfather had recognized his potential and believed he had the opportunity to revive the Chong family's esoteric arts, thus bequeathing this tome to him, even bypassing his father. However, despite studying it for 3 or 4 years and memorizing the intricate designs of each talisman, he found himself blanking out whenever he attempted to draw them. As he opened the feng shui record, he usually immersed himself in its pages. Yet, whether it was his restless mind or the disruptive noise from his roommate's tablet, he found it difficult to concentrate. Although his gaze was fixed on the book, his ears were drawn to the clear, ethereal voice emanating from the device. Today, the streamer intended to perform 3 divinations, but first, she would draw a talisman. The mention of drawing a talisman caught Chong Jaeyen's attention. He turned to his roommate and inquired hesitantly, "What are you watching?" His roommate, lounging on the bed, sat up quickly upon hearing his question, shifted positions, and presented the tablet to him. "I'm watching a live stream. This beautiful woman, whom I saw yesterday morning, seems to be named Ji-hee. She's an underappreciated actress who left the entertainment industry to become a fortune-telling internet celebrity." Chapter 26. Such beauty. Why resort to fortune-telling? When I watched yesterday, this stunning woman predicted for a male university student and, with just one glance, proclaimed that he shared a mutual affection with the girl he liked, deeming her his destined partner. Chong Jaeyen frowned. How could that possibly be? Even my grandfather, vice president of the Taoist Association and known as Nan Mo Bei Chong, must compare the birth dates of both parties to ascertain a true connection. It is utterly impossible to determine such a bond with just a glance. It seems these live streamers are merely leveraging feng shui as a gimmick to attract followers. Nevertheless, she was undeniably beautiful, not only in the realm of the supernatural, but across the entire Shark platform. Few could rival her looks. "Don't be skeptical," his roommate urged, noticing his expression. She even predicted that the girl would confess her feelings to him. Chong Jaeyen was further exasperated by this assertion. This is far too contrived. Seeing his disbelief, his roommate eagerly pointed at the screen. "If you don't believe me, just watch for yourself." Chong Jaeyen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He adjusted the camera angle. She picked up a brush, dipped it in vermilion, and began to paint on the yellow rice paper. With a deft twist of her wrist and a natural flow, she completed an evil-repelling talisman with just a few strokes. "Is this really sufficient? What kind of nonsense is this, Ji-hee? Do you think you're a 3-year-old child? How can you present such triviality? Do you take us for fools?" Indeed a fraud. I have seen Master Chong Xian create talismans, and it is by no means this effortless. Though I cannot comprehend the talisman, I can certainly appreciate calligraphy. Ji-hee, whether it be the grip of the brush or the angle and force of the stroke, your technique is utterly textbook quality. Ji-hee neatly folded the talisman paper and sought to find Tang Jiejia's address. Upon opening her private messages, she found several messages from Tang Jiejia. The last one freshly sent. "Master, please look at me. I wish to connect with you." Ji-hee invited her to join the connection. As soon as Tang Jiejia's face appeared on the screen, her excited voice could be heard. "Master, you told me yesterday to bury the bracelet, and indeed that ghost has vanished. You are simply remarkable. I want to support you. From now on, I shall be your devoted fan." Tang Jiejia's exuberance was clear to everyone in the live stream. Ji-hee replied with a gentle smile, "I have arranged for a courier to pick up the talisman. Once you receive it, please burn it as I instructed, and that ghost will never bother you again." "I understand. Thank you, Master." With that, Tang Jiejia showered Ji-hee with several gifts before exiting the connection. The comment section exploded, with many accusing Ji-hee of employing a plant. As the barrage of comments grew increasingly absurd, Tang Jiejia, who had just changed her username, could no longer remain silent. "From now on, I am only a fan of Ji-hee. I am not a plant. I truly saw him. Yesterday, he appeared by my bedside, and I was terrified. If I were a plant, may my entire family perish." Though there were many detractors, there were even more fans who trusted Ji-hee. Coupled with Tang Jiejia's affirmation, the two factions clashed fiercely. "Xiaji, I have watched Miss Ji-hee's live streams for many days, and I believe she truly understands metaphysics. Crystal brother, I'm convinced. I just love listening to beautiful women speak. What are you all whining about? Once I am wealthy, I will make the world cultivate cilantro. It's absolutely fake. I don't believe it unless the host marries me. Hee, I love you, Ji-hee." In front of the tablet, Chong Jaeyen and his roommate exchanged glances, both silent. "Is that all it takes?" I recall when you usually practiced drawing talismans. You had to prepare numerous materials, and it would take the entire afternoon, yet you didn't produce a single one. The roommate appeared bewildered. Is drawing talismans really this simple? Then why? He glanced sideways at Chang Jian. Could it be that Xiao Chang is simply unskilled? Perhaps his doubtful gaze was too apparent, as Chang Jian's expression darkened further. Talismans require a mixture of vermilion and chicken blood as ink, invoking the laws of heaven and earth into the body, completed in one breath. Any minuscule error in the process would render the entire talisman worthless. Even my grandfather could not casually draw talismans while engaging in conversation. He fixated intently on the talisman displayed on the screen, rapidly correlating it with the patterns depicted in the Book of Feng Shui. His grandfather had asserted that the talismans recorded in the Book of Feng Shui were the most comprehensive in existence, held in high esteem by all practitioners of Taoism. Yet, this particular symbol she had drawn was not among them. She was merely scribbling aimlessly. It was precisely these charlatans that tarnished the reputation of Feng Shui and divination. Chang Jian let out a cold snort, retrieving his phone to log into his shark account. Chang. This streamer's talisman is a fake. Do not be deceived, everyone. My grandfather is Chang Xian, and I have witnessed him create talismans since childhood. I have never seen such a thing. The lady who just joined the call, if these talismans are misused, they could invite evil spirits. Mo Wang. Is he the grandson of Nan Mo Bei Chang? Good heavens. Chang Yong Ku Hu 001. Wow, I recognize him. He truly is Chang Xian's grandson. He has a Taoist Association certified yellow label. As soon as Chang Jian posted his comment, the barrage of messages erupted, overwhelming the screen. Heavens, the Taoist prince has emerged. Haha, he is truly going to crash this time. Even the officials are here to testify. This is hilarious. Miss He, I'm your fan. Please apologize to everyone. I really don't want you to get banned. Sob. Initially, the comments flew by so rapidly that He hardly paid attention to the screen and missed Chang Jian's message. It wasn't until the flood of comments about the Taoist prince filled the screen that her eyes slightly brightened. In a world where metaphysics was waning and con artists flourished, a Taoist prince with such a title must possess some genuine skill. However, as she swiftly scrolled with her mouse and came across Chang Jian's comment, she couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. The so-called Taoist prince could not even recognize a basic exorcism talisman. This exorcism talisman was solely intended to dispel evil and would not summon spirits. Seeing he remain obstinate and continue to argue, Chang Jian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. The lady from earlier had clearly encountered something unclean. Yet she continued to mislead others for profit. Truly, she would do anything for money. What was more alarming was the throng of misguided fans who believed her. Wasn't he this harmful? He quickly typed another comment.
Chung, fine.
If you don't believe me, surely you will trust my grandfather. I will screenshot this talisman and send it to him to ascertain its authenticity. Wow. Big Brother is serious. Miss He, you should admit your mistake quickly. Chang Xian is a true expert, and he has even helped my family with Feng Shui before. He is indeed a remarkable figure. Streamer, I'll send you gifts. Please don't let your emotions get the better of you. This could escalate poorly. I support the prince. You are a hero of the people. Ha. Can't wait to see he gets slapped in the face. Let us see how she hops around after this. Chapter 27. Black Red is still red. Chang Jian refrained from further idle chatter and promptly sent the screenshot to his grandfather. He paused mid-sip of her tea, intrigued to discover what level of expertise this venerated figure, so widely adored, truly possessed. To facilitate a quicker resolution, she proactively joined the call with Chang Jian. Chang Jian raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by the audacity of the female streamer. He swiftly accepted the connection, his refined visage appearing in the upper right corner of the screen. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously, with numerous prominent figures joining the fray. Madness incarnate. Wow. This is truly Chang Xian's grandson. I believe his name is Chang Jian. I once encountered him at the Taoist Association. Hats off. This situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. I await the outcome with bated breath. Admirer of male undergraduates. Good heavens, yet another handsome male student. My heart is aflame. Second sister. This young lady is remarkably bold, daring to connect with the principal party directly. Quite impressive. He's little fan. Regardless of the outcome, I shall always support the streamer. The heat of the live broadcast surged, with the online viewer count surpassing an astonishing 50,000. It is worth noting that this was a niche category. Typically, even a mere 10,000 viewers would place one among the top-tier streamers in the paranormal genre. Unexpectedly, he had managed to attract tens of thousands of viewers within just a few days of broadcasting. Now, the numbers had skyrocketed into six figures. Even the officials at Shark were taken aback, dispatching 3 supervisors to monitor the situation and ensure the stream could be shut down promptly, if necessary. Everyone was poised in anticipation. Although most had resigned themselves to the belief that He was indeed facing dire consequences, Chang Jiayan, who was not one for idle chatter, extended a courteous greeting to He before shifting the screen to display his grandfather's chat interface in the upper right corner. As the audience anxiously awaited, the chat box finally indicated that the other party was typing. The comments flooded in with frenzied enthusiasm. Wow, this is nerve-wracking. More so than the moment my college entrance exam results were announced. Wah. Regardless of the conclusion, I shall steadfastly support the streamer. The tension is palpable. My heart feels as though it might leap from my chest, and my hands tremble. The collective anxiety of the viewers reached an almost suffocating crescendo. As the white text box appeared, they momentarily forgot to breathe. Chang Xian, did you draw this talisman? A simple query that left the audience in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? Does it imply that this talisman is extraordinary? Wow, what a twist. I always suspected that Sister He could genuinely divine. I shall carry the banner for her. He is forever a deity. What kind of plot is this? I'm struggling to keep up. Have you all lost your minds? The old man merely posed a straightforward question. What are you all going on about? Chang Jiayan quickly responded. It was a talisman drawn by a streamer, seeking his grandfather's assistance to ascertain its authenticity in dispelling malevolent forces. After a prolonged pause, the other party finally sent a voice message. Chang Jiayan clicked to listen, only to hear his grandfather almost bellowing. You unfilial child, idling away your days. Can't you tell that this talisman is a counterfeit? After all these years of study, has it all gone to waste? Chang Jiayan was left stunned by the outburst. The audience mirrored his disbelief. However, the detractors quickly regained their composure. Haha, a counterfeit is indeed a counterfeit. The identity is fake, the talisman is fake. Previously seeking attention through opportunistic antics, now resorting to deception to mislead the audience. Truly despicable, shameful. Miss He, though I am truly reluctant to accept this reality, it must be acknowledged that Chang Xian is indeed a legitimate master of metaphysics. With the master personally involved, I cannot help but believe. Alas, I must apologize, miss, as I have unfollowed you. I have just recorded the screen and submitted it to the authorities. I have arrived late. Can someone enlighten me on the situation? Has it indeed gone awry? Oh, He, you owe me emotional reparations. I trusted you so wholeheartedly, only to find out you resorted to trickery. Tang Jiejia wished to offer her support, yet her messages were swiftly drowned amidst a deluge of ridicule and scorn. The comment section had nearly succumbed to chaos. With several trending topics rapidly surfacing, He's fortune-telling questioned by officials, He defrauds money, facing potential imprisonment, and century scammer He crashes in 3 days. The situation escalated alarmingly. The administrator contemplated banning her account to diminish the uproar, but was thwarted by a superior. He had not violated any rules. Thus, a ban would be inappropriate. Moreover, it was evident that he would find it exceedingly challenging to recover from this debacle. Despite the audience's uproar, the platform's engagement surged. The administrator presented the back-end statistics, revealing that downloads on the Shark platform had skyrocketed to 3 times the usual volume. Furthermore, everyone who downloaded it rushed straight to He's live stream. The administrator was astounded. Goodness, he had managed to turn infamy into fame, maximizing the situation to its fullest extent. In the Chang family, after unleashing a tirade upon her grandson, Chang Xian still felt unsatisfied and gulped down several swigs of tea. Lao Yu happened to enter from outside and, upon witnessing her demeanor, chuckled. What has little Chang done to provoke such ire? The mere mention of it only fueled Chang Xian's anger further. This little rascal claimed to have seen a streamer haphazardly drawing a talisman and even had the audacity to send it to me, asking if it was genuine. If he cannot discern between a genuine exorcism talisman and a counterfeit, is it not deserving of reprimand? Utterly uneducated.
Lao Yu,
being a fellow vice president and an acquaintance of many years, was well aware that beneath Chang Xian's overt scolding of her grandson lay a deep-seated affection. A glimmer of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Chang Jiayan was the most talented among the younger generation. If only his grandson possessed even half of little Chang's intellect, he would be over the moon with joy. Lao Yu reassured her, "Do not be so hasty. Although little Chang may not yet know how to draw talismans, he certainly should be able to distinguish the basics. Since he came to consult you, it must mean there is something peculiar about that talisman. Moreover, your scolding is of little use. It would be far better to enlighten him on what exactly is amiss, wouldn't it?" Chang Xian sipped her tea, acknowledging, "You have a point." Lao Yu then took out his phone, suggesting, "Here, send me the image. I would like to see what it looks like." Chang Xian nodded and forwarded the picture to Lao Yu. Though she feigned agreement with Lao Yu, she was merely granting her old friend a courtesy. Deep down, she firmly believed that her family's descendants, upon committing such a fundamental error, deserved reprimand. Lao Yu, with a cheerful demeanor, opened the image. Initially, he nodded in affirmation, diplomatically stating, "This child has indeed misjudged." However, as he magnified the image, his eyes widened in disbelief. The more he scrutinized, the more alarmed he became. "Chang Xian, you must take a look. This talisman appears to be rather unusual." Chang Xian was taken aback by the ghostly appearance of the symbol before him. He hurriedly set down his teacup and picked up his phone to enlarge the image. Gradually, his hands began to tremble with anxiety. He raised his gaze to meet Lao Yu's, and they could both see the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Could this be the long-lost talisman of the ancient dynasty? Within their lineage of feng shui practitioners, there existed a saying. It was said that long ago, metaphysics flourished, and some even attained enlightenment through it, ascending to immortality. There were those who could even predict events a millennium hence. Yet, for reasons unknown, metaphysics experienced a rupture, resulting in the total loss of all talismans. The talismans that remained were merely interpretations derived from scant remnants, with efficacy reduced to a mere fraction. Over the years, countless individuals had endeavored to trace the origins and seek the ancient talismans, yet none had ever succeeded. Such matters were known only to the upper echelons of the Taoist association. How could a mere streamer possess the lost talismans of the ancient dynasty? Chang Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. Lao Yu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, suggested, "Why don't we try drawing a talisman based on this one?" Chang Xian nodded and promptly headed to the study with his phone. He meticulously scrutinized every detail of the talisman. Then, closing his eyes, he envisioned the process of creation in his mind. The talisman appeared casual, yet every aspect exuded remarkable intricacy, far beyond the capabilities of an amateur. The more he pondered and observed, the more astonished he became, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Chapter 28. One must accumulate virtue in speech to avoid retribution. Chang Xian swiftly lifted his brush, and as the design unfolded in his mind, he completed it in one fluid motion. At the moment the talisman took shape, he was left in awe. As the vice president of the Taoist Association, having immersed himself in metaphysics for decades, and with the Chang family renowned for their talismans, he could discern that this talisman, even if not an ancient one, surpassed the efficacy of the exorcism talismans documented in the feng shui records by tenfold. Even if it was not an ancient talisman, it was sufficient to cause upheaval within the realm of metaphysics. Lao Yu eagerly snatched the talisman from his hands, his face a mixture of shock and elation. "You must call Chang Jian immediately. Find out who that streamer is." As realization dawned on Chang Xian, he pulled out his phone. "Yes, I'll make the call right away." However, after several attempts at WeChat video and phone calls, no one answered. Chang Xian fumed, puffing out his cheeks in frustration. Where has that little rascal gone? Suddenly, Lao Yu recalled something. He picked up his phone again and noticed a tiny watermark in the bottom right corner of the talisman. Shark platform. He deduced calmly. The live streaming of talisman drawing must be from a supernatural channel. It's a niche one with few streamers. There may still be time. Chang Xian's eyes brightened. "Quick. Download the Shark platform and see which streamer it is. My hopes for the revival of metaphysics rest entirely on this individual." After being scolded by his grandfather, Chang Jian felt somewhat embarrassed, but still kindly advised Jihe. "Streamer, I do not intend to make things difficult for you. Deceit is an undesirable act, and while the misuse of talismans may not yield results, can you bear the consequences of summoning a spirit? Can you truly take responsibility for a life? If you genuinely wish to promote the art of mysticism, I advise you to immerse yourself in several books and delve deeply into the subject. However, if your intention is merely to exploit mysticism for self-promotion, it would be prudent to withdraw promptly. I shall say no more. Reflect on this matter yourself." Chang Jian ended the call and casually tossed his phone onto the bed. Soon, the bathhouse would close, and he needed to hurry over. In the live stream, the comments were rife with derision aimed at Ji-hee. Even the vice president of the Taoist Association had personally spoken out, declaring Ji-hee's talismans to be fraudulent. It was evident that Ji-hee was a charlatan. The previous fortune-telling sessions were merely theatrics, orchestrated with the help of accomplices. Little did she anticipate that her ruse would be exposed so swiftly, merely 3 days into the act. Ji-hee lowered her gaze, disregarding the vitriol in the comments, and once again realized the decline of mysticism in this world. The masters of mysticism, once revered, could not even discern the authenticity of basic talismans. If her master were present, he would likely be infuriated, his beard bristling with indignation. It was well known that even a novice disciple of her former sect, at the tender age of 10, could draw an exorcism talisman. Reflecting on this, Ji-hee could not help but shake her head. Observing her gesture, the comments erupted once more. Ji-hee is so bold, remaining so composed after being exposed. Shaking your head? Do you consider a human life trivial? Ji-hee? I defended you, yet you show no remorse. The host is truly malicious for the sake of profit. I have reported her to the platform. Await your ban. How can you remain so arrogant in front of Master Chongxian, Ji-hee? Do you hold no sense of moderation? In contrast to the lively banter in the comments, Ji-hee maintained her usual calm demeanor. Xiong Baobao and Tang Jejia expressed their support for Ji-hee, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the mocking of the fans. Ji-hee sipped her tea, calmly dismissing the comments as she commenced her live stream. It is futile to argue with those who cannot comprehend. At this moment, her private messages were overflowing. She randomly connected with a viewer, the moment the line was established. Before the video appeared, the voice of the other party resonated. Ji-hee, how can you be so wicked? Are you intentionally trying to harm others, you cold-blooded creature? Why don't you just die? With that, the connection was abruptly severed. Well said. I almost forgot I could connect to insult Ji-hee. After all, she's about to be banned. I might as well get a few more insults in. So, Xiaorong's case was also a fabrication, right? Ji-hee, do you have no heart? Deceiving a father searching for his daughter. Indeed, I've wanted to say this for a long time. That Uncle Zhong lives near me, and his quest for his daughter was featured in the local news. I just checked, and there is absolutely no news about Xiaorong being found. Ji-hee remained unfazed and clicked to connect with another viewer. This time, the participant did not immediately launch into an insult. Instead, he cleared his throat and managed a smile, saying, Ji-hee, do you know the difference between a human and a pig? A pig is always a pig. Yet sometimes a human is not truly human. Such a natural-born villain as yourself should have been extinguished at birth. Your very existence tarnishes the reputation of our Huaxiao people and brings shame upon your ancestors. No matter how aesthetically pleasing you may appear, if one were to peer into your heart, it would reveal itself to be as dark as night. Your existence is a waste of air, your death would squander land, and your half-alive state squanders money. You are nothing but a degenerate. Well said. This young man's eloquence is impressive. Ji-hee, do refrain from embarrassing yourself further. I must say, are you not being a tad excessive? It is rather unseemly to speak thus of a lady. To the friend in front, perhaps you should visit the Les Han Giant Buddha. Since this misfortune has not befallen you, do not act the saint. Repeatedly, Ji-hee faced such vitriol, sighing inwardly. Since she embarked on her path of metaphysics, her master had taught her that those who practice the art seek to defy fate itself. She bore little grievance towards the ignorant and trend-following audience. However, these foolish and sorrowful individuals often became the final straw that crushed the victims of online exposure. What left Ji-hee at a loss for words was that none of the callers sought divination. She felt her time was being squandered. Just then, another young man joined the fray. He appeared to be walking along a rural path. Without hesitation, he greeted Ji-hee's parents, hurling a torrent of disparaging remarks. Ji-hee's gaze turned icy as she coldly replied, I advise you to cultivate some decorum, or misfortune shall swiftly befall you, and your tongue shall fester. Ji-hee's biological parents were powerful beings who had long ascended to immortality. Even in this otherworldly realm, those who insulted her parents had already sown seeds of enmity. The repercussions, even if minuscule, would be enough to bring them to ruin. The young man, brimming with arrogance, retorted, You fraud. Let me tell you, my wife is giving birth today. A joyous occasion indeed. Is that so? Almost as soon as Ji-hee's words fell, the onlookers heard the cries of a midwife from his side. The midwife grasped the young man's hand, filled with urgency. You're still dawdling? Your wife is in distress. Hurry, get her to the hospital. The once boastful young man was suddenly rooted in place, fear gripping him. Was this retribution? Impossible. Why would his punishment manifest as his wife's complications? How could he have forgotten that those who delve into feng shui possess countless means to inflict harm? Why had he chosen to provoke Jiha? With face lost, he knelt before her. Jiha, I was wrong. Please do not harm my wife. I beg you, spare her. Jiha shook her head. It is not I who endangers your wife. It is you. I warned you, yet you did not heed my counsel. The young man quickly altered his tone. I understand. Please, master, save my wife. Jiha responded, if you take your wife to the hospital now, there is still time. In the past, many had to give birth at home due to poor circumstances. Regardless, childbirth is a perilous journey, akin to traversing the gates of hell. Even in a hospital, it can be fraught with danger. Conditions like amniotic fluid embolism are often fatal, even for a second child. Do not be tempted to cut corners or treat your wife's life as a mere gamble. The more Jiha spoke, the more astonished the young man became. Good heavens! How does she know such intricate details? Indeed, his wife had already given birth to one child previously through a smooth delivery, which transpired rather swiftly. It is commonly said that having a second child is considerably easier, which is why she hesitated to spend money at the hospital. However, unexpectedly, she encountered complications during labor. How foolish he was to entertain doubts about Ji-hee, merely due to the words of a Taoist, and to insult her parents. The young man struck himself hard across the face twice in regret. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Ji-hee, cutting off the connection, remarked, next time, refrain from speaking recklessly, merely for the sake of momentary pleasure, as it will only lead to unnecessary strife. This incident left many in the audience exchanging glances, reflecting on the harsh words they had directed at Ji-hee, which now filled them with trepidation. Particularly those who had previously spoken up regretted their actions, wishing they could turn back time and slap themselves. Of course, some stubborn individuals still believed it was all an act. Observing the scene, Ji-hee sighed. I have never been one to deceive. There exists a common saying that aptly describes the situation. I do not save the damned. If they do not mend their ways and continue to speak ill, they will inevitably face retribution. As Ji-hee pondered this, a notification popped up on her phone, a message from the platform system. Hello, host. Your follower count has reached 10,000, and you may now commence your broadcast. The earnings will be split 50-50 with the platform. Although this was not significantly more than a 60-40 split, it would still yield a bit more profit. Just then, a request appeared. Host Xiao Guai has invited you to collaborate. If you agree, please click the link. Ji-hee accepted the invitation, allowing viewers to join their shared live stream. This arrangement benefited both hosts and the platform itself, which would announce such collaborations with a small banner. Upon clicking the link, Ji-hee and Xiao Guai's live stream simultaneously appeared on a single channel, with viewers from both sides being redirected there. Each broadcast would occur in this specialized channel. Ji-hee's face appeared on the screen, yet oddly, Xiao Guai's side remained shrouded in darkness. Host Ji-hee, you still haven't given up. Why hasn't he the platform banned her yet? Didn't he the host mention that those who speak ill shall face consequences? Xiao Guai? Is he the famous debunker? Why is he streaming on Shark platform? Chapter 29. The Haunted Residence. Ji-hee gazed at the dark screen and raised an eyebrow. Hello, Xiao Guai. However, the opposing screen remained blank. Just then, a deep, labored breathing echoed in the live stream, startling many. I just got home, and hearing that sound made me think someone entered my house. What is happening? Why is the screen so dark? And what is that strange sound? Are we encountering a supernatural event? Don't scare me. I'm easily frightened. Ji-hee maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the eerie sound. She stated, if you do not reveal yourself, I shall conclude this session. Silence lingered in response. Is something the matter? At present, is the little creature unable to speak? Could it possibly be that you have orchestrated another charade? It is likely that this actor remains oblivious to Ji-hee's misstep. Ji-hee's eyes darkened slightly, just as she was about to terminate the connection with a click of her mouse. Suddenly, a ghastly pale face emerged on the screen. His eyes were bloodshot, hair disheveled, with blood smeared across his lips and nose. After a brief moment of silence, the barrage of comments surged to a crescendo. I'm going mad. Protect us with the barrage. On the screen, Ji-hee maintained a calm demeanor, though a flicker of coldness now resided in her gaze. Engaging in supernatural antics, Ji-hee, are you utterly petrified? With such timid courage, How dare you attempt to predict fortunes live? Abruptly, the specter in the frame straightened, brandishing a flashlight. He tore off the wig atop his head, smeared blood beneath his nose, and mockingly licked it with his tongue, taunting, "It's merely some ketchup. Is this trifling matter enough to frighten you? How dull. What an idiot. You may scare the host, but why frighten us as well?" He appears so terrified that she cannot utter a word. "Were you not claiming to predict fortunes? He, did you not foresee your own fright? Whether the host was frightened or not remains a mystery, but I certainly was. I am still hiding beneath my blanket. Ha ha ha, you are indeed frightened. Finally, you can speak. Little creature host, in order to assist you in scaring this lady, we, your loyal viewers, have refrained from bombarding the comments. In the footage, a member of the crew handed the man a towel. He wiped his face clean, revealing a handsome visage. Thank you to the viewers in my live stream for playing along. Hello everyone, I am the little creature known on Weibo as Little Creature Strikes Back. I welcome your follow. I thought this person looked somewhat familiar. Is he not that well-known fact-checker from Weibo? Oh, I recall now, he was the one who exposed the infamous eating trio. Initially, everyone believed the three sisters were genuinely indulging, only for Little Creature to unveil that they were secretly spitting it all out. Utterly disgusting, and such a waste of food. I'm familiar with the eating trio. I had followed them previously, finding them quite amusing. Knowing the truth now, I deeply regret ever having admired them. It seems he has also exposed that popular beauty salon in the city, revealing that they were using entirely substandard products. It appears he has become his latest target for exposure. Is the host unaware that he has already been exposed by Changxian? Little Creature, whose real name is Jia Ren, had suffered from deceit in his youth, which inspired him to dedicate his life to debunking all forms of trickery. Originally, he intended to visit a massage parlor today, but upon seeing He trending, curiosity piqued his interest. After watching He's previous 2 live streams, Jia Ren harbored some suspicions. They say He Feng and He are arch rivals, yet he sensed something amiss in their interactions during the live stream. Jia Ren suspected that He Feng was merely playing along in He's performance. The fortune-telling live stream hosted by He is merely a series of small performances. As long as the payment is made, any script can be enacted. He is well aware of these intricacies. Initially, he intended to expose He, but she stumbled first. However, having made arrangements, he felt it a pity to abandon the endeavor and considered that, despite He being on the brink of being banned, he could still ride the final wave of her popularity. Jia Ren declared loudly, He, I originally intended to debunk you. Although you have already been uncovered, I still wish to enlighten everyone that there are no ghosts in this world. Superstitions are merely for amusement. I concur. We have all received 9 years of compulsory education, and we should believe in science. But Master Changxian is indeed impressive. My friend's family has benefited from his guidance and has immediately experienced a turnaround. I cannot ascertain the authenticity of Changxian, but I know for certain that he is a fraud. Miss He, you should apologize and refrain from live streaming in the future. Jia Ren's gaze swept across the barrage of comments, and he continued, He, as a grown man, I shan't bully a young lady like yourself. If you admit defeat now, I will take half of the earnings from today's stream. Consider this a lesson for you. He raised an eyebrow, pondering the implication of the earnings. She was only accustomed to the 50-50 split and had not thoroughly examined the related details. Upon opening the messages, she discovered an intriguing rule of the platform. The losing party forfeits all earnings from that day's stream to the winner. What a delightful prospect. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll pass for now. Upon hearing He's response, Jia Ren frowned. You refuse to concede? Very well. Should you lose later? Do not plead for mercy. Never. Let us begin. He's eyes sparkled. She had already noted that Jia Ren had earned several thousand today. If she won, that money would all be hers, bringing her closer to her goal of 20 million. Indeed, she is fixated on money. He is truly repulsive. Rest assured, He will undoubtedly lose. We won't be giving her any tips. I regret having sent He a gift earlier. In hindsight, that was a mistake. Thankfully, that money won't all end up in her pocket. Seeing He's excited expression, Jia Ren felt somewhat perplexed. Could it be that she had succumbed to despair after being exposed? He dismissed the thought and addressed the live stream audience. In that case, let us proceed. Now, I want everyone to guess where I am. If someone guesses correctly, I will personally provide a small red envelope as a reward. It's so dark around, nothing is visible. How could anyone possibly guess? Could you give a hint, dear host? Is it a massage parlor? I remember you mentioned on Weibo that you would be conducting a secret visit to one today. Ji-hee sat gracefully on the sofa, dressed in a white top and loose pants, her face devoid of makeup. Her silky black hair was elegantly twisted up with a wooden hairpin, with a few strands cascading delicately by her ears. She raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, cradling a teacup as she spoke. You find yourself in a courtyard, where 2 stone lions stand guard at the entrance. Upon entering through the main gate, you will notice a small pond in the front yard, now parched. In the pond rests an artificial hill, carved in the likeness of a reclining stone lion, and beside the pond grows a locust tree. When Jiaren heard the mention of a courtyard, his eyebrows arched in curiosity. However, as he listened to Ji-hee's subsequent words, the smile on his lips gradually stiffened. The reason was simple. Ji-hee was entirely accurate. There were indeed 2 stone lions at the entrance, and he had just traversed the front yard, observing the pond had dried up. Yet, he had not paid attention to the shape of the artificial hill, nor had he considered the type of tree. Jiaren, somewhat incredulous, gestured for the photographer to accompany him outside for a closer look. The image on the screen wobbled momentarily before revealing the scene of the front yard. Chapter 30. The brother takes the stage. Jiaren directed the flashlight into the yard, and the first thing he spotted was a water pool. He tightened his grip on the flashlight and shifted it towards the tree, unsure of the tree's species. He stared at it for a long while without recognizing what kind it was. The photographer hesitated briefly before stating, "Old Jia, that does seem to be a locust tree." As a child, the photographer had lived with his grandparents in the countryside, where a locust tree stood just outside his home, closely resembling this one. I am a landscaping professional, and this indeed is a locust tree, appearing to be at least a century old. So, is this so-called fraud debunker actually assisting Ji-hee? I thought his earlier remarks were genuine. To the opposing broadcaster, your master has already been confirmed by Elder Chong as a counterfeit. What is there left to perform? I hail from the Little Monster's livestream. He has no connection with Ji-hee whatsoever. Kindly refrain from hastily labeling individuals. Little Monster is quite renowned for debunking fraud and has even been acknowledged by the authorities. Last year, he was named one of the top 10 most conscientious bloggers. That kind of water prize only serves to dupe those of you who lack insight. While Jiaren was still astonished by how Ji-hee had acquired such knowledge, he noticed the barrage of doubts directed at him. Over the years as a fraud debunker, he had faced his fair share of skepticism. Initially, he would argue his case, but eventually, he had come to terms with it, opting instead to let his abilities silence the critics. Have you been here before? Jiaren found it hard to believe that Ji-hee had deduced this information. Considering her previous status as a young lady of the Ji family, interactions among affluent families were commonplace. Perhaps she had visited in the past. His own visit to this estate was, in fact, at someone else's behest. This courtyard had been abandoned for a decade, and its owner wished to sell it. However, due to persistent rumors of hauntings, the price had plummeted to a point that the owner could no longer lower it, yet no buyers had emerged. Consequently, the owner sought him out, hoping he would stay for a few days to dispel the haunting rumors. The compensation offered was quite substantial. Although Jiaren harbored some concerns, the generous remuneration led him to conclude that staying for just a few days posed little risk. If nothing transpired, he would not only gain a handsome sum but also enjoy a stay in a mansion worth over 100 million. It was a most advantageous arrangement. Ji-hee shook her head, indicating she had never been there. Jiaren's lips twitched. Who would believe that? Nonetheless, he promptly transferred the funds to Ji-hee. He was willing to accept the consequences of his wager, acknowledging his oversight in forgetting Ji-hee's former identity. It was likely that the flashlight illuminated some corner, allowing Ji-hee to recognize him. The photographer pressed his lips together, uncertain whether to caution Jiaren. He had been observing the filming throughout, and in accordance with Jiaren's wishes, refrained from capturing any images that could potentially reveal their location. Even if Ji-hee managed to see something, it would merely be a blank white wall. How could one possibly identify a place from just a plain, white wall? Upon receiving the red envelope, though modest in amount, containing 888, nearly equivalent to half a fortune, Ji-hee felt her spirits lift considerably after a night of labor. Given your promptness in payment, shall I offer you a discount? Would you like to have your fortune told? Jiaren replied, You've already stumbled. Would you still seek a fortune? That's rather uncertain. Ji-hee smiled, noting Jiaren's lack of interest in fortune-telling, and chose not to press the matter further. Her gaze shifted from Jiaren's face, where a few strands of malevolent energy clung, darkening his features. To dare enter a place brimming with such ominous energy spoke volumes of his audacity. I advise you to vacate this estate swiftly. Otherwise, misfortune may befall you. You indeed know of this estate. Jiaren dismissed Ji He's warning, becoming even more convinced that she was merely putting on an act. Upon seeing a supernatural streamer rise on the leaderboard, I came to see what is happening now. Little Monster, the moderator. Welcome to the new viewers. Please show some love to our Little Monster streamer with likes and follows. Thank you. This supernatural streamer has already stumbled. Everyone, don't mind her. Those who can support our Little Monster streamer with gifts. System notification. Golden Year Like Water has entered the live stream. Year Like Water sent Little Monster as Spaceship 5. Year Like Water. Just finished a meeting, I'm late. Upon seeing Year Like Water as comments, Jiaren's smile became genuinely warm. Mr. Yang, your presence is a privilege considering how busy you are. Year Like Water was the top supporter in Little Monster S live stream, having gifted nearly 1 million. Whenever Jiaren went live, he would invariably show up, sending gifts worth 30 to 40,000 each session. Jiaren had naturally added this top supporter on WeChat and, knowing his surname was Yang, addressed him as Mr. Yang. Year Like Water sent Little Monster as Spaceship 10. Year Like Water. Focus on your work. If you need anything, call me. From just these 2 sentences, one could discern the stature of Year Like Water. Jiaren did not refuse his kindness, expressing gratitude repeatedly. Observing the data, his figures dwarfed Ji He's, rendering her stats almost negligible. As for the gifts, Ji He's offerings were nearly inconsequential. While Jiaren's list boasted not only the 15 spaceships from Year Like Water, but also several smaller gifts. He is surely destined to lose. She deserves it. Who told her to accept without considering her capabilities? Ji, do take care not to lose. We are all watching. Jiaren exchanged a few words with his viewers before resuming his tasks for the day. The estate where I currently reside is steeped in a plethora of ghost stories. Some claim that blood seeps from the toilet at night, while the meat in the kitchen refrigerator decays overnight. Others assert that eerie music can be heard in the darkness, accompanied by sightings of a ghostly figure clad in red. The mere thought is enough to instill fear. I instinctively pulled my blanket tighter around myself. The blood could be attributed to rusted pipes, and the meat's rapid spoilage likely results from inadequate refrigeration. As for the music and shadowy figure, such a vast estate surely boasts ample greenery, and the sounds could merely be the rustling of trees in the wind, with shadows cast by their movement. These tales are nothing but fanciful nonsense, mere frights to amuse children. It seemed a particularly insightful viewer had emerged. The previous comment resonated with me, and I found myself less fearful. Jiaren chuckled as he observed the barrage of comments. This viewer's thoughts aligned closely with my own. However, due to these rumors, the estate has remained unsold for quite some time, prompting the owner to invite me to dispel the notion that it is haunted. As for the name of the estate, I am unreserved in sharing it. Zhe Shiyuan. A simple online search will reveal its details. Zhe Shiyuan? Is that the estate constructed at the turn of the last century? I had the privilege of visiting once. The architecture inside is exquisite, truly a work of art. Why would such a splendid estate be for sale? I recall that the current owner is the Liang family, who recently went bankrupt. It is no wonder they wish to sell, likely due to financial strain. Chapter 31. Young man, do not court disaster. Jiaren remarked, signaling to the cameraman to shift the lens slightly to the right. His flashlight followed suit, illuminating a beautifully carved redwood door before the audience. On either side of the door, the character was affixed. For reasons unknown, the white light from the flashlight cast an ethereal blue glow upon the characters, which swiftly vanished from view, unnoticed by anyone. Having secured the owner's consent, I am pleased to guide you through Zhe Shiyuan. First, I shall illuminate the grand estate. Jiaren stepped forward, pushing open the redwood door, revealing a Chinese-style living room imbued with an ancient charm. The intricately carved beams and pillars were a testament to masterful craftsmanship. The golden silk Nanmu furniture was meticulously arranged, each piece exquisite enough to deter touch. It is hard to fathom that after a century, these items remain so lustrous, untouched by the ravages of time. Entering this space feels as if one has been transported to the last century. Jiaren gazed around in awe, this being his first glimpse of the interior structure of Zhe Shiyuan, and he was taken aback by its uniqueness. The estate's wiring was installed later, with most of the cables left exposed to preserve the integrity of the walls and floors. The electrical box was centrally located within the living room. Jiaren shone his flashlight towards the distribution box. The cameraman's lens followed closely, and suddenly, a shadow flitted through the frame. The photographer was taken aback as he raised his gaze. The living room window stood ajar, with several tree branches swaying gently inside, stirred by the breeze. He must have been seeing things. A click echoed through the room. It was Jiaran turning off the power switch. Upon confirming that the electricity was on, he pivoted to activate the light switch, only to notice the door was shut. He casually inquired, "Did you close the door?" The photographer glanced back, observing the firmly closed door. He swallowed hard. Perhaps it was pushed by the wind. Just then, the previously half-open window slowly swung open, as if an unseen presence stood at the window, gently nudging it aside. Everyone in the live stream witnessed this eerie occurrence. Goodness, is it really haunted? Why is the window opening by itself?
Don't scare me.
Must be the wind, right? The breeze is quite strong today. With that speed and force, it couldn't possibly be the wind. By the way, I just looked up some details about Zashi Garden out of curiosity and found something strange. This estate has been standing for exactly 150 years, yet it has had 11 different owners, each residing for no more than 15 years. Every owner has sold Zashi Garden for various reasons, and some have even met tragic ends, making it colloquially referred to as the Cursed Garden. How terrifying. This place can't really be haunted, can it? Young man, don't take unnecessary risks. Jiaran pressed the switch, yet there was no response. Not a single light illuminated the room, which remained shrouded in darkness. The homeowner asserted that all utility bills had been paid, so there should be no power issues. Recalling that the estate had been vacant for a decade, Jiaran speculated, the wiring must be outdated. Let us check another room. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the barrage of comments. Claims of haunting were mere nonsense. Rest assured, I am here to debunk these myths. The discussions about the window had already been drowned out by subsequent comments, which Jiaran failed to notice. He gestured for the photographer to follow him as they intended to investigate the adjacent bedroom. They opened the living room door and stepped outside. The camera slowly advanced toward the bedroom, while behind Jiaran and the photographer, the once exquisitely carved redwood door seemed to succumb to the ravages of time, deteriorating in an instant. The once pristine double happiness characters had nearly all fallen off, now dull and lifeless. The doorframe bore numerous dark, decayed stains. La Unianshui has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. La Unianshui has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. La Unianshui has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Noticing that La Unianshui had sent an additional 30 rockets, Jiaran quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for the 30 rockets. You are truly generous. La Unianshui, I have to step out for a bit. But it seems our competitor cannot match you. Jiaran replied, with Mr. Yang here, our rival streamer stands no chance. Please, tend to your matters. La Unianshui did not leave the live stream, appearing to have left their account active while stepping away. Mr. Yang is formidable. I will also send the streamer a gift, though it may not compare to the top donor. I sent one too. As long as the host triumphs over Ji He, that suffices. Xiong Bao generously gifted the host Ji He with a rocket, while Tang Jejia, unable to bear the spectacle any longer, also sent a rocket to Ji He, expressing her unwavering support. They are truly not performers. Ji He possesses a genuine gift in fortune-telling. Yet, no one heeds their explanations.
Tiere,
observing his remarkable lead on the leaderboard, chuckled. Very well, let us proceed to the bedroom. He and the cameraman entered a chamber, only to be met with a cloud of dust that engulfed them. They could not suppress their coughs, and the cameraman's hands trembled as he held the camera. What is happening? Jiaran inquired in astonishment. The homeowner had assured him that the room had been cleaned. Why was there still so much dust? The tables, beds, and floors were all coated with a thick layer of grime. Under the beam of the flashlight, one could distinctly see the particles floating in the air, rendering it particularly murky. The cleaning personnel must have been exceedingly negligent. Jiaran waved away the dust that hung before him, but the bedroom was simply too filthy to navigate, forcing him to abandon the endeavor. He opened his phone to review the floor plan sent by the homeowner and pointed to a specific area, declaring, "Let us head to the kitchen. It is said that the red-clad specter first appeared there. I'm too afraid to look. It feels just like a horror film. Has the Liang family fallen to such a state? How can such a grand old residence be neglected? This is unreasonable. I have a feeling that the little monster host is courting disaster." Since Jiaran entered the living room, Ji He had remained silent, reclining on the sofa. She sipped her tea while watching the scenes through the camera with keen interest. She had offered her counsel, but regrettably, he did not heed it. Now, even if he wished to leave Zashi Garden, it was too late. The camera continued to advance, and the viewers in the live stream were met with a circular archway. flanked by a couplet. The first line read, "The tibia frequently strikes the death knell," while the second proclaimed, "The ribs harmonize in a haunting melody." As Jia Ren recited the couplet, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Why did this couplet evoke such a sense of foreboding? The references to the tibia and ribs were one thing, but what did death knell and haunting melody signify? Hanging such a couplet at the kitchen entrance seemed rather inappropriate. This is truly bizarre. Who would hang such a couplet at the kitchen door? Host, you should leave quickly. There can't really be ghosts here, can there? It's too strange. You are all merely scaring yourselves. There are no ghosts in this world, only tricks. Jia Ren lowered his gaze to the barrage of comments, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could there truly be a problem? Yet, upon glimpsing Ji He's composed visage on the screen, he thought that if he revealed any fear, he would only invite her ridicule. Today, he must prove to the viewers that there are no ghosts in this world. With this resolve, Jia Ren steeled himself, inhaled deeply, and led the cameraman through the archway into the small courtyard outside the kitchen. At that moment, the camera flickered ominously with a distinct sound. Chapter 32. A Public Humiliation. Jia Ren glanced at the cameraman, only to find him staring in panic at the camera screen. A chill ran down Jia Ren's spine as he leaned closer. In an instant, his pupils dilated, and his lips turned pale. On the screen, 2 red lanterns hung ominously on the door of the kitchen courtyard, their crimson glow piercing through the darkness like a pair of unsettling eyes, fixated upon them. Faintly, several blood-red handprints were visible on the door. Looking down at the ground, a stream of bright red liquid slowly flowed from the kitchen, trickling past their feet. The barrage of comments erupted. "Those 2 red lanterns gave me quite a fright. They're a must-have for any haunted house. The scene feels a tad too real. It looks like actual blood on the ground. Those bloody handprints are terrifying. Could there really be ghosts?" Jia Ren's pupils quivered as he struggled to divert his gaze from the screen. Yet, the 2 lanterns hung darkly before him. The kitchen door appeared pristine, and no liquid was to be seen on the floor. It bore no resemblance to the camera's portrayal. What on earth was happening? Just as Jia Ren was lost in confusion, the cameraman's hand trembled violently. The camera shook, and upon looking again, the image returned to normal. Jia Ren rubbed his eyes and, after several confirmations, finally realized that his team had played a prank on him, nearly giving him a fright. On the other side, he noticed the live broadcast was a resounding success, and he nodded in satisfaction. With a grin, he remarked to everyone, "Gotcha. I told you, there are no ghosts in this world." But the cameraman's acting was truly impressive. The cameraman replied, "I wasn't acting, do you believe me? This special effect deserves 5 stars. Far better than when the host used ketchup to impersonate a ghost."
You scared me.
I thought we were encountering something truly sinister. The host team is quite skilled. They can pull off effects like this. If Jihe's team were as capable, they wouldn't have crashed so quickly, haha. The audience laughed and jeered, sending an abundance of gifts. The proud little rascal, Jia Ren, noted that only 30 seconds remained. He raised his head and boasted, "Jihe, with those pitiful gifts of yours, even if I win, it wouldn't be worth much. How about this? If you do 30 squats while shouting little brother, I was wrong, I will never deceive again. I'll consider it." Although Jia Ren was a debunking host, his rise to prominence required a wealth of cunning strategies. Many companies intentionally encouraged hosts to create hype, engaging in banter and insults to entice fans to send gifts. He understood how to stir the audience's emotions and enhance the broadcast experience. Indeed, the viewers were all riled up, mocking Jihe. "Huh, wasn't he just brash? Now he seems deflated with those meager gifts. Brother Liu Nian is magnificent. Impressive. Jihe, hurry up and leave. Your antics are nauseating to watch. What's the point of squats? Someone like Jihe should be bowing instead." Time slipped away amid Jia Ren's boisterous declarations. The bear cub and Tang Jiejie were infuriated by the insults hurled at Jihe. Without a second thought, they plunged their entire living expenses into the fray. However, their efforts were but a drop in the ocean. The opposing progress bar surged ahead at an alarming rate. The bear cub's eyes were bloodshot with urgency. As time ticked down, the countdown loomed. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Jia Ren was increasingly audacious, dismissing Jihe as merely the daughter of the Ji family and a fortune-telling streamer. Today, he intended to teach her a lesson in humility. If only she could comprehend it. Jihe certainly knows how to feign composure, but deep down, she must be in a state of panic.
Scammer.
May your entire family perish. Ji He's identity is a sham, her livestream is a farce, and her beauty is likely fabricated as well. Haha, what a disgrace. The streamer opposite is too lenient. Ji He should be made to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Jia Ren contemptuously waggled his finger at Ji He, signaling her inadequacy. With only 1 second remaining, he was convinced of his victory, relishing the prospect of a humiliating defeat for Ji He, instructing her to perform squats in disgrace. Just then, the countdown abruptly halted. He paused, perplexed.
Huh?
Has the system frozen? The barrage of comments mirrored his confusion. What is happening? I thought I lost connection. Am I lagging? Why, isn't the countdown moving? Yet, in the next moment, an explosion of Azure Star effects erupted across the screen.
60 of them.
1,200,000 yuan. Countless viewers' phones froze under the weight of this spectacle. Even the live stream's back-end system stuttered. What on earth is happening? My phone is crashing. Goodness, 60 Azure Stars. This is a true big shot. Who is this commanding presence? So much money, my goodness. This is the first time I've witnessed such an extravagant display. Jia Ren's phone also froze, yet a grin spread across his face. 60 Azure Stars, his entire monthly income at his fingertips. How utterly irritating that Ji He had attracted such a multitude of affluent supporters. However, when he scrutinized the system subtitles, his smile faltered. Chang Xian has gifted Ji He 390 Azure Stars x 10. Chang Xian has gifted Ji He 390 Azure Stars x 10. Chang Xian has gifted Ji He 390 Azure Stars x 60, total. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. The live stream room fell silent as a graveyard. Moments later, it erupted like a volcano. My heavens, what on earth is this? I cannot comprehend this shocking twist. Is this really the esteemed Elder Chang Xian? Did he mistakenly send the gifts? It truly is Elder Chang Xian. His account is officially verified. Goodness, I am utterly baffled. What is happening in this world? At this point, I would believe anything, even if told I am not my mother's biological child. Confusion reigned supreme, and questions swirled in Jia Ren's mind, mirroring the bewilderment expressed in the comments. Soon, Elder Chang Xian sent a message. Zhang Xian, Miss Ji He, I would like to speak with you. May I connect? As Zhang Xian entered Ji He's livestream, he was immediately met with a barrage of ridicule directed at her. He was utterly incensed. How dare this group of blind fools insult a master? In a fit of rage, he promptly sent 60 blue planets. However, once he regained his composure, he worried that his earlier actions might have startled Ji He. After a brief hesitation, he sent a message in the chat. Ji He certainly remembered Zhang Xian. Although he could not discern the authenticity of talismans, he seemed to possess good character, and she was more than willing to oblige his request. The host was allowed to invite others to join the livestream, which included both fellow hosts and viewers.
She clicked to connect.
Soon, Zhang Xian's face appeared on the screen. It's truly Elder Zhang. I once caught a glimpse of him from afar. I cannot be mistaken. Front row photo op. I never imagined I would witness such a formidable figure in my lifetime. Zhang. Grandpa, what are you doing? Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, he caught sight of his grandson's comment in the chat and felt a surge of anger. You little rascal. Your lack of skill nearly caused your grandfather to misjudge. The talisman created by Miss Ji He is authentic. Moreover, its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary talismans by tenfold. Just moments ago, he had scoured the shark platform, failing to realize that the esteemed master was Ji He, thus missing a golden opportunity. When his grandson Chang Jian returned from his bath, he discovered an overwhelming 50 missed calls from his grandfather. Trembling with apprehension, he returned the call. Zhang Xian, uninterested in explaining, directly inquired about the origin of the talisman. Upon hearing the answer, he rushed back to Ji He's livestream. Startled by his grandfather's sudden demeanor, Chang Jian followed suit and entered Ji He's livestream. To his dismay, he found himself on the receiving end of his grandfather's furious reprimand in front of all the viewers. Chang Jian was completely dumbfounded. The talisman is genuine? Even better? Did I hear correctly? Elder Zhang is asserting that the talisman drawn by Ji He is authentic. Who is it that is so fervently supporting Ji He? Even Elder Zhang has been persuaded to endorse her. Hey, stop spreading nonsense. Who is Elder Zhang? Even if the chairman of the Ji family personally invited him, he might not attend, let alone Ji He. I am utterly bewildered by the current situation. Didn't Zhang Xian just claim that Ji He's talisman was a fake? Can Ji He truly divine and create talismans? After reprimanding his grandson, Zhang Xian's gaze fell upon a comment in the chat, causing his expression to become somewhat awkward. Ahem. It is only human to misjudge. Chapter 33. Within 3 days. There shall be bloodshed. Zhang Xian quickly shifted his attention back to Ji He, noticing her youthful visage, yet exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. His expression turned solemn. Miss Ji He, I had no intention of secretly learning the talismans you create, but earlier, in an effort to confirm my suspicions, I took the bold step of attempting to replicate one. Rest assured, I shall not keep this talisman. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion. With that, Zhang Xian picked up the talisman he had drawn earlier and prepared to incinerate it. Ji He noticed the talisman in Zhang Xian's hand, and her eyes brightened slightly. No need for that, you may keep the talisman. Since I have chosen to draw it publicly, I am not afraid of others learning. The talisman drawn by Zhang Xian, though still inferior to what a 10-year-old child from the sect could produce, was nonetheless a testament to some innate talent, particularly in this era of waning metaphysics, as he successfully created an exorcism talisman on his first attempt. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian's body trembled significantly. Feng Shui talismans are the very foundation upon which various sects rely. For instance, the Feng Shui records of the Chang family and the corpse-reviving techniques of the Mo family are treasured ancestral teachings not meant for public dissemination. He had initially feared that Ji He would be angered upon discovering his covert drawing of the exorcism talisman. However, he had always pursued a path of integrity, never engaging in deceitful actions. His previous gratuity was motivated partly by his genuine outrage at the disrespect shown to Ji He and partly by a desire to cultivate goodwill. He never anticipated Ji He would be so magnanimous. This revelation only served to highlight his own pettiness. Zhang Xian felt a deep sense of shame. At that moment, the livestream's backend system finally returned to normal. The system announced, "The time for this broadcaster has concluded. Congratulations to broadcaster Ji He 12390 for securing victory in this round." There are 2 modes for broadcasters. One is a designated time frame where the higher score at the end wins, and the other is based on designated gifts, where the first broadcaster to reach the set amount wins. Seeing the gifts he had garnered, Ji He beamed and said to Jia Ren, "Thank you for your generosity." Jia Ren, looking utterly dejected, appeared as though he had lost all vitality. "I concede. I won't take advantage of you. I shall do 30 squats." Without further ado, he began to accept his punishment, squatting while apologizing to Ji He. "Miss, I was wrong. I truly underestimated your abilities." The comments flooded in. Shocking turnaround. Ji He actually won. From now on, I only support Ji He. Chang Lao has publicly endorsed Miss Ji He. She truly knows how to read fortunes and draw talismans. I did not misplace my admiration. Oh my heart, where are those who insulted Ji He earlier? Shouldn't they come out and apologize? Bear baby, I said I wasn't an actor. Miss Ji He really has the gift. Zhang Xian finally focused on Jia Ren's screen, his brows furrowing deeply.
Ze Romein letter 11 Yuan.
Jia Ren was still squatting, not yet grasping the situation. The comments continued to flood in. Indeed, indeed. Zhang Xian is incredibly astute. He recognized it at a glance. Oh my, if even Zhang Xian acknowledges Ji He, then her earlier claim about Xiao Guai being in danger, could it be that this residence is truly haunted? Wow, there have been so many unexpected twists today. I cannot keep up with the gossip. Yes, the opposing broadcaster is indeed headed to Zhe Xiyuan. As Zhang Xian read the barrage of comments, his frown deepened, twisting nearly into a knot. The opposing broadcaster bore a dark expression, appearing as if death was looming. Within 3 days, calamity would surely befall him. Moreover, it seemed Ji He had already warned him, but he stubbornly chose to disregard the advice. Absurd. With a fierce shout, Zhang Xian declared, "Is Zhe Xiyuan a place you can recklessly trifle with?" His voice startled Jia Ren, who was still squatting, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he looked up at the camera. Zhang Xian's voice grew increasingly louder. "Those who have lived here over the years are all destined for great wealth and fortune, yet they cannot withstand it. The consequences range from bankruptcy to entire families meeting tragic ends. Even that brat Mo Joe couldn't handle it back in the day. What audacity he had. Mo Joe. Although no one knew exactly who he was, everyone had heard of Bei Chong and Nana Mo. Anyone who could stand alongside Bei Chong must surely be a formidable figure. So, there are indeed ghosts in Zishi Garden. Streamer run. It's terrifying. Oh my goodness." Upon further reflection, Ji He just warned them to leave quickly. Jiaren felt a chill run down his spine, his face paling. What should I do? Is it too late for me to leave? Chang Xian, exasperated, replied, It's too late. You are already entangled with the aura of death. Even if you leave, you will either perish or be severely weakened within 3 days.
Thud.
Upon hearing Chang Xian's words, Jiaren could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. The photographer remained steadfast at his post, yet his expression was one of utter desolation. It's over, Master Chang. You must save us. Chang Xian shook his head helplessly, acknowledging that even he, despite his experience, was powerless in this situation. Jiaren lay completely defeated, lamenting his decision to take on this task in the first place. Seeing Jiaren's reaction, Chang Xian felt a pang of sympathy. He turned to Ji He. The talismans drawn by Master Ji He, while not necessarily from ancient traditions, were undeniably effective. She must have a wise mentor guiding her. Perhaps Master Ji He could find a solution? Miss Ji He, can you save him? Yet Ji He remained composed, showing no signs of response. At this moment, Jiaren fully understood the depths of regret. He wished he could travel back in time and slap himself for his earlier ignorance and arrogance. Miss Ji He, I realize now that I brought this upon myself. It is my retribution, and I deserve it. I beg of you, please save me. Chang Xian sighed, withdrawing his gaze. After all, he was at a loss in this matter. Miss Ji He was still a young girl, skilled in drawing talismans. But that did not necessarily mean she could exorcise spirits. For instance, the Chang family excelled in talismans and feng shui, while the Mo family specialized in ghost catching and corpse dispelling. Though related, their expertise did not overlap. Chang Xian sighed heavily again and said to Jiaren, You should return home soon and spend time with your loved ones. Before he could finish, Ji He's voice suddenly rang out. There is a way to save him. Chang Xian's breath caught in his throat. Miss Ji He, are you saying you have a solution? To untie the bell, one must tie it. Ji He set down her teacup, sitting upright, and addressed Jiaren. When you return, prepare a few items and come back here at midnight on Sunday. I will help you dispel the aura of death. Jiaren's voice trembled. What should we do in the meantime? Get plenty of sunlight. It can temporarily suppress the aura of death. At night, keep the lights on inside, and place a bowl of clear water nearby. As soon as the lights go out, you must drop blood into the bowl. When the lights are on, you need not do so. Chang Xian pondered this, unable to discern Ji He's intent behind such actions. Then we shall return at once. Jiaren had completely forgotten about his earlier intentions to feign disbelief, struggling to rise from the ground as he and the photographer supported each other, hurrying out. Ji He added, Once you exit Zishi Garden, do not stop regardless of what you encounter. Once you descend the mountain, all will be well. Yes, rest assured. I shall sincerely repent in the future. Jiaren repeatedly assented, only to witness the screen of the live broadcast room plunge into darkness. They had been unceremoniously ejected by the system. The event concluded, allowing both parties the option to depart at their leisure or await the system's expulsion. What perfect timing! I must go check on the situation in the Zaiwaxiegua live room. I wish to see as well, but the host still has 2 divinations to perform. I must stay and seize the opportunity. Miss, choose me. I did not mock you earlier. Why did Ji He not warn Zaiwaxiegua? Had it not been for Chang Lao's discovery, would you have simply watched him walk to his doom? Those upstairs are unwell, mentally impaired perhaps? Ji He urged them to leave promptly. If Zaiwaxiegua chooses to stay, who can she blame? At this moment, the entire screen fell silent, leaving only Ji He and Chang Xian exchanging glances. As the vice president of the Dao Association, Chang Xian could not overlook a potentially lethal supernatural incident. Coincidentally, he was also eager to discern the efficacy of Ji He's methods. Miss Ji He, may I add you as a friend? I wish to send someone to check on that host, just in case. We can discuss further on Sunday. Ji He nodded and privately messaged Chang Xian her WeChat ID. After they became friends, Chang Xian sent a wave of gifts before logging off. The barrage of comments surged in enthusiasm, each eager to seize the microphone. It's time for divination, right? Miss, you must choose me. What is so impressive about fortune-telling? Character matters, and theirs is undoubtedly lacking. Could the naysayer upstairs kindly leave? What a petty attitude. Are you envious? Do you even know Ji He? How dare you judge her character? Would someone with poor character save others without holding grudges? You're nothing but a baseless rumor-monger. Haha, that one wishing for Xiaorong. Didn't you say you'd go to the police station at 3 to rescue someone? Where are the people? Where? You swindled the money from migrant workers, scoundrel. Just then, an official report on combating human trafficking sent shockwaves across the nation. Chapter 34. The Basement Girl Case. Police Online. In the early hours of yesterday, police successfully dismantled a human trafficking ring, rescuing the victim Xiaorong, who has been reunited with her parents today. Based on the clues provided by Xiaorong, authorities are currently searching for several other victims. As of the announcement, 3 additional victims have been located. Further updates will be provided by police. This announcement sparked an uproar. Various media outlets began to report the details in real time. Notably, some criminal psychology experts analyzed the behaviors of Sun Hongfei, characterizing them as typical psychopathic tendencies and providing insights to the public. In no time, the basement girl case became a sensational topic among netizens. All social media platforms were abuzz with discussions surrounding this matter. Keywords like Sun Hongfei and basement girl swiftly ascended the trending charts. A media commentator incisively remarked, "Why was Sun Hongfei able to confine someone in a basement under the gaze of numerous witnesses? How could Xiaorong's family live mere kilometers from the Sun family for 5 years without discovering her whereabouts? Is there someone shielding him? The rampant trafficking of women and children, who bears the responsibility? Sun Hongfei is undoubtedly cruel and malevolent. How do we prevent such incidents from occurring again?" Comments flooded in below. The comments section reveals a poignant narrative of concern and empathy. Yuzu Peel expresses gratitude towards the police, wishing for the safe return of those who have been abducted. Another user, yet again on a diet, voices horror at the brutality of the perpetrators, lamenting over the victim's suffering as depicted in their photographs, which reveal scars and vacant gazes. The user Big Bull condemns a certain Mr. Sun as a beast, likening him to another man, Mr. Lin, who previously committed a heinous act of arson against his wife, deeming them both unworthy of humanity. Mo Sheng Mo Wang shares unsettling information about Mr. Lin, who reportedly reached out to an online writer for advice on dispelling malevolent spirits. This writer, rumored to be a powerful Taoist priest, subsequently exposed him. Xiao Yongbu Quan speculates whether the Xiaorong is the same individual that Ji He predicted. This comment quickly garners attention, sparking a flurry of responses, ranging from inquiries about Ji He to criticisms of her fans for attempting to capitalize on the situation. As the discussion intensifies, Ji He's name rises once more in trending searches, with headlines proclaiming her accurate prediction of the trafficking case and Master Chong Xian endorsing her. The once obscure actress suddenly finds herself celebrated as a master of metaphysics, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. One user exclaims in disbelief at Ji He's seemingly supernatural abilities, while another declares a newfound belief in feng shui, eager to join Ji He's live stream for guidance. Despite the chaos, one sentiment remains clear, a sense of relief that Xiaorong has been rescued, prompting a wave of admiration for Ji He. In the midst of a live stream, Ji He randomly selects a viewer to connect, and a participant named Little Chicken Stewed with Mushrooms shares her heart-wrenching story about her struggles with infertility. Despite receiving a diagnosis that she cannot conceive, she expresses gratitude for her supportive husband and mother-in-law, who comfort her with the option of adoption. Yet, her desire to continue her husband's lineage weighs heavily on her heart. The audience is deeply moved by her warmth and resilience, praising her husband. Some reflect on their own experiences, contrasting her supportive family with their own harsh realities. Ji He listens patiently before responding with an unexpected prediction. "You possess a deep blessing for children. Your destiny foretells 2 sons and a daughter." The chat erupts with disbelief, as many question how she could make such a declaration when the young woman has been told she cannot bear children. Miss Ji He is presumably referring to the sister adopting 3 children, is she not? Infertility is indeed treatable. The host surely implies that the sister's infertility will be resolved, leading her to bear 3 children. Zhang Yijing's eyes brightened. "Host, do you possess a remedy for my affliction?" Yet, Ji He shook her head. This gesture caused Zhang Yijing's heart to chill once more, suggesting that she would adopt 3 children in the future. While not inherently negative, it left her feeling somewhat guilty towards her husband. However, Ji He's next statement utterly confounded Zhang Yijing. "All 3 children will be her biological offspring." Wait a moment. How could she, unable to conceive, possibly have her own biological children? Ji He continued, "You will experience 2 marriages, and you and your second husband will bear 3 children together." Zhang Yijing's eyes widened in astonishment. Was Ji He implying that she would divorce? Crazy Yuan. What does Ji He mean by this? Is she advising the couple to separate? It is often said that it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a single marriage. Does she not realize this? Forget not. Haters, be gone. This is the realm of loyal fans. I trust that the host has a valid reason for saying this. Summer solstice. Did it not state that neither the husband nor the mother-in-law minds the sister's inability to bear children? Why would they divorce after a cure? Though Zhang Yijing had great faith in Ji He, the situation made her uncomfortable, prompting her to retort, "Host, my husband and I are deeply in love. We will not divorce. He has assured me that he does not care about having children and would never suggest divorce." Ji He seemed to perceive her thoughts and replied, "Who says it must be he who proposes divorce? Could it not be you who initiates it?" Zhang Yijing was left bewildered. What did that mean? Have you seen your husband's medical report? My goodness, I feel like a spectator in this live stream, bouncing around in suspense. This is troubling. I must think more clearly.
It's all so complicated.
Could it be that both individuals are unable to conceive? What a coincidence. My heavens. A chill ran through Zhang Yijing, making her reluctant to read the barrage of comments. She had indeed not examined her husband's medical report. The doctor had assured her that her husband was fine. A doctor who happened to be her husband's childhood friend. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhang Yijing froze. She abruptly rose from her chair, phone in hand, and dashed into the bedroom. She recalled that her husband liked to keep important items in the bedside drawer. She trusted him implicitly and had never rummaged through it. The phone was tossed onto the bed. Zhang Yijing yanked open the drawer and emptied its contents onto the bed. The health report. She found it. She opened the document and quickly flipped through the pages, her gaze finally resting on one sheet. Spermatogenic disorder, infertility. A wave of dizziness washed over Zhang Yijing. In her quest for treatment, she had endured countless bitter remedies sought by her mother-in-law, all of which she had consumed. Many of the prescriptions were laden with hormones that ravaged her body, causing her to gain 30 pounds. Yet she bore it all. She worked during the day and returned home at night to care for her in-laws, all because she felt indebted to her husband.
Yet now,
these words struck her like a resounding slap to the face. It was he who was unable to conceive, yet he cast all blame upon her. She endured the incessant whispers of relatives, living each day in a shroud of guilt. Zhang Yijing could no longer hold back her tears. What on earth is happening? Please, dear sister, say something. The gentleman must have concealed this matter on purpose. There's undoubtedly something amiss. Quickly check if there's an issue with your report. Gee, he is remarkable. How could she deduce this? I just came from Weibo. Xiaorong has been found, right in the stone village that Ji he mentioned. As this comment appeared, the live stream was suddenly inundated with a throng of viewers. The screen was awash with gift effects. Ji, he had achieved true fame. Oh my. Is this the legendary Ji he? She is so beautiful. Xiaorong has been found? No way, really? They can finally reunite as father and daughter. The host is incredible. Though I believe Ji he truly possesses divination skills, the certainty of events afterward is indeed chilling and thought-provoking. Has anyone claimed that Ji he is merely acting with the police this time? Host, I want to learn divination too. Zhang Yijing also glanced up at the barrage of comments, a hint of a smile breaking through her tear-streaked face. Xiaorong had been found. How wonderful. Her appearance evoked deep sympathy from the online community. What does your husband's report indicate? I'm a doctor. Let me take a look. I'm a professional. Yes, dear sister. Please don't cry. We all care for you. This is my report. Can anyone help me examine it? Her voice trembled as she held her report up to the camera. Soon, a viewer commented that the report had been altered. Such health examination reports are difficult to modify, as records exist on the computer. However, once printed, replacing a few pages could easily go unnoticed. This paper lacks any institutional certification. It has clearly been appended later. You should go to the hospital and request to verify the electronic report for confirmation. Hurry, dear sister. Ji, he has never erred. Your husband surely has issues. Could that doctor have been bribed? Zhang Yijing steadied herself, hastily shoving both reports into her bag, her gaze gradually hardening with resolve. I will go to the hospital now. As she stepped outside and prepared to press the elevator button, she heard Ji He's voice. Don't wait for the elevator. Take the stairs. But it's the 10th floor. Zhang Yijing met Ji He's gaze on the screen and glanced at the elevator, which had just reached the 8th floor. For some reason, her heart began to race. She swiftly turned and slipped into the stairwell. Almost at the moment she rounded the corner, the elevator reached the 10th floor. The doors opened and a figure emerged, heading towards Zhang Yijing's apartment, calling out, Xiaojing, I'm back. Zhang Yijing, hiding by the door, instinctively slowed her breath. How could she not recognize him? They had shared a bed for 3 years. At the wedding, a man vowed to cherish her for a lifetime, promising never to let her suffer. Is that voice coming from the sister's husband? If she had just been waiting for the elevator, they might have bumped into each other. Thankfully, he had reminded her. Just a moment ago. A glance at her phone revealed that the man was quite handsome, yet he seemed utterly inactive. Zhang Yijing regained her composure, repeatedly thanking He as she hurried down the stairs. Once she was in the car, He advised her, after you investigate, remember to contact your family. With their support, your divorce proceedings will go more smoothly. Yes, Miss G, I will certainly heed your advice. He ended the call, not rushing to the next one, but instead, she rose to boil another kettle of water, starting to brew tea. To be honest, live streaming makes one quite thirsty. Why has the host stopped? I'm ready. Heaven help me. I must be selected. I would trade 10 pounds of fat for it. I'm different. I'll send gifts directly to the host. And surely they'll be moved. Just as the comments flickered by, this particular viewer showered he with several small gifts. Others, seeing this display, quickly followed suit, gifting he as well. Alright, here comes today's second divination, still a random connection. He poured the tea before pressing the connection button. A stunning night view appeared on the screen, revealing a drop of several dozen meters below. Chunyu, seated at the edge of the rooftop with her phone in hand, smiled slightly after paying the divination fee and asked, Host, can you tell me when I will die? Chapter 35. Your life does not belong to you. Calm down, friend. What are you doing? I'm afraid of heights. Is this a suicide attempt? Does anyone know where this is? Hurry, call the police. What's making you feel this way? Think about your parents who raised you. Can you bear to leave them? Chunyu's eyes grew red as she read the comments. They are all gone. It's all my fault. I, the harbinger of doom, caused their deaths. If I die, no one else will die. She gripped her phone tightly, as if to crush it. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground and creating water stains. The camera shook, revealing the crowd below, appearing like ants from such a height. This sight sent chills down the spines of the live stream viewers, fearful she might fall. If I could choose, I would rather not have been born, so my loved ones could live happily. Sister, please come down and talk. It's too dangerous. What harbinger of doom? That's just superstition. Is this the legendary celestial solitary star? First time hearing about it. It's bad enough you harmed your family. Don't drag others down with you. Chunyu stared at the comments on the screen, her eyes growing ever more vacant. Indeed, she should just end her life. She activated the front camera, set her phone aside, and gazed into the distance. After a brief moment, she slowly rose to her feet. In the frame, Chunyu was clad in white. A breeze swept past her, infused with a sense of resolution. She lowered her gaze to the screen, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her lips. There was nothing in this world left for her to cherish. Chunyu took a step forward, gradually moving outward. Jun Chenkin Rong, no. Streamer, stop her. Jua Air, I have already called the police. That distant structure is the city's landmark. My home is nearby. Cute little monkey. Oh my gosh. I can't bear to watch. As Chunyu tentatively extended one foot over the rooftop, he straightened his posture and said, What would your grandmother think if she saw you attempting to take your own life? Chunyu's body wavered at the mention of her grandmother. Her grandmother had already passed away. Now, she intended to descend and reunite with her. Your life was preserved by your grandmother. If you leap down, you not only squander her intentions, but also waste a life. Chunyu's resolute gaze faltered, and she turned to grasp her phone. Her small face appeared on the screen. What do you mean by that? Your fate is unique. You are missing elements in your life, a celestial calamity, a solitary star. And those around you will face continuous misfortune. Moreover, as he continued, despair deepened in Chunyu's eyes. Moreover what? The barrage of comments became increasingly intolerable. Are you even human? Instead of offering comfort, you speak such things. Your character is truly lacking, unfollowed. If she jumps, you will be the one to blame. Yet, he paid no heed to the comments, fixated on Chunyu. Moreover, according to your fate, 3 months ago was your destined time to perish. Chunyu's pupils constricted. In her childhood, her home was always stocked with gauze and antiseptic. Whether it was her parents or her grandmother, they frequently encountered various mishaps. Even when she was 10, her mother fell down the stairs and broke her leg, lying in the hospital for 3 months. At 12, her father was involved in a car accident, losing the use of one hand and being dismissed from work. At 17, Her first love suffered frequent misfortunes during their 3-month relationship, ultimately leading to a breakup. Such incidents were countless. The most harrowing year saw her lose not only her parents, but also herself, as she repeatedly lingered on the brink of death. Everyone who had come close to her faced misfortune, and eventually departed. They all claimed she was a harbinger of ill fate, a jinx who would bring them ruin. The death of her grandmother 3 months ago became the final straw that broke Chenyu. The only family she had left in this world was gone. In that moment, her mind was engulfed with the question of why it was not her who died. Chenyu's lips trembled. Do you mean my grandmother? Was it my grandmother who saved me? Ji He inquired. Since your grandmother's passing, have you not felt any difference these past few months? Chenyu lowered her gaze. For the last 3 months, she had lived in a haze, too afraid to face anyone. She thought she would forget what had transpired during that time. But as Ji He spoke, memories began to surface in her mind. Out of concern for her own safety, Grandma had long since put away all items that could potentially harm her. Although she seldom ventured outside, she still required sustenance. Initially, she relied on takeout. But after donating her savings, she could no longer afford it and resorted to purchasing groceries to prepare her own meals. Over the past 3 months, she had wielded a kitchen knife numerous times, yet miraculously, she had not sustained a single injury. Previously, even the slightest encounter with a sharp object would invariably result in an accident. By then, had she been living as if she were an ordinary person for the past 3 months? She turned her gaze towards Ji He, her lips quivering. Had Grandma traded her life for mine? Ji He nodded, explaining that in her past lives, your grandmother had accumulated virtue and good deeds, and in this life, she was destined for longevity and smooth sailing. Your fate is unlikely to affect her. However, in order to complete your 5 elements, she willingly relinquished her accumulated good deeds, sacrificing her own life to ensure your wholeness, at the cost of not reincarnating.
How could this be?
Chenyu covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Grandma did this for her.
But why?
Why would she choose such a path? Why not let me perish instead? Chenyu wept, collapsing onto the ground. He let out a soft sigh. They are all your kin, merely wishing for your survival. At last, Chenyu could no longer contain herself and began to sob uncontrollably. Suddenly, the rooftop door was flung open, and police officers rushed in, pulling Chenyu inside.
Miss,
you are so young. What has driven you to such despair? Where are your parents? Leaning against the officer's arm, her pupils reflected the bright moon. She would not seek death, not even for Grandma. Thank you, Miss Ji He. She gripped her phone tightly and shouted. There's no need to thank me. It is your grandmother who saved you, Ji He replied, glancing to the right of Chenyu, where a faint silhouette appeared. An elderly woman. Her hair a mix of white, tenderly caressed Chenyu's cheek. Chapter 36, the third hexagram. Ji He ended the call. But the viewers in the live stream remained captivated by the earlier events. If I had children, I would never want them to die, even at the cost of my own life. I have kidney issues and need a transplant. My father underwent matching tests and unhesitatingly offered one of his kidneys to me. I had always thought my father didn't love me, as he was often reserved, but after that, I realized he loved me deeply. He simply didn't know how to express it. The love of parents for their children is truly selfless. And this young lady's grandmother, to make such a sacrifice for her granddaughter, is extraordinarily noble. Host, what will happen if the young lady's grandmother does not reincarnate? Ji He lowered her gaze, understanding that her good deeds were lost, leaving her to drift forever in this world. Yet, in this life, she could remain by her granddaughter's side. The third caller was a man, appearing weary, wearing a chef's hat. Upon encountering Ji He, he removed his hat, gripping its edge and turning it side to side, seemingly at a loss for words. Ji He remained quietly patient, offering no prompt for him to speak. If this elder brother has something to say, the host will surely assist you, one voice chimed in. If you remain silent, you'll leave the opportunity for others. We are all awaiting our turn, another added. Please do not rush him. He merely requires a moment to gather his thoughts, someone interjected. After a brief pause, the man appeared to have made up his mind. After paying the fortune-telling fee, he inhaled deeply and spoke. Host, I am contemplating selling this establishment in pursuit of new ventures. Do you think it is a wise decision? Why consult the host on whether to sell the shop? It would be a wasted opportunity for divination. Someone exclaimed. The host has not dismissed such inquiries. Let us not be hasty to rebut, another remarked. Is there something particularly significant about this establishment that makes the decision difficult for him? The man, who was none other than Li Jun, exhaled heavily as he clutched the chef's hat in his hands. This shop has been passed down through 5 generations in my family. It has been a cornerstone for my grandfather and father, and I too have grown up with it. In my youth, I would watch my father rise early to tend to the shop, with my mother assisting by his side. At the time, I found it rather amusing and often begged to help him. However, as I matured, my fondness for the cramped kitchen waned. It felt akin to a prison, perpetually filled with the unpleasant odor of cooking oil. My father wished for me to learn the culinary arts, intending to pass the shop down to me. Yet, being a playful child, I was restless and would sneak away to internet cafes to play games. Each time I was caught, I faced a severe reprimand. At this point, Li Jun chuckled awkwardly. This shop has an exceedingly rich history. 5 generations must span over a century. It is no wonder you hesitate, someone observed. After all these years, why consider selling? It holds significant sentimental value, another remarked. Aren't you concerned about your father's reaction to selling the shop? Li Jun scratched his head. My father passed away 2 years ago, and I inherited the shop from him. Now it is just my mother and I who manage it. I am aware that selling it may invite accusations of unfilial behavior, yet my mother is aging and suffers from rheumatism, and I am still unmarried. I cannot bear to witness her struggle. Then why not hire assistants? If you wish to spare your mother from toil, do you think marrying would simply shift that burden to a wife? Please, let us not set expectations so high. He has not indicated a desire for his future wife to assist him. He merely wishes to alleviate his mother's burdens. That is not my intention at all. I have never considered marrying someone to do the work. As for not hiring help, it is due to the recipes being passed down through generations with strict instructions that they must not be divulged, which prevents me from employing others.
Li Jun hurriedly clarified,
Fearing that any delay in his explanation would lead to harsh criticism. Moreover, we operate on a modest scale. The profits are minimal, averaging around 100,000 a year. Just enough to sustain our family. He sighed again, turning to Ji He. Host, could you assist me in divining whether I should sell the shop? At this juncture, Ji He spoke up. Is there something you have yet to disclose? Li Jun was taken aback, realizing he could not conceal anything from Ji He. Indeed, he had no fear in disclosing to everyone that he had graduated from a prestigious medical school, earning both his bachelor's and master's degrees there. He genuinely cherished the profession of a doctor. Before returning to his hometown, his graduate advisor had urged him multiple times, insisting that he should not abandon the path of medicine. Doctor? Yet you graduated as a master's student, and you chose to return to run a small shop. Prestigious? Isn't that the most esteemed medical institution in the country? Upon graduation, a starting salary no less than 300,000. If it were me, I would have undoubtedly chosen to be a doctor instead of returning. It is no wonder you are so conflicted, torn between your passion and your family's legacy. Just half a month ago, his graduate advisor had reached out to him, presenting a research project that required assistance, hoping he could lend a hand. The implications of this project were monumental if it succeeded. He truly did not want to forfeit this opportunity. Li Jun's eyes brimmed with distress. He had previously relinquished the chance to further his studies to return home and inherit the family business. Yet, this opportunity weighed heavily on his heart. He desperately wished to seize it. Host, I have even found potential buyers. Once you give the green light, I will contact them immediately, he urged. He concluded her calculations and remarked casually, there is no need to rush the sale of the shop. In half a month, your establishment will be facing demolition. Li Jun's eyes widened in shock. Demolition? What a fortunate turn of events. Brother, I am your long-lost sibling. This is splendid. With the money secured and a career on the rise, all that remains is to find a partner. Host, is what you said true? Is this shop really going to be demolished? Li Jun asked incredulously, unable to fathom such exquisite fortune. Could the host have made an error in her calculations? He regarded him, arching an eyebrow. As long as you can wait, you will know in half a month. I can wait, of course. Li Jun replied eagerly. Half a month was a manageable span, yet this turn of events was utterly unforeseen. Then, can I return to my studies? He nodded, affirming yes. However, I must caution you. Should you pursue that significant project, you may miss out on your destined partner for life. After all, there are times when career and love cannot coexist. Haha, I have become stronger, yet I remain single. How absurd. How could such a thing occur? I cannot help but laugh. Youth, will you choose a career, or will you rely on your hands for the rest of your life? Do not drive, do not drive. Li Jun struggled to divert his gaze from the barrage of comments, his face etched with conflict. Host, is there truly no leeway? He was not solely consumed by ambition. He yearned for a warm family life as well. Ji He replied, I merely suggested it could be a possibility. With a bit more effort, you still have a chance. Li Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. That was reassuring. For the sake of his future wife, he would strive earnestly. Chapter 37. Astonishment. Ji He can predict the future? Li Jun received an answer that exceeded his expectations, a smile spreading across his face, as if it could touch the heavens. Thank you, Miss Ji. With your words, I am at ease. He proceeded to send several gifts to Ji He, feeling a sense of fulfillment before ending the call. I am a good person. Do not scold me. How could my brother be the chosen one? How could something like demolition not happen to me? My brother must have saved the world in his past life. Nice old Chi. Today's gossip has concluded, and the host is about to sign off. Ji He waved at the camera. The broadcast was ending. Tomorrow was Saturday, and she would commence streaming promptly at 2 in the afternoon.
See you then. Divayu, woe is me.
I can't bear to part with the host. Can we have 5 segments a day in the future? I can never get enough. Ah, shoo. How can I save you? See you tomorrow, miss. Huaji, Ji He, I adore you. Liang Mingyue, tonight. I shall place a picture of the miss on my bedside to ensure I can secure a connection tomorrow. Ji He clicked to end the broadcast, and then checked her earnings for the day in the back end. Just from Chang Xian's gifts, she had already amassed 600,000, not including the gifts from Jiaren. The 20,000 in penalties due at the end of the month was more than sufficient. She would still have over 400,000 left. Ji He's eyes sparkled with delight as she contemplated how to spend this money when a message from Li Yong appeared. Miss Ji, I wonder if you are free for lunch tomorrow? I would like to treat you to a meal. If you are unavailable, I can adjust your schedule. Li Yong had sent the message following Ji He's broadcast conclusion. Perhaps fearing rejection, he quickly followed up with another message. Miss Ji, please do not refuse. It is merely a casual meal and requires no effort on your part. You saved my life, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude. As for Xiaoya, my brother and sister-in-law are still in the hospital, but they will personally thank you once Xiaoya is discharged. Ji He read the messages. A flicker of thought crossing her mind. Those versed in mysticism often possess an acute intuition. It seemed she ought to attend this meal. Saturday noon arrived. Ji He followed the location Li Yong had sent and arrived at his residence. Li Yong had intended to greet her at the door but was declined. So, he waited downstairs for her arrival. Miss Ji, over here. Upon seeing Ji He approach, Li Yong waved his hand eagerly, and they ascended the stairs together. Li Yong opened the door and called out into the house, Dear, my savior has arrived. Coming. As she spoke, a woman emerged from the kitchen, drying her hands. Her smile faltered upon seeing Ji He. Miss Ji? She rubbed her eyes as if struggling to believe her sight. Lin Yun glanced at Li Yong, stepped forward, and pulled him aside, whispering, What is going on? Didn't he say your savior was someone else? Why is it Miss Ji? Dear, Miss Ji is indeed my savior. Lin Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? She glanced at Ji He several times. Didn't you mention that your benefactor could tell fortunes? I've never heard of Miss Ji studying such arts. Are you joking? She isn't even a miss from the Ji family anymore. There's no need for you to flatter her by calling her a savior. Dear, that's not the case. Please, let us not discuss this. Li Yong awkwardly interrupted Lin Yun, ushering Ji He into the house. Miss Ji, please have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly. As he spoke, Li Yong gently nudged Lin Yun towards the kitchen. Once inside, he closed the kitchen door behind them. Dear, Miss Ji truly can tell fortunes. Haven't you seen her on Weibo? She had performed several divinations during her live stream, all of which proved accurate. Had she not cautioned me against driving while leaning against a tree, I might not have been here today. It was only later that Li Yong realized that had something fallen from that position, it would have been him in peril, not Mr. Ji. Moreover, you really ought not to speak of such matters in front of Miss Ji. You didn't clarify. How was I to know that person was Ji He? Lin Yun muttered. Suddenly recalling something, she blinked and added, If Miss Ji possesses the gift of divination, why did she not foresee that she is not the genuine heiress of the Ji family? Li Yong paused for a moment, then responded, Miss Ji must have her own considerations. Now, let us hasten to serve the dishes. We mustn't keep Miss Ji waiting. And do refrain from such talk later. Lin Yun rolled her eyes. Fine, I understand. At the dining table, Li Yong and Lin Yun sat on one side, facing Ji He. The array of dishes before them was quite sumptuous, clearly prepared with great care. Li Yong smiled and beckoned to Ji He. Miss Ji, please indulge yourself.
Do not be shy.
Lin Yun interjected with a huff. To prepare this lavish spread, he arose at the crack of dawn to visit the market. When his parents came, they were never treated with such reverence. Xiaoyun, Li Yong whispered, casting a sheepish grin at Ji He. Ji He seemed entirely oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere between them. Since the dishes had been served, her focus was solely on the food. Without need for Li Yong's prompting, she deftly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Observing Ji He's natural demeanor, Li Yong swallowed back any polite remarks he had intended to make. He and Lin Yun simply watched as Ji He savored her meal. As the dishes gradually diminished, Ji He finally noticed the two of them. Are you not eating? Li Yong shook his head. Miss Ji, please continue. Watching Ji He eat with great relish, albeit slowly and elegantly, one could easily mistake her expression for that of someone indulging in exquisite delicacies. He mused silently. Miss Ji used to be quite particular. He had initially worried she might find the food unpalatable. Had his culinary skills truly improved? However, since leaving the Ji family, Miss Ji had indeed changed remarkably. Lin Yun was even more astounded than Li Yong. She nudged him and whispered, my cooking can hardly compare to that of the chefs at the Ji household. It's worth noting that Li Yong had brought back food from the Ji residence on more than one occasion, only to hear that Ji He had not touched it at all. The Ji family seemed indifferent about such matters. If they wished to take it, they were free to do so. Li Yong shrugged. How was he to know? After a satisfying meal, Ji He looked at Li Yong and Lin Yun with considerably softened eyes. She elegantly dabbed her mouth and said, I am full. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Miss Ji, you truly are remarkable. I do have a few inquiries for you. Li Yong's eyes brightened as he swiftly pulled out his phone, preparing to transfer 2,000 as a fee for her divination. Seeing Li Yong's gesture, Lin Yun swiftly placed a hand on his arm. What are you doing? I'm sending Miss Ji her divination fee. Don't stop me. 2,000 for divination? Lin Yun held up 2 fingers, her face a mask of astonishment. What kind of reading costs 2,000? The feng shui master you consulted before only charged 3,000. 2,000 for a divination. Is Ji He worth this price? Miss Ji is remarkably accurate. Rest assured, she will not disappoint you. Li Yong pushed Lin Yun aside and entered the payment password. Lin Yun exclaimed but could not stop him. Li Yong. The payment of 2,000 was confirmed. Hearing the sound of the transfer, Lin Yun pursed her lips and turned her head away. Miss Ji, please take a look at my wife. Li Yong looked at Ji He with anticipation. Chapter 38. 3 months later, at the hospital for a checkup. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun immediately turned back. Li Yong, what is there to see? Miss Ji, I don't need a reading. Please return the money. Ji He smiled slightly. You have been married for 8 years without conceiving a child, correct? How do you know? Lin Yun's face showed surprise. She glanced at Li Yong, thinking he had informed Miss Ji in advance. However, seeing Li Yong's expression, which was both astonished and yet unsurprised, left her perplexed. Li Yong, filled with excitement, spoke rapidly. Miss Ji, you are correct. In the early years, we were not in a hurry to have children, but later, when we wanted to, we found ourselves unable to conceive. We have both checked our health, and there is nothing wrong. What do you think is the cause? Ji He gestured towards a few items in the living room, looking at Lin Yun with a knowing smile. Did not the 3,000 yuan feng shui master inform you that these items should not be arranged this way? Lin Yun's face flushed, taken aback that her private discussions had been overheard. She then tugged at Li Yong. Following Ji He's indication, Li Yong looked towards the corner where a potted plant sat, a wooden sculpture on the cabinet, and a landscape painting hanging on the wall. Panic surged through him. Miss Ji, is there a problem with these items? He quickly stood up, awaiting Ji He's explanation. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, are in conflict. The potted plant contains both wood and earth, but lacks metal for balance. The landscape corresponds to water and earth, yet it is deficient in fire. Additionally, the arrangement of these items is detrimental to conception. After a pause, she added, your wife must have experienced a miscarriage. The calmness with which Ji He stated this sent waves of turmoil through Li Yong's heart. He looked at Lin Yun in panic, as if he were unaware of this fact himself. Wife, you never told me. Lin Yun was utterly stunned, aside from her close friend. No one knew of her miscarriage, not even her parents. How did Ji He learn of it? Her heart raced as she gazed at Ji He in disbelief. Could it truly be divination? Wife, When did you have the miscarriage, and why did you not tell me? Li Yong looked at Lin Yun with deep concern, reaching out to support her shoulder. If it were not for Miss G's revelation, he feared he would never have known. Lin Yun could hardly bear to see his tearful expression, feigning indifference. You were on a business trip with Miss G. Even if I told you, you wouldn't have been able to return. Besides, it was a miscarriage. What was there to say? I wouldn't want to worry you, unnecessarily. Despite her words, tears welled in Lin Yun's eyes. She had not even known she had once carried a child before losing it. Li Yong clenched his fists. I'm sorry. My love. We owe an apology to that child. Lin Yun's voice trembled slightly. Yet, no amount of apologies could restore that child. Li Yong closed his eyes, tilting his head back to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. He then turned to Ji He, asking Miss G, if we remove these items, will everything be alright? No need to remove them. I can help you rearrange them, Ji He replied, shaking her head as she rose to rearrange the few items. Li Yong hurried forward. Miss G, please guide me. I will do the arranging. With someone willing to assist, Ji He paused, directing Li Yong on how to place the items properly. It was hard to tell if it was merely an illusion, but once the items were arranged, Lin Yun felt an inexplicable lightness throughout her body, her breathing becoming significantly easier. She glanced around the room, sensing that the space seemed considerably brighter. This. Lin Yun was increasingly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. When Li Yong approached her side, she regained her composure and pulled him into the kitchen. Can Miss G really tell fortunes? My dear, of course she can. When have I ever deceived you? Li Yong nodded emphatically, eager to etch this affirmation into Lin Yun's mind. Lin Yun immediately panicked. Will she be upset with me for how I just spoke to her? Why didn't you mention this sooner? We're doomed. Miss G must be furious. Li Yong looked at Lin Yun with exasperation. Hadn't he mentioned this several times? Lin Yun wasn't a bad person. She just had a sharp tongue but a kind heart, often offending others. Moreover, she was utterly resistant to advice. Li Yong could only reassure her. Dear, don't worry. Miss G is very kind and surely hasn't taken your words to heart.
How could that be?
Isn't it rumored that Miss G holds grudges? Lin Yun fretted, pacing anxiously. If she had known Miss G truly possessed such abilities, she would never have spoken that way. Li Yong firmly grasped Lin Yun's arm. I don't know where you heard those things, but from my experience with Miss G, she is not that type of person. Just go out and sincerely apologize. She won't hold it against you. Really? Seeing Li Yong nod seriously, Lin Yun stepped out of the kitchen, albeit with lingering doubts. He was seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Lin Yun approached her slowly, taking a deep breath. Miss G, I was exceedingly rude to you earlier. I apologize. He looked up, seemingly puzzled by Lin Yun's words. To Lin Yun, this moment felt as though he was refusing her apology. She lowered her head further. Miss G, I'm truly sorry. Do you still wish to take back the money? He asked, clearly confused. She had not taken Lin Yun's previous remarks to heart and assumed Lin Yun wanted to reclaim the 2,000 fortune-telling fee. That money had already been credited to her account. He glanced at Li Yong, her eyes filled with questions. Li Yong quickly stepped forward to assist Lin Yun to her feet. That's not the case. Miss G has helped us immensely. And Lin Yun merely wishes to apologize for her earlier remarks. No harm done. I've rearranged the items in your space. Remember to ventilate the room well over the next few days to maintain fresh air, He stated as she stood up, indicating that with the matter resolved, it was time for her to leave. Upon witnessing He's actions, Li Yong recalled something and exclaimed, Miss G, please wait a moment. He hurried into the bedroom and, shortly thereafter, emerged with several items in hand. Take these, my colleague Shaoran and I seldom use the computer, and they would be of no use to us. I noticed you are streaming, and these will serve you well. He accepted the items, comprised of a camera, a headset, a microphone, and more, all pristine and seemingly fresh from purchase. Thank you. In 3 months, remember to visit the hospital for a checkup.
With that,
He turned and made her way outside. Li Yong and Lin Yun exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of Miss G's words. Did she mean to suggest that in 3 months they might conceive? Chapter 39. The Unseen Child at 2 in the afternoon. He installed the equipment gifted by Li Yong onto her laptop. Once the setup was complete, she initiated the live stream. The viewers, eagerly awaiting the broadcast, flocked in, instantly captivated by the clarity of He's visage on the screen. Sonyu, has the host changed the camera? It's so high definition. Xiaoxia, with such clarity, I can't see a single pore. I refuse to believe it. The host must have applied a beauty filter. I'm a good person. Don't scold me. Ji-hee, you're so beautiful. I adore you. One carrying a sack. Just looking at that face makes me feel I could devour 2 bowls of rice. Good afternoon, Ji-hee greeted, as was her custom, before diving into random connections without further ado. However, for reasons unknown, be it poor internet connectivity or something else, the first connection of the day lagged for quite some time before finally appearing. On screen, the fortunate individual was a woman in her 30s, cradling a 5 or 6-year-old girl who was sound asleep. Hello, host, please wait a moment. Yang Yushio whispered to Ji-hee, likely fearing she might disturb the slumbering child. She stood to gently place the girl onto the bed before returning to her seat and sending Ji-hee a tip. I would like your help to determine if my daughter has encountered something unusual. As she spoke the latter words, a trace of fear flickered in her eyes, her voice dropping even lower, as if wary of being overheard. Happy to the point of blurriness. Oh dear, is this another ghost incident? Could it possibly be a Een Peach Blossom? Slipping alligators, a little girl cannot be involved with the Een Peach Blossom, can she? The chaotic romantic. I've heard from the elders that children aged 3 or 4 might see things invisible to us, but they grow out of it. Sharpening knives for little piglets. When I was young, I used to insist that there were 2 little children on top of the refrigerator, which terrified my parents. Later, I discovered they were the higher brothers. I nearly faced severe consequences for my father. Yang Yushio's camera angle was slightly elevated, capturing the entirety of the room. The child's bed was modest, likely a specially purchased children's bed. Strangely, there was ample space beside the bed, yet it was not positioned centrally. About 15 days ago, I awoke in the middle of the night and intended to check if my daughter Chi-Chi was properly covered with her blanket. However, as I approached her door, I heard her conversing. Unaware of any underlying issues at that moment, I pushed the door open and saw Chi-Chi sitting at the edge of her bed. I inquired how she had awakened, to which Chi-Chi responded, saying that Yang Yushio pursed her lips, took a deep breath, and declared that she had been chatting with someone. Yet, at that moment, she was alone in the room. With whom could she possibly converse? Yang Yushio shivered, as if transported back to that fateful day. Chi-Chi, with her strikingly clear black and white eyes, gazed intently at her, sending chills down her spine. Mirrorfish. It may be afternoon, yet I am starting to feel a chill. Ayo, Jio. Could it be that Chi-Chi was speaking to a doll? I used to enjoy conversing with my dolls, and even named them. Destiny of this life. Don't stop. Continue your tale. Yang Yushio turned to glance at the still slumbering Chi-Chi and continued. I was so fatigued at the time that I didn't delve deeper into it. However, a few days later, an eerily similar incident occurred. This time, it was not at home, but rather when I took Chi-Chi to the park. In the blink of an eye, I lost sight of her. I was frantic, searching throughout the park until I finally spotted her behind a small grove. Upon reaching this point in her narrative, Yang Yushio's pupils widened, as if she had experienced a profound shock. She recounted, word by word. Chi-Chi had one hand suspended in the air, as though someone was pulling her forward. Chi-Chi walked along, smiling brightly as if engaged in a joyful conversation with someone unseen. I've had enough. I'm terrified. I can't bear to listen anymore. It must be an encounter with something sinister. That entity might be intent on harming your daughter. The host must eliminate that malevolent force, lest it causes harm to others. Afterward, I frequently heard Chi-Chi speaking to the air, and when I inquired, she claimed that someone was conversing with her. Yet she did not know who that person was. Yang Yushio clenched her fists. Despite it being summer, she trembled with cold, and the situation had escalated in severity. Periodically, Chi-Chi would point to a direction in the house, saying that someone was there. I was utterly terrified, fearing that it intended to harm Chi-Chi. Now, I dare not let Chi-Chi out of my sight. Host, please help my daughter. I cannot bear to lose her. In that moment, the anguish in Yang Yushio's eyes became fully apparent. She closed her eyes and took a long moment to compose herself. Ji-hee spoke up. How do you wish for me to resolve this? This statement from the host left me bewildered. Such a vile entity should undoubtedly be eradicated swiftly. Should it not? Would we spare its life only for it to wreak havoc upon others? Could it be that Ji-hee is unable to resolve this? Hence her seemingly evasive remarks? The host merely uttered a single phrase. Why the need for speculation? Let us continue to listen and all shall be revealed. Yang Yushio appeared perplexed and asked, shouldn't we simply dispose of such harmful entities? Upon reflection, have they truly caused any harm to Chi-Chi in these past days? Ji-hee countered. Yang Yushio was momentarily taken aback. Had it ever harmed Chi-Chi? What are you suggesting? Just because it hasn't harmed her yet, Doesn't he mean it 1T in the future? You accepted payment from her. Why defend such a being? Where is your conscience? Let us not be hasty in our judgment of the host. I believe there is a reason behind her words. At this moment, behind Yang Yuxiu, Chi-Chi, lying on the bed, stirred slightly. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. Mom? Yang Yuxiu, regaining her senses, saw her daughter awake and hurriedly approached her. Chi-Chi, did I wake you? No, Mom. Chi-Chi shook her head, her gaze drifting past Yang Yuxiu to the corner of the room. She pointed and spoke softly. It was him calling me. Upon hearing this, Yang Yuxiu froze, panic gripping her as she forgot to ponder the implications of Jihe's question. Anchor, it's in the room. Please help us. Jihe's voice resonated through the screen. Chi-Chi, can you see what he looks like? His face is a bit dark. I can't see clearly, Chi-Chi replied. Nudging Yang Yuxiu. Mom, can I get a little closer to have a look? No. Yang Yuxiu abruptly embraced her daughter, hiding her in her arms. Jihe, I've paid you. I beg you to get rid of it quickly. Just a moment. It's almost done. Jihe's voice remained calm, yet it did little to soothe Yang Yuxiu's fraying nerves. Even the viewers in the live stream erupted in outrage. Wait, are you hoping something bad happens to them? Jihe, I thought you had truly changed. Why are you still like this? Sister, when you dealt with the Een Peach Blossom before, you were so decisive. Why are you dragging your feet with this mother and daughter? Amidst a barrage of accusations, Chi-Chi's eyes grew brighter as she stared at the corner. Mom, I see clearly now. That's my brother. Chapter 40. That is not your brother. The words my brother seemed to act as a switch, causing Yang Yuxiu to shudder as if struck by an electric shock. She laboriously opened her mouth, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. Chi-Chi, what nonsense are you talking? You must have seen wrong. You have no brother. As the words left her lips, the boy's face in the corner became ever clearer. Chi-Chi continued to gaze at the corner, insisting, but he is my brother. No. Stop talking nonsense. Yang Yuxiu covered her daughter's mouth, her expression bordering on madness. What is happening? This aunt looks terrifying. Could she be possessed? Why is Chi-Chi saying brother? Why is her mother so anxious? There's something fishy here. Could it really be her brother? Is the anchor and Chi-Chi colluding to deceive us? I'm truly amused. That wise viewer earlier, when Chi-Chi encountered this. The anchor hadn't even started the divination yet. How could they conspire together? Chi-Chi, frightened by her mother's actions, could only whimper softly with her mouth covered. Yang Yuxiu held her daughter tightly, repeating, You have no brother. That is not your brother. As she spoke, she gripped harder, watching as Chi-Chi's cheeks began to flush. Your daughter can't breathe, Jihe reminded her. Yet, Yang Yuxiu seemed oblivious, lost in her own thoughts. No brother. You have no brother. Chi-Chi's face turned crimson, her hands weakly patting Yang Yuxiu's arms, her eyes rolling back in distress. Jihe's gaze was frigid as she sternly exclaimed, You have already caused the death of one child. Do you intend to bring about the demise of another? This statement struck Yang Yuxiu like a thunderclap, finally awakening her from her stupor. She abruptly released her grip and anxiously turned to Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, Mommy didn't mean it. Please don't let anything happen to you. It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so forceful. Chi-Chi gasped for breath, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a moment, she looked at her mother and whispered, Mommy, I'm so scared. I'm sorry. Yang Yuxiu enveloped Chi-Chi in her arms and wept bitterly. This apology seemed directed at Chi-Chi, yet it also appeared to be meant for someone else. It's chilling to think the host just mentioned that this aunt has caused a child's death. She's actually a murderer. Someone call the police. Could it be that she killed Chi-Chi's brother? How could she harm her own son? It's far too dangerous for Chi-Chi to be near her. After her tears had subsided, Yang Yuxiu wiped her eyes and turned to Jihe. She understood that Jihe had surely unraveled the entire truth. Thus, the child standing in the corner must indeed be her son. She suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing her head to Jihe, and implored, Master, I am to blame for Hao's death. If he seeks vengeance, let him come for me, not for his sister, please. Jihe sighed in exasperation. Do you still not comprehend? Hao never wished to harm any of you. On the 7th day after his passing, he witnessed you discarding all of his belongings. Can you fathom what feelings that evoked within him? Yang Yuxiu hung her head, her gaze fixed upon the intricate patterns of the floor. Her thoughts drifted far away. That day was 22 days prior, marking her wedding anniversary with her husband. Yet, he was away on a business trip, leading to a fierce argument between them. How had shattered a glass, injuring his hand and weeping on the floor, while she, in the process of tidying up, also inadvertently cut herself. When she came back to her senses, she heard Chi-Chi's bewildered voice asking, "Mommy, is my brother asleep?" Looking down, she saw Hao's pale face resting in her embrace. Her bloodied hand was pressed over his mouth and nose. She had suffocated her own son. The realization left her frozen. She screamed Hao's name frantically, attempting CPR, but it was futile. By the time her husband returned, it was already the following day. He was horrified by the scene before him. Later, he insisted that he was at a crucial point in his career and could not afford such a scandal. Moreover, Chi could not lose her mother. Thus, they publicly claimed that Hao had accidentally choked. No one knew the truth. However, on the 7th day after his passing, she was engulfed in fear and could not bear to face Hao's return. She averted her eyes from him. Consequently, she discarded everything associated with Hao, as if that would erase the memory of that day. But what purpose did that serve? Yang Yuxiu collapsed onto the floor, crying out toward the corner. Hao. It is I who am sorry, I was wrong. You may blame me, but do not hold your sister accountable. She is innocent. Chi tugged at her mother's garment and whispered, "Mom, my brother is over here." She pointed to the vacant spot beside the children's bed, where Hao's little crib once stood. "Mom, my brother says he holds no grievances against you. He merely wishes to remain close to us, not wanting to be forgotten." Chi relayed her brother's words to Yang Yuxiu. Overwhelmed with anguish, Yang Yuxiu shut her eyes, yet tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. What had transpired? That was her son. Hao, mother has not forgotten you. I could never forget you. How could she dare to forget, or even entertain the notion? Chi glanced towards her brother and, after a moment, exclaimed, "Mom, my brother says he is leaving." Knowing that his mother would not forget him, Hao finally felt at peace. It was time for him to depart. Yang Yuxiu suddenly awakened to reality. Hao, do not leave. Allow your mother to see you once more. Master, I implore you, grant me the chance to behold Hao again. He replied calmly, take a few drops of your own blood, smear it upon your eyelids, close your eyes, and call his name. When you are able to see him, then open your eyes. Upon hearing these words, Yang Yuxiu sprang to her feet, hastily retrieving a pair of scissors from a drawer. Without pausing to hesitate, she made a cut on her palm, blood gushing forth immediately. She smeared the blood on her eyelids, closed her eyes tightly, and cried out, Hao, mother is here. Hao, do not leave. Hao. Not even pausing to stem the bleeding. How pitiable Hao is, such a wonderful child. Why did he have to die? Surely, even a mother should not have the right to take her child's life. I sense this lady may be suffering from postpartum depression. My sister-in-law experienced something similar for a while. Postpartum depression. I recall reading on a certain forum about a mother who believed her husband was unfaithful and brought the other woman home, only to murder her. Later, it was revealed that the woman was her newborn daughter. Yang Yuxiu called out her son's name repeatedly. Gradually, within her darkened vision, a figure began to materialize. Hao. Chapter 41, Scoundrel. Yang Yuxiu opened her eyes. The once empty space now bore a silhouette. Hao was clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and checkered trousers, the very outfit she had dressed him in on the day of his cremation. Hao. Upon seeing her son's apparition, Yang Yuxiu's pupils trembled, frozen in disbelief as she gazed upon her departed child. Hao's complexion was ashen, his eyes bulging, an image reminiscent of the moment he was suffocated. He tilted his head, gazing at her, his lips moving. Mother, can you see me? Yang Yuxiu's limbs felt weak, and she staggered forward a few steps, ultimately collapsing just a short distance from Hao. Hao, is that truly you? Her lips quivered as she tentatively extended her hand towards him. Her palm passed through Hao's shoulder, meeting only air. In disbelief, she attempted once more, but still, she could grasp nothing. Mother, it is futile. Hao observed her actions and shook his head. Though he was small, he came to understand certain truths after his passing. He would never again embrace his mother or sister. Can one truly see Hao? If I were to smear blood on my eyelids, could I also see ghosts? I have already tried it for everyone. It had no effect whatsoever. It was particularly painful. Please do not attempt it. The performance was quite convincing. If this is all an act, I must say this sister possesses remarkable acting skills. Hao approached his mother, slowly crouching down to nestle himself in her embrace. His eyes were filled with reluctance. Mother, please do not forget Hao. I do not wish to be forgotten. Yang Yuxiu trembled all over. With a shaking hand, she rested it on Hao's head, caressing him as she once did. No, no. Mother has never forgotten you. Yes. Haohua knows, he replied, yet his face betrayed little emotion, as if he did not truly believe her words. On the 7th day after his death, he had returned home and heard his mother tell his sister, Chi-Chi, do not mention Haohua again. You have no brother, and I have no son. Only you, my daughter. This statement had pierced his heart deeply, echoing in his mind repeatedly. This was the reason he lingered for so long. Yang Yuxiu recalled the words she had spoken in a moment of despair. She had been overwhelmed with sorrow and had not intended to utter such things. In her agitation, she reached out to touch Haohua, but as her hands passed through his form, she completely shattered. Haohua, believe your mother, I have not forgotten you for a single day. As she spoke, Yang Yuxiu anxiously rolled up her long sleeves, revealing an arm covered in scars, some of which were still fresh. Every day, I hate myself for what I have done, for causing the death of my Haohua. Why was it not me who died? Oh heavens, what a harsh individual. Inflicting so many wounds upon herself, no wonder she hesitated not a moment when she cut her palm. If she truly wished to end her life, with all those cuts, why is she still alive? Surely, it is merely a fade. Some should refrain from speaking so thoughtlessly. If she were to die, what would become of her daughter? I believe Haohua would not want his mother to perish because of him. It is undoubtedly postpartum depression. Had she sought help sooner, such a tragedy might have been averted. Haohua and Chi-Chi displayed expressions of panic. Chi-Chi rushed to her mother, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Mother, please do not die. I cannot bear to lose you. Haohua's eyes began to well with blood tears. He reached out, yearning to touch his mother, when suddenly, the door swung open with a loud bang. A man, reeking of alcohol, staggered in. Yang Yuxiu, what are you doing? I've been calling for you outside for ages. Do you not hear? Hurry and run the bathwater. Chunwei did not even cast a glance at Yang Yuxiu as he slumped into a chair, propping his legs up, expecting her to attend to him. No one responded. Only then did Chunwei lift his gaze to see the peculiar posture of both Yang Yuxiu and Chi-Chi. What are you two doing? What chaos is unfolding again? What is that blood about? Are you planning to kill the worthless thing? Chunwei caught sight of the blood on Yang Yuxiu's face, jolting him upright from his chair. He strode over to the two of them, grabbing a handful of Yang Yuxiu's hair and yanking it back with such force that it nearly tore her scalp. Damn it! Yang Yuxiu, have you lost your mind? What are these wounds? If you wish to die, then go outside and do so, will you? It's already ominous enough. And you are adding to it. Are you trying to drive me mad? You wretched woman. With a forceful motion, he hurled Yang Yuxiu to the ground. Dad. Haohua stood by, awkwardly calling out. He had never seen his father this enraged. Chi-Chi, however, turned her head and bit down hard on Chunwei's wrist. Chunwei winced in pain and violently shook Chi-Chi off. What are you going crazy for? You're just like your mother. You both have no regard for my peace of mind, do you? Fine, since I've lost my son, Yang Yuxiu, we are getting a divorce. Take our daughter with you, and don't expect me to provide for you. Dad, no. Hearing Chunwei's words, Haohua hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to cling to his father's legs to prevent him. Yet he could not reach Chunwei, so he circled around him, pleading repeatedly for him not to go through with it. What kind of husband is this? His wife is hurt, and he can't even muster a single word of concern, only talking of divorce? Yun Qinqing, what a scumbag. How pathetic. Happy Orochimaru. It's obvious this guy prefers sons over daughters and even strikes women. A scoundrel unworthy of existence. Spring and autumn regret. This is infuriating. Scoundrels should perish. Just as Haohua felt helpless, Chi-Chi's eyes widened in realization, as if she had seen something. Brother. She pointed behind Haohua, where a pitch-black circle of light gradually emerged. Haohua turned to look and instantly understood it as the signal for his departure. He had to leave. Haohua felt himself growing lighter, as if his very soul was being drawn towards the light, slowly beginning to float away. Yang Yuxiu, witnessing the scene, rushed forward in panic. Haohua, brother. Chunwei, standing aside, wore an extremely grim expression, baffled by the antics of the two women. What were they up to? Were they trying to scare him with their supernatural antics? Haohua was not dead because of him. They could not frighten him. Yet, despite his bravado, he found himself glancing around nervously. The room felt oddly cold, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around himself, shivering. Mom, sister, Dad, goodbye. Haohua knew his father could not see him, yet he called out nonetheless. Then, his figure completely vanished into the darkness. How don't go. Yang Yuxiu desperately chased after him, only to collide with an invisible wall. Leaning against it, she wept bitterly, as if trying to shed every tear she had in her lifetime. Behind Yang Yuxiu, Chi-Chi also reached out, waving. Brother, goodbye. Her eyes were red, as if she understood this was the last time she would see her brother. Chapter 42. Retribution approaches. Chun Wei observed the mother-daughter duo's actions, a chill running down his spine. What on earth was happening? Is he leaving now? Is he going to be reborn? Miss Ji He. Can Hao find a better fate in his next life? His current existence is fraught with suffering. How unfortunate it is for him to have such a mother, one capable of such cruelty towards her own child. This is clearly fabricated. If there were truly a murder involved, would they openly discuss it here? It's likely just a script. Let us not take it too seriously. As I was watching, I recognized the woman in question. I contacted my mother for confirmation, and indeed, she lives in the apartment above ours. My mother also mentioned that they recently held a funeral for her son. At that moment, the doorbell rang, interrupting the somber atmosphere. Yang Yuxiu remained engulfed in her grief. Chun Wei, shaking slightly, admonished Yang Yuxiu and Chi-Chi to tidy up and avoid embarrassing him. He rose to answer the door. Standing outside were 2 police officers, 1 male and 1 female, who presented their credentials. Is this the residence of Yang Yuxiu? Chun Wei's expression stiffened. What brings the police here? The female officer replied, We have received a report alleging that Yang Yuxiu is involved in a murder case. Is she home? If so, we kindly ask her to accompany us for questioning. This is it, it's all over. Chun Wei felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. Inside, Yang Yuxiu seemed to hear the commotion outside. She picked up her phone and asked, Master, may I pose one more question? In the next life, will he live well, free from worries, and enjoy longevity? Without needing Yang Yuxiu to speak, Ji He responded, Yes, he will lead a prosperous life, devoid of hardship. Finally, Yang Yuxiu felt a sense of relief. Thank you so much. As the screen faded, everyone in the live stream returned to reality, murmuring in sympathy. How heartbreaking for that sister and her child. I wonder how many years she will be sentenced? An eye for an eye, it is only just. Thankfully, Hao will fare better in his next life, which serves as a solace for this one. Gee, he was right again. I knew the host could predict the future. I shall be her devoted fan from now on. I feel a bit foolish for having doubted her. It turns out she was indeed correct. I will definitely wait until the end before expressing my thoughts next time, or else I keep getting proven wrong, which is quite painful. Ji He sat in quiet contemplation for a moment, pouring herself a cup of tea. Hao, possessing a pure heart and deep affection for his mother, would otherwise face a fate far worse than mere legal repercussions for Yang Yuxiu. She initiated the second connection. The screen flickered to reveal darkness. Those familiar with such scenes began to voice their concerns. Is this going to be another trick like last time? Are they trying to prank us again? Recycling the same gimmick is rather dull. I'm a bit frightened. I'll cover the screen for now. Hello, host sister. A peculiar voice emerged from the other side, as if deliberately altered. I apologize for not showing my face due to certain circumstances, so I've blocked the camera. Additionally, my voice has been modified. I hope you do not mind, nor wish to disconnect me from this line. I am in dire need of your assistance. Xia Weiya must be a young girl. Although she has activated a voice changer, one can still faintly discern the sweet timbre characteristic of youth. She appears to be anxious that her actions might incite anger in Ji He, her tone imbued with a sense of trepidation and humility. Just as Ji He furrowed her brow, Xia Weiya exclaimed, Sister, please do not be angry. If you dislike it, I can turn off the voice changer and the camera. No need, Ji He interjected, halting her actions. Are you of age? Xia Weiya fell silent for a moment and, in a subdued voice, replied, Sister, I am of age. Her words were laden with a sense of guilt, her voice trembling with anxiety. There was no need for conjecture. It was evident she was being disingenuous. This Xia Weiya is rather endearing. Even her lies seem innocent, huh? She must be underage. The streamer should not accept payments from minors. Even if minors spend money, it must be fully refunded, and repeated offenses could lead to account suspension. Yet, I sense an urgency in Xia Weiya's voice. Perhaps the streamer could lend her assistance without charging? Do you expect the streamer to be a philanthropist? If she waives fees for one minor, where does it end? Ji He would never engage in a fruitless endeavor. I suspect she is about to terminate the call. Upon noticing the barrage of comments, Xia Weiya hastily implored, Sister, I truly am of age. Please do not disconnect me. I genuinely need your help. I beg you, I have money, and I will not default. Amidst the speculation in the comments and Xiaoweya's frantic pleas, Ji-hee spoke, her tone softened with warmth. The fact that you managed to connect signifies our destined encounter. I do not accept payments from minors, but I will assist you. Do not be anxious. Take your time to explain the situation. Even in her previous life, Ji-hee never accepted offerings from children. Firstly, her fees were beyond the means of an ordinary child, and secondly, her path was one of metaphysics. Fortune-telling was not her primary vocation, and she seldom engaged in it. If a child sought her guidance, it was a rare connection. Furthermore, in this world, the fates of children are often more intricate than those of adults. If she were to charge them, her divinations might easily be swayed by the forces of destiny. As for the so-called 5 deficiencies and 3 shortcomings, practitioners of immortality inherently defy fate. There is nothing to fear. I knew the streamer was a kind-hearted individual. Those who criticize her should take a closer look. She is not the person they claim her to be. He has certainly mastered the art of pretense. Fans of the streamer, please report any comments that disparage her character. Xiaoweya seemed incredulous at what she had just heard, tentatively asking, Sister, you truly will not charge me? You will help me for free? You need only tell me your situation. I do not accept payment. He patiently reiterated her message. Thank you, sister. Thank you. Xiaoweya appeared elated, initially seizing the opportunity with a sense of uncertainty, never anticipating that he would graciously offer her assistance without charge. She had originally planned to use the pocket money she had saved over the years. As for how to explain it to her parents, well, she had already steeled herself for the consequences. Xiaoya said, Sister, it's not that I want to calculate. I just want you to help my friend. She wasn't of age yet, and her current state was quite poor, making it impossible for her to come to the live stream room herself. What a kind-hearted little girl. Still helping her friend. Indeed, girls are the most delightful beings. I once had a good friend like that, but we drifted apart after entering university. I hope Xiaoya and her friend remain lifelong companions. Ji-hee, unable to read faces, could only resort to fortune-telling and said, Please tell me about her situation. Xiaoya took a deep breath several times before finally preparing herself. Sister, here's the thing. My friend and I are neighbors. We've been in the same class since childhood. She is beautiful, excels academically, and has an outgoing personality. Although we are the same age, she feels more like an elder sister to me. But for some reason, after entering high school, I noticed she changed. She no longer smiles, and her grades plummeted. Sometimes I even saw her hiding in the bathroom smoking. Chapter 43. The Hungry Ghost Reborn. The comments flooded in. Chung Rant's dog. It's probably a rebellious phase. High school is typically the time for rebellion. I was rebellious in high school too, trying to smoke and drink, even dyeing my hair in vibrant colors. But then my parents gave me a stern talking to, and I changed. Mirrorfish, I never had a rebellious phase, but I was disobedient from a young age. Maybe I was in my rebellious phase back then, huh? Minghui, from what I've heard, Xiaoya's friend likely needs a psychologist rather than a fortune teller. Xiaoya's breathing grew heavy. After a long pause, she spoke with difficulty. It's not rebellion. She is suffering from severe depression. When she learned this news, she witnessed her friend being lifted onto an ambulance. Her wrists stained with blood. She would never forget her friend's pale face and those hollow eyes. Yet, just the day before, they had argued about her smoking. Xiaoya regretted and blamed herself more than once, wondering if her words had driven her friend to such despair. She was afraid to visit her friend in the hospital, as if acknowledging it would make it all too real. After half a month in the hospital, I went to see her. She was tied to the bed, sedated. Later, I learned that during her hospitalization, she had attempted suicide multiple times, even trying to jump out of the window, but fortunately, the doctors and nurses discovered her in time. From that moment on, the hospital had to restrain her. Honeydew 0526, this situation is quite serious. GGG. What has your friend gone through? Parents' divorce? Failing exams? Or something else? How did she end up with depression? Roses and deer. It may not necessarily be any of those things. Today's youth are often fragile. My niece was recently diagnosed with depression, but her parents treated her well, never pressured her about exams, and yet she inexplicably fell into this state. The noise on the other end, where Xiao Yuya was, grew increasingly chaotic, as if she was rummaging through something. After a while, the screen illuminated, revealing a page of disheveled paper. It was densely inscribed with 4 chilling characters. I want to die. The words, hastily scrawled in black ink. struck a disconcerting chord due to their haphazard arrangement and overwhelming frequency, sending a shiver down the spine upon a mere glance. Did Xiao Yueya's friend write this? Good heavens! What on earth happened to her? I'm quite shaken. The word death is so heavily marked that it feels as though it pierces through the paper. Xiao Yueya licked her lips and hesitantly lifted the sheet, revealing more than just this page. It was her diary, filled with such ominous entries from the month preceding her hospitalization for attempted suicide. As she spoke, her voice quavered, her hands trembling as she turned the pages. Each sheet felt like a bloody dagger piercing her heart. The viewers before the screen seemed to share in Xiao Yueya's distress, the barrage of comments dwindling. I visited her daily at the hospital, yet felt utterly powerless, merely watching as she grew thinner by the day. Xiao Yueya couldn't help but clutch a page, bewildered by how her once exceptional friend had fallen to such depths. Sister, can you help her? She is such a good person. This outcome is unacceptable. He paused her calculations. Her expression gradually turned frosty, eyes glinting with an icy resolve. After a moment, she spoke. This matter is not suitable for discussion in the live stream. I will visit her personally after the broadcast. Please send me your address in a private message. This is the first time I've seen a host refrain from discussing fortune-telling in the stream. Her expression is quite terrifying. Damn my curiosity. Can the host truly not share anything with us? After all, the individual involved is a minor, and privacy is paramount. I can understand the host's decision. I understand as well, but if possible, I hope to hear about the follow-up. Xiao Yueya was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for He's response. Regaining her composure, she quickly replied, "Thank you, sister. Thank you. I will send you the address right away." Xiao Yueya initially thought that learning the reason behind her friend's transformation from He would suffice, never anticipating that He would personally intervene to help resolve the issue. She felt a surge of excitement mingled with trepidation. Was the situation truly that grave? Upon receiving Xiao Yueya's private message, He noted that the location wasn't far. A round trip would be manageable. After concluding the live stream, she would have ample time to go. He closed her eyes for a moment, regaining her composure before the next reading. Just one more fortune to uncover. She initiated a random connection. This time, the individual who connected was a man clad in a suit, holding a hamburger and fries, shoving large bites into his mouth before the camera. That looks delicious. I'm suddenly hungry. I'm trying to lose weight. Why must I witness this scene? It's so tempting. This is absurd. I came to see the host's fortune-telling, not a food broadcast. The manner in which this gentleman consumes his food is rather wild, reminiscent of a famished spirit reborn. He is still cramming morsels into his mouth, even before he has finished chewing the previous bites. His cheeks are puffed out, resembling a hamster hoarding its grain. His expression radiates sheer enjoyment, as if savoring a delectable dish. However, his eyes betray a deep torment, as if he longs to expel the contents of his mouth at any moment. "Hey, my friend," he manages to utter, his hands continuing their frantic motion. "This isn't very polite, is it? How can you converse with the host while chewing? We can hardly decipher your words," someone remarks. "Something feels amiss. His eating style is quite peculiar," another responds. "Am I the only one concerned? Isn't he at risk of choking?" Cough. In the next instant, the man erupts into a violent fit of coughing, expelling all that he had consumed. In a moment of carelessness, a significant portion of the food is visibly ejected onto the camera lens, eliciting a wave of nausea among the viewers. "Good heavens, what are you doing? Are you trying to disgust us?" One viewer exclaims. "I nearly retched. I had to shield my eyes to feel somewhat better. Have you all calculated the consequences? I was enjoying some snail noodles. Upon seeing him vomit and smelling the aftermath, I lost my own lunch. I doubt I could bear to touch snail noodles again for at least a month. Not to mention burgers and fries." The audience bursts into laughter at the unfortunate scene. "Host, you ought to end the stream. This fellow seems intent on repulsing everyone." He, holding his teacup, paused momentarily before setting it down. The previous scene was indeed quite revolting, though it appeared unintentional. Zhongli, nearly choking, quickly grasped a nearby cola and gulped it down in large swigs. After consuming more than half the cup, he regained his composure. Just as he set the cola down, he instinctively reached for a handful of popcorn chicken. Despite his lack of appetite, his hands betrayed him, shoving food into his mouth uncontrollably, chewing with abandon. He cast a desperate glance at He, who seemed to possess an inexplicable allure in her icy voice. Suddenly, the vigor in Zhang Li's hands dissipated, and he halted. He unwittingly chewed another bite, but soon realized the repulsion welling up within him. He expelled the contents of his mouth entirely, his frustration evident as he discarded the remaining burger and fries into the trash. Why order so much if you can't eat? Don't you understand that wasting food is disgraceful? Why does the host refer to you as him? My goodness, that's chilling. Could it be a case of split personality? I suspect this young man is merely performing for attention, trying to ride the coattails of the host's popularity. Hastily, Zhongli wiped his mouth clean with a napkin. Turning his gaze back to Ji-hee, his eyes shimmered with anticipation as he respectfully inquired, "Master, have you managed to expel her for me? Over the past few days?" His tongue had scarcely found repose. Just moments ago, for the first time, he felt he could finally rein in his emotions. However, under Zhang Li's expectant gaze, Ji-hee shook her head. "She still lingers around you." Zhang Li's expression immediately stiffened, disbelief clouding his features as he stammered, "Isn't she not feeding anymore? You haven't driven her away?" Ji-hee cast a perplexed glance at Zhang Li. "I merely instructed her not to feed. I did not send her away."
Zhang Li pausa.
His mind momentarily blinked. After a couple of seconds, bitterness crept into his expression as a realization dawned upon him. He had yet to pay Ji-hee for her services. "Master, I shall transfer the payment to you immediately. Please help me drive her away." He presumed that Ji-hee had refrained from resolving his predicament due to her not receiving her due payment. In his eagerness, he even transferred an additional 1,000. Upon receiving a notification of 3,000, Ji-hee picked up her phone, executed a few commands, and returned the extra 1,000. "The fee is 2,000. I shall not take more. This old woman is clinging to you. If I were to directly intervene and expel her, it would adversely affect you. Therefore, you must personally escort her away." Zhang Li gasped at these words, inadvertently choking and breaking into a cough. As he coughed, he stammered, "And me? Escort her away? How would I even do that? Do I have to descend myself?" A shiver ran through him, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Aren't you the master? You said a mere word could deter her from feeding. Isn't that quite impressive? Why can't you just expel her directly?" "Brother, this line of reasoning is flawed. The host must have her reasons, so do not rush her. Young man, be a bit more courteous to the lady."
Indeed.
"If you have sought out the host, why doubt her? Our Ji-hee is quite formidable. She will undoubtedly resolve this matter for you flawlessly." Zhang Li, glancing at the barrage of comforting remarks and advice, wore an expression akin to one who had just consumed something foul. He lamented, "It's not that I doubt the host. But what if I fail? If I stumble, the specter that clings to me will be the first to retaliate." He had faith in Ji-hee, yet he lacked confidence in himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have inexplicably found himself haunted. And this specter was a starving ghost. Over the past few days, he had spent over 1,000 just on takeout. Ji-hee then inquired, "Do you truly not know how she became attached to you?" "I genuinely do not." Zhang Li scratched his head, devoid of any recollection. He was the type who wouldn't dare to crush an ant, let alone provoke such entities. "What did you do the day prior to her appearance?" "The day prior?" Zhang Li paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation, trying to recall his activities from the previous day. I remember. He was a real estate agent specializing in the sale of old houses. Last Saturday, a client sought to sell a property, and he had gone to assess its condition. The homeowner's family consisted of 4, a couple and their 2 sons. The homeowner had recently lost his mother and feared that remaining in the house would stir painful memories, prompting the decision to sell. Zhang Li remained indifferent to the matter at hand, solely responsible for inspecting the property, confirming its condition, and subsequently providing a quote to the owner. Their negotiations proceeded smoothly, and an agreement was swiftly reached. However, just before Zhang Li departed, he inadvertently stepped on a bamboo kite lying on the ground. The owner's youngest son immediately burst into tears, claiming that he had damaged the kite, which had been lovingly crafted by his grandmother. He lamented, "Did you step on my grandmother?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Li was taken aback. Did he step on the grandmother? Amidst his bewilderment, the owner hurriedly scooped up his son, signaling for Zhang Li to leave promptly. "Yes, just talking nonsense. Don't pay him any mind. You have other matters to attend to. So please be on your way." Confused, Zhang Li departed without further understanding. That night, as he slept soundly, a sudden chill enveloped him, and his stomach began to rumble incessantly. Initially, he presumed hunger was the culprit and cooked 3 packets of instant noodles. Yet, even after consuming the meal, his stomach was undeniably full, yet he still felt an insatiable hunger. In the following days, no matter how much he ate, he remained perpetually hungry. Sometimes, when gazing into the mirror, he felt as if he were looking at another person through the glass. In disbelief, Zhongli pondered. Could it truly be because I damaged that kite? He waved a finger dismissively, responding, yes and no. That kite was originally her refuge. By damaging it, you left her without a place to settle, so she naturally sought you out. Zhongli jumped up in shock. So, it really is because of a kite? He wished he could travel back in time and give himself a few hard slaps for being so careless and inattentive. Is a kite enough to summon a spirit? This is rather surreal. Wasn't it said that the kite was made by the grandmother? Could it have been summoned during its creation? Didn't that child mention that he stepped on his grandmother? I can't help but feel that statement is rather peculiar. It sounds less about stepping on a kite and more about actually stepping on the grandmother. What on earth is going on? Dear host, please reveal the truth. Yet. He remained unhurried, inquiring that house should still be unsold, correct? You know this too? Zhongli, having already been surprised by Jihe's revelations, could not suppress his astonishment. Jihe was indeed accurate. That house remained unsold, not due to pricing or condition, but because every potential buyer had claimed to have encountered a ghost. As long as the vengeful spirit lingered, the property would forever remain on the market. Jihe stated this matter-of-factly, his tone devoid of fluctuation, yet the viewers in the live stream were taken aback by his words. A vengeful spirit? Are we talking about the kind that lingers due to unresolved grievances? What a shocking revelation. Didn't the owner mention that his mother had passed away? Coupled with the kite, could the spirit be that of the owner's deceased mother? What is happening? Is that house a haunted one? Speaking of haunted houses, I can't help but think of the little monster. I wonder how he is faring now. On the rooftop, the sun shone brightly. The two sat on chairs basking in the sunlight, and from a distance, life appeared tranquil and serene. However, Jia Ren and the cameraman crouched in Jihe's livestream room, each holding a mobile phone, indulging in the intrigue of the chat. Upon noticing the barrage of comments, they exchanged a glance, their eyes drawn to the dark shadows looming on each other's foreheads, a silent expression of despair. Chapter 45. It appears to be a haunted residence, a dwelling plagued by vengeful spirits. Zhongli felt a chill traverse his spine, and he shuddered, the color draining from his face. So, it turns out that house is indeed a sinister abode. Master, I implore you, how can this predicament be resolved? I truly cannot endure this any longer. Simply follow my instructions and request her to depart from you. Jihe replied. Her beauty was striking, yet at that moment, devoid of makeup and with her hair elegantly gathered, she exuded a serene grace akin to a lotus emerging from the water, soothing Zhongli's agitation. She understood that this ordeal was merely an unwarranted misfortune for him, and continued, in a while, please purchase several incense sticks and some paper money if available. Then, light all the incense. Once they have burned down completely, collect the ashes and return to that room to scatter them around. That will suffice. Zhongli's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Is that all? No other tasks required? I've seen in films that exorcisms involve elaborate rituals. His voice was laced with disbelief, as he had braced himself for a more gruesome undertaking. Jihe arched an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on her lips. You wish to draw blood? That is not out of the question. Before she could finish, Zhongli interrupted, his eyes wide with fear. No. I was merely jesting. Jihe instructed. Then proceed as I have advised. Finally reassured, Zhongli exclaimed, I'll go buy them right away. He grabbed his phone and started to head out, then paused. Turning back to the screen. Master, how many incense sticks should I buy? 9. Jihe gestured with her fingers, responding. Upon receiving the answer, Zhongli's expression brightened considerably, and he ended the call with ease. Miss Jihe, why 9? Is there a particular significance? Would 1 or 2 be ineffective? Buying more certainly 1 hurt. I've heard from the elders that spirits lingering on earth cannot consume earthly food. They sustain themselves on the smoke of incense. Today's stream ended rather abruptly. I didn't have enough time to enjoy it. Lately, I've stopped following dramas, eagerly awaiting the streamer's broadcasts instead. Even my meal preparations have transformed from Zhen Huanzhuan to Jihe's livestream. Destined in this life. Thank you for your hard work today. Here's a small gift. The screen became a whirlwind of gifts, dazzling and overwhelming. Jihe, with her keen vision, discerned several comments amidst the visual spectacle. She pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling with a captivating light, inciting a chorus of admiration from her fans. She elucidated, 1 or 2 is adequate. But 9 is considered a significant number, representing the utmost yang, thus yielding more potent results. Noting the potential confusion regarding the concept of significant numbers, she elaborated. To put it simply, in the context of the 6 lines, 9 symbolizes the old yang, while 6 represents the old yin. Qian, denoting heaven, refers to the hexagram where all lines are 9. Additionally, the smoke emitted from burning incense indeed serves as sustenance for spirits. However, an excess is not advisable. If there are no departed souls in need of homage within your household, it is best to refrain from such practices, as they may inadvertently attract other spirits. Mirrorfish. No wonder everyone calls those lurking in the grass the old yin. Goodness, so this is where it originates. Shoo. Can you simplify that? I'm utterly bewildered. Has the world evolved to a point where we are completely lost? Just as I was about to purchase some to try, upon hearing the host's words, I immediately abandoned the idea. I'm a good person, don't scold me. Though the previous individual displayed some courage, fortunately. They heeded the advice. Happy to the point of blurriness. Boohoo, the young lady is about to end the stream, right? I'm going to miss her. Yun Chinching Rong. What time will the live stream be tomorrow? Tomorrow, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Let us not part. Ji He's lips curved into a delicate smile. Though she wore no makeup, her lips, moistened by tea, resembled those of an enchanting temptress, captivating all who beheld her. Everyone was entranced until the screen darkened, reflecting their own faces, prompting them to snap back to reality. He glanced at the time. It had only been an hour and a half since she was set to begin broadcasting at 2 o'clock. She did not linger idly, instead using an app to hail a ride to find Xiaoyuya. The call you are attempting to reach is currently unavailable. Please try again later. The screen displayed 2 characters, Ji. With a firm tap of her crimson-polished fingers on the screen, she ended the call. This marked the 3rd attempt Lu Qiuya had made to contact Ji. The previous 2 calls had yielded the same message. She had initially assumed that upon learning of her opportunity to appear on a variety show, Ji would excitedly rush to the company to find her. Yet, 2 days had passed, and she had neither seen Ji nor received any message from her. The variety show, Extreme Heartbeat, is currently a focal project for the company. Ji's involvement, whether favorable or not, could only benefit the company. Such a venture was not something anyone would want to forsake. Yet, only Lu Qiuya found herself exasperated. The calls remained unanswered. Lu Qiuya's chest heaved with frustration, and she instinctively began to pick at her newly done nails. Could it be that Ji had blocked her? Qiuya, Mr. Xia is calling for you. An assistant knocked and entered, announcing. Click. Upon hearing the assistant's words, Lu Qiuya dug at her nails with even greater fervor, nearly ruining her freshly manicured set. The force was so great that it even lifted a small layer of her nail. Lu Qiuya inhaled sharply, gripping her injured finger with a tense expression. I'll head over immediately. The assistant, startled by her demeanor, cautiously inquired, Sister Qiuya, are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Qiuya gritted her teeth as she uttered the 2 words. Noticing the assistant moving to leave, her peripheral vision caught sight of her phone on the table, prompting her to call out, Let me borrow your phone. The assistant handed over the device, and Lu Qiuya began to tap the screen with an intensity that suggested she was on the verge of tearing someone apart. Worried that her own phone screen might shatter under the pressure. Beep beep. The call you are attempting to reach is currently unavailable. Please try again later. This was the 4th time Lu Qiuya had heard those words. The phone rang with the same monotonous tone, yet Lu Qiuya's expression grew increasingly grim. She gripped her mobile device tightly, the sound of creaking echoing in the air as her eyes flared with a fiery intensity, seemingly on the verge of spilling over, ready to incinerate everything in her vicinity. Sister Qiuya, I can return your phone. With a resounding crash, her assistant jolted, eyes widening in shock. On the ground lay her newly purchased smartphone, which had barely seen a month of life, now irreparably destroyed. After making several unsuccessful calls, Lu Qiuya arrived at a new hypothesis. Perhaps Ji had not blocked her after all. Instead, she might have simply changed her number. However, apart from WeChat and her phone number, Lu Qiuya had no other means of contacting Ji. In the past, Ji had been a pampered heiress, and Lu Qiuya had endeavored to curry favor without much thought. Yet now, darkness enveloped her vision, and she staggered a few steps, only to be steadied by her assistant. You, go retrieve Ji's information. Ji's information? Sister Qiuya, have you forgotten? Ji was directly brought in by President Qi. She never filled out any forms. The assistant replied, somewhat dejected, her gaze occasionally drifting toward her shattered phone, a chill settling in her heart. Hearing this, Lu Qiuya truly felt faint. If she could not reach Ji-hee, then who would she turn to for this variety show? Chapter 46. Heaven has not forsaken her. In a street-side milk tea shop, a girl of about 15 or 16 clutched 2 cups of milk tea, her gaze flitting nervously around, betraying her anticipation for someone while simultaneously fearing the sight of acquaintances. The sun blazed overhead, prompting Ji-hee to don a hat and sunglasses before stepping out. Upon arrival, she immediately spotted the young girl. Without needing to inquire, she recognized her at once. It was Xiao Yueya. Xiao Yueya, Ji-hee called out, her voice cool and breezy, akin to a refreshing gust on a sweltering day. Xiao Yueya, previously scanning the busy street ahead, startled at the sound, causing the milk tea in her hands to wobble. Fortunately, the seal held firm, preventing any spillage. She turned to see Ji-hee removing her sunglasses. Ji-hee's dark, icy gaze was both elegant and noble, with a slight upward tilt at the corners, captivating hearts even without a smile. Confronted with Ji-hee's breathtaking beauty, Xiao Yueya nearly forgot to breathe. Whether it was the sun or something else, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe peach. Sister Ji-hee, Xiao Yueya stammered, her eyes darting in uncertainty. Sister Ji-hee, I wasn't sure what kind of milk tea you liked, so I bought 2 kinds. You can choose whichever you prefer. After a brief pause, she added, if you wish to try both, that's perfectly fine. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude for your kindness in coming here personally without accepting my offering. Ji-hee accepted the milk tea from Xiao Yueya, thanking her, but did not rush to drink. Instead, she let it dangle from her wrist. Let us first go check on your friend. Oh, right, this way. Just as Xiao Yueya was about to indicate the path, she noticed Ji-hee had already begun walking in that direction, leaving her momentarily speechless. Xiaoya clutched her chest, acutely aware of her rapidly beating heart. She had long recognized Ji-hee's formidable prowess, but at this moment, her understanding deepened profoundly. It turned out that Sister Ji-hee was truly remarkable. At the hospital, Xiaoya led Ji-hee to her friend's ward. Through the glass window on the door, they glimpsed a girl lying quietly on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, as if she were a soulless shell, merely lingering on. Sensing their presence, she turned her head to gaze intently at the doorway. Her eyes met Ji-hee's, the darkness within them seemingly absorbing the world's most agonizing tribulations, a depth that stirred an unsettling despair. Xiaoya's eyes brimmed with tears. Ji-hee removed the milk tea from her hands and instructed, wait for me outside. With that, Ji-hee stepped through the door. For a fleeting moment, Su Rongrong's face reflected fear, as if recoiling from the proximity of others. Ji-hee gently reassured her. Do not be afraid. I am here to help you. Her voice was crisp, imbued with an innate affinity for all beings, a quality of one destined for transcendence. Upon hearing these words, Su Rongrong gradually regained her composure. Even when Ji-hee tenderly stroked her hair, Su Rongrong remained tense, but offered little resistance. Su Rongrong's skin was pale as milk, nearly rivaling Ji-hee's in its fairness. However, the scars crisscrossing her pristine skin were particularly conspicuous. Ji-hee took her hand and gently rolled up her sleeve, revealing burn marks from cigarette butts, numerous knife wounds, and the haunting inscription of Go Dai etched into her flesh. Ji-hee caressed the faint traces, and in that instant, a wave of profound despair surged forth, threatening to engulf her. Visions of Su Rongrong's self-harm flashed vividly in Ji-hee's mind, a pitiful little girl crouched in a corner, wielding a small knife to carve words into her arm. With each stroke, crimson blood would well up and drip onto the floor, yet she remained oblivious, furiously inscribing as if only through such actions could she or someone else truly perish. With each contact with the scars, Ji-hee felt Su Rongrong's despair anew, experiencing what felt like countless cycles of torment. Those with a fragile heart might have long since crumbled under such weight. With her head bowed, Ji-hee gently traced the old wounds on Su Rongrong's body. Su Rongrong could not see her expression. She only sensed that this sister before her harbored no malice. For no one had ever looked at her with such concern yet devoid of pity. It felt warm. She knew her body was hideous and feared she might frighten her sister. But she could not control her own form. Surely, her sister would be afraid.
I am sorry, sister.
As Ji-hee raised her gaze to Su Rongrong, the latter felt a surge of anxiety. She dreaded that this kind sister would deem her mad, just as others had. Yet, in the next moment, she was met with an icy intensity, as if a suppressed fury simmered beneath the surface. Ji-hee closed her eyes, suppressing the surging intent to kill within her, and spoke, Those who have harmed you will pay the price they deserve. A cultivator walks the path of immortality. Refining the heart. My master always says that the mortal realm is akin to hell. If one possesses a conscience, it will merely exacerbate suffering. Everyone wishes to save, yet no one can truly do so. In the realm of the transcendent, if one cannot sever the ties of emotions and desires, they shall be ensnared by karma and cannot attain immortality. How prophetic! But if she were to lose all kindness and empathy, what would the attainment of immortality signify? Merely a shell imbued with celestial power. Ji-hee arranged a formation with plants in her room, which bore little utility, only serving to make the space more comfortable. However, in recent days, she had regained a sliver of spiritual energy, albeit only a minuscule fraction of her former power. Her spiritual energy was even inferior to that of novice disciples at the first level of chi cultivation, akin to mere mortals who had dabbled in trivial celestial arts for a few months. It is no wonder that the metaphysical arts in this world have waned so drastically. She mobilized all her spiritual energy and infused it into Su Rongrong's body. The ancient scars on Su Rongrong's arm, along with the pain from newer wounds, gradually faded away. A flicker of surprise glimmered in Su Rongrong's otherwise placid eyes. Soon after, they glistened with unshed tears. Heaven had not forsaken her. The celestial sister had come to her rescue. Ji-hee gently extended a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. This is our secret. Promise me you will strive to live on. With tears in her eyes, Su Rongrong nodded emphatically, as if pledging to uphold a vow that required a lifetime of devotion. Only then did a smile finally grace Ji-hee's face. She bid farewell to Su Rongrong, opened the door to the ward, and stepped outside. However, the moment she crossed the threshold, the warmth in her eyes dissipated, replaced once more by an icy demeanor. Zaiweo approached, holding a cup of milk tea, her face alight with surprise. Sister Ji-hee, has Rongrong's issue been resolved? Ji-hee responded calmly, no, it has only just begun. Chapter 47. A Beast in Human Skin. On her way to Su Rongrong's home, Ji-hee's phone suddenly vibrated, displaying 2 WeChat messages. It was from Tang Jejia. Tang. Master Ji-hee. I followed your instructions and burned the talisman wrapped around the bracelet. He won't appear again, will he? Ji-hee lowered her gaze, her fingers swiftly tapping out a reply. Ji-hee. He will never return. In a nearby city, at the Hongshui jewelry store, a man dressed in monk-esque robes entered, accompanied by a woman with swollen eyes. The store manager hurried to greet them. The monk appeared as if he had just emerged from a funeral, still clutching a wooden fish. Boss Liu, this is Sister Zhang. The woman, addressed as Sister Zhang, held a cloth bundle, glancing nervously around the counter. Master, is this the place you mentioned? The counter displayed an array of ornaments, some simple yet exuding an ancient charm, others exquisite and opulent, each radiating a chilling aura. She tightened her grip on the cloth bundle, revealing her unease. Sister Zhang, just hand the items to Boss Liu. Rest assured, he has conducted numerous ghost marriages without issue. The monk nodded, his small, beady eyes darting about, almost obscured by his chubby face. Sister Zhang's tension gradually eased, and she extended the cloth bundle. However, as she saw Boss Liu reach out to take it, she couldn't help but tighten her grasp once more. I was uncertain about what items to bring, aside from my son's birth date. Thus, I gathered all his favorite belongings. If anything proves unnecessary, may I kindly request its return? Certainly. Boss Liu took the fabric bag and added, please wait a moment. He stepped into the small room within. The remaining monk and Sister Zhang remained in the shop. Zhang's gaze followed Boss Liu, straining to glimpse into the inner chamber, as if trying to peer through the door. The monk rhythmically struck the wooden fish, chanting an incantation unknown to her. Zhang, lifting the hem of her garment, perched half her body on the bench, unable to suppress her tears. Her son, merely 23, had just graduated from university and was yet unmarried when he met with a tragic car accident. To send a white-haired person to mourn a black-haired one was a grievous blow for Sister Zhang. Overnight, her hair turned gray. Unable to part with her son, she sought out the monk, having heard that he could arrange a ghost marriage. No matter the cost, she could not allow her son to journey alone into the afterlife, destined to endure eternal solitude. With resolve, she was suddenly startled by a strange sound emanating from the inner room. At that moment, the lights in the shop flickered violently. The monk's expression tightened, and his rhythmic strike ceased. Zhang, in a panic, turned her gaze to see several pieces of jewelry on the counter beginning to shake violently. As the lights flickered more rapidly, the jewelry emitted a shrill cry, akin to a wild beast trapped in its final struggle.
Bang, bang, bang.
In the final moment, all the lights shattered, sending fragments scattering across the floor.
Ah!
Zhang screamed, covering her ears and crouching in despair. After an indeterminate time, she realized she had not been harmed by the shards. She slowly opened her eyes. The door to the inner room stood ajar, and as she peered inside, her eyes widened in horror, nearly choking on her own scream. When those outside noticed the commotion and entered, they too were taken aback. There stood Boss Liu, his body riddled with shards, eyes wide, blood streaming from his wounds, and his limbs twitching sporadically. Despite such grievous injuries, he still clung to life. Yet, in such a condition, death seemed a preferable fate. Just as Ji-hee stepped out of the car, an instinct stirred within her, and she cast her gaze toward a distant direction. A fleeting chill crossed her eyes. Her talisman against malevolence was not solely effective in repelling evil. However, the backlash her adversary suffered was more severe than she had anticipated, suggesting that blood was already on their hands. Su Rongrong's home lay deep within the alley, necessitating further walking after disembarking. The path, likely constructed years ago, was now marred with cracked tiles, uneven and disjointed. The drain was stained and foul, perhaps often washed with wastewater, emanating a putrid stench with remnants of food barely discernible. Beyond the fork in the alley, the air became thick with swirling mist. The fragrance, wafting toward her, gradually expanded. Lifting her gaze, she beheld several food stalls lining the road, vendors beckoning to passers-by from behind their carts. The freshly baked sweet potatoes were delightful, while spicy skewers beckoned. Little Yueya led Ji-hee deeper into the market. When the street vendors spotted Xiaoya, they greeted her with warm smiles, saying, "Xiaoya is back. Would you like a freshly baked sweet potato?" One vendor, Uncle Chun, added, "This must be your friend. Don't take the large ones, just grab 2 small ones. I'll cover the cost." Xiaoya quickly scanned the payment code, only to hear Uncle Chun exclaim, "What do you mean by paying? We're neighbors, dear." "Oh, Xiaoya, your mother asked me to bring this braised pork for you. Take it home," another vendor chimed in. Xiaoya accepted the bag, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie." Once they traversed the narrow path, Xiaoya sighed in relief and remarked to Ji-hee, "Rong and I used to play on this street when we were little. Those uncles and aunts have watched us grow up." Upon reaching the end of the alley, they arrived at the community entrance. A few elderly folks lounged on wooden benches, basking in the sun while occasionally casting watchful gazes at passers-by, whispering among themselves. Their expressions would shift to seriousness, accompanied by a thump of their thighs, as they expressed their indignation. It was evident they were engrossed in gossip. "Xiaoya is back," a round-faced aunt exclaimed, fanning herself, as she spotted Xiaoya and nudged the person beside her, who promptly fell silent. Xiaoya politely greeted them, and the elderly gentlemen and ladies scrutinized her for a moment. One of them asked, "Xiaoya, did you return from the hospital? How is Rong?" No answer was needed from Xiaoya, as the others naturally continued the conversation. "I heard Rong got into an argument with her mother over poor exam results and, in a moment of despair, attempted to take her own life. Today's children truly lack resilience."
Who told you that?
"I heard it was because Rong was involved with some man, and her mother caught her in the act." "Really? Rong seems so well-behaved. She doesn't strike me as the type to misbehave." "Well-behaved? With her hair dyed in all sorts of colors, it's obvious she's not on the right path. And this is straight from old Meng himself. His words can't be false." As she spoke, the round-faced aunt appeared to spot someone, pointing in their direction. "If you don't believe me, just ask him." The group turned their gaze to see an elderly gentleman in his 60s approaching. Though his clothes appeared worn, they were impeccably clean and neatly arranged, with his collar crisply folded. "Old Meng, come over here," one of the gentlemen called out. Old Meng strolled leisurely towards them, casting a glance at Xiaoya and Ji-hee upon arrival, smiling as he asked, "Xiaoya is back. Is this your friend?" Old Meng was generally kind-hearted and had always treated the young girls in the community well, often sharing sweets with them. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiaoya felt a tinge of fear whenever she saw him. She glanced at Ji-hee and began to introduce her, saying, "She is," but her words were interrupted by Ji-hee. Raising her hand to gently grasp Xiaoya's arm, she smiled and said, "I am Xiaoya's teacher. My surname is Ji." "A teacher? It's quite rare to see such a young and beautiful teacher. You must be here for a home visit?" Old Meng chuckled, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepening. "Xiaoya's teacher? That means you are also Rong's teacher, right? You are aware of Rongrong's situation, aren't you, Teacher Ji? One of the gentlemen inquired. Ji he nodded slightly and replied, I have come specifically regarding this matter. The round-faced matron, fearing that others might suspect her of deceit, hastily urged, Well then, Lao Meng, do tell us, did you witness Rongrong consorting with a man, only to be caught by her mother? Lao Meng's expression flickered, casting her a disapproving glance. Did I not say I would prefer you keep this to yourself? I hardly saw clearly. What if it wasn't he even Rongrong? How could it not be? You saw it with your own eyes. It cannot be false. The matron's urgency intensified. Her reputation for gossip was renowned throughout the neighborhood, and she could not allow this incident to tarnish her image. Lao Meng appeared troubled, uncertain about divulging the details. Please, don't withhold the truth from us, Lao Meng. We are neighbors, and we care deeply about Rongrong, one neighbor implored. Enough of this, don't pester Lao Meng, the round-faced matron interjected, moving closer to Lao Meng and giving him a gentle nudge. Just tell us. If I share this, you must promise not to spread it further. Lao Meng sighed, seemingly swayed by the neighbor's insistence, and finally spoke. Actually, I had seen it once before Rongrong's mother found out. One night, I went downstairs to dispose of some trash and heard rustling in the bushes. I thought I had stumbled upon a thief. But when I approached and peered into the foliage, Lao Meng paused, leaving the crowd in suspense. What did you see? An elderly man urged impatiently. The matron slapped her fan against her palm, rolling her eyes. What else could it be? Just the usual affairs between men and women, lacking propriety. Lao Meng. Ignore his interruptions and continue. Lao Meng shook his head, exhaling deeply. I didn't catch a glimpse of the man's face, but his entire arm was covered in tattoos. What kind of decent man possesses such adornments? I feared Rongrong might be deceived by him, so I informed her mother. But, to my surprise, Lao Meng shook his head in resignation. Rongrong not only denied it but also accused me of slandering her. That day, Su's wife was so enraged that she gave Rongrong a beating, and later that evening, there was a commotion about suicide. Had I known Rongrong would be so distraught, I certainly would have refrained from mentioning it to Su's wife. I am of an age where I have always regarded Rongrong as my own granddaughter. Her plight pains my heart. Xiaoye, astonished, widened her eyes in disbelief. She had never heard Rongrong speak of such matters. Moreover, Rongrong was not the type to engage in such behavior. Grandpa Meng, could it be that you mistook someone else for her? Rongrong could never be involved with someone like that. Lao Meng's gaze grew complex as he replied with a hint of resignation. You are still young. Some matters elude your understanding. Such men excel in sweet talk, adept at ensnaring innocent girls like you. But Xiaoye attempted to argue further, only to be interrupted once more by Ji He. Ji He cast a cold glance at Lao Meng before stating, Your mother is waiting for us at home. Let us proceed. Xiaoye was taken aback for a moment, meeting Ji He's indifferent gaze, and instinctively replied, All right. Thank you, esteemed elders, we shall take our leave. Though Xiaoye did not comprehend Ji He's rationale for halting her inquiries, she trusted Ji He completely. Lao Meng nodded with a smile, then hurry along, children. Ji He and Xiao Yueya walked ahead. Behind them, Old Meng stood for a moment, then let out a cold snicker and leisurely strolled off in another direction. Chapter 48. The Secret of Su Rongrong's Mother. The buildings in the community were quite low, their exterior walls mostly peeling and revealing the orange-red bricks beneath. The iron doors of the units showed significant rust and dark stains. Xiao Yueya pointed to another building nearby. Sister Ji He, I'll take this upstairs first. Rongrong's home is in building 5. Please wait for me, and I'll take you there. Ji He nodded. Take your time, there's no rush. Once Xiao Yueya went upstairs, Ji He looked towards building 5 and noticed a woman emerging from the building, carrying 2 bags of garbage. The trash bins were placed in front of Xiao Yueya's building, surrounded by a multitude of refuse, the stench of garbage wafting through the air. As the woman approached, she seemed to catch Ji He's gaze and looked up. Although there was some distance, Ji He could not miss the bloodshot veins in the woman's eyes. She stepped forward, standing before the woman. Hello, I am Ji He, Rongrong's teacher. Rongrong's teacher? With a thud, Li Tsuehua's garbage bag suddenly fell to the ground. The loosely tied bag burst open, and several blood-stained garments tumbled out. Li Tsuehua caught sight of the bloody clothes on the ground, her pupils dilating in panic. It was as if a long-hidden, shameful secret had been abruptly uncovered. She hurriedly crouched down, attempting to stuff the clothes back into the bag. But the more frantic she became, the less she could manage. Ji-hee observed the top of the woman's head, her gaze darkening. She parted her lips, her voice laced with frost. I have some questions regarding Rongrong's suicide. Li Tsuehua's hands trembled violently, unable to hold onto the clothes, which continued to slip from her grasp. Teacher Ji. Xiao Yuya descended from the building and immediately spotted Ji-hee standing by the trash bin. She took a few steps closer, about to call out to Ji-hee, when she noticed the woman crouched on the ground, obscured by Ji-hee. Instinctively, she changed her address.
Auntie.
Upon hearing the familiar voice, the woman finally rose from the ground, moving her lips to speak. Is this your new teacher, Xiao Yu? I don't think I've seen her before. Xiao Yuya glanced at Ji-hee and nodded. Yes, Annie, this is our new teacher. Teacher, this is Rongrong's mother. The news of Rongrong's incident had garnered much attention from the teachers at school. Rongrong has always been such a well-behaved child. We all want to know what happened. I just happened to have time to come and see. Ji-hee interjected. There's really nothing unusual about Rongrong's case. It was merely an accident. It was quite a hassle to have you come here, Teacher Ji. Rongrong's mother. Was this truly an accident? Ji-hee's tone was flat, yet it carried a powerful inquiry. The woman abruptly turned her gaze towards Ji-hee, her expression paling significantly. Teacher Ji, what do you mean by that? And what about the injuries on Rongrong? Ji-hee's piercing gaze did not shy away from resting upon Rongrong's mother. In Su Rongrong's painful memories, her figure is ever present. Her father's infidelity in his early years led Li Tsuehua, unable to endure the betrayal, to divorce him and single-handedly raise Rongrong. Life as a single mother was arduous. Yet it was precisely this hardship that warped her perception, causing her to blame all her misfortunes on the woman who had seduced her husband. She developed an intense hatred for all promiscuous women. After Su Rongrong was violated by the trusted Mr. Meng, her pleas for help were met with indifference. Li Tsuehua dismissed her cries as mere fabrications. Instead of seeking the truth, she chose to believe the slander against Mr. Meng, refusing to listen to her daughter's explanations. Like everyone else, she berated and insulted her daughter, accusing her of seducing men and even resorting to physical punishment. Yet, Rongrong had never engaged in such behavior. All of this stemmed from Li Tsuehua's own injustices, which ultimately drove her daughter into despair. Initially, Su Rongrong sought to explain and share her plight, but gradually, she fell into silence. Her silence was met with her mother's relentless, hysterical tirades. Even when Rongrong lay bleeding before her, consumed by despair, Li Tsuehua rushed home not out of concern or compassion, but to unleash a torrent of abuse, lamenting her regret for ever having given birth to her. At that moment, the last glimmer of hope in Su Rongrong's eyes extinguished completely. She began to feel that her very existence was a sin. Tragically, even in the end, Su Rongrong never harbored hatred for her mother. Li Tsuehua was a pitiable figure, yet her psychological distortions became the very reasons for inflicting harm upon her daughter. Ji-hee's expression was frigid, her gaze piercing with an icy intensity that seemed to penetrate Li Tsuehua's mind. The woman's pupils dilated, her head buzzing as if pierced by countless needles. She let out a pained wail, clutching her head. A series of harrowing images and anguished cries flooded her consciousness, overwhelming her with despair, as if a colossal hand were gripping her heart, tearing it apart. Her mind was filled with gruesome memories of her own daughter, cycling endlessly like a tormenting loop. Ji-hee's voice was devoid of warmth. Do you see? What you are experiencing is merely a fraction of her suffering. Li Tsuehua could no longer bear it and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Was this truly just a mere tenth of Rongrong's pain? What had she done to her own flesh and blood? Ji-hee coldly regarded the pitiful yet despicable woman before her and turned to leave with the frightened little Yuya. For such a person, only through first-hand experience could she comprehend what true pain, suffering, and despair entailed. Li Tsuehua desperately extended her hand, gritting her teeth in anguish as she pleaded, Please, save my daughter. Ji-hee paused, turning to look down at her from a position of superiority. After a moment, she spoke. The one who can save your daughter has never been me. Chapter 49. The Retribution of the Malicious Woman. Ji-hee's voice was icy, silhouetted against the light, resembling a deity. Li Tsuehua's hands fell weakly to the ground. It is never others who can save Rongrong, it is she herself. The one she longs to be rescued by is also herself. She ought to be her sanctuary, the final courage for Rongrong to persevere. Yet, she forcefully thrust Rongrong into the abyss, becoming the last straw that crushed her. This is her beloved daughter, her only kin in the world. How could she be so foolish as to inflict such egregious harm upon Rongrong? Xiaoweya, confused and bewildered, could not comprehend the situation. She was at a loss as to why her aunt had suddenly collapsed in despair. Innocently, she approached and embraced Rongrong's mother with concern. "Only, you must take care of yourself. Otherwise, Rongrong will surely worry, for you are the one she cherishes most." This originally tender statement of comfort now felt like a sharp dagger, ruthlessly piercing through Li Tsuehua's heart. She paused momentarily, then, in anguish, covered her face and wept loudly. She was unworthy of being Rongrong's mother. He observed the pitiful woman with cold detachment, feeling not a shred of sympathy, but rather a sense of sorrow. "Xiaoya, let us depart." Xiaoweya, somewhat concerned for Li Tsuehua, obediently responded and rose to follow He. Before leaving, she glanced back multiple times, her face etched with worry. They were all such kind-hearted children. He's previously suppressed emotions were finally stirred. At the entrance of the community, the elderly were still spewing vitriol, discussing Su Rongrong with fervor, their fans clapping with excitement. The words grew increasingly distasteful. Rongrong appears innocent, yet, alas, it is quite the contrary. I've witnessed her bring home various men several times. Initially, I thought they were classmates, but now it seems she is utterly shameless. How can she possibly marry in the future at such a young age? Upon noticing Xiaoweya's arrival, the old men and women nudged one another, and instantly, they shared a silent understanding, halting their gossip. With benevolent smiles, they greeted Xiaoweya. "Teacher Ji, how did the home visit go? Xiaoya and Rongrong are the most well-behaved children in our community. Please show them some leniency." Indeed. If there is anything, do not hesitate to come to us." Xiaoweya, her ears attuned, had just heard those cutting remarks and was now breathless. Upon seeing these familiar grandparents, they instantly switched to a fade of nonchalance, expressing their usual concern for her. For some reason, those kind smiles now made her feel nauseous. With a stiff expression, she was unaware of how she passed through the community gate, which resembled a tribunal. Once beyond the gates, she halted, regaining her composure, and tightly grasped He's wrist. "Sister Ji, Rongrong is truly not that kind of person." She was apprehensive that he might not believe her, for everyone spoke ill of Rongrong, deeming her bad. Yet, no matter what others said, Rongrong was her sister with whom she had played since childhood. She could not possibly believe Rongrong would engage in such behavior. He gently stroked her fluffy head, her voice soft and soothing. "Those who wrong you will never know your truth better than you do." Jiha's calm demeanor and unwavering trust finally allowed Xiaoweya to gradually ease her worries. She glanced at her tightly clasped hand with Jiha, her face suddenly flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to hastily retract her hand. "I am sorry, Sister Jiha. It was unintentional." At that moment, a hushed but mischievous discussion emerged from behind. "Do you think that Xiaoya plays so closely with Rongrong every day that she might pick up some bad habits?" Xiaoweya froze, her expression stiffening. The conversation grew bolder. "Isn't it said that like attracts like? And who is this teacher Ji? I've never heard my grandson mention her before." "Oh, isn't she the new teacher? If she weren't new, who would bother with that child Rongrong? She's been trouble since she was little. Did you see her hair? So gaudy. Clearly not learning anything good." Jiha turned to face the group, her eyes glinting with frost. Upon noticing her approach, the group fell silent, their smiles quickly returning. "Did Teacher Ji forget something?" Jiha offered a slight smile, nonchalantly lifting her gaze to cast a cool glance at them. "Are you familiar with the 18 layers of hell?" The crowd exchanged puzzled looks, unsure of why she had suddenly brought this up. Before the round-faced elderly woman could respond, Jiha continued. "It is said that the first layer of hell is known as the tongue-pulling hell. Anyone who commits slander in their lifetime is destined to enter this place, where their tongues are seized by little demons and gradually pulled out, piece by piece." Jiha's voice, usually cool and persuasive, vividly described the horrors of tongue-pulling hell, leaving the elderly onlookers almost convinced they were witnessing the scene firsthand. Their bodies stiffened, and they felt as if their own tongues were suddenly rigid, as though something were tugging at them. They opened their mouths to speak but found themselves voiceless. Until Jiha's cold laughter broke the silence. "If you wish to avoid having your tongues pulled, perhaps you should cultivate some decency." As they watched Jiha's figure recede, they instinctively covered their mouths. Could it really be that sinister? They exchanged glances, now too intimidated to speak further. After turning the corner, Xiaoweya, with a conflicted expression, finally voiced her curiosity. Sister Jiha, was what you said true? Does tongue-pulling hell really exist? Jiha tilted her head and winked at Xiaoya, then gently stroked her chin. Perhaps it does. After all, that's how it's portrayed in the novels I've been reading lately. Xiaoya responded with a simple, "Oh." Chapter 50. The Fate of Old Meng, Part 1. It was not until they exited the alley that Xiaoya gradually slowed her pace. She could not help but turn back to gaze at the neighborhood that housed all her childhood memories. This alley had witnessed countless races between her and Rongrong, their footprints imprinted in every corner. Their joyous laughter once echoed throughout the passage. They would share freshly baked sweet potatoes, each taking half. And at times they would argue over who got the larger or smaller piece, holding the sweet potatoes in their palms as they took big bites. As the heat of the roasted sweet potato became unbearable in her palms, they inhaled sharply, shifting the tuber from hand to hand. Once, the lively and vibrant alley had faded into a monochrome gloom, transforming overnight into a cold and dim atmosphere. Xiaoya closed her eyes, and it seemed as if she could still hear Rongrong's cheerful laughter echoing around her. Xiaoya, once we enter university, I will work during the summer to save up money for travel, so I can truly explore the breathtaking landscapes of our homeland. They were filled with dreams of the future, yet they had not yet matured, and everything had already changed, rendering the past unreachable. He gently patted Xiaoya's shoulder, her gaze drifting toward the sky, as if she could glimpse the secrets hidden behind the clouds. Your aspirations will come to fruition. Xiaoya's eyelashes fluttered, and a solitary tear cascaded down her cheek. The night had grown late, and this evening felt darker than the previous ones. On the second floor of the Meng family residence, the children of Old Meng had long since established their own families and purchased homes, only visiting on weekends or holidays. Laden with boxes of expensive supplements for their father, the narrow alley at the community entrance made it difficult to drive in, so they often parked outside and swaggered through the alley with their burdens. At such moments, Old Meng would stand at the community entrance, cheerfully chatting with neighbors. When the neighbors spotted his children, they would chime in unison, "Old Meng, your children are here again." Old Meng would squint as if trying to recognize his offspring, though in reality, he had perfect vision, free from both nearsightedness and presbyopia. He would mumble, "I keep telling them they are busy out there. No need to come visit me so often. And they always bring those expensive supplements that have no real effect. What a waste of money." The neighbors would chuckle, declaring Old Meng fortunate, blessed with dutiful children, evoking their envy. As for Old Meng's wife, she had succumbed to a serious illness a few years prior, leaving him to reside alone in the house. At this moment, the living room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the bluish glow of the television screen. Meng Jianpain crouched before the TV cabinet, inserting a disc into the player. The screen flickered momentarily, and then the blue light faded, revealing an image. A room gradually came into view, brightly lit, the decor fully exposed. The curtains were tightly drawn, obscuring any outside scenery. The bed was stained with patches of yellow and brown, suggesting the sheets had never been changed. Scattered about the floor were crumpled tissues, and the ground was marred with stains, rendering the original color unrecognizable. Even through the television screen, a foul odor seemed to emanate. Meng Jianpain settled into the recliner, a gift from his son, relishing the comfort while watching videos. He held a cup of tea, his eyes reflecting the scene on the screen. A girl was being pushed into the room, her face a portrait of panic and unease. "Grandpa Meng, what are you going to do?" At that moment, the girl sensed something was amiss and attempted to flee, only to be forcefully shoved onto the bed. The door was locked behind him. The girl in the scene, upon hearing a sound, sprang up in panic, desperate to flee, only to be forcefully pushed back onto the bed. The foul odor assaulted her nostrils, provoking a series of dry heaves. Meng Jianpain squinted slightly, savoring a sip of tea. The exquisite aroma of the high-quality leaves enveloped his palate, and a smile of indulgence graced his lips, though it was unclear whether it was inspired by the television's imagery or the tea itself. The television was at a climactic moment, and Meng Jianpain's face radiated a crimson hue, his breath quickened, and his gaze remained fixated on the screen, unwilling to blink. The sound of knocking interrupted him, causing his brow to furrow as he glanced at the ornate foreign clock nearby, a gift from his son. It was 10 o'clock at night. Who would come to see him at such a late hour? He remained seated, his eyes glued to the television. Moments later, the knocking resumed. Thud, thud. The visitor outside knocked several times. Now, impatience was evident on Meng Jianpain's face. Cursing under his breath, he rose, switched off the television, tightened his loosened belt, donned a robe, and ambled toward the door. As he approached, the knocking echoed once more. He peered through the peephole and saw Li Tsuehua, one hand behind her back, her expression betraying unease as she scanned her surroundings. Noticing the silence within, she raised her hand to knock again. With a click, the door opened. Meng Jianpain feigned a yawn, his eyes still bleary as if stirred from slumber by her knocking. Su's daughter, what brings you here? Upon seeing him, Li Tsuehua struggled to suppress her overwhelming hatred, glaring at Meng Jianpain, only to quickly lower her gaze. A chill ran down Meng Jianpain's spine, as though something had scraped against him. Painful, yet disquieting. He regarded Li Tsuehua with a perplexed expression. She bit down on her tongue, the sharp pain snapping her back to reality. Old Meng, it's about Rongrong. I truly don't know who else to turn to. At the mention of Rongrong, an indescribable excitement flickered in Meng Jianpain's eyes. He hardly registered the muddled quality of Li Tsuehua's speech, a result of her suppressed emotions and the sharp sting from her bitten tongue. Come inside, he invited, opening the door wide, allowing Li Tsuehua to enter with a sense of ease. Su Rongrong was a stubborn girl, unlike any he had encountered before. Other girls could be easily swayed with a few incentives or threats, but Rongrong harbored a deep-seated hatred towards him and sought to expose the truth. Fearing that his threats would eventually lose their efficacy, he resolved to take the initiative, attempting to frame her as reckless. By the time she revealed the truth, no one would believe her. Having known Li Tsuehua for many years, Meng Jianpain was well acquainted with her sentiments and her aversions. He understood precisely what kind of woman she despised. Even if it were her daughter who engaged in such behavior, she would harbor profound disdain. He deliberately concocted a tale implicating Su Rongrong in a dubious relationship with ruffians, initially fearing that without evidence, Li Tsuehua might dismiss his words. To his astonishment, however, Li Tsuehua instantly believed him. A fleeting smile crossed Meng Jianpain's lips. As he prepared to elaborate on Rongrong's situation, a flash of silver glinted in the darkness. Li Tsuehua's hand, concealed behind her back, suddenly lunged forward, wielding a gleaming knife aimed directly at him. Meng Jianpain, you shall die. Each word emerged from her throat with deliberate intensity, her voice lowered to avoid alarming the neighbors in the still of the night. A chill gripped Meng Jianpain as he stumbled over something unseen, falling to the ground just in time to evade Li Tsuehua's strike. Undeterred by her failed attempt, Li Tsuehua's expression grew more frenzied, her grip on the knife tightening. She swung the blade again, this time plunging it into Meng Jianpain's shoulder. A cry escaped his lips, and his complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The force of the blow rendered the knife stuck, inadvertently granting him a fleeting chance to escape. Using his uninjured hand, he pushed against the floor, scrambling backward to distance himself from Li Tsuehua. Realizing her behavior was increasingly erratic, he instinctively recalled Su Rongrong, suppressing the urge to cry out for help. Su family's daughter-in-law, is there some misunderstanding between us? Li Tsuehua glared at him with venomous intensity, advancing step by step like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, sending shivers down Meng Jianpain's spine. Su family's daughter-in-law, please remain calm. We can discuss this rationally. Whatever compensation you seek, I can provide. Just let me go, and we shall consider this incident as if it never occurred, shall we? At that moment, the television screen inexplicably flickered to life. The image revealed a squalid room, where Su Rongrong cowered in a corner, sobbing as she pleaded. Please let me go, I want to speak of today's events. Chapter 51. The Fate of Old Meng, Part 2. Meanwhile, Old Meng pressed closer, a lewd grin on his face. If you comply, Grandfather Meng will treat you well. Once you are gone, my Rongrong will return. The eerie resonance of Li Tsuehua's voice coincided with Meng Jianpain's from the television. In that moment, Meng Jianpain felt as though he had swapped roles, finding himself in the position of the very Rongrong he had once known. On the brink of life and death, he cast aside all reservations and cried out for help. Help! There's been a murder. Li Tsuehua lunged forward, attempting to stifle his cries. She had yet to exact revenge for Rongrong. Yet, when faced with the precipice of mortality, human potential surges. Despite the excruciating pain in his shoulder, Meng Jianpain broke free from Li Tsuehua's grasp, rising to his feet. He dashed toward the door, yearning for escape. However, just as he reached the threshold, he felt a sudden grip on his foot, rendering him immobile. In terror, he scanned the room, but apart from Li Tsuehua, there was no one else present. What was happening? Lao Meng was nearly paralyzed by fear at this supernatural event. Li Tsuehua remained oblivious to Meng Jianping's panic. In her sight, he rushed to the door but inexplicably came to a sudden halt. Not daring to delay, she seized the moment, glanced around, and picked up an object, hurling it towards him. With a resounding clang, a celadone ashtray struck Meng Jianping on the back of his head. The ashtray fell and rolled a considerable distance before finally coming to rest at Li Tsuehua's feet. She looked down and noticed a vivid red mark on the ashtray.
Bang!
The ashtray had knocked Meng Jianping off balance, and he staggered before collapsing sideways. His already injured shoulder bore the brunt of the fall. He twitched briefly before lying motionless on the floor. Blood oozed from the wound on his shoulder, staining the floor beneath him. Within moments, the brown wooden floor was saturated with crimson. Despite Li Tsuehua's readiness to commit murder, the sight of the extensive blood on the floor caused her breath to catch, filling her with dread. Her pupils constricted sharply, her nostrils flared as she called out softly, "Meng Jianping?" Lying on the ground, Meng Jianping did not respond. His nightgown was soaked with blood. Li Tsuehua clenched her fists, calling his name as she moved closer. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as she reached him, Meng Jianping's hand twitched, and a faint cry for help escaped his lips. "Help me." The hatred in Li Tsuehua's eyes surged anew. She crouched down, turned Meng Jianping over, and forcefully withdrew the knife still embedded in his shoulder. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered across Li Tsuehua's face. She touched her cheek, recoiling at the metallic scent of blood, as if the stench emanated from the very depths of Meng Jianping's being. Meng Jianping convulsed again. The pain from the knife's removal brought him a fleeting clarity. Yet the wound at the back of his head rendered him immobile as he gradually turned his gaze towards Li Tsuehua. Tears and mucus mingled on his face. His once lascivious eyes now held but a flicker of light, his pupils trembling as he struggled to speak. "Please spare me. I know I was wrong." After uttering this plea, he found himself devoid of strength, his eyes imploring Li Tsuehua, hoping to evoke her sympathy and secure his release. Li Tsuehua's gaze was cold and unwavering as she stared at him. "My Rongrong begged you in the same way. Did you spare her?" There was no trace of hesitation in her demeanor. Gripping the knife tightly, the blade poised menacingly over Meng Jianping's heart, he emitted a few weak gasps, the scent of urine slowly permeating the air. In the face of death, even demons can tremble in fear, let alone someone like Meng Jianping. Li Tsuehua raised her hand, the blade plunging menacingly toward his heart.
"No."
Meng Jianping's eyes widened in terror as he desperately sought to escape the blade's edge. Yet, owing to his wounds, his efforts amounted to little more than a mere millimeter of movement. The knife continued its inexorable advance towards his heart. Li Tsuehua, her eyes reddened, instinctively closed them in fear, anticipating the moment the blade would pierce Meng Jianping's heart. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated spray of blood did not occur. Gripping the hilt of the knife tightly, she sensed an unseen force obstructing her strike. Believing she had merely failed to break his skin, she exerted herself once more, yet still could not pierce through. It was then that a footfall echoed at the doorway. Startled, Li Tsuehua's hand trembled, and she abruptly opened her eyes to the entrance. A slender figure stood poised outside. Ji He regarded her and Meng Jianping with an icy indifference. "Teacher Ji?" Li Tsuehua gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as the knife she had been clutching slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. Hearing Li Tsuehua's exclamation, Meng Jianping involuntarily turned his head towards the door. Despite the pain contorting his features, he froze at the sight of Ji He. Wasn't she Rongrong's teacher? Joy swiftly illuminated his face as he reached out with a desperate longing akin to that of a parched soul yearning for salvation. "Teacher Ji, please save me. This madwoman wants to kill me." Ji He did not spare a glance at the fallen Meng Jianping, stepping over him as if he were nothing more than a pile of refuse. Her gaze fixed on Li Tsuehua. "Do you comprehend the consequences of your actions?" Though standing before Li Tsuehua, Ji He's words bore no hint of persuasion. Li Tsuehua, her legs trembling yet resolute, stood her ground. From the moment she had set out to eliminate old Meng, she had not contemplated her own survival. She wished to avoid a commotion, fearing intervention that might allow that scoundrel to evade justice once again. This was her final act for Rongrong. Her throat tightened, yet her resolve remained unyielding. Whatever the consequences, I shall bear them alone. With that, she seized the knife once more, intent on ending Meng Jianping's life. In a state of sheer terror, Meng Jianping clung to Ji He's pant leg as if grasping at the last vestige of hope. Teacher Ji, you cannot stand idly by. Please help me stop her. Ji He studied Li Tsuehua thoughtfully. She had indeed strayed from her path, blinded by jealousy, yet she was ultimately a mother, awakened by her daughter's despair to the essence of motherhood. However, could this belated maternal instinct still wield any power? Ji He lowered her gaze. Yet the most vivid memory of Rongrong was one that this woman had bestowed upon her, their shared moment during Rongrong's 10th birthday. The first and only birthday celebration Li Tsuehua had ever given her, despite it being marked by the most modest of cakes and a simple rendition of Happy Birthday. It had etched itself in Su Rongrong's mind, a cherished memory that she could never erase even in her darkest moments. The solitary birthday candle remained indelibly imprinted in her thoughts. Ultimately, Ji He sighed and addressed Li Tsuehua. Put down the knife. There is no need for your hands to be sullied by his blood. Chapter 52. The Fate of Old Meng, Part 3. Ji He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, if you were to perish, Rongrong would be left without any kin. Your sins must be atoned for throughout an entire lifetime. As Li Tsuehua grasped the knife, the malevolent expression on her face dissipated like mist before the sun upon hearing Rongrong's name. At last, she relinquished her grip, and the knife clattered to the ground with a sound as crisp as the release of the burden on her heart. Meng Jianpain, observing her actions, could hardly suppress the elation of having narrowly escaped death. He cast a glance towards the door, propping himself on the ground, inching his way towards freedom, bit by bit, his escape drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his legs, as though two massive ice blocks were pressed against them, or perhaps, as if someone were gripping his limbs tightly. Meng Jianpain felt two hands unnaturally cold, as if they had just emerged from a freezer. In a panic, he turned to look back, exclaiming, "Didn't you promise to spare me?" Yet, upon seeing his legs, his eyes widened in sheer horror, almost popping from their sockets. For, in his view, there was nothing at all upon his legs. Yet, he could distinctly feel the grip of hands fiercely clutching his legs, inexorably pulling him back into the room. What could it possibly be? Ji He, arms crossed over her chest, regarded Meng Jianpain's anguish screams with an unsettling calmness. In the next instant, a rush of air, a sudden chill enveloped his body as he gazed at the floor, half a meter below him, holding his breath in shock. He was airborne. As Meng Jianpain stared in terror at the ground, a sickening crack echoed, his lower legs twisted grotesquely against his thighs. His kneecap seemed utterly shattered, the flesh hanging limply. Ah! This time, Meng Jianpain's cries faltered. The agony of having his legs brutally broken rendered him voiceless. Then came his hands. Crack, crack. Two more sounds resonated as his hands were also wrenched apart. Meng Jianpain gasped, unable to exhale, with only enough strength left to inhale. Yet even in this state, he remained fully conscious, as if that dreadful force deliberately kept him awake to experience the pain in excruciating detail.
Li Qiwa watched the Ming jumping suspended in midair.
A sense of satisfaction, surpassing her shock. The scene before her exceeded anything she had ever fathomed over the years. However, witnessing the scoundrel endure such torment somewhat alleviated the hatred that had no outlet within her. Turning her gaze towards Ji He, she found the teacher, whom Xiaoya had mentioned, displaying an almost nonchalant demeanor, as if this was a commonplace occurrence. The shock only deepened her sense of mystery regarding this enigmatic Ji He. In midair, Meng Jianpain's limbs were all severed. The force did not relent, as if contemplating something. After a moment, his limbs began to contort into grotesque positions that defied human capability. His legs were hoisted atop his shoulders, his hands stuffed between his body and legs, and then suspended above his head. His own head was nestled into his chest. The entire arrangement bore an uncanny resemblance to a basketball. Ji He. As Meng Jianpain seemed on the verge of succumbing to his torment, Ji He finally spoke, her voice calm and resolute. That's enough. It is not worth tainting oneself for such scum. In the air, a phantom only Ji He could perceive lingered. Clad in a white striped garment reminiscent of a hospital gown, emblazoned across her chest was a large number, 306. Above the number, a line of smaller text read, Qingshan Mental Hospital. She hovered momentarily, then seemingly comprehending Ji He's words, waved her hand dismissively, casting Meng Jianpain to the ground as if he were refuse. She floated back to Ji He's side, quietly standing in the air with her head bowed. Ji He glanced at Li Tsuehua, reminding her, Rongrong is still waiting for you at the hospital. Li Tsuehua, momentarily lost in the joy of revenge, finally registered the chaos around her. Ms. G, rest assured, this is all my doing. You are not involved. The spectral woman hovering in the air suddenly let out a cold laugh. How foolish. He cast her a cool glance before making her way toward the door. By the time Li Tsuehua regained her senses, he had already vanished. She hurriedly pursued, entirely oblivious to the door behind her slowly closing. Meanwhile, the ghostly woman tilted her head, observing the gruesome scene on the ground, and, as if struck by a mischievous thought, chuckled softly to herself. Days later, Meng Jianping's eldest son arrived with the gifts his father had requested. The same group of elderly neighbors gathered at the entrance of the community. The round-faced aunt was the first to spot him. "Old Meng, your son is here." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that Meng Jianping, who usually awaited his son's return at the entrance, had been missing for several days. Approaching the crowd, Meng Jianping's son did not find his father among them, and a look of surprise crossed his face. Knowing his father well, he understood his penchant for maintaining appearances. Whenever they brought something home, Meng Jianping would invariably be at the entrance, eager to bask in the envious glances of their neighbors, rain or shine, never absent for a single day. The round-faced aunt slapped her forehead, perplexed. "It seems we haven't seen old Meng for days. Have any of you noticed?" "No, I've been downstairs these past few days. And old Meng's door has been closed," another neighbor chimed in. "This morning I think I heard barking." Could something have happened? When the group forced open old Meng's door, the sight that met their eyes left them all wide-eyed. Some, unable to bear the shock, stumbled back, while others watched with morbid fascination. There lay Meng Jianping, his limbs limp, sprawled on the floor with a small, snowy white dog pinned beneath him. The dog occasionally let out soft barks, straining to escape. Meng Jianping's bloodshot eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the small creature, his trousers half down, about to commit an unspeakable act. "Isn't that Nuno from Coco's house? That dog is usually so well-behaved, never barks at anyone. This is a sin," murmured an onlooker.
"Dad."
Meng Jianping's eldest son cried out in horror. As the impending clash between man and dog loomed, he suddenly lunged forward, forcefully pushing Meng Jianping aside. However, despite this intervention, Meng Jianping's reputation within the community was irrevocably tarnished. Subsequently, he was admitted to the hospital, and his outraged sons, convinced that their father had been deliberately wronged, reported the incident to the authorities. To their dismay, the police, upon investigation, found no evidence of foul play, but instead uncovered numerous video recordings. The male protagonist in these recordings was none other than Meng Jianping, while the other participants were strikingly similar yet varied. All were underage girls. The revelation of this scandal sent shockwaves across the nation, as the once amiable and benevolent grandfather was now exposed as a predator who had sullied the innocence of dozens of young girls. Such a monstrous fiend had been lurking amidst the populace. Chapter 53. The Cat Temple. At long last, parents began to heed their children's innocent words, and schools initiated programs to educate youngsters on self-protection. As for Meng Jianping, upon regaining consciousness from his coma, he found himself shackled and faced with a protracted and inescapable prison sentence. Within the confines of the penitentiary, offenders of his ilk would only receive fervent hospitality from fellow inmates. One bright morning, at a bustling breakfast stall, workers and students queued for steaming hot meals. Jihe, having completed her morning exercise, collected her food and emerged from the throng. Clad in athletic attire with her hair tied back in a high ponytail, she radiated a fresh and tidy appearance. The gentle sunlight bathed Jihe's face, warming even the strands of her hair. Having just finished her workout, in her previous life, she would have been soaring through the skies on her sword at the age of 20. Yet now, devoid of spiritual power, even if it were present, the scene would be chilling. Should someone capture her in action, it would not be long before officials came knocking at her door. Thus, she conformed to the local customs, jogging alongside a group of elderly individuals whose fitness surpassed that of many youths. With a contented smile, Jihe took a bite of her bun, savoring the delightful flavors. Indeed, the culinary offerings in this world were exquisite. The inhabitants of the cultivation realm rarely indulged in gastronomic pleasures, resulting in a culinary desert that rivaled the most barren of lands. A ghostly figure lingered in the shade of a tree, observing Jihe with an odd expression. Her striking appearance should have drawn attention. Yet as she moved through the crowd, it was as if a droplet of water fell into boiling water, utterly unnoticed. It appeared that her decision to collaborate with Jihe was indeed fortuitous. She sensed that Jihe would be her sole avenue for vengeance. Time flew by. And before she knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Ji-hee made her timely appearance in the live stream studio. Her follower count had soared to 30,000, and each broadcast attracted an average of 100,000 viewers, establishing her as a prominent figure within the supernatural category of streamers. Wang's eye is canned. Here she comes. Sister Ji-hee, please shower me with affection today. Pillow hidden sugar. So beautiful. I'm going to make a grand gesture. Black Bear is my husband. The high ponytail is stunning. Unlocking a new hairstyle for beauties. I'm a good person, don't scold me. Streamer? Look at me, I want to bear your children. In recent days of streaming, Ji-hee has garnered a loyal following. Even though a few dissenting voices occasionally emerge in the comments, they are swiftly drowned out by the enthusiasm of her devoted fans. Consequently, compared to a few days ago, today's comments are considerably more harmonious. Everyone is eagerly anticipating who will be the fortunate individual to connect with Ji-hee today. Without further ado, Ji-hee presses the connection button. Soon, a user who goes by the name of Gao Ju Cat seizes the opportunity to connect. The screen lights up, revealing a striking orange cat. Its fur is impeccably groomed, and its form is both sleek and pleasantly plump. The orange cat is currently indulging in a treat, and upon noticing the camera, it raises its head. Its mismatched eyes sparkle with brilliance. Entering clear wind and awaiting the bright moon. Cat, my dear cat. Guend, I told you the cat would become a person. Even it has come to watch the live stream. Wang's eye is canned. I predicted it, alright? This orange cat is destined to grow fat. Wu Qiao Qiao, this cat is absolutely beautiful, its fur shimmering. Its owner must take excellent care of it. As the orange cat munches on its treat, suddenly, the morsel is whisked away.
Meow?
Cece, you have had enough for today. In the next moment, the camera shifts, and a young woman in her 20s appears on screen. She holds the cat treat that was just offered to the orange cat, with a few strands of fur adorning her collar, clearly indicating she has recently petted the animal. Hello, host, my name is He Meow, but my friends call me Meow Meow. He Meow introduces herself to Ji-hee with charming confidence. She exudes an outgoing demeanor, yet there is a hint of sorrow in her gaze. After transferring some funds to Ji-hee, she expresses her request. Host, I would like your help in finding a few cats. Not because of mustard. Finding cats? Did Meow Meow lose her cat? Blank. Why does the background of this young lady seem so familiar? Have I seen it somewhere before? Huaji, I just thought that orange cat looked familiar. Upon hearing Meow Meow call it Cece, I finally remembered. ISNT that the internet-famous cat from Yunshui Temple? Isn't Meow Meow at Yunshui Temple? Noticing the comments on the screen, He Meow shows no intention of concealing her location. She raises her hand, capturing the temple scenery behind her. Occasionally, a few cats can be spotted lazily napping amidst the grass. The place I am currently at is Yunshui Temple. Many of you may have seen the cats of Yunshui Temple across various platforms. These felines have become an integral part of the temple's charm. Established 500 years ago, Yunshui Temple is one of the oldest existing temples in the city and is remarkably well preserved. The temple first gained fame due to its reputation for granting wishes for love. It is said that those who come here seeking romantic connections often encounter their heart's desire before they even leave the temple. Subsequently, the stray cats of Yunshui Temple became renowned. The first stray cat to arrive was taken in by the then abbot, marking the beginning of a trend where more and more strays found their way to the temple. In truth, once those strays arrived at Yunshui Temple, they ceased to be mere strays. They acquired names and became beloved house cats with a home. Yunshui Temple provides a sanctuary for these stray cats. Autumn breeze. I visited Yunshui Temple last year. The people there were exceptionally kind, and the environment was particularly delightful, especially with the cats, who were utterly unafraid and quite affectionate. Fragrant incense. I have heard that the cats at Yunshui Temple, large and small combined, number over 100. I would dare to call it a paradise for cats. Clear water. However, there are a few cats that can be rather fierce. I was scratched by one. The entrance fee to Yunshui Temple is merely a few coins, yet my medical expenses for the injection totaled several hundred. Little trumpet. Ha ha, dear sister. You must have encountered those notorious cats mentioned in certain books. He Meow was observing the lively discussions in the comments when she felt a weight on her abdomen. Cece had leaped onto her belly, curling up in her embrace and closing its eyes. With a sense of resignation, He Meow gently patted Cece's little head, noting its impeccable choice of position, perfectly framed within the camera's view. Shiba Inu Fox. Cece is so adorable. I yearn to go to Yunshui Temple to pet the cats. Accompanying Na to the sea, the young lady mentioned searching for cats. Could she possibly be looking for those at Yunshui Temple? With so many cats, how does one even begin to search? Permanent neutrality. Moreover, some cats bear striking similarities, making them difficult to distinguish from one another. Is the young lady perhaps intentionally seeking trouble? He Miao did not forget her primary objective. Upon noticing the doubts expressed in the comments, she quickly clarified, I am not here to cause trouble. I genuinely wish to ask the host for assistance in locating a few cats, and I have photographs. With that, He Miao rummaged through her bag in haste. Before long, she produced a somewhat hefty notebook. She swiftly flipped it open, revealing a flurry of cat photographs flashing before the camera. Alongside the images, notes were inscribed. It appeared that He Miao had meticulously recorded all the cats of Yunshui Temple in her notebook. Chapter 54. The Missing Cats. Soon, He Miao found the photographs. She held up several images, one by one, to the camera. There are a total of 112 cats at Yunshui Temple, and I have documented them all in my notes. I visit them every day, but 2 weeks ago, I discovered that Songhua was missing. He Miao retrieved a photograph featuring a calico cat named Songhua. Initially, I believed Songhua had simply wandered off, but later I noticed that Tudo was also missing, and that was when I sensed something was amiss. Tudo is not a stray. It was born in Yunshui Temple, which is its home. It cannot possibly leave. He Miao gazed at the cats in the photographs, her tone growing urgent. I began counting the kittens daily, yet still, some cats went missing. As of today, only 105 cats remain at Yunshui Temple. 7 cats have disappeared. It seems quite normal for cats to go missing. After all, Yunshui Temple is quite expansive. They might just be hiding in some unreachable corner. To lose 7 cats in 2 weeks is rather significant. Could they have banded together and escaped? Isn't it said that the cats of Yunshui Temple can be adopted? Perhaps they were taken by kindred spirits? Is the young lady responsible for caring for the cats at Yunshui Temple? Otherwise, how could she come here every day? In the scene, He Miao shook her head. I inquired with the caretaker of the temple, and no one has adopted these cats. As for me, I am not a staff member at Yunshui Temple. I merely reside nearby, and have a fondness for cats. I am deeply concerned about the missing cats. I fear something may have happened to them. I have heard that stray cats near Yunshui Temple often go missing, and when they are found again, they are usually dead. Some have even suffered abuse leading to their demise, and I cannot shake this worry. He Miao spoke, her eyes filled with profound sorrow. She recognized each cat in the temple, having fed them all at one time or another. To her, they were not merely animals, they were family. With the cats missing for several days, she found it impossible to convince herself that they had left of their own accord. Can you assist me, dear host? Please tell me they are all right. He Miao looked anxiously at Ji He, fearing unfavorable news. She unconsciously bit her lip, one hand gently stroking Cece's fur, appearing as serene as before. Yet, Cece meowed a few times, extending her tongue to lick He Miao's palm, seemingly offering comfort. Ji He spoke, the cats are safe. Her clear voice flowed into He Miao's ears, soothing her troubled spirit like a gentle stream. The urgency on He Miao's face faded, and she visibly relaxed, repeatedly murmuring, as long as they are fine, as long as they are fine. Suddenly, Cece leapt from her lap, meowing towards a particular direction before looking back at He Miao. Confused by Cece's actions, He Miao asked, Cece, what is it? She wants to lead you to find them, Ji He explained, dispelling He Miao's doubts. Cece meowed again, seemingly affirming Ji He's words. Xiaocheng, Cece is so clever and perceptive. I wish to adopt Cece. Since those cats are fine, why haven't they returned to Yunshui Temple? It seems there is more to this story. The young lady should follow Cece to search for the cats. I've heard that cats can truly understand human speech. A young lady once mentioned that when her cat went missing, she asked the strays about it. And it seemed the strays relayed her message. Before long, her cat returned. He Miao, seeing the comments, snapped back to reality. I'm going right now. Saying this, she dashed to Cece, crouching down to pet her head, whispering, Cece, lead me to find them. Meow. Cece called in a certain direction, scampering forth with agility. To ensure He Miao kept pace, Cece occasionally paused to wait for her before continuing onward. He Miao followed closely behind as they exited through the back gate of Yunshui Temple. Behind the temple lay a large mountain, not high, yet vast. Each year, a few tourists inadvertently wandered into the mountain, becoming lost and unable to find their way down. Even local residents, wishing to enter the mountain, required someone familiar with the trails to guide them. Watching Cece head straight toward the mountain, He Miao shouted, Cece, Hearing her voice, Cece paused, turning back to look at her. The emotions within her eyes mirrored that of a human, filled with confusion.
Meow?
Cece, are you taking me into the mountains? Meow, meow. Cece called out, her tail swaying behind her, urging He Meow forward. He Meow stepped closer, peering into the depths of the mountain. The sunlight was obscured by the branches and leaves, casting the entire mountain into shadow, rendering its interior a mystery. A sense of apprehension gripped He Meow. She swallowed hard, contemplating whether she should venture inside. Delayed girl, why is it so dark inside the mountain when it's barely past 2? Little Bear Bayma, if the lady is going into the mountain, she must be cautious. If her phone loses signal, she should leave quickly. Schwelly, are those cats trapped in the mountain? Perhaps the lady should seek help? Flower Boy, I'm so anxious. I hope the cats are all right. Only wish time lingers. Don't worry, everyone. Didn't you hear the host say the cats are safe? Jihi, I love you. He Meow instinctively called out to Jihi, host I. Go in. I will be with you. Jihi replied, sitting upright, a gentle yet powerful smile gracing his lips. In that moment, He Meow felt an inexplicable lightness as her concerns and fears dissipated with his words. Yes, I will enter the mountain. She nodded resolutely and, guided by Cece, ventured deeper. In the dilapidated wooden cabin devoid of a door, the sporadic meows of cats echoed. Each meow bore its own distinct tone. Some were bright and lively, while others resonated with a deeper, more seasoned timbre. A small boy leaned against the wall, draped in a tattered coat riddled with holes. His eyes were closed, seemingly at rest, though a flush crept onto his cheeks and his lips were chapped.
Meow?
A calico cat leapt onto the boy's lap, its paws pressing gently against his flesh, pink claws splayed as if kneading.
Meow.
The calico inched closer, licking the boy's cheek. Upon feeling the warmth of his skin, the cat's fur bristled. Meow. The boy has a fever. The calico called out to several other cats behind it, who echoed its concern with low murmurs. Moments later, the group of cats dashed out of the small cabin, scattering in all directions. Chapter 55, Found. The leaves rustled as the wind brushed through, creating a symphony of whispers. A lustrous orange cat darted through the underbrush, leaving a trail of tiny paw prints in the soft earth. He Meow followed closely behind Cece, scarcely daring to blink, fearing that in a mere moment, she might lose sight of her companion. Cece, aware of He Meow's pace and the thorny path ahead, moved more cautiously than when they had first departed from Yunshui Temple. Suddenly, Cece perked up, its ears twitching rapidly as it leapt onto a branch, its head held high, tail flicking as it gazed intently in a particular direction. He Meow stood beneath the tree, a sudden gust of wind sending a chill through her on this summer day. The mountain air is indeed quite brisk. Meow. Cece's feline eyes narrowed as she fixated on a particular direction, letting out a sharp cry. After a moment, He Meow too discerned the sound. Meow, meow. It was the unmistakable call of a cat. The sound seemed close by, and it was drawing nearer.
Cece.
No sooner had she uttered the name than Cece understood her intent, leaping down from the tree and leading her toward the source of the meowing. Before long, He Meow traversed a narrow path and spotted a white cat approaching. Potato! He Meow recognized instantly that it was the missing Potato. She hurried forward, excitement coursing through her as she scooped Potato into her arms. Where have you been? I was so worried.
Meow.
Potato, cradled in her embrace, struggled to lift its head and let out a weak meow. When He Meow finally calmed down enough to release Potato, the poor creature was nearly breathless from her tight hold. Cece approached her companion, gently licking Potato's fur in a comforting gesture. With wide, round eyes, it meowed a few times at Cece before turning its attention to another direction and calling out again. Once finished, it looked back at He Meow, signaling her to follow. Wang Zai remarked, "Is there something ahead?" Traveler Song chimed in, "Surely, the other missing cats must be nearby." He Meow, hurry along. "I'm a good person. Don't scold me," commented. It seems the cats have gotten lost in the mountains and couldn't find their way down, leading to their disappearance. Lu Huaxing noted, Cece and Potato truly possess remarkable intuition. No wonder they grew up in a temple. He Meow. Cross over this little hill. In front of you, there is a small wooden cabin ahead. He paused momentarily before adding, "Call 120 and have them come up the mountain. There's a little boy inside the cabin."
What?
He Meow was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. A child up in the mountains? Yet, she hadn't heard of anyone going missing in recent days. With her curiosity aside, she dialed 120 while continuing her advance. Moments later, she indeed came upon a quaint wooden cabin. The door was broken, and only half of the windows remained intact.
Meow, 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 meow.
At Cece's call, the air was soon filled with the chorus of feline cries. In no time, several cats emerged from the thicket. August, Guayen,
Buviank, Tian Tian, Jiageng.
He Meow called out each name as she recognized the 5 cats. All but Songhua were accounted for. A meow resounded from within the cabin. A calico cat nimbly leaped out of the window and called out to He Meow.
Songhua.
At last, all the cats were gathered. He Meow's heart finally settled, but she remembered Ji He's words and hurried into the cabin. There, she found a boy of about 7 or 8 years old lying in the corner, his complexion pale, yet his cheeks flushed with a striking red. As she approached, she could feel the warmth radiating from him without needing to reach out. Goodness, how did Ji He calculate this so precisely? He even anticipated that the child would be ill, prompting her to call 120 in advance. Hello? Are you alright? He Meow tentatively called out. The little boy's eyelids fluttered. Yet he was unable to open his eyes. He murmured, brother. He Meow leaned in closely to catch the faint utterance of the word brother.
Brother?
The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Oh my, does that mean these cats are not lost but are instead caring for a child? With the sacred fire blazing and the holy light shining, all my disciples, meow meow meow. Long live the meow meow sect. Shun Hiji, the Paw Patrol is convening a meeting. Throw the meow meow sect upstairs out of the window. Mirrorfish, it's ultimately the sister's fault. Our meow meow sect only wishes for peaceful coexistence, never intending to provoke such hatred from the dog sect. One day, we shall weep bitterly, realizing the sister's misplaced trust. The conflict between the dog sect and the meow meow sect marks the rise of our mouse sect. As the tone of the conversation grew increasingly absurd, it seemed poised to ignite a world war. Soon, an ambulance arrived, and the little boy was carried down the mountain. Surrounding the ambulance were many concerned local residents, who displayed expressions of deep worry upon seeing the boy. A woman clad in a floral shirt lamented, "Oh dear. How could such a small child endure several days on the mountain?" Beside her, a lady with tightly curled hair frowned deeply and stepped forward, seemingly wishing to scrutinize the boy more closely. Why does he look so familiar? The woman in the floral shirt squinted, then smacked her thigh, exclaiming, "Isn't that the boy who frequently came to your stall begging for food last month?" Indeed. Wasn't he with his brother? How could he be alone now? The curly-haired woman, having recognized him, was even more astonished. The 2 brothers had suddenly appeared near Yunshui Temple last month as homeless children. It was said they had traveled from another province, begging for food along the way. The elder brother was still a minor, and no one dared employ him. They often begged for food, but the elder brother would typically assist with chores, occasionally earning a few extra coins, and thus they managed to survive. The residents near Yunshui Temple were mostly kind-hearted, willing to help the 2 boys, who were both pitiful and sincere. Now, upon seeing the little boy's condition, both women wore expressions of compassion. At that moment, they overheard someone nearby say, "Did you hear? That big homeless boy got into trouble with Zhang Chong a couple of days ago and was beaten into the hospital. He is still unconscious." Zhang Chong belonged to a relatively wealthy family in the area, residing in a large villa with a garden full of fruit trees. He Meow passed by the 2 women, overhearing their conversation, which was also clearly audible to the viewers in the live stream. What the heck? He was beaten into the hospital? No wonder the younger brother was alone in the cabin and had a fever. The 2 brothers are so unfortunate, Miss Meow Meow. Please provide an account number. I'd like to send some money to help them. I agree. I can donate a little too. Let us set up a donation channel. Who exactly is this Zhang Chong, so audacious? Observing the fervor of the comments, He Meow quickly replied, "Everyone, please don't worry. I'll go to the hospital to check on the situation, so you can feel more at ease." She boarded the ambulance, the camera capturing the sight of the small boy lying on the stretcher. He Meow could not help but exclaim, "I just heard someone say that it was the elder brother, Long Long, who found his younger brother, abandoned on the roadside when he was merely a month old. During his days of wandering, he earned a little money to buy milk for his brother from the supermarket, and he raised him with great effort until he was 6. The 2 became inseparable, and now they are facing such misfortune. It is truly pitiable. If we calculate, does that mean Long Long found his brother when he was 10 years old? He raised him through thick and thin? Misfortune seeks out those already burdened with suffering. Oh, how sad it is. Long Long himself is still just a child." Ji He sighed and remarked, "Long Long is a child of the streets. Yet his brother is not. He is the world's most loving brother. Chapter 56. The Guardian of the Village. At the hospital, He Miao registered and paid for the small boy. A kind-hearted woman with curly hair assisted in locating Long Long's hospital room, which, coincidentally, was also in this very hospital. Long Long lay on the hospital bed, connected to monitoring equipment. His chest rose and fell rhythmically with each breath. Outside the ward, He Miao's expression reflected deep sympathy. Even through the hospital gown, it was evident that he was extremely emaciated, mere skin stretched over bones. The image of the chubby little boy who had once been feverish and well-fed weighed heavily on He Miao's heart. When would Long Long awaken? The nurse mentioned that Long Long had been in a coma for 5 days, and the hospital had been covering the costs. He is about to wake up. After a prolonged silence, Ji He suddenly spoke. He Miao was taken aback and soon noticed Long Long's fingers twitching. In the next moment, Long Long, who had been unconscious for 5 days, slowly opened his eyes. The machines emitted a sharp warning, prompting doctors and nurses to rush into the ward, only to find Long Long struggling to sit up, murmuring, "Where is my brother? Please save my brother, he has a fever." In the ward, Lulu lay on the hospital bed, his eyelids quivering as if influenced by the movement of his eyes, occasionally trembling. In his dreams, he returned to the evening 2 days prior. Brother. He curled up in a corner of the wooden house, his gaze fixed on the door. This was the 3rd day without his brother's return.
Meow.
A few cats nearby responded to his voice with soft cries, as if in agreement or offering comfort. He raised his hand to rub his eyes vigorously. Lulu could not cry, his brother would return soon. Lulu gazed out the window, curling himself tighter. The night deepened gradually. At some point, a strong wind began to howl outside the house. Lulu was startled awake by a loud crash. When he looked up, he saw the already precarious wooden door had completely broken. The wind rushed into the small wooden house, instantly chilling the air. The cats, disturbed by the noise, woke up and gathered around Lulu, attempting to warm him. Yet, this meager warmth was insufficient. Lulu began to shiver. But the thought of his brother kept the discomfort at bay. "Brother, please come back soon. Lulu will no longer eat peaches." "Brother." Lulu felt a wave of cold and warmth wash over him, and the world before his eyes grew increasingly blurry, tears streaming down his cheeks. Was he going to die? However, what shall I do, dear brother? If only I could transform into an angel, I would be able to watch over you from the heavens. The adults say that those who commit misdeeds cannot ascend to paradise. In the depths of his increasingly dulled mind, he meticulously pondered each transgression he had ever committed. He had succumbed to temptation and snatched a piece of candy that Ms. Ant had worked so hard to carry. He had also pilfered 2 chestnuts that Mr. Squirrel had hidden away, and more. His head grew heavier, and he slowly closed his eyes, sinking into an endless abyss of darkness. Moreover, he had burdened his brother for so many years. A child as wicked as he surely could not enter heaven. Could he? "I am truly sorry, dear brother." In the darkness, a beam of light suddenly pierced through, illuminating his head. Faintly, from within the light, he seemed to hear his brother's voice. "Brother?" On the hospital bed, Lulu murmured, "Brother." Lulu. It truly was his brother's voice. Lulu struggled to open his eyes, his eyelids fluttering. In the next moment, he slowly opened his eyes and beheld his brother standing by his side. "Brother." Lulu yearned to give his brother a warm embrace, but felt utterly devoid of strength. Long Long gently patted Lulu's hand, speaking softly. "Lulu, look what I have for you." He retrieved something from the pocket of his hospital gown and carefully presented it before Lulu.
It was a peach.
However, having been in a coma for 5 days, the peach had long lost its moisture and appeared somewhat shriveled. Yet, upon seeing the peach, Lulu's face lit up with joy.
"Brother, it's a peach."
Long Long gently placed the peach in his brother's palm, finally breaking into a smile. "Yes, it's Lulu's favorite peach. Eating the peach will make the pain fly away." The hospital room was filled with cheerful laughter. Outside the room, He Miao watched the scene unfold, his eyes already red-rimmed, unable to hold back his tears. The barrage of comments on screen was a symphony of weeping. "Blank, I will never urge the streamer to go live again. This is too touching, and I am crying uncontrollably. Mountain of Starlight, just for a peach, Long Long has been in a coma for 5 days. Destiny of this life. Did you see how thin Long Long has become, yet he has taken such good care of his brother? My feelings are truly mixed. Chef Fortune, miss, you must obtain Long Long as contact information. I am willing to donate to them." Second, me too. These brothers are so heart-wrenching. At this moment, Ji-hee said, "Add me as a friend, and if you need anything, feel free to contact me privately." "I understand, streamer." He Meow nodded vigorously. Ji-hee concluded his connection with He Meow and took a sip of tea. The warm tea washed away the bitterness that had lodged in her throat. These two brothers indeed evoke deep sympathy. After a pause, Ji-hee composed herself and continued with the second random connection. This time, the screen revealed a well-dressed elite gentleman. He wore an expensive suit, yet sat before a crumbling earthen wall, surrounded by dilapidation. He appeared starkly out of place. The man in the suit, named Tang Sun, paid the fee and opened with the question, "Have you heard of the guardian of the village?" Ji-hee's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she shook her head, for neither she nor the original owner of the identity had ever heard of it. Big Bear's little rabbit. Guardian of a village? What is that? Someone who protects the village? Yuan Yu. That term seems rather antiquated, doesn't it? My grandparents might have heard of it, but it seems to have faded away. Hello, back to Southern Sky. There are still some villages near my hometown that speak of the guardian, though sightings are rare. They only appear during joyous occasions, helping out and are given food by the host family. Wang Zai in a can. So, what does it actually mean?
Tangsenes nat 700.
Not resting on his phone, he continued, "My uncle is the guardian of the village. In many villages, there exists such a guardian. They are born simple-minded, yet occasionally exhibit moments of clarity. The elders in the village say their simplicity stems from having shielded the village from calamity at birth, while others believe they are souls who committed numerous wrongs in a past life, awakening to remorse before willingly reincarnating to endure hardship. There are also those who assert that the guardian has accumulated countless good deeds over previous lifetimes, waiting for the final one to achieve perfection and ascend to a higher realm. Regardless of the variations in these tales, the one consensus remains: the guardian is considered a fool. Or rather, in the eyes of the people, they are seen as fools. My uncle faced complications during birth, his head being trapped for far too long. Though he survived, he emerged simple-minded." Tang Sen's expression turned bitter as he recounted this. In an era when medical care was underdeveloped, childbirth in the village was conducted at home with the assistance of midwives. That his uncle had survived was already a remarkable feat. It's astonishing to think such individuals truly exist. It sounds impressive. Now that you mention it, there seems to be a guardian near my home, only seen during joyous occasions. So, they're just fools? Why call them guardians? Is it just to sound more grand? Are you hoping the host can divine something for your uncle? Surely you don't expect them to cure his condition. That would be absurd. If 2,000 yuan could cure foolishness, hospitals would cease to exist. Tang Sen glanced at the comments and quickly shook his head. I'm not asking the host to cure him. My uncle is quite old and in poor health. I wish to take him to the city, but he refuses, insisting, "I want to go to the city." A Xing dare to challenge me. Hey, what did he say? "Young man, don't leave us hanging." Blank. Hurry up. I need to use the restroom. Yunshu, you're driving me crazy. What did your uncle say? Tang Sen replied. He said that if he leaves the village, something bad will happen to the people here. A week prior, he had returned to preside over his grandmother's funeral and had mentioned to the village chief his desire to take his uncle to the city for care. Now, his uncle was his only remaining family, and he felt uneasy leaving him alone in the village. In the days when my grandmother was still alive, he had broached this matter, but she had disapproved, and most villagers shared her sentiment. His uncle, being the guardian of the village, should not leave. However, upon raising the issue once more, the village chief finally relented, granting him permission to take his uncle to the city. Overjoyed, he conveyed this news to his uncle, only to be met with rejection. Tang Sen expressed, "I've been trying to persuade my uncle to accompany me for days, yet he remains steadfast in his refusal. My mourning leave concludes tomorrow, and feeling helpless, I seized this opportunity with a glimmer of hope. Huazai, is it truly so perilous? Will something happen to the village if your uncle departs? Chi. I've heard that some village guardians are also known as town guardians, tasked specifically with dealing with malevolent spirits that threaten the village. Perhaps your uncle is one of them. Xiang Qianjinbu, is it really that serious? Surely not. Secretary Zhang, from what you've said, it seems your parents are no longer with us? How else could your uncle be your only remaining relative? I've heard that guardians, much like fortune tellers, often suffer from misfortunes, and it appears to hold true. Most of them have no children. As Tang Sen's expression began to dim, he leaned on the table, his hand pressed against his brow. After a moment, he let out a deep sigh from his throat. My parents had an accident when I was very young, and it was my grandparents who raised both my uncle and me. During my childhood, my uncle would take me on adventures. At that time, I was unaware of his role as the village guardian and thought him anything but foolish. Rather, I found him quite impressive. What child does not yearn for a big friend who can protect them while also playing alongside them? Yet, as I matured, learned to read and write, my perspective shifted. I began to realize that my uncle was, in fact, quite simple-minded. No wonder, whenever we played together, children would laugh at us, pointing fingers in our direction. Upon this realization, I instinctively distanced myself from him. I repeatedly declined his invitations, and he, perhaps understanding, gradually ceased seeking me out. It was not until one summer, when the rain fell incessantly for an entire month, that calamity struck. The mountains, repeatedly battered by the downpour, could no longer withstand the deluge. Mud and debris rushed down, heading straight for the village. It was my uncle who first noticed the impending danger. He evacuated the villagers and, in a bid to save a child about to be crushed by falling rocks, shielded the child with his own back, sustaining an injury in the process. The villagers gathered around him, showering him with praise, declaring him a true guardian of the village, attributing the years of peace to his vigilance. The child he rescued, who often called my uncle a fool, turned crimson with embarrassment and expressed gratitude. My uncle merely smiled, his innocence shining through. At this point, Tangsen couldn't help but reflect. It was then that I realized, the reason my uncle appears foolish is to shield this village from disaster. Isn't that where your fault lies? Even if your uncle is simple-minded, he is still your uncle, someone who played with you in your childhood. How could you neglect him simply because of his perceived foolishness? If your uncle were not foolish, he would surely be infuriated by your actions. How reassuring it is to have such an uncle, a protector of us all. Upon witnessing the barrage of criticism directed at him in the comments, Tang Sun felt a flush of embarrassment. I am aware that I have erred, and I wish to adequately make amends with my uncle. Yet, no matter how I persuade him, he remains steadfast in his refusal to leave. Host, I am curious, if my uncle were to depart, would calamity truly befall the village? He also pondered this. This guardian of the village seemed akin to a deity of the land from the realm of mythology, capable of warding off malevolent spirits. She contemplated for a moment, her expression growing grave. Upon seeing her countenance, Tang Sun and the viewers in the live stream felt a surge of tension. Such a demeanor from the host is indeed rare. Whenever it appears, it signals that something significant is afoot. Could it be true that the young man's uncle cannot leave the village? Would that mean he is bound to remain there for life, an existence so confining? Before he could voice her thoughts, the sound of footsteps resonated from Tang Sun's side. A tall, middle-aged man entered the room and approached Tang Sun in just a few strides. The resemblance between them was striking, with the resemblance at about 70%. Uncle, Tang Sun exclaimed in surprise, rising to his feet. Clearly, this was the uncle he had mentioned, the guardian of the village. Tang uncle appeared to be in his 40s. With coarse, short hair, bushy eyebrows, and a hint of ash on the tip of his nose, as if he had just returned from some revelry. At that moment, his gaze was fixed on Tang Sun's phone screen, his face bearing a comical expression. In the next instant he spoke. Is this a mirror? But why, aside from us? Is there also a woman on it? And why are those words floating? Tang Sun offered an awkward smile to He before hastily turning to his uncle. Uncle, how did you come in? This is a phone, didn't I tell you before? I am currently engaged in a video chat. What are you all discussing? I want to join in. Tang uncle leaned in to peer at Tang Sun's phone screen, his face growing larger and smaller on the screen, much to the amusement of the viewers in the live stream. This uncle has quite a handsome face, though it would be better if he remained silent. How endearing he is. Reminiscent of my younger sister, who also enjoys peering over my shoulder when I use my phone. With the actual presence of the uncle, he felt no need to continue her calculations and began to observe his features directly. Her findings aligned with her earlier divinations, perhaps even more seriously than anticipated. Your uncle is indeed unable to leave the village. His fate has long been intertwined with that of the village. Host, what do you mean by this? How can my uncle's fate be linked to the village? Tang Sun looked on in astonishment, unable to help but glance at his uncle. However, unlike he could discern nothing from his observations. He continued, your uncle was born lacking a soul fragment, which rendered him somewhat simple-minded. Individuals of this nature are often prone to early demise, yet your uncle has managed to survive so long due to the village's protection. Should he depart, not only would the village be affected, but your uncle's life would likely be in peril as well. Upon hearing this, Tang Sun's complexion paled. If I were to take my uncle to the city, could it mean his demise?
Tamsen hesitator Steigemple.
Anchor, do you have a way to resolve this matter? He slowly nodded, affirming that a solution indeed existed. She glanced at Uncle Tang, who was staring vacantly at his phone screen. As long as someone takes on your uncle's role as the village guardian, he will be able to leave. Chapter 58. The Disheartened Village. Goodness. Doesn't the role of the village guardian sound somewhat akin to that of a water ghost? The water ghost seeks a substitute soul, while the village guardian requires a successor to abandon the village. Those speaking above, are you not afraid of inviting misfortune? People say no fool, no village. But it's not as if we can just find a replacement at a workplace. Now, there isn't a single young person left in the village, let alone a fool. Perhaps we could just throw a sack over someone upstairs and knock them out. That might work. Initially, upon hearing he mention a solution, Tang Sen's eyes sparkled with hope, his cheeks flushed with color. However, with the next statement, that glimmer in his eyes abruptly vanished. In this day and age, who would willingly become a village guardian? Tang Sun fell silent. Her emotions complex, sighed deeply. In truth, even if another guardian were to be appointed, it would be of little consequence.
Why?
Tang Sen's pupils trembled, his heart racing. He instinctively sensed that what he was about to say was not what he wished to hear. Your uncle has at most 6 months left to live. Tang Sen's body stiffened, his limbs suddenly devoid of strength. Did you not say that with the village's protection, my uncle would survive? He's eyes carried a hint of regret, yet her words were colder than ice. What if one day, the village ceases to exist? As she spoke, the sky outside darkened instantaneously. A damp scent wafted through the air. Tang Sun gripped his phone, his complexion paling. He opened his mouth several times, yet found himself unable to utter a word. He's clear and resonant voice continued. Do you remember what this village looks like? Of course, he remembered. Tang Sun thought to himself. He was born and raised here, having lived for over 20 years. How could he possibly forget the appearance of this village? Go outside and take a look. That is the answer. Tang Sun remained rooted in place. Every year during the new year, he would return. The village remained unchanged for 2 decades, perpetually backward and dilapidated, like an insurmountable wave-laden mountain. There were no towering buildings, no bustling traffic. All right, let us go see the village outside. Uncle Tang exclaimed joyfully, clapping his hands before reaching out to pull Tang Sun along. Tang Sun, already in a state of turmoil, was naturally led outside by his uncle's tugging. Outside, the sky was overcast. Dark clouds gathered, and the wind blew, carrying with it a hint of the unique scent of the southern water towns. Uncle Tang tugged at Tang Sun, and the two wandered aimlessly along the road. Tang Sun gazed down at the concrete path beneath his feet, his feelings a swirl of complexity. In his childhood, the village roads were merely dirt paths, and when it rained, one would end up with muddy feet, sometimes even sinking into the ground. Now, they had been solidified with reinforced concrete, becoming clean and orderly. He treaded upon the solid pavement, his gaze drifting to the trees that lined the road. Along the path, orderly planted street trees stood tall, while behind them, vibrantly painted small villas adorned the landscape, with 2 new rows of residences emerging nearby. Yet, every household remained tightly locked, and akin to him. The residents only returned in their finery during the festive season, occupying these exquisitely decorated but desolate homes for a few days. Occasionally, he encountered fellow passers-by, their brows furrowed and steps hurried, tirelessly striving for a life of affluence. He reminisced about the days when his grandmother escorted him to school, when the surroundings were lush with verdant rice paddies and wildflowers and grasses flourished abundantly on either side, including a delightful array of morning glories, purple, pink, red, and white. A gentle breeze carried their fragrant essence. Tang Sun paused, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind. Was this truly the village he had grown up in? It had undeniably transformed into a clean, tidy, and civilized place, as everyone had envisioned. Yet something felt amiss. Uncle Shaw, however, appeared quite content, as he spotted a wildflower bravely thriving amidst the cracks of concrete, cheerfully squatting by the roadside to fiddle with it. This wildflower had endured the crushing weight of traffic and escaped the lethal grasp of pesticides, defiantly rooting itself in the steel and cement, blooming with its inconspicuous yet glaring little blossoms. Nevertheless, such a life, deemed obsolete by the passage of time, would inevitably be forgotten in the tides of history. Much like his cherished hometown, which could only exist in memories. A sense of panic washed over Tang Sun. As if he sought to deny something, he hurriedly advanced, searching fervently. After an indeterminate time, a vast expanse of farmland came into view, yet it lay overgrown with weeds, evidently abandoned. He halted, staring blankly at the desolate plot.
Strawberries.
It was strawberries. Uncle Tang had somehow caught up with him, joyfully dashing towards a nearby field. Tang Sun turned to observe him and noticed a small patch of flourishing strawberry plants by the roadside, while the expansive farmland behind had been stripped bare, even cordoned off. Squinting to see more clearly, he stepped closer and discerned a sign emblazoned with bold letters. Land has been requisitioned. Please do not use. Entry prohibited. Oh, dear. It's you again, trying to pilfer strawberries, young lad. Little Tang, keep an eye on your uncle. I only have this small patch of strawberries left. In 6 months, once the resort hotel is built, even this little strawberry field may cease to yield anything. A nearby elderly villager called out, his tone laced with resignation. Yet, despite his words, he did not truly rush to stop Uncle Tang. Instead, he leaned on his hoe, a nostalgic smile slowly emerging at the corners of his mouth. Uncle Tang, grinning foolishly, gathered a few strawberries in his shirt, selecting the largest and ripest to hand to Tang. Senator, eat strawberries. They're your favorite. Tang Sun gazed at the crimson berry, then at his uncle, and reached out to accept it. He stuffed the strawberry into his mouth, taking a bite, and the bitter taste instantly flooded his palate. A wave of emotion surged through him, his nostrils prickling, and tears began to well in his eyes. In those moments of childhood, he cherished the moments spent with his uncle, stealing strawberries together, with his uncle by his side. The old man who tended the strawberry patch merely laughed and scolded them a little, even going so far as to let them wash the fruit. He remembered those strawberries, undeniably sweet. Uncle Tang, with wide eyes, inquired, "Are they delicious?" "So delicious," Tang Sun replied, struggling to maintain his composure as he nodded slowly. Only then did Uncle Tang grab one and pop it into his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. "So sweet." After saying this, Uncle Tang poured all the strawberries into Tang Sun's hands. "You eat." As Tang Sun gazed at his uncle, who still wore a naive smile, words lodged in his throat for reasons unbeknownst to him. He finally grasped the answer, yet his heart plummeted. Tang Sun shut his eyes and forced a bitter smile. It was not that the village was nearing its end, but rather that this era no longer required villages, nor the guardians of those villages. Chapter 59. The elderly woman starved to death. The clouds grew denser, as if rain would pour at any moment.
Drip.
A drop of rain landed on Tang Sun's eyelid. He looked up at the sky, his expression shifting from hesitation to determination. Tang Sun picked up his phone, and the live stream was inundated with comments. "Is that village gone? Does that mean the guardians will vanish too? No wonder the streamer said Uncle Tang won't last much longer. My heart aches for my hometown. It's now merely a memory. I recall my childhood home, once a dilapidated wooden shack, now transformed into a small villa. When I returned during the New Year, I almost couldn't find my way home. Don't mention it. My family in Inner Mongolia moved into a yurt without telling me. I was overjoyed to return home, only to be bewildered. Upstairs, I was deeply moved, yet you made me laugh." Tang Sun earnestly told Ji He, "I understand." He ended the call and dialed a number. "Boss, I resign." In his final 6 months, he would remain by his uncle's side, accompanying him on his last journey. Zhang Li, following Ji He's request, purchased 9 incense sticks. Just as he lit them one by one, he felt an inexplicable lightness. Before he could ponder it further, he noticed the smoke rising from the burning incense, drifting upward as if being pulled by an invisible force. In an instant it vanished. The air was devoid of even the scent of the burning incense. Witnessing the scene, Zhang Li felt his worldview shatter completely. The incense vendor had claimed it would burn for no more than 2 hours, yet these 9 sticks burned slowly, remaining unextinguished even as Zhang Li drifted into slumber. In his dreams, Zhang Li found himself standing before a house. Its exterior walls were constructed of wood, and there was a small courtyard behind it. This house was familiar to him. It was the very one where he had inadvertently summoned a vengeful spirit, now appearing dark and filled with resentment. The grass in the courtyard had withered, and he could almost smell the decaying scent wafting from the wooden walls. What on earth? Wasn't I asleep? How did I end up here? Zhang Li, filled with trepidation, attempted to flee, only to discover that he seemed to be anchored in place, unable to move even an inch. A chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head, sending a shiver down his spine. Just as he was on the brink of collapse, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. Turning his head, he beheld a family of four approaching, mother holding the hand of her eldest son, while the father cradled the youngest in his arms. The scene radiated warmth. Wasn't this the homeowner's family? Wait a moment. Shouldn't they express surprise at seeing him standing in the yard? Why did they seem oblivious to his presence?
Mom.
The amusement park was so much fun. I want to ride the carousel again. The eldest son, trailing beside his mother, tugged at her, his tone endearing. The mother affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "All right, dear. We'll go again tomorrow. I want to go too." The youngest son, nestled in his father's embrace, chimed in eagerly. The father playfully bounced the child, affirming, "We'll all go." The family, beaming with joy, passed right by Zhongli, heading straight for the living room. Not sparing him even a glance, Zhongli called out several times, finally catching the attention of the homeowner as he set the youngest down and turned to look. A flicker of hope ignited within him, and he waved his hand vigorously. Yet, the homeowner merely picked up a newspaper discarded by the door and turned back inside, completely oblivious to Zhang Li's presence. What was happening? Zhang Li stood frozen, his mind swirling with confusion. In the next instant, the scene before him flickered, and he found himself transported indoors. It was akin to watching a film in a 5D cinema. Inside, the family had begun to settle in. The wife entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, while the husband turned on the television for their two sons, selecting the beloved show featuring the pink pig. As the animation began, the boys obediently sat down, engrossed in the show. No one noticed Zhang Li lurking in the corner. At this point, even the most oblivious of individuals would grasp the reality of the situation. This was a form of corporeal projection, or perhaps a dream. Contemplating this, he pinched himself sharply.
Ouch.
The pain was real, yet the scene remained unchanged. Had the world gone mad? Before Zhang Li could fully comprehend his predicament, the unfolding drama accelerated abruptly. In no time, dinner was prepared, and the family gathered around the dining table. The youngest son, as if struck by a sudden thought, asked Mom, "Isn't Grandma coming to eat with us?" At the innocent query, the husband and wife exchanged glances. The husband replied, "Grandma isn't hungry right now. Let us eat first." "But Grandma hasn't joined us for over a week," the youngest son mumbled, only to be distracted by a large chicken leg that suddenly appeared before him. In an instant, he forgot about Grandma and began to devour the chicken with glee. After a while, the husband rose and ascended the stairs. Zhang Li felt an unsettling lightness and, in a state of panic, realized that his heels had lifted off the ground and he was floating. Goodness! At the end of the second floor was a storage room. The husband proceeded directly to it, retrieving a key from his pocket and unlocking the door. Zhang Li trailed closely behind. As the door swung open, darkness enveloped the room within. Zhang Li, overwhelmed by a pungent stench reminiscent of a neglected lavatory, could not suppress his urge to retch, though nothing emerged. "You vile old hag, have you soiled the bed again?" The man flicked on the light, revealing the dismal state of the room, his demeanor transforming into one of fierce malevolence. After a brief bout of dry heaving, Zhang Li raised his gaze within the confines of the room. In a mere moment, his brow furrowed deeply. A frail grandmother, over 70 years of age, lay on a narrow wooden bed, shrouded by a thin, filthy blanket that obscured her original form. The room, bereft of any furnishings aside from the bed, was strewn with refuse, rendering it utterly uninhabitable. Holding his nose, the man cursed vehemently. "After all these days of hunger, why do you still linger on? You wretched old woman, if you would only transfer the deed of this house to me, perhaps I could grant you a merciful end." The grandmother, lying immobile, displayed no reaction to her son's tirade, save for the rise and fall of her chest, a testament to her continued existence. In a fit of frustration, the man raised his hand as if to strike her, but upon witnessing her filth, he lowered it once more. With a huff, he declared, "I shall see how much longer you can endure." Having uttered his words, he stormed out, leaving Zhang Li behind. Unlike before, Zhang Li did not follow the man down the staircase. Instead, he remained in the room, paralyzed much like when he had stood outside the door. The dim light illuminated the skeletal figure of the old woman amidst the squalor. Starved to the bone, her eyes were deeply sunken, resembling mere hollows. Yet at that moment, Zhang Li found his fear waning. Could this frail figure truly be the spirit haunting the place? He recalled tales of vengeful spirits replaying the agonies of their demise, leading him to ponder whether the old woman had been starved to death by her own son. As he reflected on the previous encounter with the homeowner, who had been so courteous and respectful, he was taken aback by the cruel reality of his treatment towards his own mother. Time passed in a blur until the door creaked open once more. This time, it was the lady of the house who entered, her nostrils stuffed with tissues, hands gloved as if she were well prepared for the scene that awaited her. She commenced the laborious task of clearing the debris, mopping the floor until it gleamed with cleanliness. Upon reaching the bedside, her brow knitted in distaste. She took the freshly used rag and dragged it across the grandmother's face. "Mother, do not hold this against me. I am merely following your son's wishes. Once you pass, we shall sell the house, and both Dabao and Xiaobao can live comfortably. Consider it a sacrifice for your grandchildren, and hasten your departure." As she spoke, she aggressively scrubbed her mother-in-law's face. The old woman remained rigid, numb to the indignity, her expression devoid of emotion. Zhongli felt a surge of indignation. This couple was utterly inhumane. How could one treat their own mother in such a manner? In his fury, he momentarily forgot his immobility, yearning to confront them. Just then, the previously motionless old woman's head abruptly twisted 90 degrees, fixating her gaze directly upon Zhongli. Two vacant eye sockets seemed poised to unleash a swarm of maggots, as if they had unearthed an unsettling tension that had infiltrated the scene. The tension sent shivers down one's spine, cold sweat trickling down, while blood surged to the head in a tumultuous rush. Chapter 60. The Haunting at Home. In the live streaming room, after Tang Sun ended the call, he discerned his choice. Meanwhile, the viewers remained perplexed, unaware of the implications behind Tang Sun's words. "Host, what does Tang Sun mean by that? The divinations these past few days have been truly distressing. Today marks the last divination. Who will be the fortunate one to connect? Master He. May you bless me with a chance to connect." He chose not to respond immediately. Instead, she paused and randomly initiated another connection. The third fortunate viewer soon appeared on screen, her eyes reddened, the corners glistening with moisture, clearly moved by the recent events involving Uncle Tang. However, she bore an unusual distinction. For he was a mystic. The moment she appeared, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. This viewer had previously posted several disparaging comments about he during past broadcasts, and those with keen memories recognized her instantly. Why does a hater get to connect? Is the shark platform abandoning its integrity? Quickly remove her. She's surely here to insult you. It's disheartening to watch. I'm going to report her right now. As the lucky viewer adjusted her camera, she noticed the barrage of comments threatening to report her and panicked. "Everyone, please calm down. Don't harm allies by mistake. I admit I was thoughtless before and insulted Miss He. I sincerely apologize." Standing up, she bowed earnestly towards the camera, saying, "Miss He, I'm sorry. Please forgive the words I spoke in the past." Having cultivated her spirit for 100 years, He believed that if she were to dwell on a few disparaging comments, it would defeat the purpose of her cultivation. Whether she was deemed a saint or not mattered little. To react violently to a few insults would be absurd. Not to mention, even the most prominent gaming streamers face criticism. If they were to engage with every negative comment, they would be occupied for 24 hours solely in rebuttal. It would be far better to ignore the negativity and not let it disturb the peace of mind. Keyboard warriors will eventually face their retribution. It is merely a matter of time. As long as the boundaries were not crossed, she chose to remain oblivious. However, upon witnessing the chorus of support in the comments, her eyes flickered and warmth surged within her heart. She spoke, "I accept your apology and thank everyone for the support over these past few days." Her intention in starting the live stream had merely been to earn some money to cover breach of contract fees, never anticipating such affection and backing from so many. Perhaps this could be seen as a blessing in disguise? Are they truly allies? What is going on here? Based on Miss He's apology, I will undoubtedly continue to support you. The host is remarkably approachable. However, I do wish there were more opportunities to consult the fortune-telling, as it is truly difficult to secure a spot. Sobbing. It is exceedingly challenging to find a host like this in the realm of supernatural classifications, one who is both accurate in predictions and amiable. When the fortunate one is mentioned, a look of indignation crosses her face. It is due to the regulations of the shark platform that one can only change their name once every 30 days. The current one was set when Miss He first started her live broadcast. Were it not for this, she would not have to endure this situation. It is worth noting that she is now too fearful to even send a message in the chat, opting instead to silently watch the live stream, lest a single comment lead to her being reported by the other viewers. Upon hearing her response, the chat erupted in laughter. Everyone is aware of Shark Platform's rules. One must wait a full 30 days to make a change, and no amount of money can alter that. Of course, one could choose to cancel their account, but the platform has even more stringent regulations. If a user deletes their account, they must wait another 30 days to re-register. During this 30-day period, they cannot access the live streams at all. It is no wonder this fortunate individual would rather remain in the chat, trembling with anxiety. He was not well acquainted with Shark Platform's regulations, but upon seeing the explanations in the chat, she learned something new. The fortunate one is named Lin Yihan. She cheerfully paid the fortune-telling fee and began, "Isn't it winter break now? My parents and I have come to the village to visit my grandparents, and we plan to stay for a few days to help tidy up the vegetable fields. However, during the past few nights, my parents and I have encountered something strange." Like many young individuals, Lin Yihan enjoys staying up late with her phone. On the first night of their stay, her biological clock remained unchanged. As she chatted with friends and scrolled through short videos until 2 in the morning, just as she decided to use the restroom before bed, she stepped outside only to notice that the light in the adjacent room was on. The illumination seeped through the crack of the door and stood out in the darkness. Lin Yihan thought little of it at first and took a few steps toward the restroom, but then froze. She distinctly remembered her parents checking the house before bed to ensure all the lights were off. Moreover, that room was not only unoccupied but also locked. Being naturally timid, encountering such a situation in the dead of night frightened her so much that she dared not enter the restroom. She hurried to her parents' room and woke them. This 3-story building had recently been completed, with Lin Yihan's grandparents occupying the 2nd floor while her family stayed on the 3rd. Therefore, when Lin Yihan's parents saw the light on, they thought it was merely an oversight and retrieved the key to turn it off. Afterward, Lin Yihan, accompanied by her mother, went to the restroom and then returned to bed. However, the next day, the same peculiar incident occurred again. This time, it was Lin Yihan's father who noticed the light in that room while getting up during the night. He had personally turned it off the previous evening. How could it be lit again today? The door, having been opened the previous night, was left unlocked. Lin Yihan's father presumed it was a prank by Lin Yihan and scolded her. Lin Yihan was utterly perplexed. She had no inkling of her supposed mischief. On the 3rd night, the room's lights flickered on once more. This time, it was her mother who stumbled upon the occurrence, leaving the entire family in a state of shock. When Lin Yihan recounted the incident, her expression conveyed sheer panic. "Sister Ji-hee, do you think this house is haunted? Have you had anyone come to check it? Is there an issue with the light switch, or perhaps a circuit malfunction? What nonsense! Who would turn on the lights in broad daylight? If you hadn't awakened, you probably wouldn't have noticed. If I were to wake up in the middle of the night and find the lights on, I would surely be terrified, especially since I live alone now." Ji-hee pondered thoughtfully, as she did not perceive any signs of Lin Yihan's interaction with spirits. Nevertheless, to be prudent, she encouraged Lin Yihan to investigate the room. Nervously, Lin Yihan took her phone and ascended to the 3rd floor room. She cautiously pushed open the door, only to hear a sudden click. In full view, the room's lights illuminated. Chapter 61. Ghost Hunting. Een Ginkgo Rabbit. Oh my goodness, this startled me in broad daylight. Incense in the account. What kind of ghost appears in daylight? Aren't they nocturnal? Meow. Isn't the switch on the wall? I just checked, and it seemed completely still. How did the lights turn on? Lin Yihan lingered at the doorway, hesitant to proceed further inside. Trembling, she stammered, Has the ghost manifested? Ji-hee surveyed the vacant room, noting the absence of any peculiar entities. There were no spirits causing mischief. The ghost beside her drifted over, peering at the scene on the screen. After a moment, she remarked, "Let us not speak of ghosts. There isn't even a shadow present. If there were indeed a ghost capable of appearing in sunlight, I would surely see it." Yet, the sudden illumination of the light remained an undeniable fact. "Sister Ji-hee, do you discern anything?" With Ji-hee remaining silent for an extended period, Lin Yihan's anxiety escalated. Could it be that this ghost was beyond even Ji-hee's resolution? Ji-hee raised her hand to calculate for a few seconds before arriving at a conclusion. Her brow arched as she regarded the illuminated light with curiosity. "No ghost?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yihan couldn't quite decide if she should feel relieved at the absence of a ghost or disappointed at the missed opportunity to encounter one. In any case, her emotions were rather conflicted. "Let us have someone check this light," Ji-hee suggested. Lin Yihan hurried downstairs to inform her parents. Shortly thereafter, the village electrician arrived. After a thorough examination, He revealed that a loose screw within the light fixture had caused the intermittent flickering. So, the young lady's family never thought to call an electrician first? This consultation cost 2,000 yuan. Indeed, they paid for a lesson. After being so frightened before, I now laugh louder than ever. I must share this tale with my dear friends. He couldn't help but recall a previous instance when she had neglected to pay the water bill, mistakenly believing it was a plumbing issue. Indeed, this world still harbors a multitude of lessons awaiting her discovery. Bai, having earned 2,000 divination coins, felt a twinge of guilt and remarked, "The previous divination does not count. Do you have anything else you'd like me to divine?" Lin Han, equally embarrassed, realized that their family had merely frightened themselves, thus wasting Miss He's time. She shook her head repeatedly, indicating that it was unnecessary. However, He insisted, and Lin Han reluctantly said, "Then, could you take a look at my grandfather? His health is poor, and he is scheduled for surgery in a few days. I am concerned for him." As she spoke, Lin Han adjusted the camera to focus on her grandfather, facilitating He's assessment of his features. He glanced at him and assured, "Rest easy. Your grandfather's surgery will proceed smoothly." With your words, I feel reassured. Lin Han nodded vigorously and ended the call. It is once again time to bid farewell to the host. Today is Sunday. Will the host be assisting Little Monster in dispelling the negative energy tonight? Does that mean there will be a live stream? I will definitely stay up to watch. I need to find someone to accompany me, or I will surely be frightened. He noted the comments in the chat, and while she hadn't forgotten her promise to help Jiaoren, she considered the live stream. Little Monster's situation was rather unique, and any streaming would require his consent. "Let me inquire first," she said, picking up her phone. Just as she was about to contact Little Monster via the Shark platform's backend, a message from him arrived. "Little Monster he master. I have no objections to the live stream. Little Monster. But can we start a bit earlier? I am afraid." He sent a photo of himself alongside the cameraman Old Hong. Both had foreheads dark as ink, clearly nearing their demise. Without the intervention of a skilled practitioner, it seemed they would soon face grave consequences. A nearby female ghost gasped, intrigued as she scrutinized the two individuals in the photo. Then, turning to she remarked, "You can save them like this?" He disregarded her, typing back, "We cannot start early. Whether sooner or later will affect the outcome." Little Monster. I understand. We will wait." As midnight approached, he initiated the live stream and connected with Jiaoren. The eager viewers, having awaited this moment, flooded into the stream, causing the viewer count to surge to 20,000 in an instant. While many hosts streamed late into the night, most were gaming streamers whose followers were naturally night owls. Moreover, with Monday looming and work on the horizon, the audience for live streams at this hour was typically sparse. Thus, He's stream rapidly ascended to the platform's recommended section. Curious passersby, who were already searching for late-night streams, stumbled upon her broadcast. 2 live streams in a day. Although this one isn't a divination, seeing Miss He's beautiful face is worth it. What kind of live stream is this? Is it a spiritual exploration? And it's even a connection format, rather than the host going in person? I clicked in because the cover was dark. But I did not expect the host to be so stunning. With a face like that, why not become a beauty streamer? She would surely be more popular than now. Welcome to the live stream for first-time viewers. The host specializes in fortune-telling. The streaming schedule is available on the host's homepage. Currently, the host is connecting with individuals to exorcise spirits. Exorcism? Such audacity. Isn't the host afraid of failure? From the barrage of comments, it's evident that many are newcomers to He's livestream. Some who once scoffed at He have now become her devoted followers, silently pulling their blankets tighter around themselves, huddled in bed. There is no need for them to explain. Soon enough, they will witness He's prowess. At this moment, Jiaoren and Lao Hong stand at the entrance of Zishi Garden. Under the moonlight, the plaque of Zishi Garden emits a faint blue luminescence. A chilling wind rustles the trees, casting dancing shadows. Suddenly, Jiaoren shudders, instinctively reaching for the nape of his neck and glancing back. Startled by his reaction, Lao Hong inquires, "What's wrong?" "Someone just blew on the back of my neck." As soon as he utters these words, Lao Hong's eyes widen in alarm as he too feels a cool sensation at his nape. Trembling, he stammers, I felt it too." Before they could step inside, their legs felt weak beneath them, wishing they could turn back time and reprimand their previous bravado. Beside them stands another figure, garbed in a specially tailored Taoist robe. exuding an air of composure and possessing a noble visage. His long hair is secured with a hairpin, presenting a distinctly ascetic appearance. Zhuang Jianqing observes their actions, his brow furrowing gradually. He has recently been in the city, and upon Vice President Chang Xian mentioning Zishi Garden, he volunteered to assist. According to Vice President Chang's wishes, if Miss Ji he is unable to save these two, he will take responsibility for the aftermath, ensuring that she does not suffer any injustice. Have you arrived? Ji He's voice emanates from Jia Ren's phone, though apprehensive. Jia Ren raises his phone to capture the plaque of Zishi Garden within the frame, whispering, Master Ji He, we've arrived. Chapter 62. The Wedding Ceremony. Ji He glances at the time. Only 3 minutes remain until midnight. She speaks firmly. Hold the talismans I provided tightly in your hands. Apply a drop of chicken blood to your forehead, and place a drop of cow tears into each eye. When we enter, regardless of what you see, do not release the talismans. Following Ji He's instructions, Jia Ren and Lao Hong hurriedly retrieve the talismans from their pockets, pressing them into their hands, applying a drop of chicken blood to their foreheads, and letting cow tears fall into their eyes. Zhuang Jianqing silently observes, while Lao Hong, catching a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, kindly offers Mr. Zhuang, do you require a talisman? I can sell you one. As he speaks, Lao Hong pulls another talisman from his pocket, adding, I 1T raise the price. It's still the original price, 2,000 for one. This is a talisman personally drawn by Master Ji He. Although it costs 2,000, its efficacy is undoubtedly exceptional. The price is trivial. He and Lao Jia have each purchased 10. Indeed, 10 each amounts to 20 talismans, from which Ji He has swiftly earned 40,000 from Jia Ren and Lao Hong. As for the pricing of the talismans, it was suggested by Chang Xian to Ji He. He is, after all, the vice president of the Taoist Association, well-versed in the current situation, so Ji He is not apprehensive about being deceived by him. Zhuang Jianqing cast a glance at the talisman in old Hong's hand, reached into his robe, and produced a talisman of his own, stating, no need for that. The talisman he held was given by Vice President Chang Xian, undoubtedly superior to the one old Hong possessed. Old Hong, delighted to save a talisman, quickly tucked it into his pocket and inquired, do you need this chicken blood and bull's tear? Zhuang Jianqing's lips curled slightly downward, his voice growing colder, no need. He was beginning to show signs of impatience. The Zishi Garden was fraught with peril. If a single talisman or a drop of chicken blood could resolve the dangers, why had no one succeeded thus far? His presence here was partly due to the enticing reward proposed by Vice President Chang, and partly because he was confident in his ability to extricate himself safely. In any case, he was not here to indulge in childish games with these individuals. He remarked coolly, when do we enter? It can be entered now. Ji He's crisp voice echoed at that moment, coinciding with Zhuang Jianqing's query. The two voices overlapped. The masculine timbre should have overshadowed the feminine one. Yet her voice rang out like a nightingale's song, stirring the heart and demanding attention. A flicker of curiosity passed through Zhuang Jianqing's eyes. Who was this woman named Ji He, sent for training by which esteemed Taoist family? Few could command the protection of Vice President Chang Xian. Jia Ren and old Hong trembled, cautiously stepping forward, wishing they could take 2 steps for everyone, moving at a painfully slow pace. Unable to bear their hesitation any longer, Zhuang Jianqing strode ahead and pushed open the grand doors of Zishi Garden. Instantly, a cacophony erupted within the courtyard. Jia Ren and old Hong felt their eyes widen. They shut them, then opened them again, only to behold a vibrant sea of crimson, illuminating the dark night sky. Red lanterns adorned the beams, and the character for double happiness was affixed to the pillars. The sounds of music and laughter filled the air. Several round tables were set up in the courtyard, and men in long robes with braided hair mingled with women in traditional dresses, all exchanging cheerful conversations, smiles gracing their faces. It was unmistakably a wedding banquet. Jia Ren and old Hong stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. They blinked vigorously, still confronted with the same vivid tableau. They even pinched each other, gasping in surprise, finally confirming that this spectacle was not a dream. Only Zhuang Jianqing, observing Jia Ren and old Hong's antics, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What were these two doing? Was it not merely an abandoned courtyard? By Haoshuan, is it my eyesight failing, or is there truly someone in this courtyard? They appear to be dressed as if from the late last century. Muyaliki. To the front, you are not alone. I see it too. Lu Huasheng, I see it. This scene is too realistic. The host is truly extravagant. Shirban, wasn't Tizashi garden abandoned? How can there be people here? And it seems they're holding a wedding. Who holds a wedding at night? Jiaren and Old Hong lowered their heads to glance at their phones, only to find identical scenes on the screens. Upon reading the barrage of comments, their hearts sank further. While the viewers watched from the confines of their screens, they were, in stark contrast, physically present within the unfolding drama. Just then, Jiaren noticed a figure entering from outside, who, without sparing a glance, walked straight through him and into the courtyard. As that person passed through his form, it seemed as if ripples of water emanated from them. Was this an illusion? It resembled the vision he had during his initial arrival, when he first glimpsed such sights in the kitchen courtyard. Back then, it was only visible through the lens of a camera, yet now, he beheld it with his own eyes. What was happening? Both Jia Ren and Old Hong squeezed closer together, finding a semblance of comfort in their proximity. He, catching wind of his query, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Haven't I mentioned that cow tears can see ghosts?" Jia Ren's expression contorted as if he had bitten into a bitter melon, his face crinkled in dismay. "I don't believe you ever said that." "No matter. It's just as well to mention it now," He replied, her tone laced with a hint of mirth. She was not one to harbor grudges, although a little interest in return was certainly welcome. Silver ginkgo leaf bunny. Cow tears? They can see ghosts? Su Luoqing. There are such rumors. But it seems they don't literally refer to cow tears. Rather, it's a concoction of various elements. You see ghosts? When will they appear? Could someone please warn me? I'm terrified. Blank. I want to admit that I'm too scared and have blocked the view of the little monster. I'm now solely focused on the streamer's exquisite visage, completely unafraid. Daring not to contradict, Jaren could only manage a wry smile as he inquired, "Master Jihe, where are we headed now?" "No need to move. What needs to appear will reveal itself shortly," Jihe said, her gaze growing profound as she stared at the screen. The wedding feast in the courtyard had reached the moment of the couple's vows. In the main hall, the bride and groom had already paid their respects to heaven and earth and were now bowing deeply towards the ancestral altar. Strangely, there were no people seated at the altar, merely a few tablets arranged upon it. From a distance, Jaren could only discern 3 tablets. 3? One for each parent. But who did the extra one belong to? The couple bows. With that proclamation, a sudden gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept through the courtyard, toppling all the tables and chairs. Even the 3 tablets in the main hall fell with a resounding crash. The groom hurriedly stepped forward to protect the tablets, while the bride stood motionless behind him, her garments untouched by the tempest. In a mere moment, the fierce wind dissipated, and the groom began to restore the tablets, turning back to resume their bowing. Yet, just as he bent his head, the veil atop the bride's head fluttered gracefully to the ground. A familiar yet chilling voice pierced the air. "Second young master, we have finally completed our vows." Chapter 63. Truly, Master Ji, he is remarkable. The groom, addressed as the second young master, looked up in astonishment, meeting the wrinkled visage of a face he recognized all too well. The bride appeared as though she had been submerged in water, her skin wrinkled and her body damp. With a pair of blood-red eyes, she fixed her gaze upon him. "Second young master, it is time for us to consummate our marriage. Cui Ping was not the one who caused your demise. Seek vengeance upon those responsible, not me." The groom collapsed to the ground with a thud, his mouth moving soundlessly as he pointed directly towards the whereabouts of Jia Ren and Old Hong. Upon being singled out, Jia Ren and Old Hong trembled, hastily retreating a few steps. Yet, it was as if they were ensnared, for wherever they moved, the groom's finger followed suit. "Oh!" The bride slowly lifted her head, following the direction indicated by the groom. In the next moment, Jia Ren and Old Hong watched in horror as the bride, clad in a blood-red wedding gown, soared into the air, hurtling towards them. "Ah!" Jia Ren and Old Hong screamed, disregarding their dignity. Their feet felt as if rooted to the ground, immobile with fear. Although Zhuang Jianqing could not behold the wedding scene, when the fierce wind passed, he beheld the woman in red suddenly materializing in the courtyard. He reached for the peach-wood sword hanging at his waist but found himself unable to move. Accompanied by the terrified cries of Jia Ren and Old Hong, Zhuang Jianqing witnessed the woman in red descend upon them. Her voice was cold and chilling. "You are the ones who caused my death." "Ah, it wasn't us." Jia Ren and Old Hong were paralyzed with fear. As they watched the vengeful spirit extend her hand, her long, sharp fingers aimed directly at their chests, as if intent on extracting their hearts. Zhuang Jianqing's expression darkened. This spirit was formidable. These two were undoubtedly doomed. However, just as the spirit's claws were about to pierce their chests, a golden light slipped through their fingers. The spirit's movements faltered, and the golden aura struck her, igniting a fiery glow upon contact. A charred mark instantly appeared upon her body, and she clutched her wound, retreating swiftly, a glimmer of fear evident in her eyes. Thinking of fleeing? Too late. Ji He's voice resonated in the courtyard. Jia Ren and Old Hong felt the talismans in their hands grow intensely warm, causing them to involuntarily release their grip. Recalling Ji He's earlier warning, they hastily reached out again, but their efforts were in vain. The two talismans, seemingly animated by an unseen force, soared toward the woman in red, moving even faster than she could. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with her. The talismans adhered to her body, eliciting a pained cry from the spirit, as if a heavy weight had been pressed upon her, and she plummeted to the ground. In that instant, the three men realized they could move again. Zhuang Jianqing swiftly drew his sword, intent on vanquishing the spirit. "Do not approach. Stop him," Ji He exclaimed, noticing Zhuang Jianqing's intentions. Jia Ren, still trembling with fear, could barely move, while Old Hong grit his teeth and stood up, yet he could not match Zhuang Jianqing's speed and was unable to pursue him. Zhuang Jianqing, hearing Ji He's voice, mistook her concern for compassion, believing she was reluctant for him to slay the spirit. He frowned, pondering whether she was merely a Na'vi girl on a quest for experience, or someone overly compassionate. Seize the opportunity while you can. Did your elders not teach you this lesson? With that, he raised his hand to strike down with his sword. The ghostly woman on the ground curled her lips into a sinister smile. Did he truly believe he could succeed? "Ruo Ruo," she called out loudly in a specific direction. Zhuang Jianqing dismissed it as a mere ploy to lure him away and remained unfazed. However, in the next moment, he felt a heaviness on his shoulder, as if something had obscured his vision, plunging him into darkness. He could hear the giggles of a child echoing from all directions, leaving Zhuang Jianqing stunned. Another ghost. Unable to see, and fearing that the female ghost might seize the opportunity to attack, he could only swing his arm aimlessly, striking in all directions. From the perspective of the mobile screen, it seemed as though he was performing a peculiar dance with the sword. Is this young man performing acrobatics? Judging by his skill, it seems he still has years of practice ahead, one commenter mused. Another remarked, "Did you see that? It appears he has a dark mass on his shoulder. What could it be?" A third voice chimed in, "This is my first time watching the stream. May I timidly ask if this isn't some special effect? It looks so real." To the newcomer ahead, "You are perilously close to the truth. Be bold. This is all genuine." A user encouraged. Ji He sighed, reiterating that they should not approach. Jia Ren, still holding his phone, asked nervously, "Should we go help him?" Ji He replied, "No need. That little ghost cannot harm him. Take this moment to approach, and let the female ghost absorb the death energy from your bodies. You'll be fine." "Let her absorb it?" Jia Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. "What if she tries to harm us? With the protective talisman, she cannot hurt you. Time is of the essence. After 2 o'clock, it will be too late." Upon hearing the time constraint, Jia Ren and Lao Hong hurried forward. However, as they drew near the red-clad ghost, they instinctively slowed their steps, cautiously inching closer. The ghost lay on the ground, her blood-red eyes fixed upon them, yet she made no move. With a soft chuckle, she remarked, "You are fortunate to have summoned such a formidable presence." Her gaze flicked over Jia Ren's phone, filled with trepidation. "But whether I should absorb your death energy is entirely my decision. After all, I shall not live much longer. Having 2 more accompany me in death could be beneficial." With a chilling laugh, she gazed sorrowfully at the dark mass resting on Zhuang Jianqing's shoulder. It was her child, who had departed this world before even taking shape. And now there was no opportunity for it to continue living. "Let us strike a bargain. You allow me to absorb their death energy, and I shall ensure she is reborn." Upon hearing this, the ghost's pupils quivered, her blood-red eyes becoming even more vivid. "Why should I trust you? You have no choice but to trust me," Ji He replied. The ghost slowly closed her eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, she opened them and said, "Very well. You will send Ruo Ruo to be reborn first, and then I shall absorb their death energy." Ji He coolly stated, "I prefer not to negotiate."
You do not have a choice.
The ghost bit her lip and finally conceded, "Fine. Extend your hands." Jia Ren and Lao Hong exchanged glances before turning to Ji He. "Master, shall we proceed as she says?" Ji He, maintaining her composure, reassured them, allowing Jia Ren and Lao Hong to feel a bit more at ease. Knowing the master was still present, they extended their hands towards the female specter, who raised her hand and made a cut in their palms. Before they could feel the pain, tendrils of black mist began to emerge from the wounds, only to be drawn away by the ghost. Once the black mist ceased to escape, the wounds gradually healed. Jia Ren and Lao Hong felt their previously heavy bodies become surprisingly light, the sensation of impending doom dissipating entirely. They exchanged glances, their faces now devoid of any deathly pallor. It's all right. Truly, Master Ji, he is remarkable. Chapter 64. The female specter before her demise. The specter had absorbed the deathly energy from the two men, and the wounds inflicted by the talismans were slowly mending. Jia Ren and Lao Hong hurriedly stepped back a few paces, only to hear a commotion from Zhuang Jianqing's direction. Looking up, they saw Zhuang Jianqing swinging his sword, colliding with a pillar. This collision restored his clarity of mind. He sheathed his peachwood sword and pressed a talisman against himself. The specter, still lying on the ground, trembled at the sight of the talisman, sensing a similar aura emanating from it that resonated with the two talismans on her. Even she could hardly withstand it. How could Ruwa endure such force? Ruwa, come back. The specter cried out, struggling fiercely. The talisman clung tightly to her waist, with her every struggle. A flash of golden light swept across her, leaving behind a wound. The dark entity perched on Zhuang Jianqing's shoulder, upon hearing her voice, attempted to flee with great haste. But it was already too late. The talisman struck the dark entity directly, a faint golden light flickering briefly before fading away. Yet it still left a small wound on the entity. The dark entity emitted a series of whimpers as it quickly descended from Zhuang Jianqing's shoulder. Bouncing back to the specter's side, it nuzzled against the ghost's cheek, brushing against her gently. The ghost, momentarily puzzled by the talisman's unexpected weakness, reached out to touch the wound on the dark entity, her eyes filled with concern. You'll be fine. It will heal in a few days. Zhuang Jianqing, finally seeing the light, was drenched in sweat, not from fear, but from the exertion of wielding his sword. He gazed at the wounds on the specter and the dark entity, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He had not realized that when he used the talisman, golden light would emerge, capable of inflicting tangible harm on the ghostly form. He had previously employed the talismans drawn by Master Chong Xian, yet it seemed her skill had remarkably advanced. Having soothed the dark entity, the ghost turned her attention to the phone in Jia Ren's hand. I have fulfilled your request. Now it is your turn. She addressed Ji He. Ji He, did you bring the shovel? Jia Ren and Lao Hong, still feeling trepidation, relaxed upon witnessing the specter's inability to break free from the talisman's grip. They each picked up a shovel from the side of the door and replied, yes, we have it. Ji He, let us begin digging from the center of the dry pool. The specter's expression shifted, her gaze following Jia Ren and Lao Hong to the desiccated pool. As the specter of the female ghost lingered, her reaction suggested the presence of something significant. In such an ancient manner, could there be hidden antiques? Pondered the father figure. Could it possibly be a corpse? Isn't that how horror films portray it? How terrifying! Exclaimed another. Jia Ren and Lao Hong had set their phones aside and leapt into the pool, embarking on their excavation. Observing the unfolding scene, Zhuang Jianqing felt compelled to step forward and seize Jia Ren's phone. Ever since the ghost had been injured by the talisman, the wedding banquet had vanished, leaving him to witness the desolation through the screen. Yet, that was not his sole motivation for grasping the device. Upon seeing Ji He's visage on the display, Zhuang Jianqing was taken aback. The face seemed familiar, as if he had encountered this individual at the Taoist association. However, if he had truly met Ji He there, recognition would have been inevitable. What is going on here? Zhuang Jianqing inquired, aware that he was not Navi. From the moment they entered Zishi Garden, Ji He's words appeared to be unfaltering, as if everything lay within his dominion. Moreover, Zhuang Jianqing glanced at the talisman affixed to the ghost and compared it to the one he clutched in his hand. The illustrations on both talismans increasingly seemed to mirror one another. You shall understand once they unearth the object, Ji He remarked. In the pool, Jia Ren and Lao Hong continued their laborious digging. Suddenly, Jia Ren felt a chilling sensation beneath his feet. Looking down, he noticed water seeping through. It was unclear which shovel had struck a water source, but soon the pool's bottom was covered. Jia Ren and Lao Hong hurriedly scrambled ashore, witnessing the water gushing forth from the newly uncovered opening, forming a thin layer atop the surface. At that moment, Zhuang Jianqing approached the pool's edge, with Jia Ren's phone in hand. He peered down to see the water ripple, revealing an extraordinary scene, akin to a silent film. Before a Western-style mirror, a woman adorned in theatrical attire was meticulously applying her makeup, her features identical to those of the ghost. Abruptly, the door swung open. Yet the woman remained undistracted, continuing her beautification until she heard a voice that sparked surprise and delight in her eyes. She even neglected to set down her eyebrow pencil. Rising to rush towards the doorway, the scene shifted along with her movement. As the woman reached the balcony and gazed down, she beheld a handsome young man with a radiant smile, beckoning to her, his lips moving in speech unknown. Surrounding him were boxes of various sizes, all tied with red silk ribbons. The woman, her brows elegantly arched, lifted her skirts and descended the stairs. The audience in the live stream, viewing through Jia Ren's phone, caught sight of the reflected tableau. Could this be the tale of the female ghost in her former life? Inquired a viewer. A performer from over a century ago paired with a seemingly affluent young master. This surely hints at a poignant love story, mused another. Those boxes must be the betrothal gifts. He must be proposing to her, speculated a third. In that era, the aspiration to marry a performer was fraught with challenges, a stark contrast to the present-day specter of a woman, which seems to echo a tragic tale. The scene above the water darkened momentarily before illuminating once more, revealing the same woman. She sat before a bronze mirror, her hair styled in a manner befitting a matron, her eyes no longer sparkling with the clarity they once held. It appeared as though she harbored a multitude of emotions, weighing heavily upon her gaze, rendering it a dull gray. The door swung open, and a man stumbled into the room, his gait unsteady. The woman rose to assist him, but he brusquely pushed her away, his cheeks flushed, clearly intoxicated. He vociferously cursed at her. Though the words were inaudible, the expressions on their faces spoke volumes about the dire situation. Soon, the scene faded into darkness, once more. The man, prior to their union, had promised sweet nothings, yet after the vows were exchanged, those words were swiftly forgotten. One might surmise that the woman must have committed some transgression. Otherwise, why would she endure his tirade in silence? Dear Xiao Cheng, one commenter interjected, are you truly serious? Are you unaware of the lowly status of women in that age? How could she resist? Would you have her resort to violence? Setting aside her capacity to defend herself, would it not be she who ultimately suffers from such a confrontation? Another voice chimed in, I am utterly exasperated. Even here we witness the insidious notion of victim blaming. If you cannot articulate your thoughts with decency, perhaps you should refrain from speaking altogether and pay attention instead. Chapter 65. The corpse. The scene brightened once more, this time reflecting the woman's visage upon the surface of a pool. Surrounding the water were numerous onlookers, young and old, their faces etched with righteous indignation. The woman's limbs were bound, confined within a cage woven from bamboo. A cloth muffled her cries, allowing only a few muffled whimpers to escape as tears streamed down her cheeks. Most strikingly, her abdomen was slightly distended, suggesting a state of pregnancy. She seemed to wish to convey something, yet no one paid her any heed. Two burly servants hoisted her and unceremoniously cast her into the pool. A resounding splash echoed, though silence engulfed the scene immediately thereafter. Bubbles rose to the surface, which soon succumbed to an eerie stillness. The screen faded to black, leaving Jia Ren and Old Hong rubbing their eyes, only to discover the pool remained dry, the excavation they had undertaken yielding no water. In that very moment, the group turned to glance at the woman's ghost lying in the courtyard. She gazed up at the night sky, lost in thought, as a dark mass nestled upon her shoulder, remained still. Ji He's voice shattered the oppressive silence, urging them to continue digging. Jia Ren and Old Hong exchanged glances before obediently descending once more to their task. This time, no peculiar occurrences transpired, yet as they dug, their shovels struck something solid, producing a clattering sound. What could it be? As they cleared the surrounding earth, a section of gray-white bone emerged. Upon seeing the bone, both men felt a chill run down their spines. It was unmistakably a fragment of human remains. The soil above was gradually excavated, and soon a well-preserved human skeleton came into view before the onlookers. Prologue. I bet a dime on spicy strips that this must belong to that female ghost. In the tent? No. A corpse hidden in the pool. Did the previous inhabitants not notice it? Pool Linfeng, if they had seen it, they would probably have died of fright, unknowingly cohabiting with a corpse. Sleeper for 25 hours. I heard that the old master of the Liang family was fond of raising fish. When he lived here, could he have kept fish? I wonder what he would think if he witnessed this scene? Ji He, upon seeing the skeleton, instructed, "Gather the bones and place them in the courtyard. Affix the exorcism talismans I provided, and then ignite them." The female ghost watched as her bones were removed from the pool and piled in the center of the courtyard. She felt no tumult within. However, upon seeing a small fragment of bone being taken out, her pupils trembled, and she closed her eyes. Zhuang Jianqing noticed her reaction and directed his gaze towards the bone fragment. Recalling a previous scene, he realized that it was likely the child she had carried. He then glanced at the dark mass. Having perished before fully forming within its mother, it was no wonder it had taken on such a shape. Ji He asked, "Zhuang Jianqing, do you possess any personal belongings?" Zhuang Jianqing was taken aback. Did she know his name? Could a personal belonging suffice? He pointed to the tassel hanging from his peachwood sword and inquired. This tassel had been with him since childhood. Every time he changed his peachwood sword, he would remove the tassel and reattach it. That works. What does she need his personal belonging for? As Zhuang Jianqing pondered, he saw Jiarun had already ignited the exorcism talisman. Flames erupted, and the female ghost gazed at the pyre for a while, her eyes devoid of emotion, as if it were not her bones being consumed. Ching, this is my first time witnessing bones being burned. Coconut truly delicious. Speaking of such a macabre scene, how come the moderators haven't intervened? Shun Heji, it's clear you are a newcomer to the shark community, although the review process on the shark platform is strict. It is not inflexible. This scene isn't even particularly gruesome. Check the horror category. What scene isn't more graphic than this? The flames, though not fierce in appearance, quickly reduced the bones to ashes. Once the bones were incinerated, Ji He turned to Zhuang Jianqing and said, "Go and remove the exorcism talismans from her. You will take them affixed to your tassel and nurture them for 2 days. Your child will naturally be reborn. As for you, you shall vanish without a trace. As long as Ruo is safe, that is all that matters." The red-clad female ghost spoke in a calm tone. Her hands were already stained with blood. Had it not been for her child, she feared she would have dissipated into the ether after exacting her vengeance. A century ago, the master of Zishi Garden bore the surname Qi. The Qi family had 2 sons. The elder son was frail, yet possessed an extraordinary intellect, leading the family to become a prominent gentry household in the region. Furthermore, the Qi family often opened their granaries to distribute grain, aiding the impoverished populace, earning them greater trust from the common folk than even the local officials at times. The local theater, constructed with the financial support of the Qi family, became a favored retreat for the second young master of the Qi family, who often spent his leisure hours there. One fateful day, he found himself enamored with an actress, even declaring his intention to marry her. Upon learning this news, the elder Qi brother was so enraged that he spat a considerable amount of blood. Yet he could not sway the younger brother's resolve. The second young master resorted to fasting as a form of coercion, ultimately compelling the elder brother to relent. The actress, believing her hardships were finally over, anticipated a life spent with her beloved. However, upon entering the Qi household, she discovered her status was merely that of a concubine. The second young master advocated fiercely on her behalf, but could not prevail against the elder brother's authority. For the sake of her beloved, she endured all injustices, only to learn of his impending marriage when she found herself with child. The Qi family had long since turned against her, and the younger master grew increasingly indifferent. The actress thought that having a child would suffice for companionship, but ultimately, she was left with nothing. The Qi family orchestrated a scheme to slander her, even questioning the paternity of her unborn child. The most devastating betrayal was the lack of trust from her beloved. As she succumbed to despair in her final moments, her resentment lingered, resulting in a dual demise. Astonishingly, her spirit remained tethered to the mortal realm. On the day of the second young master's wedding, she possessed the bride and personally exacted her vengeance upon him. She did not spare those who had wronged her, avenging herself in full. With blood on her hands, she forfeited the chance for reincarnation, yet she clung to the hope that Ruo might offer her a different fate. She waited year after year, and under her influence, Zishi Garden became known as a cursed place. At last, the opportunity she had awaited for Ruo had arrived. "Master, thank you," the ghost in red said as she stood, bowing gratefully towards the figure of Ji He on the phone screen. Then, with a flicker of shadows, she vanished into the sword tassel. Zhuang Jianqing observed the tassel hanging from the peachwood sword, his expression tinged with curiosity, contemplating whether he should keep it. With the ghost gone, will Zishi Garden remain peaceful henceforth? Is it truly that simple? It feels quite different from my expectations of exorcism. It seems the host only needs to speak while others handle the real work. To the person ahead, if you possess the ability to exorcise the ghost with mere words, then do so. If not, refrain from making sarcastic remarks here. Chapter 66, Selling Talismans. With the matters of Zishi Garden concluded, Zhuang Jianqing stepped outside and heard his phone ring. It was the venerable Mr. Chan calling. Upon answering, he was met with the elder's robust voice. "You rascal! I instructed you to follow Miss G's arrangements, yet here you are, causing chaos." Feeling somewhat chagrined about his actions, Zhuang Jianqing replied, "Mr. Chang, you never mentioned how formidable Miss G truly is." On the other end of the line, Mr. Chang's lips twitched in irritation. "These young folks never make it easy for me. Regarding the talisman you provided for warding off evil, how effective do you believe it to be?" Mr. Chang replied earnestly. Zhuang Jianqing pondered for a moment before responding. "It is significantly better than your previous ones, though, compared to those presented by the other two, it falls somewhat short." Falls short might be an understatement. Chang Xian had lived for the better part of his life, yet he could not discern the hesitation in Zhuang Jianqing's words. He had watched the live broadcast and was well aware of the situation. The talisman he had drawn paled in comparison to Ji He's. Merely a novice in the presence of a master. "Old Chang, do you know who crafted their talisman? You have met this esteemed individual. Even the talisman I provided you was taught by her." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Jianqing felt a jolt in his heart. He had met her? Could it be? As a thought crossed his mind, Zhuang Jianqing's eyes widened gradually. He hoped he had not been too rude to Miss Ji just moments ago. Had he? Zhuang Jianqing fell into a deep contemplation. Monday at 9 in the morning at the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Xiao Jing, let us not proceed with the divorce, shall we? I acknowledge that I was in the wrong. I should not have deliberately concealed the truth from you. If you truly desire children, we can adopt. It does not have to be our own, does it?" Wang Tianliang bore a sorrowful expression, reaching out to grasp Zhang Yijing's hand, only to have it evade his touch. Zhang Yijing scrutinized her husband. The same face she had shared a bed with for 3 years now felt utterly foreign. She had never imagined that the man she loved most, along with his understanding mother, would proclaim indifference to her inability to conceive, while in reality, they could not bear children themselves, casting all blame upon her and subjecting her to disdain. How could he still have the audacity to utter such words? "Wang Tianliang, do you still intend to feign ignorance? This marriage is over, and do not put on that disingenuous facade. It disgusts me." After voicing her thoughts, Zhang Yijing turned her head away, refusing to look at him again. Wang Tianliang's lips drooped, his eyelids heavy as he gazed at her face for a while. Suddenly, he chuckled. At the sound, Zhang Yijing's breath momentarily halted, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Wang Tianliang take a step closer. Her body responded faster than her mind, goosebumps rising on her arms. She retreated hastily. "What do you intend to do?" Noticing the panic in her eyes, Wang Tianliang's smile broadened. "Xiao Jing, I mean no harm, but do not even think about divorce. In this lifetime, you are destined to be with me." With that, he scoffed coldly and turned towards the exit of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Divorce proceedings, of course, required the presence of both parties. Zhang Yijing's eyes flickered, and she hurried to catch up. Before she could reach Wang Tianliang, several imposing figures appeared at the entrance of the bureau. Each one was tall and robust, exuding an intimidating presence. "Where do you think you're going?" The speaker was Zhang Yijing's older brother, broad-shouldered and muscular, his voice resonating with authority. Compared to him, the slender Wang Tianliang resembled a fledgling chick. Upon seeing his brother-in-law, Wang Tianliang's expression soured instantly, forcing a smile. "Big brother-in-law, don't get too comfortable with familial ties," Zhang Yijing's brother retorted, shrugging. "If you don't want a divorce today, you won't be leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Brother, what brings you here?" Zhang Yijing exclaimed, noticing not just her brother but also her cousins among the imposing figures. She was the sole girl and the youngest in her generation. A group of brothers, all clad in vests, stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, resembling guardians at the gate. Our parents expressed their concerns about this young man, prompting them to come and keep an eye on things. Rest assured, with my brothers present, all is well. Zhang Yijing's elder brother patted his chest and cast her a knowing glance. Zhang Yijing felt warmth pooling in her eyes. She raised a hand to rub them, a hint of red blooming at the corners. She replied softly, Soon, both Zhang Yijing and Wang Tianliang received their divorce certificates. As Zhang Yijing stepped out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, sunlight cascaded upon her, as if to dissolve the shackles of her past. At that moment, No feeling could surpass her sense of liberation. In contrast, Wang Tianliang emerged with a pale countenance, the divorce certificate held loosely in his grasp. By the way, Xiaojing, there's something else you might not know. It has come to light that Chen Jun from the city hospital has been found accepting bribes from patients and has since been suspended for investigation. His misdeeds have been exposed, including the alteration of patients' medical reports. Zhang Yijing walked alongside her brother, gradually distancing herself. Wang Tianliang was startled by the sudden ringtone of his phone. Upon answering, he realized it was his mother's call.
Son.
The news about Chen Jun altering your medical report has spread. Those gossiping old ladies have revealed everything about your infertility. With a crash, the phone slipped from his grasp. The voice on the other end continued, Son, you must keep Zhang Yijing close. Are you listening? Wang Tianliang could no longer hold onto the divorce certificate, allowing it to flutter to the ground. Ultimately, the secret he wished to keep hidden had been laid bare. Ji Hue did not retire until nearly 2 a.m. Waking at 9, refreshed as usual. After her morning routine, she opened her phone to find several WeChat messages, all from Zhang Yijing. Single life, here I come. Image. Master. I have divorced. The scoundrel's infertility has become known. No one will be deceived by him again. Master, if convenient, could you provide me with an address? I wish to send you some local delicacies from my family, which are of little value. If you do not want the delicacies, I could treat you to a meal when I visit the city in a few days. Ji Hue tapped the screen lightly. Congratulations. However, if you come to the city, you may not have time to treat me to a meal. Zhang Yijing, likely waiting by her phone, quickly replied. Master, what do you mean? Shy.
Ji Hue responded.
This divination is a free gift for you, a token for your future marriage. Thank you, Master. Gratefully kneeling. Ji Hue closed her phone and went out for her morning exercise. Upon returning, she spent the entire morning in her room, crafting dozens of talismans. She carefully stored these papers, each worth 2,000. If she could sell 3 each day, the time required to clear her debts would be halved, from 10 years to 5. The future looked promising. Chapter 67. They were weeping. Qingshan's psychiatric hospital. The sun was at its zenith. Several excavators, their buckets lowered, reluctantly exited the hospital premises. A group of workers, donning hard hats, gathered beneath a tree, discussing matters with a man in a white helmet. Lu Gong, the explosives have all been buried. Once the workers are evacuated, we can proceed with the demolition. Lu Gong, do we really have to use explosives? This place feels cursed. A dozen excavators entered to commence work, only to malfunction, yet once they exited, they were perfectly fine. Is there some malevolent force preventing us from demolishing this hospital? Lu Gong. The workers who inspected the hospital yesterday reported encountering ghosts. The most severely affected one is still unconscious from fright. Lu Yihong raised his hand, massaging his temples vigorously, his brow furrowed deeply. Enough, enough. Stop with the chatter. I need a moment of peace. The medical expenses for the injured workers will be charged to my account. Just let the workers inside evacuate. And then we'll conduct a final thorough inspection to ensure the explosives are safe. After he spoke, he seated himself on a nearby chair. Instantly, someone brought him a warm cup of tea. Lu Gong, please have a sip. Don't be too anxious. How can I not be anxious? The developer insists that the demolition work be completed within 7 days so that the foundation work can begin. Look how many days have already passed. Not a single building has been torn down. If we don't finish by Wednesday, how will I explain this to the developer? Will you cover the penalty fees? Lu Yihong shot a glare at the individual, snatched the cup, and gulped down the tea. The person forced an awkward smile and shrank back, refraining from further comment. Before long, a commotion erupted. Miss, you cannot enter the construction site. Lu Yihong, already in a foul mood, heard the disturbance and pressed his forehead in frustration. Go see what is happening, he instructed the person beside him. The individual stood motionless, staring blankly behind Lu Yihong, not even blinking. Was there someone behind him? Yet. He hadn't heard any footsteps. Lu Yihong noticed that the surrounding noise had inexplicably diminished, and recalling the strange events of the past few days, a chill crept up the back of his neck. He anxiously licked his lips and inhaled deeply. Just as he was about to turn around, when a voice emanated from behind him. You cannot demolish this place. It was a woman's voice. Melodious and not at all as terrifying as he had imagined. Given the broad daylight, Lu Yihong reasoned that such entities would likely not dare to manifest. And he felt a sense of relief as he turned to face the source of the voice, finding a young woman standing behind him. She was arguably the most beautiful person he had ever seen, her face strikingly familiar, as though he had encountered her before. Lu Yihong mused momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. Young lady, this is a construction site. It is not a place for you to be. At over 40, with a daughter around the same age as this girl, he felt justified in addressing her as young lady. Ji He's gaze swept across Lu Yihong's face. He appeared to be a good person. It was rare to encounter someone whose benevolence was so transparently displayed. Her tone softened as she replied, "This is also not a place for you to be. Young lady, this land has already been purchased. We have been dispatched here by the developer. So we certainly have the right to be here. Do hurry and leave. This place is about to be demolished," Lu Yihong urged. As the workers who had gone to inspect the explosives returned, the explosives had been thoroughly checked and no issues were found. The workers had evacuated, ready for detonation at any moment. Lu Yihong took the detonator and said to Ji He, "Little girl, you must leave quickly. When the explosives go off, it will surely frighten you." Ji He shook her head, insisting that the explosives would not detonate. Seeing her reluctance to depart, Lu Yihong had someone fetch a safety helmet and placed it on Ji He's head. "If you're afraid, cover your ears," he instructed. With that, Lu Yihong raised the detonator, counted down from 5, and pressed the button. The workers nearby had already covered their ears in anticipation, yet nothing occurred. A gust of wind swept through, causing small stones on the ground to roll a few times before coming to a halt. Nothing happened. Lu Yihong glanced at the detonator and then toward the distant Qingshan Mental Hospital. He pressed the button again, yet still, nothing transpired. Doubt crept in as he pressed it several more times, questioning whether the device was faulty. No, that can't be. Everything was checked, he thought. What is going on? Why hasn't the explosive detonated? Lu Yihong placed the detonator on a small table and slapped his palm down, producing a dull thud. The people around him exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was amiss. "It is the things inside that are preventing you," Ji He said, pointing toward the Qingshan Mental Hospital. All eyes followed her finger to the hospital. Dark clouds had obscured the sun, and the wind rustled through the trees, allowing them to hear their own heartbeats. The charred, blackened structure of Qingshan Mental Hospital seemed even more ominous at that moment. Creak. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the hospital's entrance slowly opened, resembling a dark maw waiting for a daring adventurer to step inside. Some timid souls sank to the ground, while those with a bit more courage felt their throats dry, swallowing nervously. Ji He took a step forward, striding directly toward the hospital. The sound of her feet scraping against the ground jolted everyone back to reality. "Little girl, don't go near there. Be careful of the explosives." Lu Yihong reached out to pull Ji He back, but grasped only air. His brows knitted in concern. Gritting his teeth, he hurried after her, desperate to catch up. Yet Ji He moved at a leisurely pace, making it difficult for him to reach her. Lu Gong. A few workers, alarmed, attempted to follow but hesitated. "There are explosives buried ahead." Ji He walked over the ground where the explosives lay hidden and entered the hospital. Lu Yihong, sweating with anxiety, felt relief only after they had crossed the explosive zone. Noticing Ji He had halted, he quickly urged, "Little girl, let us leave at once. What if the explosives detonate?" "It won't explode," Ji He replied, meeting Lu Yihong's gaze with a calm demeanor. The wild beating of his heart began to settle at her words. He opened his mouth. "Did you say something is preventing us?" Ji He responded, "Did you hear the sound beneath our feet?" "What?" Lu Yihong instinctively listened to the noise emanating from below. He should have heard nothing, yet he distinctly perceived a sound whispering in his ears. Is it the sound of trees swaying in the wind? Or perhaps the distant clamor of vehicles on the road? It seems neither. Ji He slowly began to speak. "They are weeping, for their vengeance remains unavenged, and how can they find peace in departure?" Lu Yihong's complexion paled slightly. "Who are they? Are they referring to ghosts? Does this hospital truly harbor spirits?" Chapter 68. The Blaze. Lu Yihong struggled to swallow, his legs trembling beneath him. He glanced at the ground, his calves quivering. The scene from yesterday, when several workers had screamed and fled, was still vivid in his mind. Having worked in this field for many years, he had encountered numerous supernatural occurrences. Yet, they were merely instances of human fright, to which he had gradually acclimatized. For instance, windows that closed without wind, doors that refused to budge. While these phenomena sounded terrifying, they were often explainable by scientific reasoning. More severe cases, such as walls seeping blood or human bones falling from the ceiling, had been resolved through police investigation, revealing them to be mere homicide cases. This time, however, he felt uncertain. Furthermore, Lu Yihong furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something. He glanced up at the hospital's exterior, where a dense layer of blackened char marred the walls, remnants of the fire. 5 years ago, the inferno at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital was known to all. On that fateful night, a dozen patients perished in the blaze. The police report attributed the tragedy to improper handling by the medical staff, compounded by inadequate fire safety measures that failed to extinguish the flames in time. Could the fire from 5 years ago have been anything but an accident? Was it possible that it was a deliberate act of arson? Otherwise, why would one speak of unavenged grudges? He remained non-committal, her expression inscrutable. As Lu Yihong imagined various scenarios, he perceived an air of mystery surrounding the young girl before him. With humility, he inquired, "Do you possess any means to resolve this?" "I came here precisely for that matter," he replied, surveying the construction setup around them before glancing up at the sun overhead. "Let the workers return to rest. They shall return at this time tomorrow." But Lu Yihong's concern surfaced. The demolition was scheduled to conclude on Wednesday, and a troubled expression crossed his face. Paying a penalty was one thing, but the reputation of the company weighed heavily on his mind. He cast him a sidelong glance, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. You will complete the work on time." Lu Yihong felt a warmth rise to his cheeks and hurriedly asked, "Is there anything else you require my assistance with?" "No need," he replied, lifting her leg to enter the hospital. As the grand entrance slowly closed before Lu Yihong, he stood frozen in place. Acutely aware that no one had pushed the door, it had closed of its own accord. Not daring to linger, Lu Yihong followed He's instructions and granted the workers a day off. He remained outside, while inside the hospital, despite it being midday, the surroundings were as dark as night. The hall on the first floor buzzed with activity, reminiscent of a festive celebration. Several young men gathered in a corner, engrossed in a game of poker, while an elderly gentleman flitted between observing one hand and the next, busily caught up in the excitement. A young girl, around 7 or 8 years old, was holding the hands of 2 little boys, engaged in a game of pretend play. In addition to this innocent scene, several figures in the corner, either seated or standing, had their gazes fixated upon He. Clad in hospital gowns, their faces were pallid, and it was evident from their dangling feet that they were no longer human. He chose to ignore them as she ascended the stairs. Outside, Lu Yihong glanced at his watch intermittently, casting his gaze back toward the hospital. More than an hour had passed. Why had the young girl not yet emerged? As he pondered this, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Turning around, he saw several police cars racing towards him, coming to a halt by the roadside. Officers disembarked and approached him. "Are you Lu Yihong?" one of them inquired. "Indeed," he replied. The officer looked up at the still intact hospital and remarked, "Fortunately, you haven't demolished this place yet. Someone reported that the fire 5 years ago was a case of arson, and we are here to investigate." Lu Yihong inhaled sharply, the revelation of arson striking him. Noticing his lack of surprise, the officer's expression shifted to one of suspicion. "Please cooperate with us for a statement." "Of course," Lu Yihong responded, his eyes drifting back toward the hospital. "Officer, could you please wait a moment? There are still people inside. Someone has gone in." The officers exchanged glances and moved closer to the hospital. Suddenly, Lu Yihong recalled something and quickly added, "Officer, there are explosives buried nearby. Please exercise caution." As He exited the hospital, she noticed several police officers stationed at the entrance. Their tense expressions softened upon spotting her, revealing a sense of relief. They recognized He, not only due to the recent events surrounding the Ji family, but also because, 5 years prior, during the incident at Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, this young lady had been vacationing on a beach abroad, sharing numerous photos that propelled her into the limelight. At that time, He had yet to enter the entertainment industry and bore no scandals, earning the title of the most beautiful rich second generation among netizens. However, as she later ventured into showbiz and controversies arose, she became the target of disdain and criticism. Nevertheless, protocol dictated that they take He back for a statement. By the time He and Lu Yihong exited the police station, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As they walked side by side, Lu Yihong occasionally stole glances at her before quickly averting his gaze. Just as He was about to leave, he finally mustered the courage to approach her. "Miss He, could you please grant me an autograph? My daughter adores you. We even have your picture hanging in her room." Realizing why she felt familiar, Lu Yihong recalled having heard He's name. He paused momentarily. Was this man a fan of the original owner? She took the paper and pen from him, signing her name in the original owner's handwriting. My daughter truly admires you. She downloads all your works and watches them whenever she has the chance. When others criticize you, she becomes infuriated, even arguing until she cries. Listening to Lu Yihong's words, a wave of melancholy washed over Ji-hee. She returned the paper and pen, saying, "Your daughter is a good person. If Ji-hee were aware, it would surely bring her joy." Lu Yihong stared blankly as Ji-hee walked away, then glanced down at the signature on the paper. Wasn't she Ji-hee? During the time Ji-hee was taking notes, she once again topped the trending list. Ji-hee's appearance at the police station seemed to have backfired. I told you that someone like Ji-hee would eventually end up in the police station. Look, it has come to pass. Haha, they said she should stop pretending to be a mystic. Now she has been called in for a lesson by the police. Blank, can you all watch Miss Ji-hee's live stream before speaking? Do any of you have your own opinions? Do you just believe whatever the marketing accounts say? No more prejudice. Have you finished your homework? After that, go watch the live stream. Those of us who have seen it have more say. Every divination she made has been validated. She is definitely not a fraud. Oh dear, now anyone can be called a master? Does Ji-hee even qualify? A fire at the City Qingshan Mental Hospital is suspected to be arson. Wang's eye is canned. Over a dozen patients died. Is there really someone without a conscience? How can that person sleep at night without nightmares? When the hospital incident first happened, my friend said it wasn't an accident, but man-made. I didn't believe it then, but now I'm starting to think it might be true. Happy Bunny, friends above, please elaborate. Little tyrant in the river. Ji-hee is also in the city. What a coincidence, she went to the police station. Did she predict something wrong with the fire and report it? Chapter 69, Extreme Heartthrob Official Announcement. As these two pieces of news topped the trending list, they sparked considerable discussion. However, another piece of news quickly surged to the forefront, capturing even more attention. The Extreme Heartthrob Program officially announced 4 guests. Extreme Heartthrob Program, actors Liang Yishu, Chao Jia, Yang Yun, and Lin Xiaotian welcome the 4 guests to join Extreme Heartthrob. See you Sunday night at 8. Liang Yishu, retweeting Extreme Heartthrob Program. Welcome to the 4 joining Extreme Heartthrob. See you Sunday night at 8. Actor Chao Jia, feelings a bit nervous. Could the program team reveal some details in advance? Extreme Heartthrob Program. See you Sunday night at 8. Yang Yun, it is an honor to participate in a program with the best actors. Feeling shy. Extreme Heartthrob Program. See you Sunday night at 8. Lin Xiaotian, I will do my best. Extreme Heartthrob Program. See you Sunday night at 8. Actor Liang Yishu participates in a variety show for the first time. Never selling egg yolk pastries, it's actor Liang. He is actually participating in a variety show. I might just cry. Coconut jelly is delicious. What an incredible program to have actor Liang. Who doesn't he know our actor disappears after filming, leaving no social media traces. Even paparazzi can't catch a photo. Scatter treasures. It sounds like a dating variety show? No way. Is our actor going to be on a show to find love? I refuse. Chao Jia, aged 42, Yang Yun, aged 23, Lin Xiaotian, aged 22, and our acclaimed actor at the age of 30. This age combination seems excessively melodramatic, does it not? According to the production team, there should be 4 additional guests. Perhaps their ages align perfectly for potential pairings. After uninstalling Weibo, Ji-hee remained oblivious to the frequent trending of her name until she received screenshots via WeChat, revealing the situation. Those who had consulted her were expressing varying sentiments. Some voiced their concerns while others, filled with indignation, vowed to defend Ji-hee's reputation. Regardless, all stood firmly by her side. Ji-hee responded to each message before finally closing her phone and directing her gaze towards the female specter standing beneath a tree not far away. The truth surrounding the hospital incident would eventually be unearthed by the police. If vengeance was sought, it needed to be executed swiftly. The ghost grinned, her smile disturbingly unsettling. I have waited 5 years. I am more than eager. With that, her figure gradually faded into the air. Today was Monday, a workday. Ji-hee had scheduled her live stream for 6 in the evening. As the stream commenced, viewers flooded in. Sister Ji-hee, look at me, I adore you. How bold. Even after being questioned by the police, you dare to go live? Ji-hee, exit the entertainment industry. Everyone, let us report Ji-hee's stream. When will you apologize to Yang Yun? When will you apologize to Yang Yun? What is happening? The comments are going wild again today. Ji-hee's gaze swept across the barrage of comments. Compared to the tranquility of yesterday, today's live stream had descended into chaos once more. Insults directed at Ji He proliferated. As one was reported, another swiftly emerged, akin to an indestructible pest, and the rhetoric was strikingly similar. Such a scene could not be spontaneous. There undoubtedly lay a mastermind orchestrating the turmoil. Ji He lowered her eyes. If she were to connect randomly again, the outcome would likely mirror the previous experience. The silence lingered longer than anticipated, while the comments grew increasingly frenzied. Is Ji He frightened? If you dare to connect, be prepared for our wrath. Are you all out of your minds? This is a live stream, not your playground for madness. If you dislike it, then leave. Xiao Shui is striving for a PhD. You are the ones with issues, enamored by such charlatans. Do you not know she was taken in for education by the police today? If you don't trust the police, you should seek treatment for your minds. This comment floated across the screen. The next moment, a new image appeared. It was Ji He initiating a connection. The counterpart was none other than Xiao Shui striving for a PhD. Without hesitation, he accepted the connection, although his face had yet to appear on screen. His voice resonated first. Oh, quite audacious, still willing to connect with me? A man materialized on screen, adorned with black-framed glasses and a white shirt, seemingly attempting to present himself as a cultured intellectual. However, his sharp features were rather off-putting, eliciting discomfort at a mere glance. Jiha's eyes were cold and piercing. I doubt you have the courage to connect with me, but this may very well be your final appearance before the public. Are you truly capable of crossing the screen to harm me? The man scoffed, his visage growing increasingly grotesque. Jiha replied, to kill you would sully my hands. Surely you haven't forgotten what transpired when you were 22? At her words, the man's expression darkened momentarily before he regained his composure. However, the panic lurking in his eyes had yet to dissipate. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Are you attempting to frighten me? Do you truly believe you possess the gift of foresight? Let me ponder. That knife still lies hidden in your wardrobe, does it not? When you retire at night, do you hear its whispers? I suspect you do, and it keeps you awake, necessitating sleeping pills to find rest. Alas, once you succumb to slumber, it will invade your dreams, asking you whether his qualifications for graduate studies are of any value. The man's pupils dilated, and he leaped from his chair, his terror palpable as if he had encountered a specter. The barrage of comments gradually quieted, and those who had hurled insults at Jiha fell silent. Given the man's demeanor, no one could doubt the presence of some sinister undertone. What nonsense are you spouting? He retorted, reaching to terminate the connection, yet inexplicably, despite several attempts, the image remained intact. Jiha's voice continued, regrettably, the net of heaven is vast and elusive. The deeds you have committed will eventually be unveiled. A series of loud knocks echoed from his door, the sound particularly jarring. Is Zhu Qingkai there? We are the police. Seeking to inquire about your university roommate. Zhu Qingsai's complexion paled instantly. He dared not respond, hastily grabbing a handful of keys and a wad of cash from the table, abandoning his phone as he attempted to escape through the window. Outside, the officers displayed little patience. Upon receiving no answer, they forcefully burst through the door. Just in time to see him preparing to leap from the balcony, they swiftly apprehended him. Zhu Qingkai, you're suspected of murdering your roommate. You will accompany us to the station. Zhu Qingsai's legs weakened beneath him.
It wasn't me.
Jiha's chilling voice emanated from the phone. He will haunt you for eternity. And you shall ultimately be tormented by nightmares, perishing amidst the refuse. Chapter 70. What has happened to my son? As the connection with Zhu Qingkai was severed, the comment section fell silent once more. After a brief pause, it erupted with activity again. Why have those who are hurling insults fallen quiet? Everyone is an adult. One should exercise a modicum of reason in speech and action. Jiha was merely broadcasting in her own space and did not provoke you. Was it necessary to utter such harsh words? Aren't you ashamed? Even minors should exhibit rationality. That individual reeked of malevolence. To murder one's roommate for a spot in graduate studies is utterly despicable. Surely, he is destined for damnation. Jiha must have simply gotten lucky with her predictions. Do not be overly superstitious. The barrage of comments in the chat was filled with supporters of Ji He, but as soon as one particular comment appeared, it immediately drew the ire of the crowd. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, the commenter quickly withdrew, abandoning their account. The number of viewers in the live stream plummeted by over 1,000, evidently comprised of troublemakers. With their departure, the chat became considerably cleaner. Shurchi, who could be so bold as to hire so many trolls to besmirch Ji He? He is Lord Mengdai. I heard some gossip on Weibo this afternoon. It seems to be related to Yang Yun and He Feng. However, Yang Yun is on the rise, and He Feng is from a wealthy family. So I doubt they would stoop to such tactics. Wan Mao Xiaoba, there are probably quite a few in the entertainment industry who harbor ill feelings towards Ji He. It's difficult to guess, not implying anything negative about the host. I am a fan and have generously supported her without uttering a single word against her. With my parents alive and healthy, I can't help but wonder when I might have the chance to connect with her. Lai Bei Hong Do Mian Bing. If it weren't for that long string of comments following, I would have fired back myself. Ali Bu Li, with the trolls gone, my joyful home has returned. Ji He observed the playful banter in the chat, and a glimmer of amusement sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, the current scene was far more pleasant. A thought crossed her mind, and she donned a contemplative expression. She recalled that a fellow disciple had inadvertently developed a technique called the rebound of false words. Regrettably, she had not paid it any mind at the time. Otherwise, it could have been of use now. After a brief moment of contemplation, she cast the thought aside and commenced her divination for the day. The first caller to connect was a middle-aged man with a square jaw who appeared rather affable. He wore a shirt favored by men of his age and, upon connection, cleared his throat and said, "Hello everyone and greetings to the host. I am Jiang Yugua." His introduction was delivered with a commanding tone, evoking the impression of a man ready to address an audience. He Li Da Xiaobaoang. Reminds me of my high school principal's speech. It's uncanny. Yang, brother, that shirt looks great. I think I'll buy one for my dad, he loves that style. Li Xiaoyuan. I bet this gentleman is a corporate executive. His tone is just like my boss's. After introducing himself, Jiang Yu dutifully transferred money to Ji He before articulating his concerns. Host. I have recently noticed that my son has been distancing himself from me. Previously, he would insist on me telling him stories before bed, but now, when I attempt to tell him one, he ignores me. Moreover, he no longer wants me to pick him up from school, and he spends all his time holed up in his room when he returns home. I have inquired with his teachers, and they assure me that he is perfectly normal and not being bullied. Jiang Yugua furrowed his brow, his face a portrait of paternal anguish. What could be the matter with my son? Is he hiding something from me? Zhang Xiang. Is it adolescence? It's normal for kids to distance themselves from their parents during this stage. Mu Ilichi. If your son is reluctant to confide in you, perhaps you could discuss it with your wife and have her talk to him. Gugu Zhaolao. If he has holed up in his room as soon as he gets home, he is definitely gaming. Dear brother, it is imperative that you diligently guide your son. I assure you, I have no intention of tearing down someone else's umbrella simply because I cannot support my own. One might wonder, at what age does a child still require bedtime stories? I am left questioning the age of your son. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Jiang Yugua's face. I divorced my ex-wife several years ago, and now I am raising our child alone. He will only be entering the 3rd grade next year, so he should not yet be in his teenage years. Regarding video games, we have mutually agreed upon a schedule. He is allowed 1 hour of playtime each day after completing his homework, and he has consistently adhered to this arrangement, promptly putting away his tablet once his gaming is done. As Jiang Yugua spoke further, his pride and affection for his son were unmistakable. No one could doubt the depth of his love. This was evident to Ji He without needing to read his expression. She inquired, aside from this, does your son exhibit any unusual traits? Unusual? Jiang Yugua pondered, tapping his forehead as he considered what he might have overlooked. There is one more thing. He often encourages me to go out and enjoy myself instead of staying home with him all day. Could it be that my son finds me bothersome? That seems improbable. How could he possibly think I am too much of a nuisance? Jiang Yugua's self-refuting words revealed a hint of insecurity, resembling a father left alone at home by his son. A wave of laughter swept through the comments, followed by several pieces of advice directed at Jiang Yugua. Curious Jade, you seem like a decent fellow. Why did you divorce? Salty Fish Mirror. It's hard to say what happens between couples. One knows the face but not the heart. Could it be that your ex-wife has said something to your son? I have a neighbor whose marriage is falling apart, and they both speak ill of one another to their child, leaving the poor kid torn and in tears. Autumn Moon Night. This is truly unfortunate. What kind of parents are they? This child will bear psychological scars for life. Upon seeing the doubts expressed in the comments, Jiang Yugua waved his hands insistently. There is absolutely nothing of the sort. My ex-wife and I divorced amicably. We were introduced through mutual acquaintances and only discovered our differing views after marriage. We are fully aware of the significant impact divorce has on our child, which is why we had serious discussions before making our decision. Your ex-wife remarried 2 years ago. He stated with certainty. Jiang Yugua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Yes, you have indeed deduced that. You must know what my son is experiencing, right? He paused, contemplating for a moment before saying, in truth, there is nothing particularly unusual. Your son simply wishes for you to find him a stepmother. Jiang Yugua's eyes widened, his already angular face froze, transforming into an expression of utter disbelief. Did he mishear? His son desires what? Chapter 71. May I see Madam once more? The barrage fell into a brief silence, only to be followed by a flurry of laughter-filled comments cascading across the screen. Finding a stepmother for oneself. 666. This child has a promising future. No wonder he urged his elder brother to go out more and not cling to him. It turns out this is the reason. For the sake of his son's wish, the elder brother must strive harder. Jiang Yugua. Host, you can't be serious, can you? He was so taken aback that he struggled to articulate a coherent response. His son wanted him to find a stepmother? It was utterly inconceivable. He genuinely thinks so, and he has even found a candidate for you. What? At this moment, Jiang Yugua's astonishment morphed into skepticism. His son, not yet even in the 3rd grade, comprehended so much already? He seemed to sense his doubt and refrained from elaborating further, instead stating, your son has returned. You may inquire directly with him. Before Jiang Yugua could fully process this, he heard a knock at the study door. Mr. Jiang, I have brought Fong Fong back. Su Xiao's voice was gentle as she led a small boy into the room. Daddy. Jiang Tianfong, one hand held by her, had the other tucked into his pants pocket, wearing a baseball cap that gave him an air of coolness and swagger. Upon seeing his son, Jiang Yugua's heart melted instantly. He stepped forward and lifted his son into his arms, speaking softly to Su Xiao. Thank you for taking him out today. Please rest early. It was no trouble. Fong Fong was very well behaved. Su Xiao shook her head with a smile. You should also rest early. I shall take my leave now. Once Su Xiao departed, Jiang Tianfong patted Jiang Yugua on the shoulder, complaining, Dad, didn't you promise to take me to the amusement park? Why is it just me and Aunt Xiao again? You're not keeping your word. It was my oversight. Something urgent came up unexpectedly. As compensation, I will take you to the aquarium next time, alright? But Aunt Xiao must come along. Aunt Xiao has her own affairs. She cannot accompany you every day. Jiang Yugua frowned. Su Xiao was his secretary, not a nanny. It was unreasonable to expect her to constantly tend to his son and entertain him. But I want Aunt Xiao to play with me, and both of you should play with me together. If your Aunt Xiao agrees, then I shall say nothing further. However, I must ask you something. I heard you wish to find a stepmother? And there's already a candidate?
Dad, who told you that?
I haven't mentioned it to anyone. Jiang Tianfeng's mouth dropped open in shock. How did his father find out? Did he speak in his sleep? Seeing his son confirm the matter, Jiang Yugua, too astonished to marvel at Ji's accuracy, pressed on. Do you truly want a stepmother? Or would you prefer I hire a nanny? It is said that children from single-parent families face a more challenging growth trajectory than those from two-parent households. He had been skeptical of this notion. However, he later discovered it to be true. He believed that he could take care of his son all by himself, yet in reality, he was often too preoccupied with work. The only moments he could spare to be with his son were just before bedtime. Frequently, the boy found himself alone, perhaps yearning for someone to play with. Not necessarily a stepmother. I don't want a nanny. I want a stepmother. And it must be Aunt Xiao. The study fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the lively notifications from the phone that Jiang Yugua had placed on the desk. Is the stepmother actually the father's secretary? What a klitsch plot. But I must admit, it's quite entertaining. You know, I must say, it truly is exhilarating. I've started rambling. Aunt Xiao walked away too quickly. If only she had stayed a moment longer to hear that. Why can we only hear voices? I want to see the visuals. I want to know what expression is on President Zhang's face right now. Jiang Yugua felt his ears flush with embarrassment. What nonsense was his son spouting? How could Aunt Xiao possibly agree to such a thing? Dad, do you mean to say that if Aunt Xiao agrees, you would be willing? Jiang Tianfeng inquired. Jiang Yugua's face turned crimson. He was 7 years older than Xiao and nearing 40. How could he ever expect her to have feelings for him, let alone become his stepmother? That's impossible, he muttered. Just then, the door swung open. Su Xiao, who should have left long ago, stood at the threshold, her cheeks flushed, gazing at Jiang Yugua. I would be willing.
Whoa.
Woe times 100. I want to say something, but in the end, all I can utter is woe. When Jiang Yugua picked up his phone again, his face was burning. Host, I'm here. Ji-hee smiled and offered his congratulations. I didn't expect Fong Fong to care so much for Xiao. His actions were meant to bring you two together. Fong Fong indeed likes Xiao. But it's not solely because of his feelings that he is trying to match you, Ji-hee explained, continuing under Jiang Yogua's puzzled gaze. Fong Fong noticed that you both share mutual feelings, which is why he orchestrated this. Moreover, I've calculated that you two are meant for each other. Even without Fong Fong's matchmaking, you would eventually end up together. It was merely a matter of time. The smile at the corners of Jiang Yogua's mouth struggled to contain itself. After thanking Ji-hee, he ended the call, subsequently showering her with a multitude of gifts, prompting 2 system notifications to appear. Ji-hee didn't allow him to continue gifting. She had already gathered the 200,000 needed to repay by the end of the month, and didn't want to burden her supporters with unnecessary expenses. The atmosphere in the live stream gradually returned to its usual cheerfulness with the revelation. Ji-hee initiated the second call. This time, an elderly man with graying hair appeared on the screen. He wore reading glasses and held a photograph, gazing at it with profound affection. After paying the fortune-telling fee, he adjusted his glasses and asked, "Host, could you allow me to see my wife once more? 5 years ago, she perished in a fire at the Qing Mountain Mental Hospital. In that devastating inferno, I lost both of my legs." The elderly gentleman lowered his phone slightly, revealing to all the empty pant legs. There was also the wheelchair upon which he sat. Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital? Which city? My heart aches just looking at this. He lost his wife and his legs. Isn't it a coincidence? We were just discussing this matter today, and here comes someone directly involved. Moreover, he seeks out Ji-hee. It's quite mysterious. Isn't it a bit morbid that he wishes to see her again? Is he not simply attempting to summon her spirit? I've prepared sunflower seeds, drinks, and popcorn. I'm just waiting for the grand spectacle to begin. Ji-hee asked, "Do you truly wish to see her?" The old man gently nodded. For the past few years, I have dreamt of her every night. I long to ask her how she could bear to leave me all alone. Chapter 72. I have grown old. The elderly man slowly raised his other hand, revealing a photograph to the camera. It depicted a couple dressed in wedding attire, seated on a swing, gazing at one another, their smiles deepening the creases at the corners of their eyes. This was our wedding photo, taken before she was hospitalized. She still looks as youthful and beautiful as ever. Yet I have aged considerably. He spoke as he reached up to touch his cheek, the skin now appearing rougher and more aged than it did years prior. Even his hair had turned completely white. Nevertheless, his longing for her intensified with each passing day. For the past 5 years, every night I have reminisced about that day. Every image indelibly etched in my mind. I often ponder how much better it would have been if I had perished alongside her on that fateful day. As the elderly man's voice, laden with sorrow, resonated, the veil over the tragedy of that fire 5 years ago began to lift. His wife, suffering from dementia, often lost control of her actions. Concerned that he could not adequately care for her alone, he had accompanied her to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Few families could provide round-the-clock care like he did, most only visited on weekends. That day was not a weekend. The hospital was nearly devoid of visitors. Everything unfolded as it typically did. As night fell, the nurses brought in meals for the families. His wife's meal had been prepared according to the doctor's nutritional guidelines and had been consumed half an hour earlier. He was halfway through his own meal when his wife had an episode. As before, he could only watch as the nurses entered, pinning her down on the bed and administering a sedative. Observing her gradually regain tranquility filled him with bitterness. He wished he could be the one afflicted instead. Yet, he also did not want her to witness him in a state of distress. He could not recall when he had succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, choked by the suffocating smoke that filled the air, the hospital was engulfed in flames. In a panic, he attempted to rouse his wife, but she remained unresponsive. Fortunately, a wheelchair was nearby. With great effort, he lifted her into it. Glancing back at the room, he saw 2 other patients still lying in their beds. As he pushed his wife toward the exit, he shouted that there was a fire. The usually tranquil hospital felt eerily silent that night. The billowing black smoke obscured his vision, forcing him to bend protectively over his wife as he ran towards the direction of escape that lingered in his memory. Yet the inferno offered him no respite. The ceiling collapsed, pinning his legs mercilessly to the ground. The wheelchair, now bereft of control, rolled slowly forward. He could only watch in helpless despair as the chair, carrying his beloved wife, drifted into the flames. Later, when the firefighters arrived, he was successfully rescued, but he forever lost both his wife and the use of his legs. In the live stream, The elderly man tenderly brushed his thumb across the photograph of his wife, murmuring, "You must be angry with me. It's all my fault for letting go." Ching Chimo from Langkawi Island remarked, "In such a large psychiatric facility, isn't there a fire suppression system? How could it have escalated to such severity? I've seen the interview with the hospital director. There are fire extinguishers. Yet they inexplicably failed that day. Moreover, when the doctors and nurses on duty were rescued, they all claimed they had inexplicably fallen asleep and were unaware of the fire. I still recall the director himself suffering severe burns on his arm while attempting to rescue others." Luo Hua, who relishes garlic fish. Could they have been drugged into such deep slumber? I can speak to this. Many psychiatric institutions administer sedatives to patients, so it is not unusual for them to sleep deeply. However, for the doctors and nurses to succumb to slumber as well is indeed peculiar. In her eyes, Ji-hee revealed a hint of melancholy. "If you wish to see her, tonight is your final opportunity. Can you truly help me meet her?" The elderly man clutched the photograph tightly, his expression fraught with anxiety. "What must I do?" Ji-hee sighed. "You need to go to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital before midnight. You will still have a chance to see her." After a brief pause, she continued, "It would be wise to take the police along." The elderly man's grip faltered at the mention of the police. So the reports are true. The fire was indeed set deliberately? Upon seeing Ji-hee nod, his eyes quivered, and he shut them in disbelief. Who could have orchestrated such an inferno? Those responsible for claiming so many lives deserve to face justice. Over a dozen families have lost their loved ones due to this fire. Why would anyone commit such an atrocity? ISNT, the host skilled in divination? I'll pay. Please find this murderer swiftly. We cannot allow him to evade the law. Do not panic. According to the host, there must be a revelation. Otherwise, why would they suggest the elderly man take the police with him? With tears brimming in his eyes, the elderly man stammered, "I will call the police at once. We must apprehend this person." He remained silent. Just then, a comment flashed across the screen, bold and commanding everyone's attention. "Hurry and check Weibo. Surveillance footage from the night of the fire has surfaced." Didn't the police claim that all the surveillance equipment was destroyed? How could there still be footage? My heart is racing. I'm going to look now. The live stream's comments dwindled as many rushed to Weibo, searching for the trending video of the surveillance. The elderly man, still connected, exited the live stream. He was determined to head to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Ji-hee lowered her gaze, watching the smoke rise gently from the teacup. A serene calm enveloped her. The surveillance footage was released by a freshly registered Weibo account. As soon as the video was posted, it captured the attention of the Weibo administrators, who were acutely aware of the potential repercussions this footage could incite. They hurriedly attempted to take it down, yet, strangely, no matter how many times the video was removed, it reappeared on the internet repeatedly. The administrators investigated the account that had published the video and stumbled upon an even more perplexing discovery. The newly registered profile revealed no identifiable information about its owner, as if it had materialized out of thin air. This bizarre occurrence left the administrators in a state of alarm. By the time they relayed the news to their superiors, it was too late. The surveillance video had already soared to the top of the trending searches. Within a mere half hour, the view count had skyrocketed to hundreds of millions, making it nearly impossible for any internet user to remain oblivious to its existence. When Xinyan, a reclusive individual, spent her 24 hours immersed in the online realm, devoting her time to the internet, save for the 8 hours she dedicated to sleep. Even during meals, she would not neglect to check Weibo for the latest happenings. As she sat down to enjoy her delayed takeout dinner, her gaze was fixated on her phone. Soon, a video appeared on her Weibo homepage, instantly capturing her interest. The title read, "The Truth Behind the Fire." The video thumbnail was obscured in darkness. Typically, she would have dismissed it as yet another alarming clip, but today, given the trending topic of the fire, her instincts prompted her to investigate further. She clicked on the video. The footage was brief, lasting only 2 minutes. Chapter 73. The Truth. The video depicted a corridor, with the decor indicating it was within a hospital. The door of the nearest patient room bore the number 204. A few moments later, a corpulent figure entered the frame, cradling someone clad in a hospital gown as he made his way into room 204. Moments later, he emerged, and a flicker of flames escaped through the crack of the door. He lingered outside the room for an extended period, only turning to leave once the fire had fully ignited within. Although the video was grainy, the individual features were strikingly clear. Anyone who had witnessed interviews following the fire would instantly recognize him as the director of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Director sets fire. In mere moments, These 4 words ascended to the pinnacle of trending searches. Yu and milk tea is a bit sweet. When I watched the interview at the time, I thought the director was a good person, rushing into the hospital to save others and injuring his arm. After seeing this video, I truly feel nauseated. Little friend is perplexed. Why would he set fire to the hospital? Is there some hidden agenda? Pine Star. Regardless of any hidden motives, he is responsible for the deaths of over a dozen people. Scum. A disgrace. Such a person deserves the death penalty. Director of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, I implore everyone to stop messaging me. I am not the director of this psychiatric hospital. I randomly chose this name. The true director is the mental health expert Lu Zhiliang. Lu Zhiliang's Weibo account was swiftly inundated by an onslaught of users seeking answers. The Weibo post, which initially garnered only a handful of comments, suddenly exploded with hundreds of vitriolic remarks directed at Lu Zhiliang. Meanwhile, Lu Zhiliang, present at the police station, maintained an air of calm composure. Dressed in a bespoke suit that suggested he had just emerged from an academic symposium, he addressed the officers with poise. Officer, the situation is as follows. I have engaged professionals to examine the video, and it has been confirmed to be fabricated. The clips in question are merely materials utilized by the opposing party. On that day, the police conducted an investigation and took my statement. I had just returned from a business trip out of town when I heard about the hospital fire, and I possess an alibi. As he spoke, his face, slightly overweight, quivered with each articulate word. The 2 officers in charge of the interrogation exchanged glances, and the elder one spoke. Mr. Liu, we will verify the information you have provided. During this period, we kindly ask that you refrain from leaving the city. I implore you to expedite your verification. I have an international conference in 2 days. Lu Zhiliang replied, shrugging slightly as he stood, adjusted his collar, and exited the interrogation room. Once outside the police station, Lu Zhiliang entered his vehicle, and his demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his eyes burned with resentment, though he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. It was all that wretched woman's fault. Had she not hidden the evidence in the hospital, would I have resorted to arson? He opened his phone, revealing an email in his inbox, time-stamped at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sender's name was conspicuously absent, and an attachment, a 2-minute video, was currently circulating wildly on Weibo. Alongside it was a menacing message, surrender or face death. Choose your fate. A blatant threat, yet it failed to intimidate Lu Zhiliang. With the video confirmed as a fabrication, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. All remnants of the past had been consumed in that inferno, leaving no trace of evidence behind. His sole concern was the identity of the sender. The individual was deceased. Who then had created this video? Did they possess knowledge of something he did not? Lu Zhiliang's voice turned ominous. Whoever it was, he would unearth their identity. A chilling laugh echoed in the air. Startled, Lu Zhiliang shivered, turning to glance at the back seat, which was empty. Who? He furrowed his brow, exiting the vehicle to survey the surroundings, yet found nothing amiss. Dismissing it as a mere auditory illusion, he returned to his car and restarted the engine. The luxury vehicle, worth millions, swiftly navigated the road as Lu Zhiliang dialed a number. The call was answered promptly, and a voice altered by a voice changer responded. What is it? Assist me in tracing an email to identify the sender. The line fell silent after his request, and the call was abruptly disconnected. Gazing at the pitch-black road ahead, Lu Zhiliang felt a sense of relaxation. After all, killing one person was no different than another. Once he discovered this individual, he would not hesitate to add another life to his tally. However, in less than half a minute, his phone rang again. Staring at the caller ID, Lu Zhiliang was momentarily taken aback before answering. So soon? I hear you're looking for me, came a woman's haunting voice, resonating throughout the confines of the car. Lu Zhiliang's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? Are you not the one searching for me? The line crackled ominously. The mobile phone emitted a series of noises. And in the next moment, the car's radio sprang to life, broadcasting a conversation. Where have you hidden the items in the hospital? I won't tell you. And you won't find them. It's somewhere in the hospital. If I can't locate it, I will destroy everything. Lu Zhiliang, seated in the driver's seat, felt a surge of tension envelop him. This conversation had transpired 5 years ago, yet it was not supposed to be recorded. In the next instant, he felt a peculiar sensation on his cheek, as if something had brushed against him. He glanced sideways and noticed a strand of black hair drifting by his face. His breath hitched. Someone was in the car. Lu Zhiliang, won't you turn around to greet an old friend? I have thought of you every single day for the past 5 years. Do you miss me? The woman's breath fell upon Lu Zhiliang's neck, not the warmth typical of human exhalation, but rather a chilling breeze reminiscent of ice cubes freshly retrieved from a freezer. Lu Zhiliang trembled uncontrollably, twisting his head back. His gaze locked onto the rearview mirror. A charred figure sat in the back seat, its eye sockets hollow and dark, yet unwaveringly fixed upon him. It was a burnt corpse that should not possess hair. Lu Zhiliang slammed on the brakes, but the scenery continued to rush past him. The brakes had failed. No matter how forcefully he pressed down, the car persisted in its forward motion. He then realized that the streetlights, which should have illuminated the road, were engulfed in darkness. Who are you? In the rearview mirror, the corpse in the back seat slowly opened its mouth, saying, "Don't you already have the answer?" As she spoke, a cloud of black ash fell from her form. "Impossible. You're dead." "I am indeed dead, which is why I have returned as a ghost to seek you out." The corpse suddenly sat upright, countless strands of black hair shooting from her body, ensnaring Lu Zhiliang. He disregarded the car's relentless advance and attempted to open the door, only to find it firmly locked. In the next instant, the black hair wrapped around his limbs. "Help! Help! No!" Several strands surged into Lu Zhiliang's throat, silencing his cries. Gradually, he became ensnared by the black hair, appearing from a distance like a dark egg. Chapter 74. It's you. The black egg in the driver's seat swayed gently. A sign of Lu Zhiliang's futile struggles within, the muffled sounds of his anguished whimpers faintly audible from inside. The female specter in the back seat resumed her former appearance, clad in a hospital gown, sitting motionless. The self-driving luxury car proceeded towards the outskirts of the city. The surveillance footage was still trending, but soon experts emerged, declaring that the video was a composite of several clips. Discussions about the source materials and methods of synthesis began to circulate online. As the narrative evolved, the public sentiment began to shift. Durian King, the video is actually synthesized. Who harbors such animosity towards this director to create such a video to entrap him? A sudden twist has emerged, seemingly orchestrated in advance. I shall reserve my thoughts, as I suspect further revelations await us. I have conducted some research, and it appears that director Lu Zhiliang is one of the foremost experts in the field of mental illness in our country, having published numerous papers on schizophrenia. It is said that his wife is a patient of this affliction, and it was for her treatment that he established the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. Professor Liu is a guest lecturer at our institution, having imparted knowledge to us in several classes. His wife passed away 8 years ago, and he has remained unmarried since her demise. As the story of Lu Zhiliang unfolds, the internet community has begun to unearth more about him. He cherished his late wife deeply, preparing an elaborate feast each year on the anniversary of her passing, often sharing it under her name. A man of great intellect and erudition, he typically publishes no less than 3 journal articles annually, each of exceptional quality and crafted with meticulous care. Furthermore, he is benevolent, donating generously to charitable organizations, with countless beneficiaries under his support. How could such an exemplary individual be the fierce-eyed arsonist depicted in the video? Supporters of Lu Zhiliang have begun to voice their opinions more fervently, and the online discourse has shifted from condemnation to a more nuanced discussion. Among the remaining critical voices, a few seem out of place. He is not the person you portray him to be. He is merely a hypocrite. Those papers are not his work. 3 years ago, he supervised my doctoral thesis. You can verify that the paper he published 3 years ago was actually my creation, yet he affixed his name to it. These 2 comments initially stirred up a minor uproar but soon faded into obscurity after receiving a handful of replies. Netizens began to urge the police to expedite their investigation, determined to unmask those responsible for fabricating the video that besmirched Lu Zhiliang's name. Yet, skepticism lingered among some, who hoped for a swift resolution to bring peace to the souls lost in the tragic fire 5 years prior. The case had long captured the attention of the municipal police, but given its complexity and the passage of time, a swift resolution was not feasible. Amidst their own frustrations, an elderly man who sought police accompaniment to Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital caught their attention. In the live stream, Ji-hee sat in a chair, her gaze lowered as she inscribed symbols on a piece of talisman paper. This was her newly purchased desk and chair, allowing her to avoid the discomfort of hunching over the sofa to view her computer. I was so engrossed in the unfolding drama that I nearly forgot the live stream. When will the host draw the 3rd divination? If someone manages to connect, could they inquire about Qingshan Hospital? My curiosity is insatiable. If I do not uncover the truth today, I fear a restless night awaits me. Can the host discern who is maliciously framing Director Liu? Perhaps the individual who defamed Director Liu is indeed the arsonist. With a final stroke, Ji-hee set down her brush and addressed the screen. While videos can be fabricated, the truth remains immutable. For today's third divination, I shall forego random connections. Some matters are best clarified through direct inquiry with those involved. As Ji-hee concluded her statement, the screen illuminated with the visage of the individual seeking to connect. The screen flickered to life, the perspective slightly askew, reminiscent not of a conventional filming angle but rather that of a clandestine capture, as if to evade detection. The gaze shifted forward, settling upon the staircase ahead. With a slight tremor of the lens, a pair of athletic shoes came into view, belonging to an individual ascending the stairs. El Haujia. This appears to be the staircase of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital. The corridor just now was identical to that from the surveillance footage. Tung AI. Wasn't he that hospital burned down? How does it look so pristine on screen? Who is this person? A string of garbled characters. The account has just been newly registered. The host claims it's the involved party. Could it be Director Liu? Does he also watch Ji-hee's livestream? Before long, the individual reached the third floor. The number 3 on the wall flashed momentarily. Another corridor stretched ahead, leading to the innermost room. The door bore the inscription, Director's Office. A delicate, pale hand attempted to turn the doorknob, but it remained locked. After a brief moment, the owner of the hand produced a lock-picking tool and, with a few deft movements, the door swung open. The room was enveloped in darkness, but soon illuminated. The intruder appeared to be searching for something, hastily flinging open drawers and sifting through documents on the desk. The camera quivered incessantly. Just as the individual searched anxiously, a sound echoed from behind. A sudden click.
Who are you?
Oh, my, you startled me. I'm not a thief. Why am I so tense? The host just connected with a burglar? Now, they've been discovered. I found photographs of Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital, and it's identical. Even the director's office looks the same. This is the hospital before the fire. Is that true? Could it possibly be a situation akin to Zexiyuan with ghosts? The footage paused momentarily, and in the next second, the lens turned to reveal a shadowy visage. What are you doing here? A female voice resonated, laced with a hint of panic. The viewers in the live stream suddenly realized that this burglar was a woman. Wu-Su-Su, so it's you. The man by the door closed it, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Wu-Su-Su exhibited a fleeting moment of alarm but quickly regained her composure.
Liu Zhiliang.
If I die, you cannot evade the investigation.
Is that so?
But I should be on a business trip at this moment. Many can attest to my whereabouts. If you die, no one will suspect me. Was this intentional? I've long suspected that someone in the hospital was investigating me. But I never anticipated it would be you. You managed to feign illness and infiltrate the hospital. Liu Zhiliang scrutinized the woman before him, clad in a patient-esque garb. His brow furrowed in deep concern. Wu-Su-Su chuckled softly. You're mistaken. I'm not feigning illness, or else I wouldn't be here.
Liu Zhiliang.
Do you believe your actions have gone unnoticed? Chapter 75. I am about to break my promise. Liu Zhiliang approached Wu-Su-Su with an unhurried demeanor. And if you know, what of it? You possess no evidence. No one will believe you. Who says I lack evidence? At this, Liu Zhiliang's expression darkened significantly. He suddenly lunged forward,
seizing Wu-Su-Su by the neck.
The camera jolted, and the scene shifted. A camera that had been affixed to the collar of Wu-Su-Su tumbled to the ground, faithfully capturing the unfolding drama. Where are you hiding? Wu-Su-Su remained silent. Liu Zhiliang fixed his gaze upon her, and after a moment he sneered. You haven't left the hospital. The item must be there. Wu-Su-Su's eyes flickered, and her reaction confirmed Liu Zhiliang's suspicions. Where have you concealed it within the hospital? I will not tell you. Do not even think about finding it. It's definitely in the hospital, and if I cannot locate it, I will destroy everything. Liu Zhiliang seized an ashtray from the table and hurled it at Wu-Su-Su's head. She let out a muffled groan and collapsed unconscious. Liu Zhiliang lifted Wu-Su-Su in his arms and exited the office. The screen gradually dimmed. Could this be the preceding content of that video? Can someone confirm whether this footage is synthesized? Why couldn't Wu-Su-Su be more cautious? Knowing full well the malevolence of her adversary, she remains so heedless. Friend, exercise some restraint. If all this is true, Wu-Su-Su is likely perished in that inferno. Speaking ill of the deceased shows a lack of conscience. Isn't this a live feed? Why are they airing footage from 5 years ago, and how is it still available, not having been destroyed? Suddenly, with a crackle, the screen flickered back to life. accompanied by a piercing sound. This time, the camera appeared to float in midair, facing an open balcony. A black object rested upon the balcony. The surrounding structures were captured by the lens: charred walls, a collapsed floor, and exposed, blackened steel beams, all testifying to the devastation of a long-ago fire. A white figure slowly emerged into view. Her hair cascaded in front of her face, obscuring it, and she wore a hospital gown. She approached the camera, seemingly about to emerge from the lens like a spectral figure from folklore. Fortunately, she refrained from doing so. Upon reaching the balcony railing, she paused and swept her hair aside, revealing a delicate visage. She waved at the camera, saying, "Hello, I am Wu Susu. Is this truly a living person or something else? I can hardly bear to watch." She survived. Her resilience is remarkable. I have always wanted to ask, what is that black object on the balcony? It resembles an oversized black egg, and it seems to be moving. Wu Susu glanced at the camera before turning toward the black object. She crouched down, and a flicker of flame ignited. In an instant, the black object was engulfed in fire. Strangely, despite the blaze's ferocity, not a single ash fell. Moments later, the black object quivered violently. A scream erupted from within. There was indeed someone inside that black object. As the scream rang out, several ethereal figures began to materialize around them. They huddled around the flickering flames, their hollow eyes fixed upon it, their faces devoid of emotion. The viewers in the live stream bore witness as several figures materialized on the screen, hovering in midair, their faces and bodies marred by remnants of burns. Everyone was left in a state of utter disbelief. "Mom, I truly saw a ghost. It's a real ghost." The streamer is consistently challenging my worldview and even testing the limits of the streaming platform. Our entire dormitory is screaming. Even the sound-sensitive lights in the opposite dorm have been awakened by our cries. My fingers tremble as I type. Wu Susu's body gradually began to levitate. It was evident that she was no longer among the living. "Lu Zhiliang, it is time for you to feel what we endured that day."
Ugh.
Lu Zhiliang found himself ensnared by strands of hair, an unbearable heat flooding his body. Flames scorched his skin, burrowing into his being, igniting his very organs. His throat became parched and cracked, the moisture within him evaporating. Slowly, the hair entwined around his body began to fall away, revealing his charred flesh down to the bone. The flames gradually subsided. Lu Zhiliang lay on the ground, surprisingly still clinging to life. His eyes were locked onto Wu Susu. If mere gaze could vanquish a ghost, she would surely perish once more. Wu Susu crouched down, regarding Lu Zhiliang. "I know what you wish to say. It was I who slipped sleeping pills into the food at the cafeteria that day. Without those pills, countless lives would not have been lost to the flames. You set the fire, and I was complicit. I shall atone for my sins, but before that, I will witness your just retribution." As she spoke, a single tear of blood fell from her eye. A tray floated beside her, which she grasped, declaring, "This is what you have long sought." Lu Zhiliang could only stare, unable to utter a sound of pain, yet still clinging to life. This was a torment greater than death itself. Chaotic footsteps echoed from the staircase. Wu Susu lifted her gaze to see several police officers rushing up. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they halted, nervously swallowing their breaths, hesitant to approach. One officer pushed a wheelchair from behind. In the chair sat an elderly man, holding a phone that displayed the live stream of Ji-hee. He could see the ghostly figures on the screen, yet when he glanced towards the balcony, there was nothing. Only the charred Lu Zhiliang lay on the ground. He called out in a direction, "Wife, is that you?" On the screen, an aged figure responded to his voice. She floated closer. "Old man, what brings you here?" Her voice emanated from the phone. The officers looked around in astonishment, seeing nothing, yet the screen continued to show the ghostly apparitions. "I came to see you." The elderly man confirmed his partner's location through the screen, raising his gaze to where she should be, not daring to blink, as if that might allow him to glimpse her presence. "My dear old man, throughout these years, I have longed to see you. Yet I fear that my current appearance is too unseemly, and I dread the thought of frightening you. You are not ugly, not in the slightest. You remain as handsome as ever," he replied softly. "It is my lost legs that render me unsightly." The elderly gentleman spoke in a low voice. In the scene, the old woman gradually crouched down, tenderly adjusting the collar of the old man's attire. "I promise to accompany you for a lifetime, but alas, I fear I must break that promise, my dear old man, farewell." Chapter 76. Are you threatening me? The image depicted the old woman's hand, delicate as stardust. slowly drifting away. The ghostly figures on the balcony gradually faded into oblivion. Only Wu Susu remained, standing solitary in her place, casting a smile towards the lens before vanishing as well. A plate fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound. Thus, the truth regarding the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital finally emerged. Lu Zhiliang's wife was none other than Wu Susu's sister. When her sister passed away years ago, Wu Susu uncovered clues within her sister's diary, leading her to suspect Lu Zhiliang. She began to investigate him discreetly, only to uncover even more unsettling revelations. The paper that catapulted Lu Zhiliang to fame had actually been penned by her sister, who had founded the Qingshan Psychiatric Hospital herself, only to have it usurped by Lu Zhiliang. To achieve this, Lu Zhiliang had administered medication to her sister for 3 years, ultimately driving her to her demise. Furthermore, he clandestinely colluded with others to provide false diagnoses of mental illness for certain murderers, aiding in the mitigation of their sentences. All these documents were recorded on the plate. Once these matters were exposed, they ignited widespread discussion. Among the most fervently debated topics was not Lu Zhiliang's treachery, but rather how mental illness should be managed during case adjudications. Following the official announcement of several cases set for retrial, the entire affair reached a fever pitch, thrusting Ji He back into the media spotlight. The once obscure actress had turned fortune-teller, unveiling the truth behind the fire. Was the supernatural presence on the live-streaming platform a manifestation of technology, or the ethereal? She provided clues that assisted the police in solving the case, earning herself a bounty of 2,000. This trending topic was inundated with comments from viewers who had witnessed the live broadcast. Last night, while watching the live stream, I was wondering how that female ghost provided the fortune. Turns out she was waiting right here. 666, as expected of the first streamer I followed. This method of earning money is indeed unparalleled. Let us promote our master Ji He. She will be live on the Shark platform tonight at 6 o'clock. Everyone is welcome to tune in. Having received her 2,000 reward, Ji He awaited her takeout. Ever since she learned how to order food online, her meals had significantly improved. In the initial days, she had resorted to fast food from nearby convenience stores, delicious, but rather monotonous. Later, while exercising with the elderly couple, she had heard about food delivery apps, which the younger generation supposedly utilized to procure their meals. Over the past few days, Ji He had diligently absorbed knowledge about this world, and mastering a new app was no longer a challenge for her. As the phone rang, it was not the voice of the delivery person. Is this Miss Ji He? We are from the Shark platform, and we would like to discuss some matters regarding your live stream from last night. The tone of the caller was notably humble. It is not a particularly complex situation. The platform has never encountered a truly supernatural live broadcast before. Fearing that Ji He might once again engage in some outrageous antics, they hurriedly reached out to her. Miss Ji, should such an incident occur again in the future, we kindly request that you inform us in advance, so that we may be adequately prepared. Last night's broadcast saw an astonishing peak of 800,000 viewers, and Ji He's fanbase surged by 200,000, continuing to rise at an alarming rate. Even the Shark platform itself benefited from the influx of new users attracted by Ji He's live stream. From this perspective, both parties seemed to profit. However, the Shark platform also received a considerable number of complaints. It is important to note that a live stream with 800,000 viewers is guaranteed a spot on the platform's homepage recommendations. Some viewers, unaware of the circumstances, clicked on the stream only to be confronted by a multitude of ghostly figures, nearly frightened to death. Last night alone, the platform received no fewer than 1,000 complaints, surpassing the total from the previous 3 months. I understand. I will be more cautious next time, Ji He responded quietly, nodding her head in agreement. She thought that those who watched supernatural live streams would likely possess a certain level of courage, having forgotten that the broadcast would indeed be featured in recommendations. After ending the call, her takeout arrived just in time. She logged onto the Shark platform and withdrew all the funds from her account. With the end of the month approaching, she wished to transfer the 20,000 in penalty fees to the company while she had the time. Ji He reactivated the original phone number of her predecessor, and a flurry of text notifications appeared. She glanced at them without reading, logging into WeChat, where yet another wave of messages popped up. The most conspicuous among them was a flood of 88 messages from Lu Qiya. Ji He checked the date, and her recollection of the timing was accurate. After a brief glance at the messages, she raised an eyebrow and sent a reply to Lu Qiya. Within a second, Lu Qiya's phone call came through. After several rings, Ji He leisurely answered, only to hear Lu Qiya's flustered voice. Miss Ji, ancestral spirit of Ji. You finally answered. What is the company account? I am here to pay the penalty fees. Oh, dear. The penalty fee is no longer important. Where are you? I will come find you right now. I have secured a variety show for you, which will surely skyrocket your popularity. You will no longer have to worry about resources in the future. Mr. Xia was already aware of Ji He's contract termination. If she couldn't persuade Ji He to sign a new contract, her career as a manager would come to an end. Lu Qiya was eager to fly to Ji He's side immediately to have her sign the contract. For the past few days, she hadn't even gone to the company, instead seeking Ji He's contact information everywhere but to no avail. What variety show? Ji He inquired in response. Seeing her curiosity, Lu Qiya eagerly introduced. It's a program directed by Yan Ji. His last show set the record for the highest viewership in variety shows. And several celebrities have risen from obscurity to the second tier after appearing on his program. Given your recent popularity, appearing on his show will undoubtedly lead to your success. It sounded quite appealing. However, I am no longer an artist under Sanqing, and I do not believe it is necessary for me to sign this contract. Lu Qiuyan's expression shifted dramatically as a thought crossed her mind. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Ji He, if you refuse to sign the contract, then you must settle your breach of contract fee immediately. Are you threatening me? Ji He's eyes glimmered with a trace of coldness. Lu Qiuyan, still unaware of the gravity of the situation, altered her previously cordial tone and arrogantly stated, I have been civil in my approach. If you choose to ignore me, do not blame me for resorting to more forceful measures. Understood? We shall meet at the company shortly. Ji He ended the call and rose to leave. Before departing, she casually picked up a document from the table and placed it into her backpack. Oblivious to the impending consequences of the call, Lu Qiuyan reveled in the belief that her threats had been effective. After basking in her moment of triumph, Lu Qiuyan snapped back to reality and hurried off to the company. Upon her arrival, before she could even see Ji He, she was summoned to Director Xia's office. Chapter 77. Do I resemble a learner? Lu Qiuyan pushed open the door, and in the office, aside from Director Xia, sat another individual. As she peered closer, she realized it was none other than Ji He. What was Ji He doing in Director Xia's office? Lu Qiuyan's heart raced, sensing that something was amiss. She scrutinized Director Xia's expression. It seemed familiar, yet subtly different. Director Xia, she approached and spoke softly. Xia Shihai observed Lu Qiuyan for a moment before gesturing for her to sit. I have already discussed the matter of extreme heartthrob with Ji He. She has signed the contract. Really? Does that mean I can stay with the company? Lu Qiuyan's eyes sparkled with hope, but upon meeting Xia Shihai's icy gaze, her expression faltered. I will be assigning a different agent to Ji He. As for you, you are terminated. Why? Lu Qiuyan's eyes widened in disbelief at the words she had just heard. Xia Shihai's demeanor was frigid as he casually tossed a document in front of her. You should be quite familiar with the contents of this. The company has no need for an employee who undermines it from within. The document's contents flashed before Lu Qiuyan's eyes. When Ji He was still known as the daughter of the Ji family, Lu Qiuyan had exploited Ji He's and the family's name to receive kickbacks. At times, she had even sold contracts from Sanqing to rival companies, thereby increasing her profits. She had even embezzled 500,000 from the company. All of these actions had been carried out discreetly, and she believed no one should be aware of them. You have 7 days to rectify this misappropriation of funds. Otherwise, do not blame the company for its mercilessness. Director Xia, please allow me to explain. I was momentarily blinded by greed. You know my circumstances. How could I possibly return 500,000 in just 7 days? Please grant me a little more time. Fail to repay, and you can expect legal repercussions. Xia Shihai, usually benevolent, was seething with anger upon learning of Lu Qiuyan's misdeeds. The fact that he did not immediately contact the authorities was already a concession. Seeing her persistence, he summoned security to escort her to the Human Resources Department to complete her resignation procedures. Xia Shihai turned to Ji He and remarked, Ji He, had you not informed me, I might have remained oblivious to Lu Qiuyan's actions. Ji He smiled softly, choosing to remain silent. Indeed, I shall arrange for you to have a new agent. As for the matter of the penalty fees, Xia Shihai revealed a look of hesitation. Regarding certain contracts, I can certainly negotiate on your behalf. However, there are a few companies that hold a prominent position in the industry, and I fear my influence may be limited. Excluding those contracts I am confident in, and the penalty fees from this company, the remaining penalties will total less than 10 million, which is the utmost I can endeavor to secure. Nevertheless, you need not rush to repay this sum. Would that be acceptable? Thank you, General Manager Xia. Transforming a debt of 20 million into 10 million was satisfactory to Ji He. As she exited Sanqing, her peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Qiya awkwardly emerging from the company. Lu Qiya hung her head, calculating how she might repay 500,000 within 7 days. Her car was newly purchased, and if sold, it might fetch around 100,000. Some jewelry and handbags could yield a few tens of thousands as well. Yet, the remaining 300,000, where could she possibly procure that? Was she to sell her home? Moreover, who had divulged her predicament to Xia Shihai? Could it be? They had previously quarreled over an advertisement, or perhaps it was Manager Wang from Human Resources. Suddenly, Lu Qiya halted, her gaze landing on the figure of Ji He standing not far away, a chill coursing through her. Was it you? 500,000 is merely the beginning. Lu Qiya, I have warned you before. Traversing dark paths too often invites calamity. Ji He smiled faintly and turned to leave. Lu Qiya remained frozen in place. She had heard much of Ji He's fortune-telling abilities over the past few days and had dismissed it as yet another of Ji He's antics. But what if it were true? A shiver ran down her spine. Beyond financial matters, there were many unspeakable actions she had engaged in. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ji He resumed her live stream as usual. She was not in haste to repay the penalty fees. Yet she had grown accustomed to the practice of fortune-telling on her broadcasts. The thought of not streaming left her feeling rather unsettled. I'm here, beautiful sister. Let us connect. I scolded Lu Zhiliang all morning. Now I'm here to cleanse my mind. Will we encounter ghosts today? If so, could the host kindly give a warning so I can don my eye mask? Ji He accepted a call. The caller, Guan Shangyue, appeared on screen alongside another young woman, both bearing the fresh vitality of youth and a certain endearing naivety typical of university students. One of them operated her phone to transfer funds to Ji He while the other spoke. Hello, host. My surname is Guan, and my friend's surname is Chen. You may call us Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen. We are both recent graduates, and we recently encountered a rather frightening experience. Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen were classmates who shared a dormitory. Although they had only met in university, they found an instant camaraderie. After graduation, they were both hired by the same company, prompting their decision to continue living together. They spent a week searching for a satisfactory rental, ultimately discovering a property with remarkably low rent, only $1,800 a month, with utilities billed separately. The only downside was its elevation, situated on the 6th floor with no elevator. They had to navigate the stairs. Nevertheless, both Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen were thoroughly pleased to secure a 2-bedroom apartment at such an affordable rate. The only peculiar aspect was that the landlord claimed the apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room, yet upon viewing, they discovered it was actually a 3-bedroom unit, with one room locked. The landlord explained that it was a storage room and not available for rent. They did not press further and promptly signed the contract. On the first day of moving in, they tidied up the place. The previous tenant had affixed peculiar paper decorations throughout the apartment, adorned with bizarre patterns. It took them considerable effort to peel each one off. After residing there for just a week, strange occurrences began to unfold. One evening, while Xiao Chen went downstairs to fetch a late-night snack, Xiao Guan remained in the apartment and heard odd noises emanating from the locked room, resembling a conversation. Xiao Guan, possessing a courageous spirit, approached to listen more closely. To her astonishment, it was a group of elderly men engaged in dialogue. One of them remarked about an old fellow from Unit 3, Mr. Yu, who, despite having grandchildren, was still seeking companionship outside, leading to a confrontation with his wife, who chased him for 3 blocks. Another elder chimed in, expressing understanding of the recent domestic disputes, which were apparently connected to this affair. Then another voice interjected, questioning why they were merely chatting instead of playing cards, followed by the sound of shuffling cards. Confused, Xiao Guan pondered how these elderly men could be playing cards in her apartment. She pressed her ear against the door and distinctly heard a voice, as if it were right behind the door, addressing her. Do I sound like you? Mimicking the voice in a hushed tone, Xiao Guan replied, Do I sound like you? Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered. With a loud pop, they extinguished. On camera, Xiao Guan appeared exasperated, saying, Xiao Chen, stop playing around and turn the lights back on. You gave me quite a scare. In the next moment, Xiao Chen nervously responded, I'm not playing. Wasn't it you who turned off the lights? The phone screen cast a warm glow. Xiao Guan's pupils contracted in panic as she exclaimed, I was just talking to the streamer. How could I turn off the lights? I haven't touched the switch. It's right by the bed. An unsettling atmosphere pervaded the room. Run quickly. Song Yi, who loves potato egg custard, don't scare me. It can't be that kind of thing coming after us, right? Ignore me. Two young ladies, hurry and escape. Don't just stand there. Responding to the barrage of messages, Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen swiftly realized the urgency and rushed toward the door. Xiao Chen frantically searched for a flashlight. Just as the flashlight flickered to life, the room's lights illuminated once more. They paused momentarily, and Xiao Chen whispered, "Is it safe now?" With a newfound light, Xiao Guan's courage returned. "Streamer, was that incident caused by a ghost?"
she inquired.
"No, it was merely a power outage," He clarified. However, just as she spoke, someone knocked on their door. "Dear guests, we sincerely apologize for the recent power failure at the hotel. It has now been resolved. Is there anything you require assistance with?" Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen fell into silence, and after a moment, Xiao Guan regained her composure and replied, "We're fine." "Huaji, the timing of this power outage is rather uncanny, isn't it? Even a script wouldn't dare to be this coincidental." Yan Wuqing, I initially anticipated a thrilling tale, yet it turned out to be an absurd comedy. How delightful. Wanzi Jiasha, no wonder the host appeared so unfazed. There was not a ghost in sight. Xiao Guanhua, the earlier commenter seems to have misunderstood. Our Miss Ji, he has never been afraid of anything, even when encountering ghosts. She maintains such a demeanor. One cannot discern anything from her expression. Xiao Guan awkwardly remarked. After that incident, Xiao Chen and I dared not continue residing there. We have temporarily taken shelter in a hotel while seeking a new rental. Miss, what is the true nature of that room? Xiao Chen leaned closer to the screen. Her complexion still pale. Being timid, had she been the one to face such an event, she would likely be in a hospital by now. He, is there a birdcage hanging in that room, with a chair placed by the window? Indeed, the birdcage is right by the window. Xiaoguan nodded fervently. That day, she was startled by the noises within the room, just as Xiao Chen returned. After sharing a few words, she saw Xiao Chen's pale face, revealing that she had already heard the three elderly gentlemen conversing during the day. They were playing mahjong in the open space outside. Although Xiaoguan was taken aback, her curiosity about what the room concealed compelled her to call a locksmith during the day. When the door opened, the interior was eerily empty. Besides the birdcage and the chair, there was nothing else. Certainly not the storage room the landlord had described. Due to this predicament, they had a dispute with the landlord, who remained vague, asserting that the room belonged to him. Whether or not he stored items there, it was still a storage room in his eyes. Having signed a year-long lease with a deposit and 3 months' rent, and having barely lived there for 2 weeks, they sought a refund. However, the landlord refused, claiming they had torn down papers without his consent, which resulted in their current predicament. He was merely being lenient by not demanding compensation from them. The two fresh graduates found it difficult to contend with such a cunning landlord, and they decided to move out first and devise a plan later. Xiaoguan appeared troubled, stating, "We have looked at other places in the past 2 days, but they are rather expensive. If you, dear host, could resolve that ghostly matter, perhaps we could return." Jihe shook her head. A being capable of human speech may not solely be a ghost. The Shan Hai Jing mentions a creature resembling an owl, with green feathers and a red beak, possessing the ability to speak like a human. This is a parrot. Xiao Chen interjected eagerly. Xiaoguan was baffled. So, what startled me was merely a parrot. That parrot must be extraordinarily skilled, able to mimic human voices and tones as if it were a ventriloquist. He explained, "This parrot has attained a level of intelligence, which is indeed remarkable. You should call the landlord. The previous tenant of that room was his grandfather, who kept the parrot." Xiao Chen quickly dialed the landlord, relaying the situation. The landlord was not surprised, as the residents nearby were aware that his grandfather had a parrot. However, what he revealed next astonished the landlord. After your grandfather passed away, the parrot vanished as well. Yet, your family often hears his voice emanating from that room, occasionally intertwined with conversations from others. You believe the house was haunted, summoned someone to perform a ritual, and even adorned the room with talismans. How did you come to know this? Initially, the talismans were affixed quite well, yet those two young ladies tore them all down. I had to invite a Taoist priest to reapply them, which cost several thousand yuan. The landlord began to complain. Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen displayed expressions of embarrassment. They had not anticipated that the papers served such a purpose. Those talismans were ineffective. He lowered her gaze. asserting that the parrot had merely awakened its intelligence and could not be deemed a ghostly entity. It often conversed within the room, merely reminiscing about its master. I surmise that your grandfather frequently sat by the window with the parrot, gazing at the scenery outside. The landlord paused, instinctively trying to recall the days when his grandfather was still alive. Unlike other elderly men who enjoyed wandering in the park and chatting, his grandfather preferred to remain indoors. Seated by the window, engrossed in a book, the parrot had been found by his grandfather one day. From that moment on, his entertainment transformed into a companionship of one man and one parrot by the window, with his grandfather narrating stories with great enthusiasm. One day, the parrot spoke, bringing immense joy to his grandfather. In his delight, he called the children home to proudly showcase his talking parrot, claiming it to be perhaps the smartest in the world. His grandfather's joy was reminiscent of a parent with their child. Thus, they spent 2 years together in companionship. Later, following a throat surgery, it became difficult for his grandfather to speak. Yet, during his visits, the landlord could still hear his grandfather telling stories to the parrot, evidencing the genuine affection his grandfather held for it. On the day of his grandfather's burial, the parrot appeared as well. The landlord was unsure how it had escaped from its locked cage. He only noticed a small wound on its beak, with traces of blood. After the funeral, when he went to search for it, the parrot had vanished. As he recounted this incident, the landlord's voice grew hoarse. He interjected. The one telling stories thereafter was no longer your grandfather. Are you suggesting that the storyteller was the parrot? Chapter 79. You must leave. The landlord on the other end of the phone nearly jumped up. A parrot speaking was one thing, but narrating stories in his grandfather's voice was rather eerie. Just then, a sound emerged from outside the window, akin to someone tapping on the glass. Xiao Chen displayed a puzzled expression. What's that noise? Is someone outside the window? As she moved to draw back the curtains, Xiao Guan stopped her. We're on the 10th floor. There shouldn't be anyone outside the window, right? The tapping soon ceased, replaced by a voice that sounded somewhat frail. Is anyone in there? Please open the window for me. A flurry of sounds erupted from the landlord's side, followed by the panicked tone of the landlord. That's my grandfather's voice. Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen tightened their expressions. The landlord's grandfather had already passed away. Could it be that parrot outside? He spoke gently. Do not fear. It will not harm you. It merely wishes to converse with the landlord. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Guan mustered her courage and cautiously pulled aside the curtain. Outside, the shadows loomed, yet she discerned a vivid splash of red etched against the window. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she spoke. I shall open the window for you, but please, do not frighten me again. No matter how brave one may be, repeated scares can wear down even the stoutest heart. As she opened the window, a fleeting shadow swept past her, the air stirred by the flapping of wings, and a gentle breeze brushed against her cheek. Carrying the delicate fragrance of grass and foliage, the parrot gracefully descended onto the table, its plumage predominantly olive green, accented by a tuft of orange-red feathers on its forehead and similar hues adorning its wings. It shook itself and fluffed out its feathers. Xiao Chen initiated a video call with the landlord, who immediately recognized the parrot as the one his grandfather had kept. The scar on its beak was still visible. He called out Hong Hong, a name bestowed by the grandfather. Hong Hong's gaze shifted to the landlord's face, and with a flap of its wings, it soared towards the screen. Grandfather tells stories. Grandfather tells stories. The landlord was startled by the sudden proximity of Hong Hong, only to realize that a mere phone screen separated them, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. A bittersweet expression crossed his face as he murmured, Hong Hong, grandfather is no longer with us. Upon hearing this, Hong Hong flapped its wings vigorously, insisting, grandfather is not dead. Although the parrot's visage betrayed no emotions, its urgent voice and actions spoke volumes about its feelings. Why is it named Hong Hong? Is it because of the red tuft of feathers? Asked Nian Shi. Is it reasonable to perceive anxiety in a parrot's face? Pondered Jun Yunan. In He's livestream, nothing is unreasonable. Interjected Wang Zai, sending a rocket as a gesture of support. Wang Zai is truly formidable. Such prowess in supporting He. Another chimed in, envious of Wang Zai's financial capabilities. The landlord's tone turned somber. Did you not attend grandfather's funeral as well? Upon hearing this, Hong Hong's flapping slowed. Stubborn old man. The landlord paused, suddenly chuckling. Wasn't grandfather indeed stubborn? With 3 rooms in the house, he insisted on occupying the least favorable one. Not only was it small, but it rarely saw sunlight. And at night, The sounds of traffic from the street were ever present. They had urged him to move, yet he steadfastly refused, convinced that room was the best. Home again. Home again. Hong Hong's words rendered the landlord momentarily speechless. A memory flickered in his mind. When he visited grandfather, he would often see him leaning out from the windowsill, waving at him. He had thought grandfather heard his voice, but in retrospect, it was evident that grandfather sat by the window each day to behold the happenings on the street. In doing so, he could see them sooner. The landlord's eyes grew misty as he reflected on his grandfather, that stubborn old man, refusing to drink milk, insisting that Hong Hong should. Milk? The landlord suddenly recalled. Is it true that the milk I brought over was solely for you? Hong Hong shook its body, affirming, the stubborn old man wouldn't drink milk. However, each time I inquired with my grandfather about what he wished to purchase, he would simply respond, just the same as before, murmured the landlord. Hong Hong seemed to glare at him, then exclaimed, stubborn old man. A person and a parrot, separated by the screen of a mobile device, managed to communicate effortlessly in the live broadcast room. Beside them, Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen exchanged glances, both harboring a singular thought. Hong Hong is quite amusing when she speaks. For the first time, I find a talking parrot to be rather noisy. Yet, Hong Hong is genuinely intelligent. She truly deserves the title of a sentient parrot. Help me with my homework. Hong Hong's scientific name should be the red-fronted macaw, characterized most distinctly by the tuft of red feathers on her forehead. She is a protected species, with fewer than 1,000 remaining in the world. Nevertheless, it is rather extraordinary that this breed of parrot, known for its lack of intelligence, possesses such sentience. While introductions are welcome, must they resort to avian body shaming? Ridiculous. Wait, given that Hong Hong is a protected species, possesses sentience, and is now appearing in a live broadcast, might someone attempt to capture her? Under Hong Hong's guidance, the mysteries surrounding my grandfather gradually found resolution. The landlord finally understood just how obstinate this stubborn old man truly was. I'm leaving. I'm leaving, Hong Hong suddenly declared. The landlord hurriedly asked, where do you intend to go? Your grandfather's room is always available. You can continue residing there. Hong Hong shook her head, the tuft of red feathers swaying in unison. I cannot stay. There are bad people conducting research. At that moment, Ji He interjected, you must depart. With a flutter of her wings, Hong Hong seemed to sense something, and she flapped her wings, soaring towards the window.
Hong Hong,
the landlord called out, and Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen heard the door creak open. 3 figures rushed in, their gazes sweeping over Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen, as if searching for something. That parrot has escaped again, one of them exclaimed in frustration. Having uttered this, the trio dashed back out, offering not a single word of explanation. Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen stood frozen in place, a wave of apprehension washing over them. Had Hong Hong delayed her departure by even a moment, she might have been captured by those individuals. Xiao Guan inquired, host, who are those people? Bad people. Ji He replied succinctly, her gaze deepening momentarily. The 3 individuals who fled the hotel shivered involuntarily, one of them stating, bro, how will we find that parrot now? It's too clever and even managed to remove the tracking device. It certainly won't fly far. Let us split up to search. Capturing this parrot could earn us each a fortune of at least 100 million. Just as they were about to set their plan in motion, the wailing of police sirens echoed nearby. Several officers arrived and promptly apprehended them. We have received reports indicating that you 3 are suspected of illegally hunting wildlife. Please accompany us. Officer, this must be a misunderstanding. Any misunderstandings can be addressed at the police station. The officers, observing the tools confiscated from them, spoke with icy detachment. In the live broadcast room, Ji He quietly sipped her tea, embodying the principle of doing good each day. Chapter 80. Possessed by a Ghost. Thanks to Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen, the landlord finally unraveled the truth behind the haunting in the house. To express gratitude towards the 2 individuals, the landlord not only waived their rent for 3 months, but also took on the fee for the divination session they had with Ji He. After completing these gestures, he did not forget the person he truly wished to thank. Upon visiting Ji He's live streaming room, the landlord generously gifted 10 rockets and declared his intention to frequently watch Ji He's broadcasts and promote her to attract a larger audience. In the end, he shamelessly inquired about Ji He's WeChat. This brazen behavior immediately provoked protests from the viewers in the live chat. Where is your morality? Where is your dignity? What are your boundaries? By the way, what is your address? Can you share the hostess WeChat? I also want the beautiful sister's WeChat. Let go of Ji He and let me in. How despicable. Once I secure a connection, I will add the host's WeChat too. Ji He politely declined the landlord's friend request. After the connection with Xiao Guan and Xiao Chen was severed, Ji He wasted no time and initiated a second divination. The screen displayed a balding middle-aged man, lounging on a sofa, one hand clutching a phone, the other grasping a half-empty beer bottle. The distant sound of the television suggested an excited commentary on some event. The man, evidently inebriated, had flushed cheeks and appeared quite tipsy. Noticing his face on the screen, he squinted and leaned closer, suddenly realizing he slurred. Did I get through? Honey, come quick. I've connected with Ji He. Moments later, a woman appeared on screen, her face still lathered with facial cleanser. Spotting her reflection, she couldn't help but squeal, tugging at her husband's arm. Hurry and send money to the host. Ask if our son can get into a prestigious school. I need to wash my face. With that, she dashed into the bathroom. And soon the sound of running water filled the air. The man transferred money to Ji He and leaned closer to the screen, inquiring, "Host, my son." He burped, and a cacophony erupted from the television. The man glanced at it, his mind seemingly stalling. "Host, when will our Chinese football team win the World Cup?" Seeking trouble? Ji He nearly decided to return the divination fee. She moved her wrist, her mouse hovering over the disconnect button. Just as she was about to click, the man's wife interjected. "What nonsense are you asking?" She smacked her husband on the back of the head and turned to Ji He. "Host, please ignore him. He's drunk. We just want to know if our son can get into a prestigious school. The results will take a few days. But several schools are already accepting applications. If he doesn't get in, we need to consider other options." "He will get in," Ji He replied swiftly before disconnecting the call. Such a scenario had never occurred before. This is the shortest divination session I've ever witnessed. It felt like the host was fleeing in panic. "Don't say that. Ji He isn't that kind of person." The man really dared to ask. "He almost burned our host out." Ji He sighed, brushing her forehead lightly. "That last fortune doesn't count. I'll return the divination fee to you all. Let us connect with 2 more viewers." The screen flickered back to life, revealing a young man who appeared just on the cusp of adulthood, seated at a desk. One hand held a bottle of essential oil beneath his nose, while the other was rapidly transferring funds to Ji He's account. "Host, my name is Wei Yang, and I feel as though I am possessed by a spirit." The effects of the essential oil seemed to wane, and Wei Yang's head drooped heavily, his eyelids sticking together like they were glued. He barely managed to open them before they closed once more. Gritting his teeth, he slapped himself across the face, the sound echoing like firecrackers outside. Xia Yuanan remarked, "Wow, that young man is quite harsh on himself. He has a bright future ahead. Is it the spirit that is causing this? Otherwise, how could a normal person be so severe with themselves?" Shan Heji pondered aloud. "So, he's using the essential oil to stay awake? I thought it was some new method for exorcising spirits. Host, I'll be brief. Lately, even though I feel I've slept for a long time, I wake up still utterly exhausted. I suspect the spirit inhabiting my body is siphoning my vitality." As he spoke, Wei Yang's eyelids drooped again, and he struggled to keep them open, mumbling, "Host, I think I'm about to sleep." As his words faded, he hastily propped his phone up and let his head drop, succumbing to slumber. To fall asleep just like that, what an impressive ability. Insomniacs truly need this. "I'm a good person, don't scold me." Although this young man has dark circles under his eyes, his complexion is rosy. Doesn't he appear to be drained of vitality? Wait, is he awake? On the screen, the previously slumbering Wei Yang opened his eyes again. His gaze was resolute. Without sparing a glance at his phone, he rose and walked over to a nearby bookshelf. After a moment, he returned to the desk, holding a sheet of paper. He unfolded it, picked up a pen, and began to write in front of the entire live audience. Silence enveloped the channel, the only sound being the scratch of pen on paper. In Jihe's view, a hazy figure began to overlap with Wei Yang's form. He appeared paler than usual, with a deep bruise around his neck, dressed in a blue and white tracksuit emblazoned with a logo. It was as if he was oblivious to the world around him, deeply engrossed in solving the problems on the paper before him. Jihe sighed softly, whispering, "Wei Yang, wake up." In the darkness, Wei Yang abruptly opened his eyes. Who was calling him? Wait, where was he? "Wei Yang, wake up." The voice reverberated from all directions, echoing incessantly in the void. Furrowing his brow, images flashed through his mind. He remembered that he was still connected with the host. In the next moment, Wei Yang, who had been bent over his writing, trembled violently. The indistinct figure vanished into thin air. Wei Yong closed his eyes and, after a brief moment, opened them once more. No longer did he possess the resolute gaze he had previously. Instead, it was replaced by his own. He gazed incredulously at his phone and then probed his own body. This was the first time he had awakened so swiftly. Streamer, did you rouse me? Chapter 81. His passion for learning is truly remarkable. In the darkness, Wei Yong could not discern the owner of the voice. Upon awakening, he suddenly realized it was Ji He's voice.
Wei Yong, feeling distressed,
raked his fingers through his hair. Streamer, what on earth is that ghost about? As he spoke, he lowered his head and was taken aback.
Huh?
What is this? A high school math practice paper? Wasn't this on the shelf? Who took it out? Wait, this isn't my handwriting. Grasping a pen in his hand, he exclaimed, what is going on? It was while you were asleep that the ghost emerged to complete these tasks, Ji He replied with a calm demeanor. Yet, Wei Yong's eyes widened in astonishment. It wrote the exam papers? That's all it did? Ji He added, you might want to take a look at your bookshelf. There are several more that it has completed. Upon hearing this, Wei Yong hurried to the shelf and began to sift through the papers. Besides the math paper he had just discovered, he unearthed others in Chinese, English, and various subjects, all filled with writing that was decidedly not his own. At last, Wei Yong believed it. Having already concluded his college entrance examinations, those papers were originally intended for resale. He would never have spent time writing them. Since it was not his work, it could only belong to that ghost. Wei Yong lamented, what is the point of it writing my papers? If it's going to write, why must it do so while I'm asleep? No wonder my hands have felt a bit sore these past few days. I complained to my mother about it and she dismissed it, saying it was all from playing on my phone. But I swear, I've spent less time on my phone than I have eating in the past few days. Ji He sighed in exasperation. What were you doing a few days ago? A few days ago? Wei Yong furrowed his brow, recalling an incident. Before the results of the college entrance examination were released, he and a few close friends had visited the school. In a corner of the library, there lay a chair dubbed the chair of the academic deity. The name was rather juvenile. He had no idea who had coined it or why it was placed there. Typically, it sat unattended, gathering dust. Yet, before each exam, students would bring various offerings to beseech the deity for protection. Before watching Ji He's live stream, he had been a skeptic of such things. But those friends insisted that having never paid homage to the chair of the academic deity during their 3 years at school, it would be beneficial to do so now that the exam results were imminent. They, like others, brought various items, except for Wei Yong, who arrived empty-handed. Upon reaching the chair, he noticed an array of offerings surrounding it, indicating that others had recently come to pay their respects. His friends playfully arranged their offerings beside the chair, feigning reverence. Wei Yong scoffed inwardly at this behavior. Although he considered himself somewhat of an academic achiever, he firmly believed that accomplishments are earned through personal effort. Such sought-after favors ultimately did not belong to him. Moreover, he held great confidence in his college entrance examination results, feeling no need to beseech anyone for assistance. As expected, on the day the results were announced, he ranked third in the city, and even within the province, he was among the top 10. After recounting the events of the past few days, Wei Yong inquired, Host, is my possession by a ghost related to this matter? Very much so, Ji He replied sympathetically, glancing at Wei Yong. It is because you did not pay your respects that you caught its attention. Wei Yong was taken aback. Was it truly the case that his failure to honor the spirit led to it possessing him to take an exam? Ji He then asked. Your school's uniform is blue and white, with a seagull emblem on the chest, correct? Yes, Wei Yong nodded, pulling out a blue and white uniform from his wardrobe. This is our school's uniform. Then this ghost is indeed a student from your school. From our school? Wei Yong was genuinely stunned. The ghost was a fellow student? What a twist of fate to have a classmate from the same school. He truly ranked in the top 10 of the province? It sounds almost boastful. My brother brags just like Wei Yong does. Isn't this the uniform from Shaoyang High School? That institution is a prestigious high school here, with a college acceptance rate of 70%, while the remaining 30% study abroad. It's fair to say that there are no underperforming students there. So I believe that Wei Yong must have genuinely ranked in the provincial top 10. Wei Yong scratched his head. I haven't heard of anyone dying at our school. At least not in the 3 years I've been here. This individual might have been a former student. Ji He responded. He died by hanging. Wei Yong suddenly recalled. Wait, I remember hearing about it in my freshman year. Yes, it was a senior 3 years ahead of me. I heard that he committed suicide the night before the college entrance exam, hanged himself. At this point, Wei Yang shuddered slightly. Could that chair have belonged to that senior? The thought of so many people paying homage to that chair made his face contort in discomfort. This situation felt both awkward and eerie. Leaning closer to the camera, Wei Yang asked, "Host, what must I do to send this senior away? Should I pay my respects, or perhaps buy some incense and candles to burn?" It seemed that Wei Yang had been an attentive viewer of He's live streams. "You are in a different situation. The last time it was a vengeful spirit. But this time, you are merely encountering an obsession. I will send you some talisman papers, and once you receive them, contact me for guidance on how to resolve this. In the meantime, if you wish to avoid his presence, write more practice papers. His obsession is to write. The more you write, the less he will need to borrow your body to do so." "Really?" Wei Yang, filled with a sense of desolation, closed his eyes. Alas! After enduring 3 arduous years of high school, he found himself still burdened with practice questions even after the Gaokao. What a torment this world has devised. Chen Jiuqing, young man, stay strong. An hour spent on a game is merely an hour of play, but an hour spent writing problems is an hour of knowledge. We must strive for self-improvement, studying for the resurgence of our great nation. Keep pushing forward. Ikong Imadai, I apologize for your plight, but I cannot help but laugh. What kind of household expects a soon-to-be college student to still complete high school assignments? Help me with my homework. Wei Yang, if you are weary of those questions, why not let me send you my homework? You could assist me in completing it. Jin Shen Yuan, ha ha ha. The previous comment is quite amusing. Chapter 82, Her affliction is severe. Wei Yang hung up the call, his lips curling in frustration. According to he was to adhere to the rigorous schedule of a senior until matters were resolved. For instance, at this very hour, he ought to be attending evening study sessions. When Wei Yang's mother entered after knocking, she found her son diligently seated at his desk, engrossed in a test paper. Wei's mother rushed to his side, placing the back of her hand against his forehead. "Normal temperature. No fever? What on earth are you doing, my son? Why are you working on papers at this late hour?" "Mother, I am studying for the resurgence of our great nation. Please do not disturb me," Wei Yang replied through gritted teeth. His mother's lips twitched. Had her son truly lost his senses after the Gaokao? In the live stream, he connected with the next viewer. The first image to appear was that of a woman adorned with smoky eye makeup. Her brows were thickly and darkly drawn, her eyes accentuated to resemble those of a panda, and her lips painted a deep crimson, with conspicuous blush gracing her cheeks. What drew even more attention was her hair, dyed in a riot of colors. Yet, amidst this striking appearance, her eyes shone with an extraordinary clarity, untouched by the grime of the world. This look is reminiscent of a whimsical spirit. I cannot fathom why anyone would dye their hair in such a manner in this day and age. Though it is wrong to judge by appearances, this visage leaves me speechless. Why would one choose to adorn themselves thus? Upon hearing the sound of a notification, he lifted her gaze to meet the woman's eyes. The woman opened her mouth and implored, "Host, could you assist me in finding my family?" She sat upon a bench, with children's play equipment visible in the distance, surrounded by a thicket of shrubs, as if in a park. Each word she uttered was deliberate, yet her voice trembled slightly at the end. Despite her attempts to maintain composure, the corners of her mouth twitched, as though she were enduring some hidden anguish. Suddenly, a stone flew into the frame, striking her forehead with a thud. In an instant, a gash appeared, blood trickling from the wound as it began to swell. "Mother, I hit the wicked witch," exclaimed Xiaoyu. Just as Chu Ziying was wiping her daughter's mouth, she looked up to see her son in trouble. Upon encountering the woman, she momentarily froze. She had just taken her 2 children to watch a movie, and the wicked witch in it bore a striking resemblance to this woman. Coupled with the darkness of the evening, it was no wonder her son had mentioned something about a wicked witch. Chu Ziying hastily produced a tissue and offered it to the woman, simultaneously pinching her son's ear, urging him to apologize to this lady. "Mom," she asked the wicked witch, "why should I apologize?" Her son protested. In exasperation, Chu Ziying swatted her son's backside, insisting, "This sister has merely applied makeup. She is not a wicked witch. Look, you have hurt her head. You must apologize." After receiving a few gentle swats, her son finally responded, "Sister, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you." The woman sat on the bench, pressing the tissue to the wound on her forehead. She shook her head, saying, "It's all right. I frightened you." Seeing the woman biting her lower lip and trembling slightly, Chu Ziying assumed the injury was causing her pain. "Perhaps we should go to the hospital. Their S1 nearby, very close. Upon hearing the word hospital, the woman's eyes flickered, and she slightly shook her head. I don't want to go to the hospital. Go with her to the hospital. You will find your loved ones. Ji He's voice suddenly interjected. The woman was taken aback, her gaze locking onto Ji He's eyes on the phone screen, as though she had plunged into a vast amber ocean. In that ocean, she floated in a small boat, drifting aimlessly, the pain in her body gradually subsiding. Chu Ziying then noticed the woman's phone was still connected to a live broadcast. He looked at Chu Ziying, who appeared in the frame, and said, "Please take this young lady to the hospital. Her condition is severe."
Anzai, Chu Ziying Z Ponde Instinkito.
Captivated by Jihe's stunning appearance, it wasn't until they arrived at the hospital that she realized the woman seemed to be Jihe. Having previously watched Jihe's live streams, it dawned on her to ask the woman beside her, "Were you just connected with Jihe?" The woman nodded. After registering the woman, Chu Ziying learned her name was Su Yi. The doctor took Su Yi for an examination while Chu Ziying waited outside. After a while, she heard footsteps approaching. She looked up to see a youthful face before her.
Sujiji?
Chu Ziying hesitated to recognize her. Yet the eyes convinced her this was indeed Su Yi. Su Yi softly acknowledged her, awkwardly touching her cheek and lowering her head. "Is my face too pale? Is it unattractive?" "It's quite lovely, though," Chu Ziying replied. "However, it does seem excessively pale." She furrowed her brow. The pallor was somewhat unsettling. Yet, observing Su Yi without makeup, she found her features strangely familiar. Just then, a voice called from behind. It was her husband. Chu Ziying turned her head, and her thoughts suddenly crystallized. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Su Yi, realizing just how much she resembled her mother-in-law in her youth. In the live broadcast, the viewers were left perplexed. Why did the host hang up? Wasn't she supposed to continue the reading for that person? Why do they say that sister's illness is so severe? Isn't it just a small injury on her forehead from being hit by a stone? The host's remarks seem rather alarming. Is that all? Today's streaming session was rather brief. Jihe glanced at the time. It was not yet 8 o'clock. And indeed her streaming duration was quite short. Just as she pondered whether to conclude the broadcast, a message popped up. It was from another host on the same platform. System notification. Host Xiao has invited you to join her stream. If you agree, please click the link. Jihe recalled her previous collaboration with Xiao, which had been quite lucrative. However, she currently found herself in no immediate need of funds, making the invitation seem unnecessary. She refrained from clicking the link. Yet the other party persisted, sending several follow-up requests along with a message. Xiao. Hey there, would you like to join? I see your follower count is close to 30,000. With that, you could sign a contract with the platform. The audience for the supernatural category isn't very large, but collaborating with me could be beneficial for your growth. He contemplated the message. Her curiosity piqued. She clicked the link. Host He12390 accepted host Xiao's invitation, and viewers were directed to their joint streaming session. As the system notification appeared, He and host Xiao simultaneously graced the screen. Chapter 83. Who is knocking at the door? The influx of viewers nearly overwhelmed the streaming room. Jihe's popularity in the supernatural category was well known, and host Xiao was a significant figure in the singing and dancing realm. Logically, these two seemingly disparate categories should not intersect, yet their collaboration was bound to capture the audience's attention.
Two
beautiful ladies are a feast for the eyes. Xiang Yue de Mian Tang. One sings and dances, the other reads fortunes. I can't fathom how this will unfold. Wei, what is happening? I thought the host was about to log off, yet here we are streaming together. I can just gaze at Jihe's face. I'm already satisfied. I checked host Xiao's follower count. She has 500,000, significantly more than Jihe. Will she lose? Impossible. I believe he will certainly prevail. Host Xiao, seemingly just having finished a dance, was catching her breath as she greeted Jihe. Hello there. Please hold on a moment. I'll grab a glass of water. Xiao was well aware of Jihe's rising fame. Only a handful of hosts on the Shark platform were as popular, and it was rare to see someone like Jihe frequently appearing in platform notifications within just a few days. Furthermore, Jihe's situation was somewhat unique, leading to numerous discussions among the host community about her. It was during this time that Xiao learned about Jihe. Those in their profession often faced limitations, as the ones providing financial support were typically major players. She couldn't afford to refuse, and had to extend the invitation to Jihe. Thankfully, Jihe agreed, otherwise Xiao Xiao would have worried that her top supporter might withdraw their generosity in a fit of anger. Moments later, Xiao Xiao returned. As she settled into her seat, a cascade of gift effects burst forth on the screen, all sent by her top supporter. In an animated exchange, Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude, thanking the generous patron for his 20 spaceships. No sooner had she spoken than a comment from Not Short on Money appeared, suggesting that if he lost, she should perform a dance, recalling her remarkable ballet skills. Xiao Xiao, unfamiliar with He, remarked on her impressive talent. He's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, the original owner had ballet skills but had never disclosed them. This was a well-kept secret. Who could Not Short on Money be, possessing such knowledge of her? As He pondered this, a flamboyant rainbow trail graced the screen as Master Feng entered the live stream. Upon his arrival, he generously bestowed 30 spaceships upon He. He declared that she could not possibly end the stream now, as he finally had the opportunity to shower her with gifts. The viewers speculated whether he was trying to capture He's attention, noting her seemingly indifferent demeanor towards his lavishness. In truth, He regarded Feng with a single thought: wealthy and foolish. Ignoring Feng's advances, He turned to Xiao Xiao, intent on treating their agreement with seriousness. Xiao Xiao, still processing Feng's ostentatious entrance, recognized that diamonds drew far more attention than mere gold. Though Not Short on Money had spent millions on the platform, it paled in comparison to Feng's extravagance. When He posed her question, Xiao Xiao took a moment to gather her thoughts before responding, uncertain of what He intended. He suggested they both showcase their respective strengths. Xiao Xiao instinctively nodded, momentarily perplexed. Was He truly going to read fortunes? If so, for whom? While they conversed, Feng continued to shower He with gifts, her earnings soaring far above Xiao Xiao's. He, why are you ignoring me? Feng inquired, yet He remained focused. Proposing to Xiao Xiao, shall I divine your fortune? Sure, Xiao Xiao replied, awkwardly nodding, wondering if He would actually read her fortune. If He were to err, would she need to smooth things over? Have you recently been hearing peculiar sounds from next door? He's opening question left Xiao Xiao in shock. How could she possibly know? As a night owl, Xiao Xiao usually streamed at night, catching up on sleep during the day. However, during these past few days, every time she drifted off to sleep, peculiar sounds emanated from the adjacent room. The noises were not jarring, yet each time she heard them, a chill ran down her spine, akin to fingernails scraping across a chalkboard. After several days of being disturbed, she finally could no longer bear it and knocked on her neighbor's door. The man who answered was refined in appearance and expressed his sincerest apologies for disturbing Xiao Xiao, assuring her that it would not happen again. Indeed, the following day, the strange sound ceased. I told you, and now there is no more noise, Xiao Xiao remarked, her eyes glimmering with a newfound brightness. Sister, how did you foresee this? It's remarkable. She rarely shared personal matters in her live stream, and only a handful of people were privy to this incident. He was not among them, making it improbable for him to have heard about it. He sighed. You should call the police. There is a corpse lying next door. A gasp echoed through the air as Xiao Xiao, startled by He's words, fumbled her cup, spilling water across the table. A corpse? Her teeth chattered as she neglected to maintain her composure and hurriedly dialed the authorities. Once she ended the call, Xiao Xiao sat in her chair, tightly embracing herself. Why did Xiao Xiao call the police? What if there is no corpse next door? Wouldn't that be a false alarm? And she could be taken in for a talking to by the police? He correctly identified the strange sounds, so he might not be mistaken about the corpse either. Let us offer a moment of silence for Xiao Xiao. After all, she has been rather close to a corpse these past few days. Could that man who answered the door be the murderer? Goodness, the mere thought of having interacted with a killer unsettles me. As she gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, Xiao Xiao felt tears welling up. She had been in contact with the murderer. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. Xiao Xiao's body jolted, and her face instantly drained of color. Who was knocking? She glanced at He, her eyes filled with trepidation, wondering who awaited outside. Chapter 84. I know you are in there. The knocking persisted for a while before a rugged male voice called out. Miss Sue, are you there? I am from the property management. The water pipe in the apartment above has malfunctioned, and I am here to check for leaks. Due to her work as a streamer, Xiao Xiao seldom ventured outside, relying on takeout for meals. Although she had familiar streamers online, she rarely initiated contact, which had led to her remaining single until now. Thus, This three-bedroom apartment housed only her. One of the rooms had been converted into a streaming space, located near the entrance. Despite the distance of 2 doors, she clearly heard the voice. A water pipe has broken upstairs? Under normal circumstances, Xiao might have risen to open the door, but now she felt like a startled bird, tense at the slightest sound. Only when she looked at Ji-hee did she find a fleeting sense of tranquility. Ji-hee inquired, "Is the front door locked?" "Yes, I usually lock it without thinking," she replied. "Grab something to defend yourself and lock this door, as well," Ji-hee advised. Xiao nodded vigorously and swiftly exited the streaming room. Moments later, she returned wielding a fruit knife and locked the door once more. This may not suffice, Xiao pondered, resolutely pushing a cabinet in front of the door. At that moment, she perceived an unsettling sound. Pausing her efforts, she strained to listen intently. Click, click. It resembled the sound of someone attempting to pick a lock. Someone outside was trying to unlock the door. Her heart raced as she pushed the cabinet with greater urgency and hurried back to her computer. The intruder was indeed attempting to break in. "Do not worry," Ji-hee reassured her, his eyes exuding calmness. His finger pressed his lips as he signaled Xiao to remain silent and to contact the property management for a swift response. Overwhelmed by the ominous sounds from outside, Xiao nearly forgot to make the call. She quickly retrieved the property management's number and soon enough, she got through. Upon learning of the break-in, the property management reassured her while dispatching someone to investigate. The sound of the lock-picking faded, replaced by a faint sound, a presence advancing step by step across the floor towards the room. Xiao clamped her mouth shut and shrank into a corner. Her gaze fixated on the door, her eyes wide with terror. In the next instant, a resounding knock echoed through the air.
Bang!
The sudden noise startled Xiao, her tears welling up uncontrollably. "I know you're in there," a man's cold, ominous voice pierced through the door. Xiao buried her head in her arms, hoping to block out the sound of his voice. The lock-picking resumed with a sharp click and the door creaked open. With the cabinet providing scant cover, the door revealed a narrow opening and the man's voice grew clearer. "Miss Su, it's me. Did we not meet a few days ago? Why are you hiding?" The man began to forcefully batter the door, sending shivers through Xiao. Her hand trembled with the fruit knife she clutched. As he pushed against the cabinet, it shifted slightly, and the door opened wider. "Miss Su, I have been observing you these past few days. You bear a striking resemblance to my ex-girlfriend, who foolishly chose to leave me. In a moment of weakness, I rest assured, I will not treat you as I did her. As long as you comply, I shall be gentle." Xiao wept uncontrollably, her fear palpable. "Get away from me." Her terrified words only seemed to invigorate him further. His eyes gleamed with a predatory light, as though he had already plotted his next move. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance. Upon hearing the sound, a flicker of hope ignited within Xiao. The property management was here. Why didn't he flee? The man cast a glance downward, letting out a soft chuckle. "Miss Su, we shall meet again very soon." His expression shifted in an instant. As the property management personnel entered, he transformed back into the courteous figure Xiao had first encountered. Such elegance, such gentleness. Xiao felt a chill run down her spine, goosebumps erupting across her skin as she witnessed this rapid metamorphosis. The property management rushed in, swiftly subduing the man, who offered a smile to Xiao, devoid of any resistance. Xiao embraced herself, unable to suppress her anger as she exclaimed, "Perverse monster, we shall never meet again." Tears still lingered on her cheeks, yet the presence of others around her offered some solace.
Soon, the police arrived. "Miss Su,
"We have searched the adjacent room and found no sign of the corpse you mentioned." "How could there be no corpse?" Xiao, dabbing at her tear-streaked face, instinctively glanced at the computer screen. Could it be that Ji-hee was mistaken? Yet that man was clearly problematic. Ji-hee's voice resonated at the perfect moment. "There is a partition in this room. The body is concealed within." With that declaration, another officer, still investigating the room, shouted, "We've made a discovery." Curiosity mingled with fear as Xiao followed the police into the next room. The first sight that met her eyes was a wall stained with vivid crimson, marked by several scratches as though made by desperate fingers. On the floor lay a female corpse, already exuding a foul odor. Xiao cast a glance before covering her mouth and fleeing outside. After retching for a moment, she abruptly halted, her eyes wide with terror as they fell upon the ground. That partition was right next to her bedroom, adjacent to her bed. The piercing sounds she had heard days prior were from that woman clawing at the wall. On the computer screen, The live stream had concluded long before the police arrived. With Hifeng, the foolish son of a landowner, present, Ji He had easily triumphed. She lingered in the live stream merely to reassure Xiao. How terrifying it is to have a murderer living next door, who nearly took my life. Xiao is bound to have nightmares tonight. Did anyone pay attention to what that man said? I have a nagging feeling he has set his sights on Xiao. If Ji He hadn't warned her today, Xiao might have been in grave danger. Can't we rid ourselves of such perversion? It's utterly disgusting. He even threatened her. I could just explode with rage. The viewers in the live stream expressed their outrage, unable to contain their exclamations. Ji He replied calmly, "Rest assured. He will not emerge alive from prison." The man was escorted to a police car. On the roof, a ghostly figure flickered in and out of sight. Her long hair flowed like a river, and all her nails had been stripped away. Her eyes were filled with a profound hatred, a potent force sustaining her spirit as she sought vengeance with her own hands. Ji He closed the live stream and soon received a message from Hifeng. "Young Master Feng, dead woman, have you changed your WeChat? Add me at once." "Young Master Feng, don't pretend you didn't see it. I've sent you so many gifts, making me your top supporter. You can't be so discourteous to your #1 fan." Ji He thought to herself, truly, the foolish son of a landowner. Chapter 85. Is the child truly innocent? Ji He eventually accepted Hifeng's WeChat request. Not for the sake of being a top supporter, but due to a subsequent message he sent. On her phone screen, Hifeng wrote, "Young Master He, remember to choose me when the program airs on Sunday. I shall protect you." Ji He replied, "Extreme heartbeat? He Xiaoya, stop pretending. With your calculating skills, you must have foreseen this." Ji He had never been one to calculate matters pertaining to herself. As a practitioner, she believed that if one were to rely on calculations for every circumstance, she would never succeed in her spiritual pursuits. However, in this moment, she regretted not having consulted the divination. Had she known that Hifeng would also be present, she would never have signed that contract. Through the screen, Hifeng might not perceive that this body had already changed its owner, but once they met face to face, the truth would be inescapable. Ji He lightly tapped the surface of the table, sensing something amiss, and began to calculate. After a moment, she set aside her hands, no longer troubled by the matter. Early on Wednesday morning, a piece of news sparked widespread discussion online. A mother had been ruthlessly starved to death by her son and daughter-in-law over a house. Beneath this trending topic, alongside the poignant commentary, several photographs were attached. One depicted a grandmother, her hair now completely gray, lying on a narrow wooden bed, surrounded by walls that allowed no light to penetrate. In each image, her gaze was vacant, as if she had grown accustomed to her grim surroundings. The comments on Weibo were filled with outrage directed at the couple. What kind of son and daughter-in-law are these? They must be enemies from a past life to treat their own mother so cruelly. To let one's mother perish for the sake of a house, that's inhuman. They say raising children is for old age. If I were to find myself in such a situation, I would prefer not to have children at all. This must be an isolated incident. It can't be the norm. Yet, my heart aches for that poor grandmother. How agonizing her final moments must have been. The set of photographs quickly faded from the internet, leading to questions about their origin. Who had taken these photographs? Why did the photographer stand by and watch the grandmother perish without intervening? Zhongli awoke to a flurry of missed calls from relatives. Before he could grasp the situation, the police contacted him, requesting his presence at the station for an investigation. Dazed, Zhongli arrived at the police station, and after a series of inquiries, he began to regain clarity. Photos? I didn't take those. I merely dreamt of that grandmother. Didn't I report the incident the day before yesterday? I had never seen her before. Upon learning that the images circulating online had originated from his phone, Zhongli was utterly bewildered. He had never taken those photographs, let alone posted them online. The police confiscated Zhongli's phone for investigation, confirming that those photographs did not exist. Strangely, the Weibo user insisted that Zhongli had sent them the photos. Zhongli found himself without recourse to defend himself. However, the situation soon took a turn. Zhongli had reported the case on a Sunday, and that couple was arrested the same day. Their home yielded no evidence, but the police discovered a camera. After recovering the data from the memory card, the source of the photographs was revealed. They were taken by the grandmother's little grandson. The photograph, slightly different from those circulated online, reveals the grandmother smiling at the camera despite her surroundings. It seems she wishes to shield her little grandson from any negative emotions. Perhaps during that dark period of her past, the grandson was the sole source of light in her life. In the morning, the river sparkled under the sun's embrace. He strolled leisurely along the riverbank, occasionally passing by elderly men and women. Moments later, a group of chatty aunties ambled past her. Is it just me, or has it been hard to sleep lately? My partner has been so disturbed by my restless nights that he has taken to sleeping in the next room. I, too, have been struggling with sleeplessness and persistent aches. I never had such troubles during my late-night mahjong sessions. Do you all experience this as well? I thought I was the only one. Let me share something I stumbled upon at a stall the other day. Ever since I started using it, my sleep has improved remarkably, and I feel years younger. One auntie, clad in a sleeveless black and white tank top, held a basket and pulled out a small amber vial. The bottle was unmarked, revealing the liquid within. Is it truly that effective? Absolutely. Not only is it effective, but it's also quite affordable. Just this amount. The auntie gestured with her hand. A box of 10 vials for only 30 yuan. That's just 3 yuan per vial, significantly cheaper than many health products.
Quick. Take us to buy it.
The group of aunties hurried towards their destination. Jihe's gaze lingered on the auntie in the sleeveless top before she turned and followed. The stall was not far, and upon arrival, it was already bustling with people, elderly men and women eager to purchase this miraculous remedy. The vendor, beaming with delight, packed items while signaling for payment via scanning. Take your time, everyone. I have plenty in stock for you all. After about half an hour, the crowd began to dwindle. The vendor hummed a tune while tidying up, wearing a satisfied expression. Noticing a shadow fall, he sheepishly remarked, "We're closing for today. Please come back tomorrow." Who provided you with these items? He coldly scrutinized the vendor, who flinched at her expression. His demeanor turned frantic as he pushed his cart, stammering, "Miss, I must be on my way. Do you realize you are causing harm?" He raised her hand, lightly resting it on the vendor's shoulder. Her seemingly delicate fingers bore an immense weight, pinning him in place. The vendor, flustered, retorted, "What are you talking about? I'm helping people. How can this be harmful? Young lady, if you lack evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations." He gazed at him before suddenly releasing her grip. From her pocket, she produced a piece of talisman paper, placing it in the vendor's hand. "If this talisman turns gray, immerse it in water and have your child drink it. Otherwise, he is doomed. Are you out of your mind? How have I wronged you that you would curse my son?"
Bah!
The vendor spat. And seeing that he no longer hindered him, he hurriedly pushed his cart away. He let out a soft sigh. There was little more she could do. She hoped the other party would heed her words. That child was utterly innocent. Chapter 86. Acute leukemia. Jean Caillou pushed the cart into the corridor and, glancing down at the talisman in his hand, felt a twitch in his eyelid. Cursing his son to come to harm was truly unfortunate. He turned to the trash can, intending to discard the talisman, when he heard his son's voice behind him.
"Dad."
Jean Caillou looked back to see his wife, holding their son by the hand, carrying a basket filled with fresh produce from the market. Little Guang let go of his mother's hand and ran forward, his gaze drawn to the talisman in Jean Caillou's grasp. "Dad, what is this?" "Nothing, just some rubbish. Can I play with it?" Faced with his son's request, Jean Caillou found it hard to refuse. It was merely a piece of paper after all. He handed the talisman to his son, lifted him into his arms, and took the basket from his wife's hands, inquiring with concern, "Little Guang, did you behave well at the market?" "I did. The lady selling vegetables praised me for being good, and the uncle selling fish said I've been looking healthier lately." Little Guang exclaimed enthusiastically. The three of them made their way upstairs. Once in his room, Little Guang hurried off, while his wife put away the groceries and asked, "Why are you back so soon? Did you sell all the medicine?" "Yes, everything sold out and there are no supplies left. I'll go to Master by this afternoon to restock." Jean Caillou settled onto the sofa and turned on the television. His wife remarked, "Thank goodness we met Master by, otherwise, it would have truly been a miracle from the heavens. His medicine works so well, yet so few people know about it. It's quite strange." 6 months ago, Little Guang had frequently fainted and bled at school, prompting them to take him to the hospital, where he was diagnosed with acute leukemia. Chemotherapy had proven ineffective, and they had been unable to find a match for a transplant. Little Guang lay in a hospital bed, growing weaker by the day. During that time, Jean Caillou's wife wept endlessly, and though he had never smoked, he found himself lighting one cigarette after another. It was only 3 months ago that he had encountered Master Bai. After little Guang took the concoction prepared by the master, his condition began to improve within days. So much so that even the hospital could not ascertain the reason. The master had mentioned that the medicine was difficult to concoct, and if it became widely known, it would be in high demand, only to be sold to those fated to receive it. As he spoke, Jin Kaiyu recalled his recent encounter with Ji He, snorting softly. Some people were simply unworthy of the master's medicine. No sooner had he spoken than a startled cry erupted from little Guang's room. Jin Kaiyu's heart tightened, and he quickly made his way to his son's room. Upon pushing the door open, he found little Guang pointing in astonishment at the table.
Dad.
This paper is changing color. On the table, the talisman Ji he had given began to turn gray from the bottom, the vermilion patterns occasionally emitting a faint red glow. Jin Kaiyu could scarcely believe his eyes. Rubbing them in disbelief, he looked again, and the talisman continued to change color. Much of it had already turned gray. Xiao Guang, who had been pointing at the talisman paper, gradually lost color, his face paling as he struggled to breathe, gasping for air with his mouth agape. Dad. Xiao Guang's voice was feeble and barely audible. Jin Kaiyu snapped back to reality, noticing the crimson blood trickling from his son's nose. His heart raced as he hurriedly scooped Xiao Guang into his arms. Xiao Guang, he cried out. Honey, call 120. His wife rushed over, and upon witnessing the scene, her mind spiraled into chaos. As she registered Jin Kaiyu's frantic shout, she realized the urgency of the situation. Seeing the blood pouring from their son's nose, and the alarming lack of breath, Jin Kaiyu was consumed by panic. Xiao Guang, he called desperately, bolting for the door with his son in his arms. At that moment, the talisman paper on the table, now entirely gray, caught his attention. If the talisman paper has turned gray, it must be immersed in water immediately for your child to drink, otherwise he is doomed. This talisman. Jin Kaiyu gritted his teeth, instructing his wife to pour a glass of water. The gray talisman dissolved upon contact with the water, turning it a pale gray. He pressed the cup to his son's lips. Xiao Guang, drink this quickly. His wife gasped in shock. What are you doing? How can you give him this water? Just as she spoke, Xiao Guang opened his mouth and slowly began to drink. In no time, the cup was empty. Xiao Guang's complexion visibly regained its rosy hue. This scene left both Jin Kaiyu and his wife frozen in disbelief, oblivious to the sound of medical personnel knocking at the door. The medics transported Xiao Guang to the ambulance, and upon their arrival at the hospital, the diagnosis was revealed. Acute leukemia. Doctor, is there a mistake? My son was fine before. How could it possibly be acute leukemia again? Jin Kaiyu clutched the doctor's hand in desperation. The doctor, masked and furrowed brow, replied, Acute leukemia can relapse. Given your son's current condition, I suggest you prepare yourselves. How can it relapse? Didn't Master Bai say he would be fine? Jin Kaiyu murmured as he watched the doctor walk away. Ji He stared at the Weibo icon downloading on her phone, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding as she glanced out the window. After a moment, she withdrew her gaze. The app had downloaded successfully. Logging into the original account, she saw a notification of 999 messages. Without reading them, she opened a thread and reposted a Weibo message. Ji Xiaoa, just a reminder. This Sunday is not a good time. Extreme Heartbeat Program Group. Welcome our two guests, He Feng and Ji Xiaoha, to join Extreme Heartbeat, Sunday at 8 p.m. Don't miss it. This marked Ji He's first statement online since the scandal surrounding her adoptive daughter. With the buzz surrounding Extreme Heartbeat, her post quickly attracted a flood of comments from netizens. Unlike other guests who responded cheerfully, you said it's not a good time? Do you think you're special? Ji He, if you wanted attention, congratulations, you've succeeded. Why are you even part of Extreme Heartbeat? Have some dignity and withdraw from the show. With Ji He present, I find no desire to watch even the esteemed Liang Yingdi. It has come to my attention that Ji He has ventured into the realm of livestream fortune-telling. Has she truly begun to consider herself a master of divination? After posting this message, Ji He promptly withdrew from her account. Recently, she has been delving into the art of rebound techniques, achieving modest success. Alas, the spiritual energy in this world is alarmingly thin. Had it been in the past, Ji He could have replicated the rebound technique with a mere blink, but now, she possesses the skill, yet lacks sufficient spiritual energy, forcing her to grind away little by little. Therefore, Ji He remains oblivious to the fervent discussions on Weibo and unaware that He Feng has retweeted her post. Young Master He Feng, I believe Ji He's remarks hold merit. Perhaps you should consider rescheduling. Ji Xiao He, just a reminder, the time on Sunday at 8 o'clock is rather inconvenient. Extreme Heartbeat Program Group. Welcome young master He Feng and Ji Xiao He as our esteemed guests for Extreme Heartbeat this Sunday at 8 o'clock. Let us not miss it. Chapter 87. Heed Miss Ji. He Feng's retweet propelled the popularity of Ji He's post to unprecedented heights. Soon after, the Extreme Heartbeat Program Group responded. Extreme Heartbeat Program Group. Thank you, young master He Feng and Ji Xiao He, for your concern for the show. The broadcast time has long been established. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall adjust the schedule. However, we hope the participating guests can still prepare for Sunday. Initially, Ji He's retweet was dismissed by the program group, believing she sought attention. Yet, He Feng's involvement prompted the program group to take notice. This young master is known for his unpredictable nature. Should anything be amiss, chaos would surely ensue. Furthermore, the He family is one of the investors in the program. Thus the group dared not treat the matter lightly. However, the program's response, while seemingly humble, subtly indicated their disregard for Ji He's warning. Despite their response, the program group found themselves perplexed. Was it not said that He Feng and Ji He had a poor relationship? If that were the case, why would He Feng come to Ji He's defense? Could it be that their private rapport diverges from public perception? Such speculations were not limited to the program group. They permeated the vast realm of netizens. Isn't He Feng Yang Yun's boyfriend? Ji He has bullied Yang Yun, yet he speaks for her? If Yang Yun sees this, she must feel utterly wronged. Is it possible that the rumors of He Feng and Ji He's discord are false? Could they be involved romantically? I previously thought He Feng, despite his frequent changes in girlfriends, treated each one well. Now, however, my impression of him has soured. It seems rich second-generation men share the same flaws. What a scoundrel. Ha! Ji He must be the mistress. After being cast out by the Ji family, she latched onto He Feng. No wonder he lavished her with gifts on the Shark platform, making her the #1 contributor. Had this been some time ago, the comment section would have been filled with vitriol directed at Ji He. Yet now, the situation has shifted. A legion of loyal fans from the Shark platform quickly seized half of the discourse. You're the real scoundrel. Our Ji He stands alone in beauty. Take your master and crawl away. Who can't scoff? Anyone who has watched the live stream knows that it was He Feng who eagerly pursued Ji He. I perceive that you are merely casting aspersions. The actions of Ji He in the past have often been mere fabrications, lacking any substantial evidence, yet you continue to malign her. It appears there are individuals intent on tarnishing Ji He's reputation. Ji He, the esteemed master, has cautioned against heedless words, lest one invites retribution. If misfortune befalls you, so be it. Do not involve your family in the aftermath. As the situation escalates, the upcoming broadcast of Extreme Heartbeat has garnered significant attention. Initially, the production team was elated, but their joy was short-lived. A popular debunker known as Little Monster urged the team to reconsider the timing, asserting that Ji Xiao He possesses considerable talent. Ji Xiao He herself remarked that the chosen time of Sunday at 8 in the evening may not be ideal. The production team responded with enthusiasm, welcoming Ji Xiao He and the guest He Feng to join Extreme Heartbeat at the appointed hour. Little Monster, a notable figure on Weibo with a following rivaling that of several second-tier celebrities, is known for his relentless criticism. This unexpected support for Ji He drew a crowd of onlookers. Furthermore, the retweet from Chang Xian stirred waves of curiosity.
Who is Chang Xian?
The vice president of the Taoist Association, often referred to as a semi-divine figure and a frequent guest among the elite. His last post was a collaboration with the official account last year, establishing him as a recognized master. The fact that such an esteemed individual addressed Ji He as Miss Ji left many astonished. The recent trending topic resurfaced in everyone's minds. Is the trending topic I saw earlier true? Master Chang Xian is endorsing Ji He? Goodness. A star of minor repute associated with such a prominent figure. What an unimaginable pairing. The tone of Master Chang Xian suggested that Ji He possesses considerable prowess. As a viewer of the live broadcast, I speak with authority. At that time, Master Chang Xian had generously gifted 60 azure planets, totaling an astonishing 120,000. The live room was nearly overwhelmed, and he even requested to add Ji He on WeChat at that moment. My faith in Ji He was unwavering. The production team was in an uproar. Director Yan Ji, still recovering from slumber, was awakened by a call that stifled his rising irritation upon hearing the name Chang Xian. Who? Master Chang Xian? But Director Yan, you were in contact with him just days ago, hoping to invite him as a guest star. How did Ji He become acquainted with Master Chang Xian? And why is he defending her? Director Yen, those details are secondary. How do we respond to Master Chong Xian? We cannot simply brush him off as before. Director Yen sat up, rubbing his temples. I will handle this matter. For now, you need not concern yourselves. Meanwhile, Ji He set down her brush, gazing with satisfaction at the talisman she had completed. The rebound of reckless words had come to fruition. Ji He furrowed her brows as she contemplated the situation. To utilize talisman paper effectively, precise positioning was essential, yet it was impractical to locate each individual and send them one by one, both troublesome and costly. Lowering her gaze, she pondered if there existed a more straightforward solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts. The hospital. Sui lay pale and unconscious upon the hospital bed. Chu Ziying sat beside her, and upon hearing a rustle behind her, she turned to see her husband returning. His expression was grim, and his gaze toward Sui was tinged with both pity and confusion. She stepped forward, pulling him out of the room to inquire, "What did the doctor say?" "Cardiac ischemia. She must undergo bypass surgery at the earliest opportunity."
How could this be?
Chu Ziying peered through the glass of the door, unable to believe that Sui lay there, so young and vulnerable. "Have you called your father? When will he arrive?" "He should make it by this afternoon," her husband replied, eyes still fixed on Sui, a cloud of despair settling in his gaze. "Do you think she could be my sister? She resembles our mother in her youth so closely, and she claims to be an orphan," asking Ji He to help find her family. Chu Ziying suddenly recalled Ji He's words, "If she follows me, she will surely find her family. It must be true. She is undoubtedly your sister." Chapter 88. This is his sister. Sui awoke in pain, as if her very insides were being twisted by a colossal hand, all tangled together like a rag. The agony in her heart was particularly intense. Gritting her teeth, she opened her eyes, and her pained cries startled the three individuals in the room. Chu Ziying was the first to react, stepping forward to ask, "You're awake? How do you feel?" "It hurts." Sweat beads formed on Sui's forehead, trickling down her cheeks. Chu Ziying promptly pressed the call button. The doctor administered a painkiller, and after a while, the tension in Sui's face began to ease. She raised her gaze towards a specific spot, feeling an overwhelming sense of concern directed at her. There stood a man in his 60s, looking at her as if he could see someone else through her, tears brimming in his eyes. Sui clutched the bed sheets tightly. Upon her first glance at him, an inexplicable feeling surged within her. She felt as though she recognized him, so strikingly similar, just like her mother in her youth. The man approached the bedside, yearning to touch Sui's face but hesitated, withdrawing his hand as if fearful of startling her. "Little girl, this is our little girl."
Dad.
The report isn't out yet. Chu Ziying's husband softly interjected from the side. While he was already inclined to believe that Sui was his sister, he still held a fraction of doubt, awaiting the report's confirmation. After all, many individuals in this world bore resemblances to one another, and not all likenesses indicated a blood connection. Yet, he had seen instances on social media where two remarkably similar individuals were discovered to be related. His sister, little girl, had been abducted when she was just over a year old. For many years, their family had never relinquished the search for Xiaoya. The sole wish of their mother before her passing was that they would certainly find her. Despite years of searching without any news, they unexpectedly encountered her under such circumstances. Moreover, his wife often mentioned that Master Ji He had foretold this, which left him with an unsettling feeling of disbelief. Sui, gazing at the elderly man before her, instinctively stepped back. What were they discussing? Since she could remember, like several other children, she had been begging for food on the streets. The food and money collected had to be surrendered entirely before she could receive a portion to eat. There were those who lurked in the shadows, watching over the children. Should anyone dare to secretly stash away some of the bounty, they would face a severe beating. The marks of their punishment would appear on any skin that was exposed. The next day, the injured children would often receive even more food and money. She had even witnessed able-bodied children having their legs broken by these individuals, merely to render them more pitiable. To avoid suffering harm, she exerted herself tirelessly in her quest for sustenance. Day after day, a moment arrived when these children were finally rescued. At that time, Sui was not yet 9 years old, unable to locate her parents, and was eventually sent to an orphanage. The director, sympathetic to her plight, took special care of her, which, in turn, incited resentment from the other children. They would seize her food, smear paint on her clean clothes, and repeatedly taunt her about her days of begging. They accused her of being a fraud, pretending to be pitiful to swindle money from adults. They claimed she was a child sold by her parents. They asserted she did not deserve to be with them. Amidst these innocent yet piercing voices, Sui chose to flee. She had worked as a dishwasher and carried bricks on construction sites. In her quest for a meal, she had even fought a dog for scraps, and she had slept in dark, filthy alleys. More than once, she contemplated ending her life. Yet the singular motivation that sustained her was her desire to discover whether she had truly been sold by her parents.
Ding.
The phone of Chu Ziying's husband rang. He opened the device, his expression turning serious. His fingers moved swiftly across the screen, ultimately pausing on a page. She is Xiaoya. The report was unequivocal. This was his sister. The elder man's hand, which had been lowered, lifted once more as he enveloped Sui in his embrace. He held her tightly, veins bulging in his arms, his voice choked with emotion. Xiaoya, you are indeed Xiaoya. Father has finally found you. Sui's breath caught in her throat. Was this her father? Before she could fully comprehend, a more intense pain erupted from her heart. The agony was so acute that she could not utter a single cry. Alarms blared, and doctors and nurses rushed in, signaling for Chu Ziying and the others to exit. Inside the ward, medical personnel worked diligently to save her. Outside, Chu Ziying and the others were left in a state of agitation. At 6 o'clock that evening, he commenced his live broadcast punctually. First, here I am. I'm so angry. I was a beat late and lost the first spot. Beautiful lady, look at me. Let us connect. Chiemo, will the host continue to stream after participating in the variety show? Sister, who spoke before, articulated my confusion. While it is entirely normal for a celebrity to participate in variety shows, I find myself more inclined to watch her live stream where she reads fortunes. It has become my delightful source of entertainment. Have you noticed that the cover for the live stream has changed? It is no longer the previous dark design, and the new pattern is quite aesthetically pleasing. I indeed observed it, and I believe the design bears a resemblance to the talismans the host has previously illustrated. As Jihe noticed the queries in the comments, she responded to each one. The live stream will continue, albeit with some adjustments to the schedule. As for the newly replaced cover art, I hope you all appreciate it. Moreover, it possesses a rather unique effect. She paused slightly, as if savoring the suspense before unveiling a surprise. It will bestow a certain fortune upon you, whether it be good or bad, depends entirely on yourselves. I seem to be a bit lost. Am I too foolish? One viewer commented. You are not alone. I too am somewhat bewildered, another replied. It feels reminiscent of those koi images I frequently share on Weibo. Someone else mused. Upon entering, I see he once again engaging in her mystical charades. Is this not merely the deceitful rhetoric prevalent online? How can you all believe this? It's utterly foolish, remarked Maier, a professional troll, paid to disseminate disparaging comments. After posting his remark, he, as usual, captured a screenshot for posterity, but then his phone alerted him that the battery was below 20% and required immediate charging. Reaching for the data cable, he neglected the cup of water on his desk. The cable knocked the cup over, spilling most of its contents all over his newly purchased tablet.
Damn.
Maier exclaimed, hastily seizing the tablet as he stood, forgetting he still wore headphones connected to the computer. With a sharp crack, the headphone jack snapped within the computer's port. Water from the desk trickled down onto the computer's main unit, and suddenly, a spark erupted, igniting the machine. This series of unfortunate events left Maier stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. By the time the flames were extinguished, the computer was irreparably damaged, and the newly acquired tablet was also ruined from the water exposure. How did I suddenly become so unlucky? He pondered, and for some inexplicable reason, Jihe's words echoed in his mind, causing him to shudder. Surely not? Chapter 89 should not exist in this world. In the live stream, Jihe offered no further explanation and connected with the first fortune teller of the day, a bald young woman. Upon seeing this, many viewers resonated with her plight. The universal affliction of modern youth, baldness. One commented, Chiemo, hair may be in the bedroom, the bathroom, or the kitchen, but it is certainly not on my head. My mother scolds me daily, claiming the floor is covered in my hair. I too wish it would grow on my head. Seeking effective hair growth solutions online. On screen, a short-haired girl, perspiring, had her hair plastered against her forehead as if drenched. She extended a fluffy, plush toy hand, adorably waving at the camera. Greetings, dear host. I've just concluded my work and tuned into your live broadcast, and, to my surprise, I managed to secure a spot. On this summer evening, She donned a heavy plush costume, which explains the beads of sweat adorning her brow. The young woman with short hair raised her hand to wipe her face with the costume's fur, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. I do not possess any specific inquiries, nor have I encountered peculiar happenings. Host, could you perhaps divine when I might amass considerable wealth? At the mere mention of money, her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, yet it was not off-putting. It seems such matters are not within your purview, are they? I recall you stating previously during a lottery reading that it was beyond your scope. This should differ from lottery predictions, should it not? It merely pertains to one's own potential for earning, rather than attempting to acquire wealth without effort. Chiamo, her round eyes resemble those of my feline companion. How adorable indeed. The individual ahead shares my sentiments. Naturally, fortune can be divined, yet in recent days, aside from the lottery incident, he has not engaged with clients specifically seeking financial insights. He examined the features of the short-haired girl, noting her well-defined brow and symmetrical features. Both her spouse and parental aspects appeared promising, however, her financial prospects were dismal. Observing her visage, it seemed she lacked the traits conducive to retaining wealth. The young woman appeared to have anticipated this, as she responded to Jihe's words without surprise, merely pouting slightly. Friends in the past have also remarked that I struggle to hold on to money. It seems my facial features reveal this truth. I have heard that one can alter their facial features. Could you assist me in doing so, host? Jihe's expression grew somber, stating that one's features cannot be easily changed. The reason for her financial struggles lies in the fact that her fortune is diverted elsewhere. Should one attempt to alter it, the repercussions could be far-reaching. What does it mean for fortune to be diverted elsewhere? The short-haired girl seemed puzzled. Although you may not possess the features of immense wealth, you shall lead a life filled with happiness and contentment, free from significant calamities or ailments. Even in the face of great misfortune, you shall adeptly evade it. This is what is referred to as dissipating wealth to avert disaster. I see. The short-haired girl pondered, then clapped her hands. If I cannot save money, so be it. As long as I lead a good life, that is quite satisfactory. After all, I am not troubled by basic necessities, merely unable to accumulate savings. As she spoke, a thought crossed her mind, and she nearly forgot to transfer funds to the host, having just received her freshly earned salary. Suddenly, it became clear why this young woman struggles to save money. Exchanging money for peace of mind is quite valuable. One must understand that many ailments cannot be cured solely with wealth. Indeed, I recall a wealthy magnate's daughter who suffered severe postpartum hemorrhage despite summoning a host of experts, yet could not be saved. Does your implication suggest that one can indeed alter their features? Might I be able to change mine? Jihe took note of this comment, her expression tinged with gravity. Facial features should not be altered lightly. The ability to interpret the past and future through one's features arises from the capacity to perceive fate. Fate encompasses both innate and acquired attributes. The young woman's situation pertains to her inherent characteristics. Altering these innate traits would not only affect her, but also impact those around her. Jihe offered a brief explanation, and the viewers in the live stream quickly dismissed their previous thoughts. If she were to mismanage the situation, it would not only lead to her own troubles but also implicate others, which would be truly unfortunate. The short-haired girl ended the call, and Jihe swiftly connected with the next viewer at random. It was a young man clad in a delivery uniform. He gulped down some water before anxiously exclaiming, "Host, I've lost a customer's package. Can you help me find it? This parcel is extremely valuable, and if it is lost, I will have to compensate 100,000 yuan. I barely earn that amount in a year. How can I afford to pay?" The delivery man wiped his face, his eyes filled with despair. I had secured everything properly. Yet when I arrived at the customer's door, the item vanished without a trace. He picked up a canvas bag and tugged at it. I placed the item inside this bag and then into my backpack. The bag is intact and my backpack is undamaged. It's as if the item has simply disappeared into thin air. The canvas bag and backpack are both unharmed. It truly seems like an act of vanishing magic. Is this akin to a supernatural incident? Could it be that some phantom has stolen it? 100,000 yuan in compensation? I've never encountered a case of lost delivery that warrants such a hefty sum. Isn't the maximum compensation usually around 40 or 50,000? I am quite curious about what could be so valuable. The delivery man wore a despondent expression, his cheeks drooping and his demeanor lacking vitality. I have no idea what it is either. The company simply stated it was of great value and insisted it must be delivered personally to the customer. Yet, perhaps it was a stroke of luck that the customer was not home. Otherwise, I would have had to pay immediately. leaving me no opportunity to seek help from the host. Did you encounter anything unusual on the way? A faint aura of darkness seemed to cling to the delivery man. He observed him for a moment, a flicker of light momentarily gleaming in her eyes. The delivery man felt a jolt at her question. What do you mean by encounter? The customer's address was in a villa district. After picking up the package from downtown, he had spent over half an hour driving there. The villa area was clearly inhabited by the affluent, adorned in a traditional Chinese garden style, with each villa meticulously designed to resemble ancient mansions, exuding exquisite charm. Upon arrival, he nearly thought he had traveled back in time. However, when it came to any encounters, he seemed to have experienced none. He shook his head. I didn't encounter anything. It's just that this villa district is quite peculiar. After spending so many years here, I've never heard of such a place existing. Perhaps that place was never meant to exist in this world. As it was night, Jihe's cold voice sent a shiver down his spine. The delivery man trembled, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself. He struggled to swallow. Host, are you suggesting that place is an illusion? But if it is an illusion, then what were the things I saw and touched? Everything felt so real, I even took photographs. The delivery man hastily retrieved his phone, searching for the images. As he opened the photos, a barren landscape appeared before his eyes. In his ears, Jihe's icy voice resonated. It is not an illusion. It simply should not exist in this world. Chapter 90. The voice of something other than a voice changer. Why is it just barren land in this image? The delivery man seemed unable to believe his eyes, rubbing them vigorously with his hands. He opened the photo record. The timestamp matched, yet the images were entirely different. Fearing he might be dreaming, he pinched his thigh sharply, and the pain made the photos appear clearer. He could even discern the stones depicted within the images.
How could this be?
He murmured, a chill creeping up his spine. Stunned, he remained rooted to the spot, unsure of how to react. Looks like the lad has encountered a ghost, one thought echoed. But what would a ghost want with a delivery? Can they even use it? Another questioned. If it were indeed a ghost that took the package, would there be compensation? Surely, no one would believe that a ghost had stolen something. Let us not dwell on belief. We should first ensure the lad gets to a hospital to check his mind. The delivery man was still ensnared in his own speculation of having seen a ghost, his face fluctuating between hues of pale and flush. It was not until his phone rang repeatedly that he snapped back to reality. Upon checking, he discovered it was his company urging him to return and account for the parcels. At that moment, clarity returned. Ghosts were a trifling concern. The pressing issue was the 100,000 in compensation he faced. Streamer, you truly must help me. I implore you to assist in locating the package. I cannot possibly come up with 100,000. If you find it, I can offer you 2,000 more or even 5,000. The delivery man gritted his teeth and bowed repeatedly towards the camera, urgency painted across his features. 5,000 was the utmost he could manage. He was acutely aware that trading 5,000 for 100,000 was an inequitable exchange, yet he felt utterly powerless. My parents are hospitalized, and their medical expenses alone exceed 10,000. I simply cannot produce 100,000. He turned away, wiping the corner of his eye with his sleeve, smudging the dust from a day spent delivering parcels, leaving a mark upon his face. Jihe shook her head, saying, You should keep that 5,000 for your parents. Since she had stated that her fee was 2,000, she would not demand more. Regardless of the urgency of the situation, she had committed to the 2,000, and she would not ask for additional funds. Initially, when she proposed 2,000, she had yet to grasp the realities of this world's economy. Even after understanding later, she did not alter her stance. Jihe recognized that 2,000 was a trivial sum for the wealthy, yet for ordinary individuals, it could represent a month's living expenses. For some, even just a few hundred might suffice for survival. Those without money might not tune into her live stream, while those with wealth might not be inclined to watch either. If she were to raise her fee, why not simply seek out affluent patrons for fortune-telling? Wouldn't that yield quicker earnings? Moreover, if she were to forego her fee, she could set up a stall on the street or offer unlimited readings, thus aiding more individuals. She had already acted with a clear conscience. The remainder she would leave to fate. Upon hearing Jihe's words, the delivery man's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Since his parents' hospitalization, he had been working tirelessly for an entire month, running nonstop each day. Colleagues tend to shy away from delivering parcels that are distant, heavy, large, or fragile, yet he takes on such tasks. This enables him to earn a greater income. Jihe remarked, Moreover, you are not liable for the cost. What? The delivery man, still moved, looked at Ji-hee with reddened eyes and an agape mouth. This parcel has already reached its owner? It has reached its owner? The delivery man, mouth still open, slowly began to widen his eyes in realization.
Could it be
A ghost? The last word escaped his lips almost as a whisper. He found himself at the roadside, illuminated by bright streetlights, with traffic bustling and pedestrians flowing, all teeming with life. In such an environment, one would not typically need to tread cautiously, yet he instinctively lowered his voice. He had not seen a ghost with his own eyes, but merely the desolate land depicted in a photograph had drenched him in cold sweat.
now?
Hearing that the parcel he delivered was intended for a ghost sent a chill coursing through him. He nodded slightly. The delivery man touched his chest, relieved that he was not liable for 100,000 yuan. However, the thought of possibly encountering a ghost sent his heart racing once again. In this day and age, even ghosts utilize delivery services. He pondered anxiously. Will there be any repercussions from delivering this parcel? You do carry some lingering negative energy. It would be wise to rest more in the coming days and avoid hospitals, as it might disturb the patients, he advised. Upon hearing this, the delivery man finally felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed to be merely a false alarm, yet after expressing his gratitude to he still generously rewarded him with a few gifts as a token of appreciation. Is that it? I expected to witness something more thrilling. Disappointment. This is quite good as it is. If a ghost truly appeared, I would be unable to handle it. Only I remain curious about what lies within that parcel. I never imagined even ghosts would use delivery services. It seems I must be more cautious in the future, for I might end up delivering a ghostly parcel. As the comments flowed, he initiated a connection. What appeared was a string of garbled text, seemingly haphazardly filled in during registration. Anyone who ventured to the profile would discern it was a newly registered account. The screen illuminated a dark figure bathed in an eerie blue glow. The individual, obscured in black attire, donned a mask, dark sunglasses, and a black cap, leaving no skin exposed. They say you can predict quite accurately. But can you discern what has transpired in my life without seeing my face? A hoarse and feeble voice resonated in the live stream. The moment the voice emerged, it elicited a wave of terror among the viewers. Goodness, hearing that voice in the dead of night nearly made me leap from my bed. Dressed like that is already frightening enough. Why add such a voice? Isn't this akin to the unsettling voice of an old man that suddenly appears in horror films? It's dreadful. This is the first time I've encountered a voice so unpleasant. Is their throat injured? Is it truly possible for a normal person's voice to be so unpleasant? His voice is indeed grating. It is not the sound of a voice altered by a device. Nor does it resemble the typical hoarseness stemming from dehydration, nor is it the muted tone of one who has wept bitterly. Rather, it resembles that of an elderly man on the brink of death, with a throat in disrepair, yet he strains to part his lips and utter words. From behind his dark sunglasses, one can discern the reflection of a computer screen, faintly revealing the visage of Ji-hee. Yet, it remains a mystery what this individual, obscured by the glasses, gazes upon. Chapter 91. I do not save them, I save you. Ji-hee regarded the man on the screen, her expression growing solemn. Although she relied on facial features to divine fortunes and occasionally engaged in calculations, this did not imply that fortune-telling was limited to merely these two methods. At times, it also hinged on the individual being read. Take this man, for instance. He shielded himself completely, revealing not a fragment of information. However, the faint purple aura enveloping him was unmistakable to Ji-hee. Generally, individuals cloaked in such purple energy are destined for greatness, enjoying a life of ease and bestowing good fortune upon those around them. He should embody this potential, yet Ji-hee perceived strands of bloodshed energy entwined within the purple. Regardless of the reasons, the presence of this sanguine aura affirmed one undeniable truth: he has taken lives. The bloodshed is potent enough to overshadow the purple energy, suggesting he has committed numerous acts of violence. Ji-hee raised her hand to calculate further, but the purple energy surrounding him offered protection from this realm's influence. Attempting to glean insight about him solely through divination proved a daunting task. You hail from a prestigious family, your lineage affluent, with loving parents and a younger sister who is 3 years your junior. He remained silent, neither affirming nor denying, merely sitting up a fraction straighter. Ji-hee continued, you and your sister relished playing in the greenhouse filled with roses, a sanctuary meticulously tended by your mother. Continue. The man straightened further, resting his hands on the table, leaning closer to the screen, as if this would enhance his ability to hear Ji-hee's voice. Most astonishing was that even his hands were encased in gloves, wrapped tightly. Such attire only amplified the sense of strangeness. Why are you so completely covered? Even with air conditioning, it must be stifling, she pondered. I initially thought it might be due to an unattractive visage, but now it seems to be more than that. Could he be mentally unhinged? Ji-hee furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a sense of familiarity with his gloves, as though she had encountered them before, yet the memory eluded her. You achieved fame at a young age, announcing your marriage at the pinnacle of your popularity. You were destined for a life of love, yet now one of you is dead, and the other injured. The man's hands clenched tightly on the table, his fists trembling, causing the computer camera to quiver in response. It was evident how profoundly Ji-hee's words impacted him. Thinking of my idol. He too revealed his marriage when he was at the height of his fame, yet now he has nearly retreated from public life, only occasionally releasing new music. Could the person mentioned earlier be who I suspect? Qin Minyu? Qin Minyu has utterly shocked me, a long-time resident of this island. His recent musical endeavors are remnants of the past year. Who is Qin Minyu? I have never heard of this name before. Surely, the person ahead is rather uninformed. If we were to rewind a decade, even the esteemed actor Liang would pale in comparison to Qin Minyu. In those days, he was a household name, recognized by everyone from the elderly to young children, all of whom could sing his songs. An intriguing tidbit, the currently popular boy band owes their most renowned tracks to lyrics and melodies penned by Qin Minyu. What else is there? The man's voice has begun to tremble with agitation. Even through his dark glasses, one can sense his penetrating gaze fixed intently upon Ji-hee's face. He is in search of a truth. This woman before him has articulated many things correctly. Perhaps she could indeed aid him in uncovering the truth. Ji-hee ceased her calculations, letting out a low sigh. If you merely seek the truth, why must you inflict pain upon the innocent? Ha! Upon hearing this, the man suddenly burst into laughter, lowering his head as his chilling chuckles grew increasingly resonant. Brother, please stop laughing. Your laughter is quite terrifying. I am ashamed for having doubted he could be Qin Minyu. My idol would never possess such a voice. What are you thinking? Qin Minyu is leading a fine life now. He couldn't possibly be such a dark and twisted individual. Look quickly. On the screen, the man, having laughed to his heart's content, rose to one side and flicked the light switch. Blinding illumination instantly filled the entire room. A vast underground chamber was unveiled to the onlookers. The most shocking aspect was not the bloodstains on the walls, nor the floor soaked with blood, but rather the sight of several individuals bound in the center of the basement. 3 men and 1 woman, all blindfolded and with tape over their mouths, were seated on chairs with their hands and feet bound tightly behind them. Their immobile postures suggested they had been rendered unconscious. The man seized a bucket of water nearby and doused the 4 individuals with it. The bucket contained unmelting ice, which struck their faces with a harsh impact. The 4 were jolted awake by the icy water. Though they could see nothing, they sensed their bindings and struggled, one even toppling the chair to the ground. Yet they remained unable to free themselves. What the hell is this man doing, kidnapping these people? Could he be some sort of twisted murderer? This basement looks like it has witnessed many deaths. Streamer, quickly calculate where they are and alert the authorities to rescue them. Having emptied the bucket, the man stood momentarily to relish the chaotic struggles of the captives. Returning to his computer, he observed the barrage of comments flowing across the screen and let out a cold laugh. There is no time. Before the police arrive, I shall extinguish each one of their lives, one by one. As he spoke, he raised his hand and removed his sunglasses. Behind those lenses were his eyes. One perfectly normal, while the other was sunken, as though the eyeball had been removed. He gazed intently, with his unblemished eye fixed on Ji-hee. Can you save them? In response to the man's peculiar gaze, Ji-hee remained unfazed. Do you wish for me to save them? A laugh escaped him. How amusing, Ji-hee. You truly are intriguing. He drew a knife and meticulously wiped its blade. In truth, I have no desire for you to save them. The man cast a few lingering glances at the knife before turning towards one of the captives. Though the 4 individuals were blindfolded, their ears remained unblocked, allowing them to hear every word he uttered. Upon hearing the sound of his footsteps, their struggles intensified, and their whimpers grew louder. They were not ready to meet their end. The man seemed to revel in their torment, advancing at a deliberate pace. Yet he eventually reached one of them. Seizing the captive's hair, he pressed the blade against the man's throat. He then lifted his gaze towards the camera, his eyes starkly contrasting in shades of black and white. Although he stood at a distance, his presence radiated a palpable sense of provocation. A shadow of unease flitted across Ji He's eyes. In a measured tone, she declared, "Perhaps I cannot save them, but I can save you."